cop that shoots an unarmed black dude, and that's like, rapist. Oh, fuck, you raped kids. Just doing my job. That's just cop situations. I had a good feeling about that shot.
I had a feeling, I read his plate, so that's a fucking pedo-ass fucking plate number. No, I think he was like he was on like the sexual offender list. Basically, he had bad paperwork. So,
yeah.
He would have got, I mean, one of my boys probably would have hammed him up, dude. They saw him in the clinic, they probably would have fucking points on him.
What did they found?
Snoop says it's false.
Pedophile or rape?
What's it called? It said that according to Wisconsin state law, he is not a pedophile because it was supposed to be like sex with a minor, but it would have been like sex with a minor somewhere else, but not in Wisconsin.
Okay. So
Thanks, Snopes.
Yeah,
did Snopes include that? They were like, not a pedophile by a loophole?
Look, man.
Was he accused of sexual assault?
State of Rhode Island. It says something about Island. It's considered third-degree sexual assault.
That's bad paperwork, bro. I don't give a fuck what it says. How old is the girl? I mean,
maybe she was fibbing.
I don't know, but I read a thing saying that apparently he had like a warrant. People claim that he broke the warrant.
It's not. It happened in Wisconsin. It's the same legislation as in Rhode Island. So technically, yes.
Technically, yes.
Yes. Sexual assaulter.
So you're sexual assaulter, not a pedophile.
Not a pedophile.
Rapist, not a pedophile. What's Snopes? Did Snopes say that too?
Sexual assault is a rape.
Well, apparently this one was like broke an apartment and like grabbed ass. I don't know.
Blake was previously accused of assaulting his ex-girlfriend, with whom he has 3 children. A criminal complaint was filed against Blake on July 6th, charged with a felony, third-degree sexual assault, misdemeanor.
Is that the one where he stuck his finger in her pussy and was like, you've been with other men or something, he broke into her house and did that? That might have been Biden, actually. I think Biden did that. But you fall into this rabbit hole of like,
You can't do that. It's
crazy. Because it's like, it doesn't matter if the guy was charged with murder before you shot him.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what his charges are. If you're shooting people, but then it's like he was grabbing a fucking knife. And the other said, like, it's illegal to have a knife. It's like, not when the cops are like, put the knife down. Not when you're in a fight with women and the cops show up and you grab a knife.
Yeah, I think there's speed. But
The cops show up. You should tase. I don't know who the fuck.
There's a human spill also
bad. It's still bad. That's what I know.
Well, the problem with knives is people can close distance on you quicker than you can pull out a gun. So there's like a thing where like if someone's like 7 feet away from you, by the time you pull out a gun or a taser, they can already have that thing with you. So you can spin these things a million different ways. Yeah. So
in this particular situation, the cop did have his gun out already, though. So.
Yeah, there was like 3 cops. Weren't there like 3 cops pointing guns at him?
Well, this is the other thing too. None of us were there, so none of us have any fucking idea what we're talking about.
Agreed, but we did see it.
Video?
Yeah, he's like watching it, and they're just like, put it down. It's not good.
What were the 5 minutes before that like?
I don't know, but I can tell from I've watched enough World Star that I can tell you pretty much the first 5 minutes because it starts basically in the middle of the World Star video.
Yeah,
they're like against a car. Dog pile fight.
Everyone's
a couple bras, ladies. They're World Star.
Cops, 3 girls versus dude.
We got World Star on.
We have a horizontally filmed video.
We got actually a pretty decent video going. It's in a minute. It's in 50 seconds, so we still got time to put an absolute beat. What?
So there was a melee.
There was a World Star. Cop showed up.
Fighting. 3 girls versus a dude, or 2 girls?
One dude was. He was trying to break it up, but I think he might have been. I don't know why he would ever get a knife at that moment.
Well, did he actually have a knife? People are claiming he didn't have a knife.
Fuck, I don't even know that.
Yeah. So he had. This is the honest.
Sucks.
No, this is the honest to God truth of the matter, because otherwise you just go like, well, actually, blah 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 blah, and it's like, Okay, so even if you saw a clip, like you didn't see the first 30 minutes, you didn't see this, you didn't know the interactions or that maybe people had with them. I don't know, but it's like you just see a thing and you just choose to go with it to appease your social network. That's all. That seems to be kind of the case, in my opinion. Because there's shit that comes out after all these. Where like, oh, actually this happened. The Trayvon Martin stuff. There was like a guy wrote a whole book about that. How I think a lot of the Zimmerman sued.
I did, yeah.
Apparently,
I think that guy sucks. I think
he's a fucking asshole.
That guy turned out to be a fucking absolute tool.
Total dickhead. But then it's like apparently that girl who testified wasn't actually his girlfriend. There was like some weird shit that went on.
It's weird, wild shit. So it is, this is just. The thing is, though, you see video of dude getting shot by the cops. That they gotta be able to prevent that. Yeah.
Yeah, you would think.
Like, there's like 3 of them. There's one dude, he didn't seem that big. He seemed pretty small. I think they got tased.
Yeah,
that seems like but who knows? I don't fucking
That's a hard arm kicker quarterback. I used to always say that. That's crazy. Then it's like, get a phone right now. If you all got a phone call, there's a dude with a knife outside. Let's go stop him. You're like, all right, my hands are like hands or tasers. You're like, all right, yeah. See what happens. That guy starts screaming and shit. So, I don't know. But I don't know, man. It's definitely people how quick they are to jump to like every single black person that's shot by the cops. There's people in America who will be like, all of those cases are bullshit. It's like, dude, through reading a couple stories, you've discerned, judge, jury, executioner were like, no, that was all bullshit. Then the other side is like, no, they were all completely,
I looked at it for 5 minutes. I can tell you the answer.
Exactly. It's like, it's shitty, but it's like, dude, does it really affect you in a way that you need to put your mind, body, and soul into right now, or is this thing being perpetrated by the media, or perpetuated by the media to sway you politically? You know what I mean? It's like, is it fucked up? Yes. Is it your business? I don't know. Probably not. I'm a 23-year-old white chick from Iowa. I'm gonna watch the news and dedicate my life to it. It's like, you're fucking retarded. Yeah. Excuse me.
Pardon me. We're working on
it. You're tight.
God bless you. Yeah, act like it's a sneeze every time. That's fine.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't.
It's jump. We're getting jump. Jump. You know what I've been working on? What? History stuff.
Hell yeah, that's all.
That's all you gotta do.
It's a vortex, dude.
You know who actually might be the man for Custer?
Okay. The guy who killed all those Indians?
Indians killed him.
Did they kill him?
Yeah. So, you didn't see the full footage.
I think he could have lassoed them.
He could have lassoed a couple, but they ended up, they got him pretty good.
That was his last stand, right?
He had a last stand. He was standing. So he was Sitting Bull fucking got his ass. Sitting Bull rules. Custer actually rules. A lot of people don't know Custer's a man because there's that version of history where it's like any white imperial man is bad. It's like, nah, dude, that guy fucking rules. Custer slaps. Custer slaps, dude. They're like, he finished last in his class at West Point. He was an arrogant dickhead. It's like, bro, he was having fun. He was first off, I'm reading about Custer. I'm like, shh. Me and Custer are pretty much the same. Just Mr. Cool, dude. Just Mr. Cools, bro. No, Custer was like hot. Well, he wasn't hot. He looked like he kind of looked like Ben Foster. He had the hell or high water. Okay, crazy brother. Yeah, kind of looks like him with like long hair. Baller, dude. Baller. It's hot as hell. He did some American shit though. After the Civil War, when they won the war, Grant hated him. My dog, Grant. Ulysses. Yeah. Why did he go? Ulysses? Ulysses? No. Ulysses one. I was trying to remember how you said that. I used to call him Ulysses. 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 I used to call him Ulysses Grant. I think the S. Yeah. So on the parade on the way to the White House in D.C., they're having a post fucking Super Bowl parade. The boys were walking down. Grant was out front. Everyone's like, Grant's the fucking man. All of a sudden, Custer's horse just took off to the front of the line, and everyone was like, Custer! And Grant was like, that fucking bitch, dude. Who does that?
That must be so funny.
Who does that?
So he raced his horse.
And then Custer was like, my horse freaked out in the parade. I couldn't control it. And then they were like, dude, you're literally the best cavalryman. You're the best horseman in the country.
So he made the parade all about him, but he stunted on the parade.
Custer started hard, dude. That's fucking awesome. But he saved Gettysburg. Saved it. Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. I think it was General Custer. right? He was 23. He ranked all the way up to brigadier general. 23 years old.
Yeah.
Wow. That's some kind of stuff.
Lemaire Snopes said if Custer saves Gettysburg.
It saves Gettysburg, dude.
Snopes like
Jeb Stuart also fly.
Yeah.
Jeb Stuart was the Confederate cavalryman. Connie Custer's, they were both dudes that kept it 100. They both fly, dude. Cowboy hats, feathers, fucking all the gallantry. And then Jeb Stuart fucked up Gettysburg for Lee. Was trying to sneak in behind him. The Confederate cavalry. Not if Custer has anything to say about it. What happened? Custer came out, he got the fucking Michigan boys fired up. They were outnumbered 4-1. Got the Michigan cavalry, he said, "Come on, you Wolverines," charged in there. We got a gay bitch. Excuse me. Hey, fuck. Excuse me.
the Michigan boy, he fired up
The other Michigan boys fired up. Said, "Come on,
Kyle Rittenhouse.
you got the Cowboys." Dude, also, this is, speaking of fat guys doing things, this is very funny. I was watching, trying to watch
KH fat,
bro. Kyle.
KR fat.
Yeah, he's a little chubby. I literally got called. Every single person that saw Kyle right now was like, "That was you, right?" Yeah. I tried to watch Gods and Generals. I think that's the name of it. It's the other there was Gettysburg. You remember the movie Gettysburg? Yeah. They made another one called, I think it's called Gods and Generals. Same cast, mostly, but it's about like, it's the most like, it's just like Confederate propaganda. That was just like a movie in the 90s.
It came out.
It's hilarious.
Confederates
It was all about how fucking sick the Confederates were, about like, we love this country and God and all. This is Virginia is my country, so just like, slavery is not good, but I love my country of Virginia. Like every single Confederate is like, I'm actually pretty good friends with my slaves. It's fucking crazy. And then
I don't know reading thing. I don't know.
They have like Stonewall Jackson in the movie.
I can't read either.
Yeah, it's like Stonewall Jackson's like best friends with a slave in the movie.
Is he really?
Yeah. And he's like, before at one point in the movie, he's like, "Hold my hand, Jasper," or whatever ridiculous name. He thinks Mr. Pebbles, hold my hand. Man, I respect that I won't let ride a horse, so hold my hand. And then he's like, "Let's pray together, Lord, end this scourge of slavery." Like, oh, it's just like, what the fuck is this?
Lord, bless these people I own.
Someday, let me, not be afraid to take a loss financially and freedom. But what was me laugh was they had a ton of reenactors.
Saying his presidency is Mexicans, he was like, "What?
Oh, you think? Oh, you heard my friend and sent me these Mexicans.
How much do they want? $3?
Pretty much free? Perfect. And I don't have to feel guilty."
Give him NAFTA, and he was like, "What?"
Thank you, Joe Biden, for giving us NAFTA, freeing us.
We can use other people's slaves.
What's that? You enforce the crime bill? So now we can use slaves in prison? Thank you, Joe Biden. But you TikTok dance so you talk to Cardi B? Oh, no guilt to you. Fucking, what was making me laugh is they use reenactors in both these movies, in Gettysburg and in Gods and Generals. Because they didn't really have good CGI in the 90s, so they just literally had full reenactments of these battles. But the only people that do reenactments are fat dudes. So for some reason, like
With ponytails?
like all the actors are like historically kind of accurate. Like they look like the generals are portraying. They're like skinny because everybody back then was fucking skinny.
Yeah.
Nobody was fat.
Yeah.
Especially in the South.
You gotta be like a millionaire.
Yeah. And which is hilarious because in like 2 generations, everybody in the South is fat. It took like 2 generations from like skinny farm boys to just obese.
It's high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, they got fucked.
There's like, that's another.
But yeah, we come from
Pretty great. Dude, actually, speaking of the epidemic of fatness, Lemaire's suffered a fat attack.
Oh, you bring up Lemaire's fat attack?
Lemaire said it wasn't a fat attack.
It is 100% a fat attack.
I'll give you the version.
Before we go any further, I will say this. High school football, every single year kids suffer from a fat attack. And it's the funniest thing in the world. You remember this when the pussy kids on the team would be like, I'm having heat stroke. And they'd have to sit in the gator. Under the shade. Fat attacks on a football field.
Fat attacks are real.
And then occasionally dudes would die from fat attacks. Every year across the country, a bunch of dudes die from fat attacks in practice. But every year, kids, I do. One of them listens to this. One of my friends had a fat attack, and I know he listens to this. They taped ice across his chest. He had to sit in the gator with his shirt off.
Yeah, you need. They're like EpiPens or
Nugs.
Instead of the defibrillator, you need like a fan for a fat attack. You're like, oh, hold on, let me blow some air, turn it up. No, we need high. Turn it up to high, doctor.
So Lemaire, you got sent to the gator, dude. They had to put you under a tree.
This was a story I heard. It was that the place was packed, right? So already it's packed, summertime. The threat levels for fat attack are high. So Lemaire pulls up.
You should have that on the news. Like the weather channel be like, today's fat attack probably is red. Might want to powder your balls, fats.
Powder your balls, keep a towel handy to dab your head.
If you're black, you can carry a towel, which is nice.
I saw a guy dabbing his head today.
If you're white, you must wear shorts and Crocs.
Yeah, so Lemaire, the story was, you rolled up, it was sweltering, it was crowded, and then
showed up uninvited.
Good friend of
Correct me if I'm wrong, uninvited.
No, he was warned. He was warned. Our friends were like, Lemaire, it's really crowded here, it's really hot. You can come, but it's going to be kind of miserable.
So his friends were like, good chance you're going to have a fat attack. I'm not going to say it, but it's hot up here. It's not built for the things.
Yeah.
The fats.
You were discovered on the steps of this place. Am I right? Sitting, not laying.
They didn't make it to the roof.
No, I think he went back in.
You can make like a video game out of like Oregon Trail. Just look there trying to get to a rooftop.
It was hot.
To stop and hunt for chips. If the dog did.
It gets even better. So the story I heard that I guess you went out there like, oh, it's too crowded, hit the steps, and then you were discovered by a friend of the podcast sitting there.
Friend of the podcast found you.
She was like
concerned.
It was like, dude, are you okay? And you were like, I don't feel well. Said you went.
They got treated. They got to throw buckets of water on them. They got treated like a whale being transported to a different tank. They got to throw water on them.
Lemaire was then transported to the owner's bed. And laid in the owner's bed. Fans on. Did you have a cold towel? I believe there's a cold compress applied. Ice, maybe?
You don't know? You were like,
there was ice. You fatted out. There was ice. Your Honor, I fatted out. I don't recall. There was ice. I think the person applied ice. And you laid it
to his brow.
Joe, thank you. Yo, Lemaire, quick question. I mean, we'll get off the...
Look at your pride right now. I see your pride.
I don't have any pride.
Admit you're attacked.
I was being a cool guy.
You being Mr. Cool?
I was being Mr. Cool.
How cool?
I was at the punchline before.
Oh,
being
that's
Mr.
cool.
Cool.
Yeah.
Andy and Nate, and I had like 3 or 4 scotch and sodas.
You can't drink. Do you drink?
I drink a little bit.
I feel like I've never drank with you.
No, we have to.
Now we drink on the mobile.
True. At least bullying white executives.
So you had a couple scotch and sodas.
Then it goes to the roast battle. Very nervous. Get upstairs.
What are you nervous about?
Because I didn't think I'd get in. And then we get.
Oh, because it was full capacity and they said don't come.
Yeah, more
You can't let you in.
Yeah, but what else are we gonna do?
That's a Mr. Cool move. I know you did big time to everybody there. You know me.
More scotch and sodas.
I'm Shane's producer.
I didn't say nothing. I didn't say anything.
So you ran to your car and grabbed a knife.
And Matt's wife was there to stop you.
Andy was on the roast battle, so I followed them. Andy was on it, so I came with him. And then they had this drink in the back that was like wine, and I don't know. It was I drank a bunch. I drank a bunch.
Sangria.
It was Jones. I drank a bunch.
Sangria to Madrid. I'm going back to Madrid, dude. I'm getting some sangria. A little fall, you get to walk through the streets and the marketplaces, they just label you some fucking,
You gotta go.
sangria.
You gotta go back.
I said,
You're back in a full like old school country, like a little.
I'm going back baggage. I'm going full bag.
Oh, you respect that.
The fascistas will be like, fuck yeah, dude, get this guy in here.
So there, so you go in there, shoulder to the punch bowl.
You can't
elbow your way to the punch
shit
bowl.
face.
I came in drunk, dude, and I started power drinking, and then the show was over, and I was like, I gotta go on the stairs, I'm sweating, and I threw up, and I went to sit down, and then Kyle
Threw up? Ew, you threw a punch?
I threw up, it was like a lot.
Yeah, but you threw up there's food.
Yeah, it was.
Hope you're rubbing off beforehand.
Yeah, you do. What were you grubbing on? Chipotle, scotch, and jungle juice in a fucking hot stairwell. That's like a pressure cooker, dude. That's like they put that's what those kids. That's Boston Marathon. They just put Chipotle and scotch in a Lemaire, set them on the sidewalk, and they exploded.
So you hit the steps, puke.
After I puke, I hit the steps. I was on the steps because I was waiting for the bathroom to open up and waiting for nobody to be there so I could go puke, but then I was covered.
Good friend Kyle Fox discovers you.
Yeah, a lady found him.
Oh my god.
Hey, what are you doing here? Oh my god, are you suffering from a fat attack on the steps? No, it's Chipotle. That's a fat attack, dude. Don't try to blame fucking pre-existing conditions.
That's true. It's like a COVID test.
It's a COVID test.
You have a little bit of COVID. So you're discovering on the steps. You did take refuge. You St. Francis of Assisi in someone else's bed. So your feet,
You rested up and they laid me to rest in someone's bed.
He was in a fevered state. In his fevered state.
Dude, just putting a fucking like sweaty dude you did invite to a party in your bed. I fucking hate you for this.
Sneakers on?
I didn't lay in the bed. I laid on the side.
I can't believe you assumed he was wearing sneakers, but go ahead.
No, I'm saying.
Yeah, they were. The side of the bed. I didn't put my feet on the
Were
bed.
you wearing your tennis shoes? Your finest tennis shoes. You didn't put your feet on the bed.
No.
You remember that. You don't remember it.
I remember Kyle.
You remember the thing where you were polite. That's what you remember.
I remember Kyla guided me to the bed, and then she left.
Did you think you were getting something?
No.
You're like, damn, girl, you got that. You move quick. She found you in the stairwell. Was like, come on, get to the bedroom. Damn.
Quick, you have 24 hours. So how did you recover? What happened?
I laid down for like 10 minutes, and then went upstairs on the couch, talked about basketball, and then I drove home.
Fat attack. You recovered in 10 minutes.
That's not good.
No.
But man, no more driving. Drinking and driving? Come on. Come on, man.
Did you Uber, dude? Come on, man.
The age of Uber? Come on, man. That's crap.
It happens, dude.
That does happen. You're talking to Mr. Cool himself right now. Obviously, that happens, dude. I've Mr. Cooled out. I was recently. Mr. Cooled out on like Wednesday.
Did you really?
Yeah. What day? Tuesday? Never mind. Mr. Cooled out on. Fuck.
Sometime.
One of these days.
Yeah.
It's all blurred, dude.
What'd you Mr. Cool on?
Went out with my friend who happens to be a POC.
Yeah.
We met up with another POC. So it was me and two POCs. And we had fun.
Were you guys cooled out?
We were all three of us were cool as fuck.
Damn.
Shout out Andre. Andre, good pal, dude.
Yeah.
Friend of the cast. He's probably listening to this right now. Something you need to know about Andre. He scored a touchdown in the Rose Bowl. Wow. Come on now. Damn, dude. That's the type of squad I roll with. Only elite boys. Yeah. Come on.
So you guys were Mr. Cool.
Then we were all of us Mr. Cool. Really? Yeah. No, it felt even worse. Continue to feel worse. When am I going to grow out of it?
The Mr. Cool stage? It's tough.
It's coming. It's coming.
When you're in the Big Apple,
It's coming.
well, it'll be such a monumental change, dude. If you completely get out of Mr. Cool,
You evolve into it. If I got out of being Mr. Cool,
it's Phil
I'd
Gillis.
be full-time and now I'd be full-time. Well, that is
Full-time Phil Gillis. Phil Gillis, he's still Mr. Cool.
He's Mr. Cool every night.
Yeah, I forgot. I've read a drink.
He stays Mr. Cool. Actually, his Mr. Cool is easily my favorite version of my dad. Just him being drunk is my favorite version. Which I guess is pretty fucked up now that I think about it.
Just having a good time.
Him having a good time. Because he's never me Mr. Cool. He's always Mr. Cool.
Yeah, it's kind of the curse of having like a pleasantly drunk Irish dad. It's like, nah, he's actually pretty awesome.
Yeah, exactly. It kind of rules. If you quit drinking, I'd actually be sad. It was like if I had like a serious dad, but you know, you just gotta trade like 20 years of life to have a cool dad.
Dude, my grandfather drank every day. He lived till he was like 85. He was dementia. He lost it there for a little bit towards the end, but you know.
Oh man, I can't believe how good it looked. Where are we at now? We got. Alright, we're gonna switch over to the Patreon.
Yeah. What do you got? Plug it up, bro.
Yeah, this weekend I'll be at Wise Guys in Salt Lake City. Please come to that. Please come to all these, especially the Minnesota one. I think that's gonna be my toughest one.
You think so?
Minnesota is gonna be bad for me. So this weekend is Salt Lake City. Next weekend's Phoenix. Weekend after that's Minneapolis or Bloomington, wherever the Mall of America. I'm gonna be at the Mall of America. It's gonna be a dark, depressing week. That Minnesota gig, I believe, is gonna be rough. Please show up to that. Otherwise,
Bombing in the Mall of America before people would be so fucking funny.
if I have to,
We're in the Mall of America.
Mall of America, just bombing. I think that'll be depressing, but it'll be fun though. It'll be a good stretch. I rented a car from Salt Lake. I rented a truck, a small truck. I drive along the Rockies down to Phoenix. Come on, man! I probably don't know geography. I'm not near the Rockies at all. But I think the Great Canyon's on the way.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna stop at that. Take a look at it.
Down that.
Take a look. Say, all right. Let's check out. For sure. Exactly how I imagined. And I think I'm going to go to Sandhouse for a couple of days. Be Mr. Cool. Yeah, there's 3 weeks of Mr. Cool.
That's capital.
That's my coolest.
True.
I'll be Mr. Cool.
Yeah, man.
But, yeah, come to all if you can. If you live in any of those shitholes that I just named. From Utah, Arizona, or Minnesota. Fucking losers. But alright, we're gonna switch over to Patreon where I plan on attacking my good friend Chris O'Connor over his political views.
Nice. I think we can short up some solid points on this one. We don't know.
We don't know shit, and anybody who thinks they do is stupid.
Yeah, I would say this. I would say that people just slow it down before they.
Knock it off. That's our political opinion.
That's something I've been doing. I like every morning I sit in a chair. And it's not even meditating. I just strip myself down to sit mode, where I just sit in a chair and I'm like, I'm just sitting in a chair. Anything that's bugging me is just some weird shit that I'm perpetuating into my own life. And I go upstairs and I'm saying to myself,
what if it's when you've done wrong, like when you dose Jet?
well, again, I thought it was funny. I mean, dude, it was one hit. I mean,
I don't know acid, so you could have been like, that's crazy, and I'd be like, oh.
It's not a welcoming thing. It's also like, it's not a lot, but it's also like if somebody's.
He's never done it.
There's an inherent. Yeah, it's just scary because, like, I remember I used to like handle like decent amounts of acid. It's scary. Like fucking big thing of it, so it's like, you know,
I think Jay was on the same page as me, where it's is this what we're doing now?
Yeah,
like where it's just a moment of like, are we more outrageous than comedy?
It's junk. It's junk.
That was crap junk.
It's one hit though,
but it was very funny.
Yeah,
it's funny junk.
It is
not junk to be fun.
It must have made the night very entertaining.
The podcast was great.
Podcast was great.
Except I felt like a freaking horse's ass when I woke up though.
To teach you what I
showed my ass. I was screaming the whole episode. Talking over everybody.
You were on acid. You were on acid. What are you gonna do?
It didn't take me. I was not on acid. Yeah. No, I was just Mr. Cool screaming over people.
Dude, I did that when I was younger. I made a gigantic weed cake and gave it to one people. I'm not proud. I'm not proud, but you fucking.
You really dosed.
Dude, I legitimately was coming from a good place in my heart. I was like, I love weed. These people just don't know they do yet. And I shared it with everybody, and 911 got involved. It was bad, dude. It was 911 got involved. Pretty bad.
You have to be like, yeah, who did it? Who's the son of a bitch who did it?
Somebody dosed me. I was like, someone gave me a cinnamon cake, and I thought I'd share it with you guys. Oh, yeah.
Like some black guy.
That is what really happened.
Some fucking black guy gave me the cinnamon cake. I know, this is that son of a bitch there.
I bought it. There was a Muslim gentleman selling turtles and cinnamon cake.
Oh, yeah, that was back then. That was back then. We were afraid of Muslims.
It was a black Muslim gentleman.
I think it was Al Qaeda.
Selling bean pies.
I think it was Al
cinnamon
Qaeda.
cakes. Yeah, dude, but I learned the hard way. That was like,
People are not happy about it.
dude, I felt really bad. I mean, it was like, again, if you're a youngster, it sounds like this will be so fun. I love weed, therefore they.
That's what I was saying. Like, I went through this whole thought process of like, I don't think I would care.
Yeah.
If that happened to me, I'd be like, oh, this will be fun.
Yeah.
I think.
You have a hardy constitution. You have a hardy mental constitution, though.
What do you mean?
You can handle. I'm saying you can handle yourself. You have a very hardy constitution.
Yeah,
It's a good thing. It's a mental constitution. The fact that someone can say, I just see you with LSD, and you're like, we'll see where this takes me.
Yeah.
That that's a strength. A lot of people, I might
What about all that gay guilt I have?
it's, I think it's well placed to be like, yeah, I shouldn't. It's just a little.
I should have done this. Like one of my mentors that helped me. This guy who really helped me, and his girlfriend who's been.
Yeah, well, you're also nice. Everything's magnified too, because it's like not like it just happened in like a one-bedroom apartment somewhere. It's like
It's 100,000 fucking people.
Yeah, but it's also again, you weren't the total agent of cause. That you didn't completely.
I know.
And you're not really a psychedelic dude. So you don't, I don't know if you've spent like long, hard hours and like horrible, terrible trips, and it's
No.
exactly. So it's like, no offense, dudes like you, it's just drugs,
Yeah.
it's spiritual. Strong on big cake spiritually, dude.
What a fucking treacherous act.
It wasn't even the fact that it wasn't the effect of the drug. It was probably like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen?
Yeah, I can't speak for him, but I think he was just bummed out that he took a beating during this whole election thing.
I heard
He took
Warren
just
turning back on him.
constant L's. Every week just happened, and then that's what made it funnier too. Like that's like because once you realize like Jay's the one getting hit. Yeah. Anytime he fucks up, it's just like, oh, it's even funnier. And Lewis is a fucking idiot.
I
So
want to
he's
win so bad.
Lewis got fucking killed him.
He lost really bad.
Lewis, he got 20%. Ari got 40%. But that was nothing. Jay got 10%. Jay got like 450 votes, dude. It was like sad. It was like uncomfortable. And then while he's giving his concession speech, Ari puts acid in front of his table, and I was just like, all right, we're doing this.
What happened? How did you? What's your involvement?
Well, I kept doing like moving shit, and then I knew it was coming. I could have, in hindsight, should have got it to Lewis. Should have found a way to get it to Lewis.
Get it back.
Very easily.
Get it back to the origin.
It would have been so easy to have given it to one of the waitresses, or like to the staff, which we were sitting next to. Be like, bring that out with the next round. I'll pretend that I'm with Lewis, making Ari drink, and be like, everybody should chug their beer. Get Lewis a beer. Yeah, we would chug it. He would chug it. Yeah, true. It would have been so easy.
Hey, look, man. When you're fucking in the pit, dude, you're making decisions on the ground. You can't kick yourself.
I know.
Man. You just have to dust yourself.
I know. I talked to Jay. Things are fine. I feel better. But I'm gay. That's my problem.
And man, it's better than watching someone get carried out by the ambulance screaming and shit.
Is that what happened with the cake? Oh my god, dude. So
I was 19, goddammit.
Did someone spaz like that? Was this at a party?
Couple of cake? No, it's just in my house. It was like a regular Tuesday night. Yeah, it was just a Tuesday night.
Oh, I thought the guy. Oh my god.
It was. First of all, a black Muslim gave me this cake. Let's say
Fucking black Muslim, dude. Booker Haram.
Exactly. This is Booker Haram. I think Godfrey actually.
Smiling heart.
I think Godfrey gave me this cake.
I think Godfrey, I believe, is Nigerian.
Godfrey used to sell weed on Texas campus. So but yeah, it was like I heard because I was like we all ate it. And I was like, dude, I'm just gonna fucking go. And I'm like, these guys all ate like 3 times the amount I did. And I was like, no. So then like my friend went over and was like, dealt with that. I heard about that situation. That was popping off. She just went home in person, and then my friend went over there, and that was like their parents got called from like drove. Like, it was bad. And then our other roommate, oh my God, you never told me this. I never told you this story? No. Dude, so then my other roommate, so there's like,
how dare you fucking cast stones at my dosing?
I wasn't.
How dare you? No, I know you didn't. I know you didn't.
So I'm telling you, it's gonna happen to anyone.
Yeah.
So that
anyone can do this at a time.
I was sitting there.
It's gonna happen to
Listening to
anybody.
Marty, we were just studying, and I was like, "Hey, check this out!" And I just completely derailed the study session. Like, you fucking sweet kid.
Oh my God, dude.
But I was chilling. I ate it. I'm having a fun time. I'm watching people just hit. Like, I forgot. I ate like a weed cake dose. A little modest piece. And this shit is good. I'm talking to people who've never even had weed ever before. So this was like, dude, and I didn't think about this. I'm like, look, weed's great. Everyone should do it. I like it. Same thing. Like, if I like it, therefore you should do it. Theory of mind. We're both fucking.
Yeah, it's like, it's fun.
Exactly. So, dude, so so I have my piece, and then like we're all watching the show, and I see my one roommate just being like, we're all just like friends, and he was like, like, holy shit, that guy's stoned. So out of everyone, I was like, we gotta call an ambulance. I went downstairs, so I go downstairs. My girlfriend at the time came over. I'm like, getting boozy and shit. I'm chilling. I'm like, man, this is great.
Just noticed the whole group of your friends that were over to study, and then you were fucking.
And then I was like, all right.
You were truly an evil hippie.
This was very evil hippie stuff. I was around.
You were an evil hippie.
It was my environment. That was my context at the time. So I was like, so I'm like, oh man. And then I get word from my one friend is like, yo, one person's freaking out. I think they're going home. And I was like, okay. He's like, I'm gonna go over there, make sure. I'm like, all right, cool. So I'm like, all right, fuck, that could be a problem. So I think I said I was like, yo, I got a situation and you gotta fucking chill. So I go upstairs to like assess the situation. That's when I saw the one guy just like, I'm like, oh shit. And I see that. Dude, but the funny thing, there's two other people had. Dude, this is the strangest fucking thing. It was like a 1950s psychology experiment. Like, they did all kinds of shit you're not allowed to do today. So, 3 people, one person, called the parents, had a total meltdown, called the parents, all this stuff, totally understandable. And then the other person just was quiet, just went downstairs to the room, not a fuss. I'm like, all right, we got one situation, I had 3 fires. The other person just having a blast watching, like, Everybody Loves Raymond or whatever on WWE. I'm like, that looks good. I look down, dude, I'm not lying. So there's another dude who comes out. He had a room that should have just been like a closet, but they made it a room, but it was pretty big. Yeah. So there's these bifold doors, and he comes in. It was like a sun room with bifold doors, and he comes out. And he's sitting like this, dude, on the fucking.
Yeah, I got you.
He's going like this.
With both legs.
It was one.
Oh, okay.
Sitting there like going like this, and then I'm like, I'm looking from like a perch from the second floor looking down on him because there was like a little cutout. You look down. I'm like, what's up, dude?
Overlooking your toast.
Yeah.
Just checking it out.
There was a cat. This place was sick. There's like a catwalk, and I'm looking down at him, and I'm like, what's up, dude? What are you doing, dude? I swear to God, he's like. I just ate all my cookies, and I don't know why. And I was just like, huh? And he just started going, oh, and he would roll on his side. He goes, oh. Dude, he was rolling around on the floor, just going, oh. An hour and a half, dude. Just wouldn't stop. Just being like, I don't. And I'm like, dude, you're fine. Apparently, they hit me too. I didn't know what was in it. We're all, look, it's just weed, relax.
You just be like,
look, I didn't know that kid had weed in it. I thought that was just a friend making me a cake, but apparently it was drugs. So I had to be like, dude, you're
what
fine.
we should do is not tell anybody, especially our parents. And we're going to get through this thing.
So, dude, all night, I'm just kind of like, look, actually,
I don't want to get my friend in trouble. You're not that type of guy. You're not a fucking snitch.
hey, man, you're okay. You'll be fine. And then we go downstairs. Actually, you know what? I actually don't even think at the time I said that. I think I said to a couple people, I split it up. It's very much.
I know what you're doing.
There was another guy, so all the next morning, we all congregated, we're eating breakfast. The only other guy who ate it was just kind of like, they're like, that one guy's like, I don't know, man. I think there was like something else in there. The one guy was like, high as fuck. With the most hate, by the way. The one dude who didn't infect him ate easily 3 times the amount of everyone else. He was like, I don't know what you guys talking about. I was fine. And just like didn't even affect me. Dude, I was besides my bloodshot red, and he was just kind of like, I think he just completely blocked the experience.
Like if you never got high and didn't know you were dosed,
He just went to bed.
it was just like 2 minutes. I'm fucking tired. It's like 4 p.m.
He just like watched some WB programming and then just hit the sack, woke up like, I'm fine.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking
So
about.
it's like, there's something the way your mind works. I think it's just kind of being able to be like, no, this isn't happening. Whereas other people being like, oh my god, I'm completely losing control. So he just somehow champed. If I had ate the amount he ate now, I'd be high for like 2 days. So it was definitely interesting. I mean, again, it was a horrible thing to do, but in terms of the,
You had a good social experience. He was just watching over it and trying to be like, let's not tell anyone, dude. Don't tell your parents.
I could have got a lot of trouble.
We gotta get,
Probably still can.
we gotta switch over to the thing.
Yeah, let's get out of here. But again, I don't want you to feel alone in the fact of doing
No, I appreciate it.
stuff that people psychologically.
Thank you. Join our Patreon.
We're doing a little bit of me and Shane are split by geography right now. We're both doing episodes. So there'll be 2 main episodes, 2 pages. That's how hard we go. Most people have thrown in some bullshit ass soon, but it's like, dude, let's just rip.
This is joint custody.
This is weekends right now.
That was actually the first thing I was gonna say. Was like we gotta talk about how Shane's not here and how it's okay. I'm tired. Every time Shane's not here, you have us on, or at least me. And I just listen. I know you guys love Shane. Shane loves you guys too. But
Stepdad. You're the stepdad.
I also love you guys, and I feel like if you just give me a chance.
You look at discombobulated, like, what the fuck? Trips them up. Well, usually it'll just be, I'll do it, Shane's doing it too. You're hard getting that.
2 Christmas podcasts, dude.
We still love each other, dude. We still love each other. It's just, things are complicated now.
Matt's getting cummed in by a new dad now. That's all.
Well, I thought this was Dad's house here, but that's fine. It's Mom's house.
Stoner dad's house, dude.
This is Stoner Dad's. Yeah, it's pretty sick. I love having Stoner Dads. Stoner Dads is such a sick podcast.
That could be like the Captain Planet, Joint Forces podcast. You're totally separate. It doesn't matter.
I mean, dude, if we could put all of our names together, we each get a name from each children, that would be pretty sick. I would cut off a third of my life. We had like all of our dicks. Like, I got like I don't know what we do. I just like guys that we power up again. Anyway, we can get together and power up this scale. Okay, so never mind. I would do that.
Yeah, I don't think I would.
Yeah, I don't think I would trade dicks with anyone else, or like pick up anyone else.
Oh hell yeah! Oh,
I'll trade dicks with either of you right now, but I don't think I'll blindly trade dicks with most people. Most people. True.
so full team is out. Join them up with your powers combined, with your birds combined.
It'd be funny too to trade birds and then just like, because I think a lot of times like the downward angle, I think I read this somewhere, like the downward angle of looking at your bird makes it look smaller than it actually is. So it's sucked to trade birds with someone and still make someone else's bird.
They need like the trying on sneakers mirror at bird height.
True.
Because you look down at shoes, every shoe looks bad.
You were like, yo, did you give me all of your dick? Because I gave you all mine. I just wanted to make sure.
You didn't leave some dick in the car? Go check.
Dude, so Wild West in your dick transaction, it was sucked. They tricked you and you're like, why is this thing?
You fed this thing before you waited. I know you did.
Purposely didn't drink any water for 2 days. They treated pigs. That'd be sick too. I trade dicks with fat people. And it's like they got all that extra dick hidden in your body, so you can get a good discount. Now I'm only rocking like 5 3/4.
That's a fixer upper.
I'll take it. I'll take it.
A little bit of keto.
Like 7.
That sucks when you get fat enough to have that acorn cap dick. You know what I mean?
Just what you're talking about, like when you're actually like a bowl.
That's my least favorite part of my body is the soft area directly above my dick.
Dude, how do you get rid of it, dude? It's like a fat pussy for dudes. That's exactly what it is. I was trying to figure out a way to say it because it's like
on women, it's kind of sexy.
Yeah, you little put it in your panties.
Yeah. I gotta get all the pudding out of my pants. I think if you adjust your planks all the time, get rid of your big fat. Or like you're trying to increase the just being creative. I just like sorry, my big fat goes right to my big fat.
Yeah. Until you get like low backs, though, that's the softest part of your body. Yeah?
Yeah, you don't
What's the benefit?
when you're contacting. You don't want like
I
don't elbow your wife because you don't have sex with her. You don't even
I think it's a good thing because it like guarantees clitoral contact. You're fucking visionary then.
That's true. I think that's what it is. I think it's like as your bird shrinks from being fat, you get more of a clitoral punch. It's an evolutionary thing. As your bird shrinks from being fat, it's just your body was all right. Well,
because like it used to be like powerful to be a fat guy. Like if you were fat, you were the king of the tribe or whatever, and you had extra fucking clit power.
I thought it was because like your brain can't let you think you're not tearing that pussy. So if you have that extra fat, it just sounds like you're crushing pussy. You're only putting the tip in.
there's a level of amateur porn that is usually like a fatter bald dude with like a big fat like script ice cream around his dick. Fucking, he's always banging like a Thailand sex slave too. It's always a Thai sex slave. It's like, oh, hanging out with a Thai chick. It's like, so trapped.
Those dudes always push from the bottom though. I give it up for those dudes. Those dudes always fuck up from the bottom. Harder than any check dude you'll see.
Well, you have to. So yeah, if you're gonna fuck up from the bottom, I think what that is I'm just on here. Obviously, I never do this, but it's like you don't want your dick to slip out. So you start fucking. You're like, go up while she's going up, chase her up, follow her back down.
Yeah. As opposed to being like, could you move a half an inch south so you don't snap my bird in half?
I think they do that on purpose, just to help you. Come all the way off it, and you're like, just like hovering. They'll go all the way above your dick, and come back there. You're like, fuck, that's not
like when you're throwing a baby in the air, you get a little bit of air.
I'll get air. It's like, dude, janking air on my bird.
Look, this is totally rad. I just need you to come.
I need you to not get air on my bird, please.
At least throw a 180 in.
Just buying rails on my dick. Just no manuals on my dick.
Yeah, no getting it. I hate when people get air on my bird. 720. Come back out and breaks my bird. Like,
I twisted my bird again.
yeah, the wife got air last night. Got about 4 inches air, came down.
I think of the A's man. Yeah, no,
I said, dude, you can get air. You want to get air out? That's fucking risky business.
It's terrifying. It's like refueling a jet in midair.
All the way out, all the way in, dude. That's more stuff. All the way out, all the way in.
That's strictly for dudes wearing sneakers.
You have to have a dick that wants to go crazy. It needs to be like a divine and rod until it comes out. It doesn't change. It just goes straight back in. It's like you need a dick that finds pussy.
All right, well, this is great.
I'll tell you what. All right, we're done. Thank you. See you on Patreon. Oh my God, we just watched some sick ass Republican propaganda. Pretty happy, man. I was on YouTube today, and I'm like, looking at it. This is the level of like election time propaganda we're under. You go on and just like Joe Biden's a fucking pussy, and you're like, can I just watch this shit? I'm trying to watch this. It goes back and forth with me, like Trump loves cows, Joe Biden's a pussy. And then I saw someone sent me on Patreon of that video I showed you guys. Jack Lefty's rapping down like how much he loves Trump.
Gun to Patriot.
Gun to Patriot. Oh, Mayor, I feel like that.
Trial.
I love
There's the full possibility that she may not even survive before
What is that?
trial.
Really?
It said Obamagate, but the
the
MAGA
capitalization.
was capitalized.
That's why I think they capitalized gay. That was my guys.
Yeah, they capitalized all of Mugate. They should have just done MAGA.
Or they capitalized Magi.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's pretty. I don't know, dude. I feel like the fate of our fake democracy rests in the hands of black voters. Everyone wants black votes.
Is that actually true? I'm starting to feel like it's a myth. Nothing means anything.
You think black people are fake?
Black people. Until I see one, I'm not just going to take your word for
So
it.
you think black people are the true Hebrews? I got some literature. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's also a conspiracy theory.
Melanated voters are a myth. True. Everyone says like it comes down to the black vote. It's like nothing comes down to anything.
Yeah, black people don't even know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of guilt with black people not voting. Old black ladies will be like, there's so much like, you get so much shit so you can vote, you have to vote, blah, blah, blah. My wife gets it a lot.
But they're the first
Who they might not vote.
they're like
Your secret state. No, I have no secrets. I'm mad, I have to go to work, I have to earn a living, and I'd rather work private income and get laid. Well,
Green chair.
That was the. Oh my God! I've been possessed by shame before.
These big names essentially come out.
Yeah, no, but I saw they were saying only 20% of the NBA is registered to vote, but I mean, I can't imagine that more than 20% of the NBA is white.
We're going to do something
I feel
about
like
this
those
before
numbers
it's too
are
late.
That's kind of racist. They're definitely, yeah. In out of those white guys in the NBA, I would say like 60% of them are from check the box.
Yeah, and the other 40% act like melanated voters.
Well, yeah, I mean that's I don't think the majority of the country doesn't vote. They did a poll in I think like 60 years.
I think the white players in the NBA are the black players.
Yeah, spit it out. 100%.
I just know because they're in their candidates, and with the guy players who want to just got. I think the white players in the NBA are like my white wife. She represents my black.
You vote?
No, she.
Yeah. My wife calls me from the voting booth, and I'm like, she's like, who should I vote for? And I'm like, we hear the name, do that one. She gets a lot of shit for not. Her mom's like,
Yeah, I get it. Your child is still very young, but eventually you're gonna give your child something that he'll have to save up for, and the second they stop using it, you're like, fuck. That's like 2 paychecks that you're just letting collect dust. That's how old black ladies feel about voting.
true, I can see that. Being like, what the fuck? Yeah, but dude, I mean, we're at the point now where it's like, they're being like, Joe Biden's weak, he won't get that. They're like, Trump's a fucking ass. Like, why does this
Get it, ad block.
It's also, I know. First of all, I have to.
Why do you even let the advertisers get to your eyeballs, let alone your brain?
I'm cheap about YouTube. I have like a bazillion subscriptions for $10 a month, and I can't do YouTube. But what's also like, why does some 70-year-old personality, like, why does the fate of the nation depend on somebody's personality? Like, Joe Biden's a fucking pussy, dude. He's like, okay, what's that? What are we talking? The issues can probably be broken down like mathematically by logic, but it's like Trump's a fucking dick.
Because you're not actually like voting on issues. You're not voting on anything, dude. All you're doing is like voting on who gets like the bigger share of like what the military contractors are gonna pay people to just do the shit that they want.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. They don't really even want the black vote. Because if they wanted the black vote, they'd be in there talking about which one gets more pussy, who has the better sneakers. Let me see your guns.
It's going to get there, dude. Right now, the geezers are getting pandered to.
Wait, what would you go after Trump for to win the black vote? So you can't say like, here's what I'll do. They're not gonna listen. When I say that, you know what I mean, right?
Oh,
what would your video about Trump be to get the black vote?
First of all, there's no way Trump can dunk or even slap backboard on the layup. He's not even slapping backboard on the layup, dog. Come at me.
What's next after that?
I mean, that's all I got.
Yeah.
That's my whole platform. Yeah, smack backboard.
Right now, Candace Owens and Cardi B are beefing right now, basically. They're both being like,
massive
I think
controversy.
Candace Owens, I think she fired first. Cardi B, Cardi B's illiterate, blah, blah, blah. She was like, Cardi B's, and like the fact that Joe Biden is like giving an interview with Cardi B of all
I didn't
people
even know
pandering.
what the
And
file was.
Cardi B gave a picture of
What
Trump.
comments
Like,
do you have
it's so funny.
on
Is Trump just going like, smiling into a camera? There's black people touching him and they're like spiritual rapture. It's pretty fucking sick. She's like, this is fucking weird. She's like, it's all fucking weird.
Yeah, dude, again, I just don't even observe.
I just want people to turn it
It's
off.
over. Yeah.
Like people send me shit about like, well, this and that. It's like, turn that shit off.
That's my next corner I'm turning. Like I've basically been cut off by all like the people who love or plan on voting for Biden in my life. Next, I need to have a serious talk with anyone I know that's like retweeting shit like that, like owns the Democrats. It's like, dude, we don't like this thing. Get the fuck out of here. It does not fucking matter.
Yeah, I've been trying to get my YouTube out. My YouTube, and it's funny because like I am whenever I see like a black conservative voting someone, I'm like,
So,
I'm not interested. Yeah, it is still funny enough to at least like spare a
Those are the best real videos.
trial Maxwell will
Typically, they're
throw some people under the bus, but they will be lower level people. And we know already that the quagmire of investigating people who have been cured who later became curers has been solved, because all those curers now, the alleged curers, are
it's fucking awesome to watch. But it's like, and again,
as well.
it's the same thing.
Who's
Watching
left
like,
for her to throw under the bus?
something
She can only go down.
Also, too, I'm wondering, like, are there gods anymore, or are they just like? I haven't seen gods anymore, but I do see a lot of ladies. I see like people who are like should be gods, but they just have like purple and blue hair now.
every woman between every white woman between 29 and 31 is God.
Are they like repping like the demonic spirit world still, or is it just justice?
I mean, they talk about that, but mostly they just complain and bitch about staying regular and shit like that. All boring old lady shit, and then also they have weird eyelashes and eyebrows, and they're like, shit. That's all.
So you still get some gods? I haven't seen anything. I see people who are like, in my head, I'm like, you look like you wouldn't be a god, but it's like, yeah, I guess they like stop operating.
And it's dark with my clothes up shop. All these fucking dumb bitches moving on. I'm not becoming a Mumia guy, by the way.
What?
I think I'm becoming a Mumia guy.
What's Mumia?
Jamal? You guys don't know about Mumia? Fuck, I was hoping you guys would know all about
The
Mumia.
guy that shot a cop?
Supposedly, he was convicted for it, but there's still...
Oh, it's free the Mumia.
There's controversy. Yeah, I'm going to be a free Mumia guy. Just try it out. See what happens. It's not bad. I mean, if nothing means anything, I might as well just do the dumbest, weirdest shit I can do.
Yeah, there should be a little thing. I'm gonna like start like little starter kits instead of you like produce orders. It's just like here's like here's all the stuff.
There's your subscription box. Here's your new weird shit for the month. There's your crybaby box. You get really upset for 30 days. Never talk to half the people you know again.
The sixth
I don't think we're supposed to be
trial
watching
date is moved.
stuff. I don't think we're supposed to be trying to care about
Which
stuff.
side would reflect that? Do you think
Within our
on what grounds?
as far as
And is there a possibility that
Absolutely not.
California, it's like, dude, that sucks. If I was in California, I'd be very upset about this. Like, frankly, I'm not affected by it. It sounds selfish, but I truly don't care. Like, I see it, it's fucked up. If I know somebody there, I'm like, oh my god, you okay? It's like, it sucks. It's fucking horrible. But I have too much stuff on my plate. I can't worry about fires. Even halfway across, even if it was like Western Pennsylvania,
Yeah.
my plate's full. Fuck off.
I would love to know, like, there's probably a couple different levels of work. Something like geographically and, like, emotionally, how far is my radius of giving a shit?
Mine's like 4 blocks. California's on fire.
including
Okay,
this
can I still get
interview?
pictures?
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's like no more avocado.
Trial.
I mean, dude, don't get me wrong. If it was useful, I would pretend to give a shit about a lot more stuff. But I don't think it's actually very useful. If anything, it probably makes me more useless. I become like a drag on the people that like depend on me and care about me. So it's like I'm kind of doing everyone a favor by not pretending to give a shit about stuff.
Like stay useful, don't care.
Yeah.
Also, like you said, if I was over, if like my mom was like being engulfed in flames as we speak, and like, man, it's fucking horrible. Because like, do you truly, you know, nobody who's getting burned up there. Like it's just, I don't know. To me, maybe
It depends on where she's engulfed by flames. True. I mean, I'm here. You know,
You said you used to
people call me about the news. Like, everything's so fucked up. It's like, dude, turn away. It's like,
and
how big of a problem is it? Shut that show off. Like, dude, I watch a lot of small. I start hitting you guys with like crypto, Tony, and facts, all this stuff. That you start let you know what's going on.
Yeah, I would say.
It's like, turn it on. There's fucking red crypto. Turn it off.
If you were in a position in life where like your boss can be mean to you and it'll ruin your afternoon, you have no obligation to give a shit about anything that you can't see, like right in front of you in real life. The further you try to like solve the world's ills, I think the deeper of a hole you get into until you're just like a boring old guy who really never did actually anything for anybody, and you're just waiting to die.
Yeah, that's why you need to have kids that you know exactly where your problems are.
Yeah. Although you are creating some problems for yourself.
And those problems you create. You know, it's like, but now you know exactly where they are, so you don't have to make up other problems. You know, like my problems are with kids.
Yeah, like if you're, it's true. If you're like your life's cause, you're like, what you're talking is you're like, we have to free Uganda. It's like,
don't you think it's like, I think it is funny that you have people trying to solve all of like the ills of the world while also kind of trying to have a normal life, or like trying to like be an artist. It's like, here's my new song, by the way, ACAT. And then they have to like list all of like their causes. It's like, well then how did you make anything? Did you stop caring about that stuff? What you didn't care about? You weren't saying ACAT while you wrote a song? Yeah. It's also funny. What is my
you guys? It's sad, but I can't pretend that I'm like shocked. When I see anything that's not like, dude, there was like helicopters flying above me, like stores getting blew in, and I was in my house, it's kind of like, so, you know, this will end in a couple weeks. You know, maybe I'm a fucking asshole.
Dude, there was 6 gunshots. I was woken up by 6 gunshots last night, and I ran to I have a big bay window in the front of my house. I ran to my window, and I couldn't see anyone that was upset about it. And I couldn't see any, like, smoke. And I didn't see any sirens. I was like, am I going to go outside? I just went back to bed. So someone potentially was shot 6 times with an earshot of my front door. And I couldn't, I was like, I got a lot to do tomorrow. I went back to sleep.
I wonder what yeah, I think that would help people big time. It's like, turn off the news. You know, stop worrying about it. It's like, dude, Biden's hiding this peace. There's no way. It's like, dude, okay.
Dude, the Dems are going to blow this. Like, who cares, dude? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter to you. It's never mattered to me.
Exactly.
My guys, back when I gave a shit, my guys, like, won elections, and, like, I got to watch, like, mathematically my life get worse because of things that they did. And I was like, I kind of gave a shit about the wrong thing there. I should put those resources somewhere else in my life.
Dude, I say, this is the new party lines. I feel like girls are Democrats, boys are Republicans. We just rock it like that. Okay, Democrats for girls, Republicans for boys, and then just let it rip. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be political, but I think Democrats are for girls. Democrats are for girls, Republicans are for boys. Let's all get along and move on. If you're a boy, you're a Democrat. Stop being a girl. Become Republican.
Like, isn't it weird that also that they kind of think that like once one side, they think that one side's going to eventually win everything, and there's not going to be the other side.
One side wins everything, and that's a fucking totalitarian regime. So it's never going to happen. You get like, you get Bush in office, and then all, they kind of lies about weapons of mass destruction. Kind of invades a country and kills hundreds of thousands of people, and everyone's like, you're a war criminal. And now everyone says war criminal, something like that. But it's like, then that happens. Then, now it's like Bill Clinton, and then there's a bunch of scandals with him. So it's like, Bush fucked us up so bad, I want to take us here. Then the next Republican leader after Clinton Clinton is like, Clinton fucked up the country. I'm gonna, and they trade back and forth. So both people are about to be like, it's on. It's never on. Just stagnated. Just getting fucked left, right, and center. The narrative right now is that like black people are being hunted by the police. White people are about to get like completely dumped on by communists. Both parties are saying like, yo, you guys will die if we don't win. That's the state we're in right now. It's like neither of those are going to happen. You guys it'll be the same old shit as it's always been. Year after year, they're just hyping up the fear factor in everybody. There's so many fucking like I think like 7 years ago they did a poll. And they were like, do you think the government makes decisions in your best interest? I think 30% of so then that was before Obama. So then Obama came, and all of a sudden it's like if you're like, yo, I think the government's full of shit, people are like, you're a fucking twat, dude. Like you love Trump, all at once. So then I think the government psyoped us to get, people have faith in government. Now if you're like, dude, I'm not wearing a mask, they're like, what are you doing, a fucking piece of shit? And it's like, I get not wearing it, but it's like, dude, literally 7 years ago, I forget, people can look it up. There was a poll, and it was like 70% of people were like, yeah, that's bullshit. Now, if you say that, now it's come out where if you're like, yo, the government's full of shit, it's like, fuck you, dude, what are you, conspiracy theorist? Vote for it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I liked it back when we all thought the government was full of shit. Yeah, it's better. Yeah. Like science used to be, and we used to know. Remember back when we were
Yeah, what are you talking about?
I mean, not
We're talking Bill Nye or Neil deGrasse.
Well, let's talk about
show your map. Show your work. You've seen nothing. But I will tell you that selling tickets to the number of maybe 10,000, selling tickets to the number of 0, has a mathematical and financial difference. And it's not going to be borne by Long Beach. It's going to be borne by us. It's not going to be borne by Long Beach. I've never heard that kind of passion for wind before. But you thought he was finished. We don't say, oh, this is an Olympics where we have so many more events in Los Angeles that we had made before.
Actually, I spent a weekend with him
That's
as an
not
experiment. I slept
that's not my
with
argument. My
When we
point
still lived
is
with
that
her, she was
moving
away on
sailing to
vacation.
San Pedro
And it was just like a very cool year. Well,
is better for the sport of sailing. It's better for safety and security. It's better for the viewer.
Yeah.
It's better for Los Angeles. It's better for us
I've
financially.
had a couple. Yeah. Okay.
When we say this has been studied and
So
studied and studied,
he's
this
told
has
his
been studied.
story.
Show your map.
He has told his story before, right? Like that guy
What
Bud
I'm asking
Hopkins.
today,
well,
vote yes
I
to
haven't
this
seen
amendment.
his book.
It
So
says
what?
we will
So,
vote amendment
no,
plan.
but the Bud Hopkins.
I'm not going to question whether we should go to
That
Oklahoma
was
City
what
softball,
David basically,
but I do question what
like
this
a lot of
plan is
building
for the state.
events, didn't have access to all the memories.
And instead of some back room, a couple of pros making this decision somewhere,
This book in the bookstore. Started reading it.
let's do
and there was
something
a
for
chapter
sport.
called Other Women
Let's
of
do
the
something for the Olympic
About
movement. Let's do something for Los Angeles. Most importantly, let's do something for the
as
spectators.
soon as he started
There
reading
will be
it,
nobody in the
all
other
of the
venue.
memories started to crystallize
Thousands of
again.
people in this venue.
They all came
I'm going to ask you
clear,
for an eyeball.
and
Here's the thing.
that's
Councilman Tim Oscar why? Sort of. LA28 has revised its venue plan, and now sailing events at the 2028 Olympics will be shared by
yeah,
Long
it
Beach
gets more
and Superior
bananas.
St.
Yeah, the children part was
Port of LA and Customers District will host 6
there's
events,
I've been up
including
from
DE, STIF,
that's
XDP,
true.
and
And then there's and it's
multi-hall.
with another
Now, I
level
don't know
of
what any of those words mean,
reality,
but I know
that.
we're
But then
going
there's
for them in
I've had
2028.
lots
Not
of
Long Beach.
hybrid
And
with
that's why
aliens
amongst
that
reports for
see
this
them
week, I'll be
held
back all week
with
long the
spaceship.
news and chatting
like,
with your favorite
wow,
host right here on
yeah,
KFI.
I can't
We'll be back for our regular show next Saturday, every
say
Saturday
I
from
believe
7
anymore.
to 9 o'clock at night.
But I still
in
I
the
want
meantime,
to
at Mike Knox LA on X, Insta, and TikTok. That's at MIC LA. Shoot me a message anytime. This is KFI AM 640.
Yeah.
to imagine. Maybe that's just
What was your first take dealing with this guy? First meeting down. What was your first reaction?
totally disarmed by so down to earth, so
Officials in
nice,
Texas have confirmed almost 80
normal,
people have died flooding
plugged
there.
into the world,
Chief
like
Wim Pitt
politics
is
and
the Texas
everything.
Division of
I
Emergency
would
Management
watch
says the
this
recovery phase is
and meet all
now
his
starting.
neighbors, and they all loved him.
they all
That
just
is
thought
a
it was
free
like
clean
around
on the street. That is open
years
road.
going to
That
a
is
place
not
work
mean
that
we
you're
are no
the
longer
best
doing search
for
for
because
because we
now
still are.
have these voices and
Federal,
talk about
state, and local agencies are actively
So,
doing water,
I was
ground,
getting
and
this
air
impression
rescue
that,
operations.
you know, maybe
Two
we
kids
go
who
there
were able to get away from the flooding are Ruffin Boyette and his little brother Pierce.
but
Ruffin says his cabin flooded, but not as bad as some others.
wow, and that cognitive dissonance starts to happen. So, normal, you're not going to write off.
Authorities say at some point soon, their search and rescue efforts will have to turn to recovery. Crew members have had to abandon a ship set on fire by a series of attacks in the Red Sea. A British security firm says it fears bomb-carrying drone boats hit the Greek-owned bulk carrier as it was targeted by small arms and rocket-propelled grenades.
Supernatural sci-fi.
Yemen's Houthi rebels are suspected as being responsible.
His obsession
Billionaire Elon
with
Musk has announced the formation
paranormal
of a new
sci-fi
political
movies
party,
started
the
before.
America Party. He says he's formed a party to give
Those are
freedom
true
back
stories,
to people.
At
Before
what point,
announcing
because
the formation of the
in the
America Party,
documentary,
Musk
make a
said he
connection,
would start a
or
new
one of the
political
guys
party
you're
and
interviewing
spend
makes the
money to
connection, saying
unseat
that
lawmakers who supported
he's
President Trump's
experienced, his
tax
real life
spending bill.
experiences people have
Lululemon, soon at
directly
Costco.
affect
The company known for its athletic
science
clothing is
fiction
accusing Costco of
and
selling
it's
lower-priced
a
food
cycle
kits of
of
some of its
science fiction
popular
stories
apparel. Lululemon claims Costco has
real
unlawfully
life
traded on its reputation, goodwill, and sweat equity
So,
by selling unauthorized
you
and
have a
unlicensed
timeline of
clothing
the
that uses knockoffs. In the
started
lawsuit filed in
collecting
California, Lululemon
stuff
shows
with
the alleged
Yeah,
design
so
similarities of its
is
products
that
to
seems to happen
Costco's as
later
well
in
as
the
price
year.
differences. One example is that Lululemon sells a hoodie for $118, while a Costco version sells for about $8. Deborah Mark, AFI News.
where it's like
Like
Kurt Russell,
Monica
and
Evans,
it's like
ash has fallen from the skies
like
over Detroit.
monsters.
It was
Well,
part of the
the
dying
first
fish
version of that,
wash
the
owner
original version of
Daryl
that
Thomas.
came out.
He wanted to share his money with the people of Detroit. So after he died a couple weeks ago, at the age of 58, his sons rented a helicopter and on Friday, during his funeral, dropped $5,000 in cash and rose petals from high above the city. The sons say it was the final expression of love from their dad to the community he loved. Amy King, AFI News.
Things that you're seeing.
A music
But
icon
still
has
back
brought down the
in,
curtain
you know,
on his
in the-
performing career.
That's in the 50s.
Brian Clark says the Oasis
There was
reunion
kind of
wasn't
like
the only massive
to
music event in
like it was
England
like
this weekend.
or to do those over the night. Probably
Ozzy Osbourne was added later when Osbourne settled the final live performance of his career in their home city, Birmingham, England.
Remember because of it.
Osborne is 76 years old and has Parkinson's
Ryan,
disease.
you have time.
Let's
Yeah,
go to
a lot of his
that's
stories
clear
are his
number
drawings
one
very
in
similar to
downtown
a lot
LA.
of other popular events.
Good news.
Just
It's
have
passing the freeway of
Right,
110,
yeah.
northbound
I don't know
at
how much
8,
of that
stall has cleared
Again, the
beyond
grade
that
definitely
down
is
to 110.
but
Also downtown,
insectoid
that Notre Dame is
yeah.
just letting out
Yeah,
the
yeah,
went
and-
down to
and-
the Astros flag one, and I am definitely seeing some
Those
slowing
things
on the
were
five. They
did
had also
like a
both directions.
like
Like
here's
yourself,
some
some
Dr.
extra drive out that way.
episode that he saw
Downey on the
that
105 westbound
he
after
mentioned he saw it.
Bell Flopper, got a stall.
Memory. I watched it. It's like
way
jumping
and now for a tow
truck.
truck.
That's sort of like
blocked. Tustin on
And
the
so,
5 southbound.
again, it might be that he had the
Vehicle accident, right lanes are blocked there. And in Irvine, still working on that accident on the 5 southbound
I had
before Maine.
mapped
It's
that
a
onto
2-vehicle accident and
Yeah, it also reminds me of the Travis
and in
Walton
Whitewater
story
on the
as well.
10 westbound before Hagen Wayman,
Slash
got a
hybrid.
vehicle that is blocking the right lane, traffic stop
Very odd.
attention.
and more
With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Trey Alexander. Hey there, history fans.
iHeartRadio brings
Yeah.
you a brand new history
So,
podcast.
overall,
American History
Hotline.
Hotline.
Where you ask the question.
What is political technology?
It
J.K. and Marilyn Monroe having an affair?
And American History
I
Hotline
wanted to
gets
go
to the bottom
like
of it.
I'm so glad you asked me this question.
This is such a ridiculous story that we
I
can't
got a
let
little
it off because we don't want to real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now.
But I
iHeartRadio
basically
Earth is here
first
with
time I
little
went
tips
inside,
for a healthier planet. This spring, you can share your own observations about nature with scientists and play a critical role in scientific discovery by adding to their data collection. Discover more about citizen science programs such as monitoring weather, observing plants and animals, and more. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
Knowing him.
SoCal weather from BA5, mostly clear this evening, then low clouds and fog rolls. Lows in the lower 60s for Metro LA and Steve. Upper 50s to lower 60s at the beaches, mid 50s to around 60 in the valleys and IE. Upper 50s to mid 60s in the high desert. Florida, low clouds and fog in the morning, then sunny with highs in the mid 70s. Right now, it is 76 in Barberville, 90 in Santa Clarita, 83 in Sherman Oaks, and 82 in Brea. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, and I'm Ethan Solid.
Number one on your car radio reset, and that's what I wrote on our radio app. Free never sounded so good. KFI KL640.
Which is another psychedelic experience of drugs. And yeah, there maybe it's like some kind of epilepsy. Like there's a neurologist, and there's like their own
Live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Hobbs here with you today, filling in for Meryl, who's out enjoying his Sunday, like I imagine many of you are too. Thank you for listening. I'll be here from 4 to 7 today, followed by Dr. Wendy, so make sure you stay tuned for that. Glorious Sunday in the Southland. What are you doing? I'd love for you to go to the talkback of the iHeartRadio app and answer this question. This is the question I want us to make sure we answer the entirety of the show so we can play those answers in the spirit of the 4th of July, even though it is now the 6th of July. But we're hanging on to the weekend by its tippy toes. We're not letting it go just yet. So the question that I have for you is, what is the most memorable 4th of July experience that you have? You need to go to the talkback, be sure and answer that question. The most memorable 4th of July experience that you can recall, whatever it may be. Keep it semi-clean. This is somewhat of a family show. It's Sunday, so let's make sure we have some fun in the spirit of the 4th of July. Let's get those talkbacks. And of course, we're watching the biggest news stories coming out from all over the place. Starting with, did you know, Elon Musk and Trump, they're not buddies anymore. And Elon has decided that he's going to start a brand new political party after going out with his ex-bestie, President Trump. We're going to get into that after 5 during our combined deeper dives and LA law segment. So make sure you stay tuned for that. As well, have some updates on that officer involved shooting from yesterday. It happened just before 4 p.m. yesterday in South Central MLK Boulevard and Western. So what happened was officers were at a nearby park questioning a pedestrian stop, and that person ran off. So officers took chase, and unfortunately a gun battle ensued right there Saturday afternoon in the park. Officers fired, the suspect fired, suspect hit the officers. One of them suspected to the hospital. Fortunately, that officer is expected to make
It was never cooler than when I would fill my school bag all the way up. I love dinosaurs. Name a cooler time in history.
Guys were allowed to be autistic.
That's what I'm talking about. Do you remember back when we all had an awareness that science was incomplete? Right? That it was an ongoing thing.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden people are just like, well, why the fuck isn't all the science out on coronavirus? It's like, dude, science is the same thing. It's never come true. We're always going to be learning. You know? And now we're trying to, like, using that against you.
Excuse me, Stone. What's that rumbling around? What's that rumbling around?
It's just
6 months. 6 months.
That's what happened. Man, you should have went with like 2 white potheads. You got ethnic potheads. That's not a good idea. You put ethnic potheads together, they just start doing their own shit.
Honestly, they keep the chatter down. So I'll be singing there's a constant buzz chatter behind us. Like, yo.
And then like you start saying something to the mirror, it's like, oh no man, don't go in there. Don't go in there.
They're showing each other viral videos left and right, like, yo, check this out. Also, I'm proud of you guys. No one's charging their phone right now. That's pretty good.
The ultimate move, they just constantly interrupted the podcast to show you pictures of fucking fat, naked women on the internet. What about that? Like,
they gotta do a Cricket Mobile commercial where they're like, the Cricket Mobile 7, the Cricket Mobile 7 has 30 minutes of battery time. You can make it literally to work. Plug in your phone. I think you're absolutely right, man. I think that's people now are like, I just trust science. It's like, which part of it? Dude, there's like always conflicting views in it. People are like, no, the one with the most money behind it. It's like, oh, okay.
It's always the science we hear first. Like, that's part of the science. Like whatever information we hear first, if somebody in the lab coat tells us something first, we're like, yes, that. And then anybody else comes out with something. First of all, like so you take the coronavirus, for example. They were like, you gotta stay inside. And I'm like, yeah, that's right, you gotta stay inside.
Yes.
And then pandemic came out like, oh, well, that's how we build an immunity. We have this God and races like, fuck you, dude, stay inside.
Yeah.
But like for years, up until they said stay inside, the science was get your immunity. Like God generations. Like how did that even switch?
Science caused peanut allergy. Well, it didn't cause it, but that was the thing was like keep kids away from peanuts altogether. Like kids were dying and they had peanut allergies, and then they came out like actually like they were like keep all the peanuts out of school, blah blah blah. And then they came out like actually no.
You're making the peanuts stronger. You fell right into their trap.
You missed a planter, dude. But no, the science said like no, keep peanuts away from kids. Just like kids and peanuts can't be near each other anymore. And then they came out and like actually no, the kids are dying because of that. You got to expose your kids to peanuts. Really, people would have been like, oh, I trust this. Dude, I was working when I had an internship last year in high school, I think I was in a grade school. I brought fucking Reese cups in there, and it was like, the kids freaked out. They're like, holy shit, we have fucking Reese cups? I was like, I didn't really have them. So I had to walk from the room, like, holding them. I felt like I was, like, smuggling a pound of weed. Dude, I was walking with Reese cups, just like, oh my God.
We had a lady. One time I was talking to a lady about her son's peanut allergies, and then Tim rolled into the conversation. And he was like, what are you guys talking about? Really talking about peanut allergies? And Tim was like, oh, my whole entire diet is peanut butter. And the lady was like, oh my. You would have thought he pulled peanut butter out and rubbed it on her kid right then and there.
Yeah, I was asked to leave a children's jiu-jitsu class I was coaching.
Because you eat so much peanut butter?
Well, because I just finished eating an Uncrustable on the mat.
Did you ever toast an Uncrustable?
No.
I'm out. Let's get serious. Did you ever toasted an Uncrustable?
No, dude.
My God.
Yeah?
Do you like toast on high? I mean, I would imagine you have to toast
It's frozen. They're frozen. I haven't had one in a while.
Okay.
I think you would microwave it to defrost it.
No, you leave it out to defrost it.
Or leave it out. Yeah, it's true. If you microwave it, it'll turn into
You're gonna fuck it up.
water at the end. Yeah.
Yeah, separates the peanut.
Defrost it. Toss one of those things in the toaster. Oh, no, Uncrustable toast.
I'm already a 2 Uncrustable serving guy. I don't need to do anything. I'm not trying to fucking make my bird disappear. I've got a great balance. I've got a perfect balance of fucking fat, dick meat, clit stimulation, and you know what I'm talking about? True. I'm not trying to fucking ruin the.
If you doubled your Uncrustable intake. Dude, you need an Uncrustable on the mat.
I was like, you putting the last pipe in my mouth. She's like, doesn't have peanut butter in it, does it? I was like,
Yeah. It doesn't have what do you mean crust? No, it doesn't have crust.
no. Don't know what.
I don't know why, but I remember in my mind you with the Uncrustable in your hand, tumble rolling into the conversation.
I literally rolled it.
She asked you to leave.
She asked me to go and wash my face in the bathroom to get the peanut butter off of it.
Damn.
And did not plan on touching any children with my face.
Yeah. Did the kid have the peanut allergy?
Yeah, touch peanut allergy. So if you touch anything that has been contaminated with the nut,
Yeah,
you'll die.
I don't think her kid actually has to get a because I watched her kid work with my kid multiple times, and every time my kids show up anywhere, they are lathered in peanut butter.
Yeah, true.
I make sure of it.
Yeah, I gave my peanut butter like pretty early.
Yeah.
They tell you don't even try certain foods with babies.
Bullshit. No, dude, my pediatrician was telling us that, or really my eyes was like, there's like a window when they're little that like you can just give them whatever. Like just have some Benadryl handy. Worst comes to worst, hit them with some Benny. Yeah. Like you'll know.
See, you and I are kind of lucky because our kids are like peanut butter colored.
True.
So you can't really tell. So my kids just show up. My kids show up a hot mess everywhere they go, but nobody knows. They're just
like peanut butter camouflage.
Yeah.
It's like driving a dark colored car. You're gonna get it washed less often.
True, that is peanut camouflage. Yeah, I mean that sucks. It sucks kids had to die.
Do you think I have one of my dumb beliefs? I believe no one's ever tried I know my sister has a shellfish allergy, and is one of her favorite delicacies is anything that's like she's allergic, like the shellfish allergy triggers, and she'll just come home from a night out just looking fully bullfrogged out in the throat.
Yeah,
just like hell yeah, you got to grab it.
Someone who used to buy EpiPens was like pig on shrimp and just hit himself. It's like fuck it. And it's epi tripping, dude. No epi tripping. Yeah, it's funny too when you get into the allergies between different races. It's like white people I think they have certain allergies. Black people have like every kind of like I'm allergic to Yeah, I noticed that. I remember kids that worked with allergies, you know. Same when black people encounter me with gluten allergies, like shut up. Like, come on, oranges.
Love it.
Like you break it.
I think there's something that's making people more allergic to shit too, like lifestyle. I'm not saying there's like chemtrails or anything, but like I think our lifestyles are making us more allergic to shit. Yeah. A fucking lady I know who's like 40 years old just found out that she's allergic to corn. She was like getting sick and she had to go to a doctor, and the doctor's like, "You have a corn allergy." She was like, "Shut the fuck up. No one's allergic to it." No, she's got to avoid corn.
Yeah, I think it's probably, I don't know if it's because they used to spray pesticides. I feel like even more. I don't know. That's some people say it is like kind of all the pesticides. Or someone can say like the foods genetically modified. So now like people that buy your just like, what the fuck is this? So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean it's not. We're not eating original corn.
Yeah.
We're not eating beans. You know.
My boy claims to have landrace strain original corn, which is really cool. Wait, I haven't tasted it. Outdoors. OG landrace strain.
Sour maize.
Dude, have you had like a regular seeded watermelon anytime recently?
No. What am I, fucking homeless? Get out of my face.
I don't thoroughly fuck with
Seeded watermelon.
I don't trust them.
I mean, it's so fucking awesome when it has no seeds. I had a seeded one yesterday. I'm like, holy fuck. It's like every bite.
Yeah, fuck that. Eating seedless watermelon is the most in the future, I feel. It's like we've mastered the world. We
fucking whip this bitch.
That's why black people eat watermelon, to get the spit the seeds out.
True.
We only eat food when we also get the spit out.
True.
Like sunflower seeds.
Do they still have that steakhouse where you can like eat peanuts and throw them like as a Yeah. It's like throw the peanuts at the waitress. Five Guys. No. Lone Star used to be able to eat the peanuts and just throw the shells on the ground.
Sid, what's that black food that makes where to spit the seed out you have to cross the street really slowly? What's that?
That's sunflower seeds.
That's why we eat sunflower seeds.
Sunflower seeds are cross-cultural.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
White dudes spit them unsuccessfully out of their car. They just land in the backseat.
Like in the window, like in that window.
Dude, so I was down in Florida recently, and the lady came up. So we were at the house, and a lady came up and was like, "Oh, I live here. This is a neighbor here, blah, blah, blah." And apparently she was like, one of the lady's husbands just died. So she thought that was pretty funny, actually. He accidentally poisoned himself. He tried to make himself a health concoction. A tonic. The shit that was growing outside. He picked, like, I don't know if you ever did this when you were, like, really little, you'd make potions. You take, like, weird berries and mix them in water.
3 different sodas.
Yeah, my cousin used to actually try to make a poison for his neighbor. So he would mix, like, these weird berries and, like, mash them up with mud and all kinds of shit. But this guy made a potion from, like, these weird berries, drank it, and died. He made a potion for himself at like 75. Fucking crushed.
Just a 75-year-old kindergartner.
He's back hiding outside, but apparently he had exposed himself. So I was like, no. He had exposed before.
Wait,
he was Greek, so.
Wait, I feel like I just lost time. I mean, he exposed himself.
So I was wondering why the lady was being so kind of like, yeah, he died. It was hilarious. But apparently, like a year before, he had like showed birds. She was looking out her. He actually exposed bird from outside her house.
Pressed it into the screen door.
I think the window. He just like showed bird and was like, "Sorry, I didn't know you were there."
She was living next to an old Greek thing that never had bird not exposed.
True.
Like old Greek things always have to be.
True.
Like all that. Like that's like the closer you get to like the source of the romance languages. Like when they get older, their dicks are
Speedo, for sure. It's like one of those Speedos with like just their balls on the other side.
basically.
It's like a thumbed testicle.
After they take a bath, they go outside and dry it on the porch with a towel. Just individual
Yeah, we should get into that show. I would definitely show testicles.
Yeah?
Showing testicles.
I was talking about showing testicle cleavage years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Talking like hanging them out the side, or just like
I don't know what the mechanics of it would be, but it's just got to be a hit. You need to show a hit wall.
yeah.
But then you get the pheromones flowing, and who knows what kind of trouble you get.
Just show the one. Show your best one.
True.
Best one.
Whatever hangs lower.
Let them know what you're doing.
I don't know. I thought about showing my balls. I think you're allowed to show your balls, aren't you? I think you're allowed to show your testicles. If you're like, I don't think that's a decent exposure. I think Bell End constitutes a decent exposure.
I can hear Lemaire Googling.
Women can show certain parts. I know there's a law you can legally show. I think like after your butt crack. I think there's a limit on your butt crack before like it goes from plumbers to like boobs. So I think you're allowed. I think legally you're allowed to expose someone to like 3 inches of their butt crack.
Yeah, I remember when
It's your God-given right.
the WWF figured that out with Lita, and she had to show her crack on TV every Monday night. They had the ratio down. What is it, Lemaire?
What? No testicles?
Well, what about that ass? How much ass?
We found our movement.
What about ball skin? What about the flat of ball skin? What if you're like, hey, you want some bubble gum?
Yeah.
I'll allow a little bit of ball skin.
Once it loads, I'll read you the legislation
On balls?
on indecent exposure.
I need specifics.
It tells you.
Yeah, if it's funny, does that count as indecent exposure?
Does it read as like, thou shalt not show any testicles,
Essentially.
nor any bell end?
A person commits the crime of indecent exposure if with intent to arouse.
What if you're just teaching?
Like you're just trying to get somebody horny?
With intent to arouse or gratify sexual desire of himself or of any person other than his spouse. He exposes his genitals under circumstances in which he knows his conduct is likely to cause affront or alarm in any public place or the private premise of another or so near thereto as to be seen from such private premises.
Wait a second. So if I stood on my porch with my dick out to get my wife wet,
That's fine. That's
Unless someone else saw it.
unless someone else sees it and is upset about it. Well, you can't shoot them because it's Alabama.
They're on your property, they see your dick, you can shoot them.
It's council document.
you need to be way on my property. That is, I could definitely stay in my
You'd be a burglar.
But it has to be intent to arouse. So if you go to a playground, you're like, I hate this, and you take your dick out, you're in the clear, dude.
If you look at the Pennsylvania statute,
Tell me why I love Pennsylvania.
With this one trick. Cops hate it. I love how they had to figure this out like the 1700s. You can't show your penis to your wife. Al can show penis to wife. From thine house.
A person commits indecent exposure if that person exposes his or her genitals in any public place or in any place where there are present other persons under circumstances in which he or she knows or should know that this conduct is likely to offend, affront, or alarm. So if you're autistic, you can just show testicles.
What do you mean? Yeah.
It says if you're aware that it'll like mess somebody up, then it's against the law. If you're clueless to the matter, you can do whatever you want.
But can I be like,
Claim autism.
like if the cop showed up and I was like, I didn't know you were gonna be pussy about it.
Yeah, I didn't understand they get upset. Yeah. Cultural fact. Damn. I already got
mine.
I already got my answer. Also, there was I've had a couple strolls, and I don't really care about this, but Ricky gets really upset when people pee in public and like show full bird. We'll get like really daring public urinators who just like bust out the fucking hog and just pee, and then she'll be like, it's like, first of all, I'm like, dude, you know, it's like, she'll always be like, is that person peeing? Are they peeing? And I saw their penis. It's like, well, you asked 3 times if they're peeing, continue to stare, and then you saw their penis.
Yeah, you like craned your neck for the
Yeah,
proper
like
angle.
that's kind of, I hate that. That's kind of your fault. I mean, the dude was, and that's the other thing. The guy, I think he was like, no, I'm just taking a piss, but it might be because I think people who need to show bird, it's like a real compulsion. Like, you know, like I gotta show it. And I was taking a piss, and he was like, flop bird. Dude, this guy did it. Like 2 girls walked by, and he just like, cool. Yeah, I was on the other side of the street. They like got an up close view, and they were like, fuck. So I think if you're like a have to show bird kind of person, which, you know, it's not a nice thing to do, but appreciate the confidence.
How much of your bird do you take out when you piss?
This dude busted out his dick, dude. Because she was like, oh, I saw his penis, and I like saw it out the corner of my eye, and I'm like, that was his dick, and I was like, god damn it.
Yeah.
It was fucking nice.
Yeah, it's like,
It was a fat fucking dick. My peripheral.
if I was opening a hoogie.
Funny made a fist too. But yeah, he busted dog out. He actually peed right in front of like public health building.
It'll get cleaned up.
Yeah, it was actually, I went by, she went home, and we left we were in the dog park, she left the dog park early, so I like walked on that side of the street to like see his piss puddle. It wasn't that big, so I'm like, this guy might have just been showing dog. It was like an emergency piss. Yeah, this was an emergency piss. It was like, I would have followed that down the street into the sewer. Yeah. This was like the last like 25% of the block. I've taken emergency pisses in public. They run. They go, you know, little water falling off the curb, down the thing. This was like a cat splat. It's like a splat and then like stop like probably a foot later.
You see ladies piss in Philly a lot.
Dude,
This might be the lady piss couple.
Spud has a fucking camera on his driveway. It's nothing but people shitting in his driveway. People take shits. People take shits in his driveway, and ladies, like, dude, women like professionally dressed will just stop and just spray piss everywhere. And just, they love that.
Women secretly love pissing in public. Yeah, outside at least. I don't know if they want to be witnessed, but they're like, guys, I think I gotta pee outside. And all the other women are like, oh, go ahead. Yeah.
It's a major insecurity. Speaking on behalf of all women around the world, it's a major insecurity for women not to be able to stand up. I mean, dude, imagine if you all had to sit down and pee and your wife just like stood up and like checking her phone. You're like, fuck, dude. Fucking rules. You're just like, and I'm just like, yo, I see a little mark you left. I'm gonna blast that. I'm gonna precisely aim and blast that off the side. I'm gonna split your arrow. It's gotta fuck you up.
The first piss that I was ever in was this guy, this big dude, full public piss, but he was like walking forward as he was pissing. And I was like, I gotta fucking try that. That's sick. Tried it the first time I tried to piss all over my basketball shorts. So yes, I think I'm walking through this.
If you ever see a dude walking down the street backwards and you can't see his hands, he's pissing.
I know a lot of backwards walks. St. Patty's Day, that is like just people backwards walking pissing down the street. No, that's actually a funny visual seeing like you as a young boy to see this guy is like. I mean, in reality, that's how you're supposed to piss. You're supposed to piss and like cautiously walk.
Behind, with Sid watching you. Like he's watching a parade. Like he's watching an astronaut go by. Like, wow! Do you think someday? Piss parade. Just every dude who can piss while walking down Main Street.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I'm starting to get a little bold in the public bathrooms. I've been flying a decent amount. I've been stepping back. I've been like I've been getting some distance on the way out. A little razzle-dazzle. Making up for lack of words. It's just like I'm getting long shot of this confidence. I'm like, yeah, man, I see what you got over there, but can you do this? And I'm back like a fucking. I've been sitting back like a while, just being able to say something.
Damn, I've gone
through something about this, dude.
I've adjusted since I've had so many like shitting your pants clothes calls. I've fully adjusted to even the filthiest bathroom situation. I've gone full Indonesian toilet. I stand on the seat with my sneakers. Yeah, I don't hover anymore, dude. It wears out your quads, and I'm a bigger fella, so yeah.
Dog, you crouch basically,
bro. I did it in a porta potty when I was at the hotel from Twin Peaks. When I was in where is it? Whatever. Out in the work. Yeah, or Washington. There was like no inside bathrooms, and all the like porta potties outside were just demolished.
They come like that. Yeah.
So I
drops them off like shit's everywhere in them.
Bro, I went in one, fucking jumped, did the 180, and just feet onto the seat. Yeah, dude. Well, you can't touch anything inside to like brace yourself to get up.
When dude drops them off, I'm pretty sure standard issue is you shit, you pee all over them, and then you write the N-word on the side. This was ready for you guys.
They're just sitting over the clipboard checking it off. You got the N-word, right? All right.
Oh, shit, I gotta go back.
Someone else did too. I think we're good.
It's left last time. It's all good.
So yeah, I've tried it since then. I've tried it out in rest stops, campground bathroom.
I actually like splatter. I guess you're dropping logs or like just working with that.
I mean, dude, I run the fucking gamut, bro. Come on, man. I'm not. You're not gonna get married to one shit for the rest of your life.
I'm in a big shrimp basket phase. Not a shrimp basket. I'm in like a leech. I think it's an intestinal blockage. But it's like when you get those flat fucking snaky turds. I've been rocking snakes in a can.
That's the one I won't put up with.
You sit down, you go, and you look down, it's just like 9 skinny turds. And you're like, what the hell?
I'll go full liquid inverted mushroom cloud like up the side of the ball. That's fine. I won't do skinny snakes. Get that shit out of my face.
I've looked it up. I think it's when you're I don't know what causes this, but I guess if I'm eating the wrong stuff, I can get maybe it's super spicy food. Your intestines will kind of, I guess they inflame. And then there's like one spot of your intestines that are inflamed, and the turd gets Play-Doh molded. Like it's like steamrolled.
Oh, it kicks the hose. Yeah.
Kicks the hose. And then you get flat turds.
You've got a thumb over your butthole.
I got a bad asshole, dude. My grandfather on my dad's side died of asshole poisoning. So, he had asshole stuff.
Dude, put a bunch of theories on his head.
No, he died from asshole. Asshole took out my grandfather. Turns out it was asshole. Doctor, you got a bad asshole.
You got a toxic asshole, dude. How long do I have those?
It's so sick. Your asshole doesn't work. And it's like, you're gay.
You're like
my asshole check. I've been checking other man's ass.
Yeah.
I'll talk about that in stand-up.
Gay doctors only.
I swear to God, I used to talk about this in stand-up, but it was family lore. And the doctor was like, "We got to check you out." He was like, he turned down like a butthole check and died of old age. I think that's fucking gay. Also crashed a trash truck in the bridge. He didn't have the clearance. Yeah, his fucking clearance. Right, it got blocked up.
Yeah. Have you considered that maybe your nightmare hemorrhoid is like Eye of Sauron gathering strength right now? It's gonna show his face again.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I also found out I was
It's making me fart. I'm sorry.
It's all making me fart. Dude, I found out from we talked about this before on the podcast. I like for some sort of school thing, I had to look into like as far as you can go back, see like your grandparents, like what was up with their life, and do like a whole like family tree, like genealogy thing. You're trying to assess like intergenerational stuff, like their personal family context. And my aunt was like, "Yeah, your great grandma dropped one of her kids in the swimming pool." Oh yeah, I remember this story. Dude, I was like, we were down in Florida, and I was near the Gulf, and I was holding mine, we were checking out the fish, and I was like, death-gripping. I was like, dude, this shit is fucking in the family. And I was so scared of fucking dropping her in the water, because I was like, we were feeding, there's all these catfish going up, and it was super fun, but I was like, this is probably what got it from my great uncle Sid. Like, dude, look at that catfish, and he was like, whoa. You want to feed the ducks? Imagine dropping like a fucking 18-month-old into the water. That's it, game over.
Did I talk about the kayaking kid on here? When I was in the Pacific Northwest, we went to this fucking campground. I talked about this on Dad Meet, but this fucking dad took his 10-year-old son kayaking. They were in separate kayaks, and this river was so buck wild that I wouldn't even get into it as like a joke. And they got separated. The dad thought of his kayak, and he swam to shore and just watched his 10-year-old go down the river. And that was the beginning of July. There's still people out there looking for the kid. Yeah. They're like, he might have got out, he might have escaped the river and like camped out. He had pretty good survival skills. Dude, the weekend I was there, I was swimming in like the lakes and shit like that. I got up in the middle of the night in a light rain, and I was so cold. I was like, I might die before I get back to my tent from like 500 feet away. And they were like, so anyway, this dude just watched his 10-year-old just sail off out of his life.
The 8-year-old probably found a dad that wasn't a pussy.
Yeah, true. That was what my wife said. I was like, can you believe the dad got out of the water? She was like, I would make you get back in. Right. We'd drive back, and I would watch you get back in the river.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy.
That is crazy.
So, be kind to your ancestors, man. Who knows what the river was looking like that day? Maybe it rained.
Schuylkill?
Yeah, maybe the Schuylkill.
The Schuylkill, I mean, the Schuylkill's it has a little current, but there's no rapid. I mean, also the water is like, it's basically like half water, half like oil. So it's true. It was probably super hard.
Do you ever, there's this one pool game I played. I went to a summer camp one time, and they covered a watermelon in Vaseline, and you had to like fight over the watermelon in the pool. Who knows how slippery that baby? Maybe they got the baby a couple times. Like,
true. It was just like, it was gone. Yeah. Or it's like an iPhone back then. You're just like, just a phone. You should leave the phone.
You're going to a fucking Iranian dude for crack baby repair.
Ruined a marriage.
Yeah, of course it did.
Took a toll. Yeah. What
Just remarried. Like the baby was gone. It was gone. The baby
as far as I know. Unless you just fucking...
Because a lot of parent drop stories. It's like, okay, you bring that up.
Yeah. Holy fucking shit, we're here right now. We're live. We're live. Tech has significantly improved.
Yes.
Look at that Yeti, dude.
I might still hold it.
Yo, do you, dude? You might have to. What you up to, man? Halfway across the street. My heart's
Happy
aching.
to see you, bro.
I can tell how far away you are. I just feel my heart, dude. That 4 days. He's must be out. What about when he's going back to Minnesota? The ache is a lesson.
Yes. No, I'm still in this. Dude, I think I'm the first guy to ever do this. I was just like, can I just stay in the comedy condo for a few more days? They were like, yeah, I guess. You just gotta be out by Wednesday. I was like, all right, I'll stay till Wednesday. So I'm just doing a comedy condo in Phoenix.
People don't understand comedy,
bro.
People don't understand that there are comedy.
Well, this one fucking rules. Well, this one, hold on, I'll give you a little. Turn this around for a second. You can see it's probably a little messy. Yeah, the comedy condo fucking rules. See the crunch bears? Oh, I had some Captain Crunch going on.
Yeah, if they ever put a comedy condo near my house, I would petition the neighborhood. I would go, we have to. We can't let this thing in our neighborhood.
They're typically very, very bad. This one's alright. This one's good. But, you do get a weird dude in your apartment complex once a week.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I as a public safety thing, I'd be like, yo, man, we're not having no comedy condos in our neighborhood.
Chances are there is a alcoholic sexual predator in your apartment complex once a week.
There's a comedy club, so like the Catholic Church, they're like, all right, we'll move you over here.
Move them around.
Shoot the Atlanta Funny Bone.
No, dude, we just talked about this.
Dude,
Yeah, speaking of comedians, hold on. Last night I put on Cuties. Bro. Alright, so I didn't watch it. I scrolled through to get to the scintillating parts to see how wild it was. Because I was like, maybe it's not that wild.
Yeah.
Bro. It's wild.
What was Spud actually did a breakdown of it?
Oh, really? They did there was, the fucking wet ass pussy dance where you're on the ground and fucking, the girl does that. And then teaching them all how to twerk and slapping their asses while dude, it was genuinely man, this is actually weird.
Yeah, I mean,
it was weird. I was thinking it was there's that thing on the right where they're constantly on the lookout for pedophiles.
Yeah, man.
Bitch rules.
It rules. It was funny because Hanson was carrying the torch by himself for years. Everyone was like, look at this weirdo. And people just turned it up. Hanson carried the torch for it. Dude, he must have hit people at that show and they're like, say what?
Yeah, but Hanson was getting to the bottom of the barrel pedophiles. The right's not after they're not looking for Indian dudes and retarded guys.
Hanson never did even roll up and I heard Hanson.
Instead of Cowboys and Indians, just retards and Indians. The goal of the game is to try to get a kid.
I think Hanson actually found FC's island. I think he found enough Indians and retarded guys that he connected the dots and he was like, all right, so we got this guy working at Chuck E. Cheese, we got this guy going here, this dude's IT here. And
I said the FBI should have hired him to bust. They should have just walked in that temple and been like, what are you doing here? What are you doing?
Dude, it's the people can defend the movie and say, oh, it's I think the thing is they're preaching against pedophilia. And it's all right, we can all agree that you don't do that, but dude, to have, first of all, to cast the movie, everyone's talking about casting the movie, so there's 300, I think there's 300 girls that came.
Oh, the casting must have been fucking weird.
Dude, how as an adult you cast a young girl for sexual roles? You have to. There was a 40-year-old man who was kind of 12-year-old's not that hot. She's hotter than her. Dude, I mean, how else are you going to do it? Why didn't they cast a chubby woman? That's my problem. Why didn't they cast a
one of them, there was a chub.
Just one?
There was one thick BBW. One BBG. One BBG.
Was it really? What was the parent? What did the parents look like?
They're African Muslim immigrants.
Did they ever smash it in the movie?
I didn't watch it long. I literally watched the first dance scene, and I was like, it was genuinely making me I was like, this is weird that I'm watching this. I was watching fucking Monday Night Football, and I was like, I'm gonna toss this on real quick. Just sit on my phone, and I was like, I tried to record it to send it to the group chat, and I think Netflix probably has a thing where you're not allowed to record from your iPhone. Maybe screen grab a Netflix show. I don't know. I tried to record
this on your phone.
Yes.
What? I don't think that technology exists.
Well, then I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just fucking missing the button. But once it did record, I was like, I don't need to try to record this. And then I was like, man, it'd be weird for me to have that video on my phone. It's time to get out of here,
dude. That's kind of I got into one night I couldn't sleep, so I stayed up and watched just YouTube Cuties commentary. And it's everybody on there being I want to share how fucked up this is, but I can't. It's just young chicks being sexual, and I don't want to be the guy being yo, here's the clip. I can't show the clip. Dude, it's yeah, man. You can say the movie, oh, people should be able to do whatever they want, the movie is inappropriate, whatever, but it's dude, from a work perspective, first of all, if I was I was working on a script, I'm like, Shane, check it out. Here's what I'm going to write a movie about. Yeah, if you were dude, that's weird. I'd be like, all right, Beaver, check this out. Everyone I know would be like, dude, stop. Not
I think that is kind of weird.
Well, they'd also be like, well, okay, so you make this, your passion project is 11-year-old sexuality. how are we gonna try to make this? And we're like, we can get some kids. We can get, come on. Like the fact that they were on set, like, no, I'm a little hard. Like there was grown-ups instructing her how to like grind the floor and how to be more like. You're telling me that 11-year-old was that sexual, or was that 11-year-old trained to be that sexual? Again, I haven't watched it, but it's like I'm thinking of checking it out. But it's like as a director, when you're trying to like when you're trying to tweak like a person as a director, we're trying to direct. It's like you have to tell an 11-year-old like. Like, did the 11-year-old come as sexual as the director needed her, or was the director like, no, like a little more sexually, like this, like that? It was
true. I wonder if they sent like army recruiter type people to like elementary schools. They were like, who's the biggest slut here? Man, you gotta serve the country of France.
True. Yeah, like there's so many practical concerns. Like, how did they direct the child? How was it? It's just kind of like, I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. It opens up a lot of weird shit to like. Everyone bitches about the movies. It's like, dude, there's so many parents out there that are like, take my daughter, take my daughter, take my daughter.
For sure.
It's like, you fucking sicko.
For sure. But yeah, I was thinking, you know, also they changed the verbiage on the description of the show, which is funny. I noticed that.
But they didn't say
the description of Cuties was she joins a twerk team, and now it's like a free-spirited dance team. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, that's
got a little people like it was pedophile. They're like, oh, we gotta get rid of twerking and change it to free-spirited dance team, but then keep the scenes in.
Yeah, man. I mean, I word from Spud. He's like, it's soft look child porn, dude. He's like, this. That's the thing too. If you're a pedo and you're watching that, that's got a rule. So, as a rule of thumb, it's like, let's not try to get pedos pumped. Let's keep the fruit forbidden for the pedos. That way we can roll them up. You can't just be like, they can be like, no, that's fucking cuties. Or they can be like, I'm working on an art house film. Like, why is there like an 11-year-old getting a pussy? Like, no. He's not talking.
Literally during the dance scene, first off, it's the first dance scene is probably like, it's like a 2 or 3 minute like music video type of them dancing, the girl instructing them, and the camera's like zoomed in on their ass while they're dancing. It's weird.
Well, there's a scene where nothing. Well, there's a scene where the one thing I saw on YouTube, there's a scene where the girl steals her stepdad's cell phone. He's like, give me my cell phone back. She's like, no, and she runs in the bathroom, takes a picture of her pussy, and then uploads it. Like, the stepdad gets in trouble.
Wait, where's this?
In the movie, apparently she's fighting with her stepdad. Like, she has his phone. He's like, give me my phone. I know you have it. And she runs in the bathroom, takes a picture of her pussy, and then uploads it. Apparently, again, I just saw this clip. I guess like gets her stepdad in trouble.
There was cuties.
Apparently, yeah. From the little YouTube clip.
You get in big trouble for that. I stepdaughter's pussy.
First of all, why are we giving them this idea, dude? You're a pedo. So now you're a pedo, dude. You're thinking this is pedo fantasy world. You're like, no, it's not mine. My stepdaughter was getting revenge on me and took a picture. And it's like, dude, stop.
Stepdaughter revenge porn.
The guy who shot Napoleon Dynamite shot.
I mean, exactly. This is pornographic, dude.
Yes.
I didn't realize there's a park full of old black dudes that sit outside my house, and I basically, like, every time I walk by them, they like say something to me. I'm like, okay. Every time. I
turn into an Australian every time.
I turn into Australian every time. I was delivering all the T-shirts the other day. There were so many of them, and I just took my stroller and just filled the stroller with bags, like boxes and bags of shirts.
Yeah.
So I pushed it to the post office. Post office came back. I said hi to them. They came back with the stroller. They're like, all right, now they say whatever. Like, you know, all right, now I see you out there with the stroller. And I was just like, hello. And I was like, God damn it, dude. Like, every time I try to just think of the first thing to say, it sounds so ridiculous. Like, what's happening?
I'm 28. Dude, I did a fucking interview with this Australian TV show here.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was via Zoom, and the only they're gonna edit it out for sure. But the whole time I was like, I am 28. I'm like, what? But I was like, love the Spectrum. They're like, you guys know about Love on the Spectrum? I was like, it's huge here. They're like, yes.
What?
Yeah,
Really?
yeah, they had no idea.
What was the show for?
I don't know, some cancel culture Q&A in Australia, and they were like, nah, you can say whatever the fuck you want, dude. This is Australia. I was like, sick. But I think that lady hated me, so we'll see. I bet they added that to me. I was pretty cavalier about the whole thing, which they probably didn't like.
What do you mean? What do they want you to be?
I'm serious and answering questions.
Yeah, they want you to put the duct tape on your mouth and be like,
I kept it, censorship. I was like, no, I get it. I understand why it was canceled. I kept doing an Australian accent. She was like, to be honest, you're very bad at that. You're very bad at that. And I was like, no, I'm not. Like, I'm good at it. She was like, what do you think the hardest accent is? I was like, Chinese. She was like, all right.
you're going to demand the tape. You're going to Alex Jones.
At the end of it, I was like, all right, edit this to make me look like a dickhead. See you guys. It's going to be, but it's in Australia, so.
Yeah, true.
Whatever.
It's love in Australia.
The Aussies will be like, yo, who the fuck was that guy? That guy ruled. Who was that?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. I mean, there's nobody in America who gets weird about different countries putting on an American accent. Everyone's like, hell yeah, dude, that rules. Everywhere else is like,
I'm so happy. I'm so happy when someone does it. I'm like, damn, that's pretty good. It's funny because it's always slightly fucked up, which is funny. But yeah, it's great.
I don't know why people are such accent babies. First of all, it's not even like I get pumped. I demand you speak in my accent.
I know. I'm like, give it a shot, dude.
Any other dialect pisses me off.
They fucking speak it. Speak it now.
Even if someone comes up with a southern accent, I'm like, dude, not that the fuck off. Talk like me or fuck you up.
You lost the war, dude. Talk right.
True. That dude, honestly, that should have been another condition. End slavery, knock off the mumbo jumbo. Like,
Hey, man. Yeah, dude. Fix that. And fuck all those pussies, dude. I talked about driving that fucking Silverado on the stand-up podcast, and everyone on like a bunch of dudes on the road were like, of course he's afraid of a truck. Fucking Yankees are afraid of trucks. Dude, shut the fuck up. All our listeners from the South are so rude, dude.
no, dude, they're the rude teammates. That was making me laugh so hard to think about you white knuckling, just like Grand Canyon turns to a Silverado.
Well, I did get used to it, but the hardest part was getting out of Salt Lake. Like, I didn't talk about the stand-up episode. I had like a weird breakdown where I was like walking back and forth halfway from the truck back to the booth where the guy was working to be like, I don't need this truck. And then I'd walk the other halfway and be like, what am I fucking doing? And turn back around, sit in the truck.
You were going back
when I was picking it up from the airport, it took me, I would say I spent 30 minutes deliberating on whether or not to try to trade it back in. It was like a genuine, I had to like slow down and be like, this is like a mental, this is a problem. I glitched out hard. Because then I was like, this is so dumb.
What, get in the big truck?
Well, not just the big truck, but I was literally driving it for 12 hours. And so to get a fucking Silverado is very stupid. I should have got like I requested a very, the small truck. Yeah. It's like a Nissan. Right? I don't know, it was the cheapest option. So that was the other thing. And they were like, here's the Silverado. And they're like, it's $600. I was like, all right, whatever, fine. I'd rather pay $300 more than I thought to avoid even the 4-minute conversation of changing trucks. Yeah. Why? Yeah, that's what I did. Why? Weird, dude.
You got a Ranger. You could have got a Ford Ranger. There's a lot of good small trucks out there. You want to
Silverado rules, though. Yeah, I think the rules.
You should have an F-150 Raptor.
It really does rule, dude.
Yeah, dude, it's fucking cool. Pickup trucks are fucking sick. I'm stoked that you drove.
Yeah, you feel cool. You feel cool at every gas station. Pulling up, just hopping out. Oh, yeah. This whole thing, don't worry about it. Big boy told you got me, dude. Damn.
How's Utah? Is Utah as weird as people say it is?
Yes. Salt Lake is fucking weird, man.
What is it?
awesome city. It's just a city of whites, dude.
Really?
Whole city of whites.
What's the deal?
Just doing white.
There in Utah were the people who got kicked out of Canada for being too white. They're like, dude, you're too white for Canada. You gotta go to Utah.
Kind of. The Mormons, it's not like they picked Utah, I don't think. I think the Mormons were bouncing around and people were like, get the fuck out of here.
That's Mormon Israel?
Yeah.
Utah?
It is. And then I was getting in like debates with Mormons about it, about how it was dumb, kind of. Like, don't you guys think, like, the Garden of Eden's in Missouri? And they're like, yeah. Yes.
So what are they doing out here?
Setting up shop. No one else was out there. It was just them, and then I think they got rid of the natives. True. Dude, they false flagged the natives once.
What do you mean?
They killed a bunch of settlers coming out west, and they scalped them and tried to make it look like the natives did it. There's the Mormons, dude. Yeah, Mormons, they get rowdy, dude.
Yeah, they're nasty, dude.
Little nasty fuckers. So they went out and got all the Samoans, dude.
So they killed the settlers?
Killed a couple of settlers. I mean, in one incident. Yeah.
They faked it, though.
Yeah, and then they false flagged it to try to get the government to get rid of the natives out of Utah.
Really? What was the It's hard to hold down two eyes, dude. Natives rolling around, dude. Steal your girl every now and again.
We're all definitely Mr. Steal Your Girl. Mr. Literally kidnap your girl. It's so funny, Mr. Steal Your Girl. This chief steals your girl. Yeah, then they got Samoans, dude. They went out to like the Pacific Islands and started recruiting like just jacked fucking rocks, dude. They went and got the rocks. Yeah. They defend them against the Steal Your Girls. Really? They unleash the rocks on them.
How do you even do that? I guess you just go out there and you have one cool thing, you can get like the whole town to come fuck the natives up. You're like, check this out, dude.
Yeah.
And what was their thing they lured them in with?
What the Samoans did?
Yeah.
Fucking walls.
True.
Look at this house.
So like, we'll build you one of these. You have to go kill all these guys.
I don't think that's the reason they got the Samoans, but it's funny to imagine it is. Yes.
Yeah. Dude, it must not have taken much though. You go over there and be like, yo, we need you guys to kill someone. That's scary as fuck. Just rolling up on like a totally different island and be like, all right, we gotta get these guys to kill people. Hopefully they don't just kill us as soon as we show up.
Yeah. Samoans and all those, the Pacific Islanders were always tough. Like, people always, like, veered away from them historically, because they were actually, like, the one group of, like, native warriors that were all fucking huge. Really? There's a bunch of Troy Polamalu's just running around, just spearing old British dudes.
Damn, dude.
Dude, a bunch of Kirk Cousins rolled up.
Let me pause for a second. I gotta see if this is picking up. This lady's going down.
It's okay. I hear it. I hear it a little bit.
Okay, cool. Chill.
I can tell you.
It's driving me nuts. It's right above my head.
I hear it, but don't worry about it. I thought it was your lady, and I thought she was coming down the steps.
Nah, she's clean.
I was excited for
confrontation.
Like a look down, just a look off camera. I was waiting for the look off camera to like give me the eyes to like the fuck upstairs.
Dude, I'm cherishing my time. She's going away Wednesday till Sunday.
Damn, where to?
So she's gonna bring Maya back. I made a deal with her.
Oh, that's right. This is what we were supposed to do with Goobs.
Yeah. Wait, was this right now?
Yeah, we were supposed to this week, the 20.
That was like 4 weeks ago.
No.
What?
Was it? Oh yeah, it was. It was August. It was August 22nd.
Dude, you're in a fucking Utah time warp, dude.
I'm in a dump.
You might have totally lost your marbles. You might have totally lost your marbles, dude.
I did genuinely have like a weird, like, that was weird. I don't know what that was.
I'm just like, yeah, you Rain Manned out, dude. You went in.
I broke. I was like, I gotta tell him to switch this. I don't, who cares? Tell him to switch it. Just back and forth. I couldn't adjust the center console. Yeah. And I was spazzing on it. So the center console was up, so it was just a bench seat in the middle. and there's a little so I was pulling the strap, but I wasn't pulling it hard enough. I was going too weak on it. I didn't realize I wasn't man enough, dude, for the Silverado. I was like, I'm gonna break this fucking thing. I was like pulling it. I was like, I don't want to break this fucking thing. And then
that thing's rated for retard strength for sure.
It truly is. And then finally, I got to a gas station. I was like Googling the owner's manual for the Silverado. I was looking at like PDFs. Dude, it was a weird half hour at least. Oh, yeah, sweating, armpit sweating, not like hot sweating, like nervous, anxious sweating. Walking, I was like, if there was security footage, I'd be like, yo, this is creepy. Like, it would be scary to see the footage of a dude walking back and forth, getting in and out of a truck, walking back and forth. How many times? Three separate times of starting the truck, turning it off, getting out, walking down a road, cars turning around and getting back in the truck. Yeah, and I couldn't. I tried to explain. I was going to start to explain that on the stand-up podcast, but I knew they'd never understand. True, they would never understand the comedy of it. They'd be like, well, that's weird. Oh man, Sam Town, we had such a fucking good time there. Did you really? Took mushrooms the last night we were there, and didn't think. First off, shout out to Sam for thinking he could beat me in a chug contest. Could he really, bro?
Was this on the mushroom night?
Yeah, we actually had just taken some. Yeah. And then he was like, let's shotgun a beer. I was like, I'm not gonna shotgun a beer. And then I was like, let's just chug a beer. He was like, I'll fucking kill you, I'm chugging. And I was like, kept it quiet. I was like, he probably will.
Put a wager on it or no?
No, I just let him be like, I'll fucking kill you. And then boom, got him. Really? Then he demanded a double. He demanded a rematch. What do you think happened there? God, Mr. Cool, dude. And then, no idea, Mr. Cool. And then the mushrooms hit, like, right after we chugged 2 beers. I was gone. We sat up on the roof of Stanhope's Funhouse and laughed about Stanhope's cat dying. That was a while. For about 3 hours, the hardest I've ever laughed. Thinking about Stanhope. Two mushrooms is what I ate. I happened to stab twice.
It's about geez, it's changed.
I don't know what fucks you up on mushrooms. I still don't know the measurements, but
that's a social dose. That's a social dose.
That got me. Yeah, we were just laughing about Stanhope being drunk at his bar and seeing his cat die from like a scorpion bite. Just him out on his bar being like, no. That was it. That was the whole joke. That was it.
It's so funny how if you're on mushrooms, that's like a head rattling, like, please let me injure myself thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It was like, this is the funniest fucking thing in the world. Couldn't stop laughing. And we went downstairs to try to like hang out with Doug again. Couldn't. It felt like we were trying to hold in a laugh. We were just both dying laughing. And he picked up on it. He was like, are you guys like laughing at me? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's so fun. And then I woke up. As soon as I woke up in the morning, I like tried to be like, man, that was funny. And I was like, oh, that wasn't funny at all. That wasn't very funny.
Try to put it all together. You're like, yes, I have.
I was like, damn, that was such a funny fucking bit.
I have a new closer.
I was like, dude, this is it. Yeah, but it was good. You know, I started reading his book. Sam has a book called Running the Light. Yeah, it's fucking awesome. It's really good. If you get a chance, check it out.
I'll keep it out. I'm in an audio book wormhole right now.
What are you working on?
I got a couple of them. I'm doing all just mindfulness stuff. I have a bunch of. I'm in another plane right now, dude.
You look jacked.
Oh shit, I'm at 2,500 push-ups. I'm on a month.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm doing 5.
I can see it.
Dude, I've been ripping 200 a day for the whole month.
Wow.
Yeah, we're getting swole, dude. I've
been ripping 200 push-ups a day.
Every single day.
Man, how what intervals? Like of 20?
I do 20 now. Yeah,
sets of 20.
I'll do 5 sets of 20, take a break, and do 5 sets of 20 later.
10 sets of 20. Yeah. Those are.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Sorry. Yes. But yeah, no, I was.
Is that 2,000?
I'm doing. Yeah, I've been doing. I'm trying to do 5,000 for the month. I'm in this Under Armour app, and with like my cousins and a bunch of my friends from home, and it's so much fun. It like especially right now, like everyone's kind of trapped in the house, so it's pretty fun. But yeah, and bro, I'm leader. I'm leading push-ups, dude. No, I have everyone by 1,000 pretty much, except for Billy. Billy's on my heels right now.
Yeah, Billy's no way. Billy's gonna let you win that.
Yeah, dude, I don't think.
Although I will say you are just as much of a psycho competitor.
Exactly. So
you hide it. You pretend you're not.
Yeah, it's there. Well,
Once in a while, there's a spaz.
I think on the running group, I think I just kind of bother everyone because it's always I'll run like a mile and put a picture of because you can take your picture afterwards. Yeah. I'll like run like a mile. Today I ran 2 miles and I'll try to see if I'm done. And I'll do like 0.3, 0.2, 0.3. For everyone, I'm putting a picture of David Goggins. But yeah, that's all I've been doing. Like, and it's funny too because I'll like get on their ass like, "Damn, dude, you guys fucking." But it's like I have all day to do this. They're all like, "Oh, at work, balancing all this shit." I'm like, "What's wrong with you guys? Why can't you do this?" And it's like, "Oh, dude, I'm ripping 50 push-ups." It's pretty funny.
That's tight.
But yeah, I'm getting swole right now, bro.
Yeah, you look swole. That's good.
Yeah, bulky for sure, dude. My Brittany joined this like fitness thing, which is like you pay this guy, and it's all pretty much all girls. I think it's only girls. But her friend's Jamaican, so they have this like Jamaican virtual personal trainer who improves your meals and stuff. It's almost like Nexium sex culty kind of. It's like a sex culty kind of thing. There's a it worked for a friend really well, so she wanted to do it. But the meal plans are from like Jamaica.
I don't like it.
They make no sense. You get them, and it's like 2 gram provisions, 1 piece of fruit, 1 gram provision yam, and it's like, what the fuck? What can I eat? But the women, there's like a group chat, and they all call him sir. He's not in this group chat. There's just the girls in it. They'll be like, sir wants us to do this. Sir wants to do it. It's weird. Whoa. That's why I'm getting jacked right now, dude. There might be a Jamaican personal trainer. I might have to fight a personal trainer to the death, dude.
Fuck, dude. There's nothing worse than personal trainers.
I mean, dude, this guy's got a nice Nexium sex goal going on right now.
Yeah, having a fucking group text about you, calling you sir, that you're not in.
It's daddy. He's daddy for like 30 chicks who are looking to slim up, and then they slim up and they love their daddy, dude. It's weird. It gets really kind of creepy and unsettling. But it's like,
have you tried to bring it up to Brittany that you don't like it?
100 times. So I
you can't do it. You can't do it.
No. So I'm like, go ahead, do your thing. I've said, I'm like, this shit is fucking weird. But I'm like, yeah. Dude, the pictures. This dude has a website of just chicks in their underwear. So you take a picture, start out, you get before and afters. This guy demands almost nudes. It's crazy. This guy just fucking rules. He kind of does. That's why I can't hate on him.
He's just in a fucking place in Jamaica. Like, all right, eat like a fucking piece of grilled chicken and some fruit and some nudes. Anybody can do the diet coach.
Dude, it's fucking wild. He has like different batches. Will come
I don't know, eat a fucking salad or something. Send me the picture.
It's literally it's like if you don't go by what his thing is, he'll kick you out. So he like rules with an iron fist, and obviously the Bays love this daddy energy, so they all hate fucking trainer daddies. Dude, I mean this guy's on another level. Oh, Spud saw his work. There was me, Spud, me, Brittany, and her friend were sitting there one time. Spud came over, and they were like showing me these. They showed me at first, and I was like, dude, you guys are great. This is nuts. You can't be trusting this dude with all these nudes. Like, this is wild. And like, no, just like before and after. Spud saw it. He was just like, what the fuck is this? Like, right away on it. I'm like, yo, I know you think he's just using this stuff, but like, he's either. I'm like, he's fucking these chicks for sure. Like, the dudes don't just get. Dudes in a position.
Is he living in Jamaica?
Just living in Jamaica, dude. From Jamaica.
Oh,
just
come down to Sandals. You earned it.
It's over, bro.
You reached your goal. Come to Sandals.
We're going to Jamaica.
I might stop by. Although
we are, yeah. We planned this trip before. The trip was planned before. Well, I know, dude. That's why, dude, I have to fight this dude. I'm gonna have probably like 4 pieces of fruit, 3 grams.
when you're down there, all Jamaicans are in like pretty good shape. Your head's gonna be spinning, dude. You're gonna be like, that motherfucker right there. Why is he dressed as a waiter? A taxi driver?
Still has his shirt off. Why is that fucking waiter? Dude, fucking
Man, that's that son of a bitch.
But yeah, dude, it is so funny listening to the group chat. I'm just like, sir wants us, and like, dude, if people don't get along, it's just like this dude surrounded by sycophants. It's like ripped chicks now who have like fat chick lack of confidence, sycophanting around daddy and yeah, for real. This dude's got to figure it out, honestly, dude. We got to go back to her. We got to go to school for personal training. Like, day one, dudes. I'll just hit the befores and be like, nice.
Don't even worry about it. Nice. Actually, pretty sick. Plateau. Stay there.
But yeah, dude, it's pretty much being like, here's a workout plan. Take pictures of your food, send it to me, and he'll be like yes or no. And then you naturally just lose weight. It's just, it's pretty simple. But I think he has the daddy thing going. I think, dude, they'll sit there and argue. Like, you ask a question, I'll be like, don't even bring that to Sir's attention. He'll be so pissed at you. Like, dude, it's great.
Yeah, man, that's tough. I'm happy you seem to be handling it. I couldn't when my ex was going to a personal, like, I would look at their pictures of their like personal trainers. There's just one dude. I was like, this guy's a fucking clown, dude. I hate this guy. And I was right. He did ask her out on a date. I wasn't wrong about that. But she was like, he played college football. And I was like, this motherfucker. So I looked it up. He was a fucking punter, Division II. I was like, so I'd be like sitting at home playing like FIFA for like 4 hours. And she'd come home from the gym and I'd be like, you see that fucking gay ass punter? Like, talk shit. What is fun? I'm just trying to explain to her. I'd be like, fucking punting? D2 is not. She's like, he's active now. And I was like, yeah, well,
That's a dick.
fuck that guy.
Also, why is he getting so ripped? It's like, yeah, I used to be a punter. I'm just trying to stay in punting shape. It's like, you mean stretch your right leg? Stretch your one leg?
Yeah, of course not. You know this guy. You know exactly who this guy is. Tattooed sleeves now. No, for sure. Jacked now. Yeah, get pussy in high school. Jacked now.
He might have got some punting pussy, dude.
No. You don't get punting pussy.
You'll get like an English lit. Like, you'll get a weird English lit.
In college, you might have got some punting pussy for sure. In high school, no punter ever has got pussy once.
Sorry. It's just facts.
They are literally lower than like man.
Yeah,
High school punter.
well, it's just like the most disappointing position in the game. It's like, oh, we're giving up again. Send that guy out. Send the guy who gives up for us.
Yeah, send out the surrender kid. Former soccer player. Send out the surrender soccer player.
Oh, no, we were disappointed. Go ahead. Send out the disappointment squad. Yeah, dude. It's too funny, man. I mean, honestly, it's kind of, I think the fact that the dudes, I have the Atlantic Ocean working for me.
That's nice. You got the Gulf. You got the Caribbean Sea.
Exactly. I got some distance. Dude. If he wants to try to man it up here, I'll deal with that.
Yeah, but that's the thing, dude. He knows exactly what the move is.
What do you think the move is?
Oh, I see it. I see it looking off the screen. You peep it off.
Now there's one so bad.
You need to be her, sir.
I might do that. That's what I'm saying, dude.
I need her, the cleaning lady, sir. Tell her to call you sir.
I love it. I actually love her so much. What? I'm saying, he's great.
I know a lot of people.
Yeah, you love your cleaning lady so much. She's great. She's a great person.
She rules. She rules. She's great with my kid.
I would love a cleaning lady. I'd love her. I'd take care of her.
True. I might tell her.
You try not to say things?
No, I don't know.
Oh, I thought you still loved her.
No, it's not like that, dude. I have a father's love now. So, it's different.
That was good.
Yeah, I have a father's love, dude. I was thinking about how pure my love was today. It's unbelievable how pure my love and my sexual energy is right now.
That's so nice. I can't give myself a fucking compliment. If I sat there and I was like, damn, my love is so pure, I'd be like, what the fuck am I doing? God damn it.
That's That's all the stuff I've been reading about. Is how to just let your thoughts drift through your head and just be like, huh. Anyway, what was I doing? Just go about it, dude. I've gotten caught up to. First of all, I think I might start having to use some macros and some pics now. Be like, well, I'm actually doing my own system befores and afters. Yeah, that's cool what you're doing there, Britt, but I got my own thing going over here. Sir. I mean, I can take it. Let me see you.
Yeah, make her. Let me see you. Make her hit a sir from Brittany.
Oh, dude, it'd be
like if she's like, sir. Pay her $5 extra just to call you sir whenever Brittany's around.
Strictly your stead, dude. I might be like, oh my god. Yeah, dude, it's it actually. Here's the kick. Here's why I'm not tripping about it.
Oh, really?
It's funny to correct. I'm sorry to correct Spanish people.
Oh my
show more respect to be like, you mean usted? Pardon me? Usted. That's usted to you.
Usted rules, dude.
Yeah, it does.
It's like, well, there's this whole thing built into a language. If you're better than the other person, they have to say
They have to call you usted. Spanish, yeah. That's what I've been researching.
Spanish, really?
Yeah, Spanish.
I'm stoked on that.
Don't be excited. That's another thing. You were talking about self-hate. I might. Next time I'm going to save the clip of me trying to record something by myself.
Please.
Just to send you. But, dude, I just sit here for, again, it's almost like the truck thing where it's like, for 2 hours I'll record the intro.
Dude, I mean, I'm no stranger. I'm doing Psych Doll Academy right now.
There's times where I'll be like, today we're going to look into, and I'll be like, today we're going to fucking look into. Delete.
Dude, I'm doing Psych Doll Academy. And I have to have glass thing, have like little slides, and I'm talking in the window. 1,000 reads, 1,000 redos every single time. I made a new rule where I don't do any more redos. Now when I fuck
we've absolutely fucked ourselves into a corner of having the meanest, most deaded fans possible. So if we, like, I mean, I'm not saying they're in your head, but there's a part of me that's like, I'm gonna get shit on for whatever I do. I gotta give them as little work with as possible as far as me being gay.
Yeah, this older brother stuff, dude.
It's absolute older brother stuff.
Still shook, dude. It's the same thing. I'll start being like, hey guys, welcome to. I'm like, hey guys, what am I? What am I? Fucking cutie pie? And I'm like,
bro, I 100% deleted a hey guys yesterday. Hey guys, it's Shane. And I'm sitting here like, fuck. Dude, yeah. I went out and sat in the hot tub for a while.
I go run
hot tub out there.
I'll start glitching on my intros, and I'll be like, I'm doing a whole academy. I'll do like 10. My rule is if I do 10 glitches, I'm like, dude, you're a psycho. I'll go run, just full psycho run. Like,
yeah.
Then come back and stuff. Hey guys, God fucking damn it.
Hey guys. Hey guys, what's up? Today we're going to be looking into like Spanish colonization.
Dude, I should say, I think I have, no, I don't think they save. I have a new screen recording thing that I use, but dude, it's like, the worst is when I'll get like 4 minutes into one. I'll be like, yeah, you know, like, kind of like the Jedi. Like, I start talking about Jedis and Sith. I read about it on Wikipedia for like 2 seconds. I was like, all right, I have it totally figured out. And started talking about it. It would just be like, and the Jedis, Jesus Christ, dude, it was so fucking funny. Or I'll just say a thing weird. I have a thing where if I'm talking too fast or I'm kind of nervous, I'll skip a word. And it's kind of like nerd mouth, where I don't feel mush two words together like a nerd. Dude, I can't explain it, but I'll catch it.
I get it.
Nerd mouth. You'll like say 2 words real quick or like leave a word out, and it's like, God, nerd mouth. God damn it.
And you gotta just keep it moving.
No, I always delete
it. You go back and be like, oh, I forgot that word.
Yeah, or it's like, it's not even it's a specific inflection of nerd speak where they'll like, they'll leave space out between two. I have to replay it and show you when I do it. I do it every time.
I think I understand. I believe I understand nerd speak.
Yeah, dude, I'll nerd speak.
I picked up on it. I got a keen ear for nerd speak. I hear it. Because I'll be not paying attention, specifically during like a class or something. If I hear it, nerd speak. Yeah.
This is the negative karma for bullying. It's like I was torturing kids down to like the level of their soul in grade school, a little bit in high school. I really ragged on a dude in college for having a German tattoo, convinced him it was like a non-denominated device for obviously right now. Now I have a hate symbol on my body.
That guy hexes you.
Hate symbol.
Yeah, hate symbol, and you're actually a Nazi. No, the right wing podcaster.
True that.
Which is basically the SS in modern America.
For sure. Did you see the Paul Rudd video?
Yes.
How good is that? I'm so stoked on that, dude. It's about time these young kids got like a good message from the celebrity.
I didn't hate it as much as I guess other people did. I didn't care, you know.
The problem I had
It wasn't one that got me. I didn't mean that like, oh, you care. No, I mean it. I meant like genuinely. I was just like, normally if something's corny enough like that gets me fired up. That one, I didn't get triggered.
Yeah, did it really like? I
did start to be like, this is pretty good. That's all I got.
The thing that triggered me is the very end when it says brought to you by the state of New York, and I'm like,
Didn't get to the end.
oh, dude, just
That would have annoyed me.
peep the end of it. First of all, he just pretends to be.
Oh yeah, you can screenshot, okay?
Check, yeah, just let's sit there.
Bring up the fucking cuties, dude. Make the people watch what the fuck we're talking about.
Let's go back. Yeah.
People think you're being a weirdo about it.
No, not at all. I'll bring up some cuties. What the heck?
Bring up some cuties.
Alright, we're here. Here it is. This is how much of this did you watch?
Probably a bit.
Let's just peek out the whole thing.
All right. The beginning was funny. Play the very beginning again.
Millennials need to wear masks because. Yo, what up, dudes?
Pretty sick.
Back at the Chief Young person. A few days ago, I was talking on the iPhone with my homie Governor Cuomo. And he's just going off about how us millennials need to wear masks because, get this, apparently a lot of COVID is transmitted by us millennials. No cap. So Paul texted me and said, Paul, you gotta help. What are you, 26? And I didn't correct him. So that's
That bothers me when dudes try to be young. It's like, dude, you're not a girl. But
Well, thanks for doing
talk.
that.
I agree with that.
You're totally beast. So slide that into your DMs and Twitch it. Vibe check. Gas queens like ourselves. We want to go to bars.
also, I was wondering, is he just making fun of black people?
That's exactly what I thought. The first time I watched it, I was like, damn, dude.
Yeah, I feel like Cuomo's like, look, Paul, we need to get a message out to the young black teens of America. Paul Rudd, you're our man.
Oh, look up your TikToks. I get it. I'm not going to preach at you like some celebrity. Look, this is a combo where I talk and you shut up and wear your mask. Hello? Oh, hi, Billie Eilish. What's that? You're wearing your mask? Man, I want to stand you. You're so my baby. Yo, listen, hype beasts. Masks protect you and because caring about other people.
Call the black people hype beasts. Listen, you hype beasts.
You want a challenge? Dude, how about
I can't stand for this, dude.
challenge? What about that?
Why is he one pant leg up?
Challenge. That fun out for you?
The first time I saw it, I thought I was making fun of Big J. Big J knows the woman.
I wear my mask. I get so asked that you wear your mask. Please wear your mask. Just wear a mask. Just wear a mask. It's easy. It's simple. Please. It's not hard. People are dying. Hundreds of thousands of people are dying. And it's preventable. It's preventable. Just wear it. I shouldn't have to make it fun. It's science. It's science. No!
This is the shit. Again, the whole thing, oh my god, this is just corny bullshit. This is what I'm watching. I'm like, is this the new state propaganda, dude? Like, obey celebrities, Billie Eilish, whoever the fuck that is. It's like, I just talked to a celebrity, and I'm a celebrity talking to another celebrity, and the governor, a super cool governor, through the hip state of New York, is putting out viral videos. It's like, what the fuck? That's like I watched. That was just like
science. Oh, man, can anything encapsulate how fucking cunty and condescending the left is more than just that right there? It's like literal propaganda being like, it's science. I can't believe we even have to explain this to you.
It's like, explain it. Please explain it. Like, yeah. And that's the problem too. It's like, so that's that's the level of discourse we're giving young people.
Also, nobody comes Salt Lake, 0 masks. Really? It was funny. I got off the plane. I got on the plane at JFK, where New York's very every single person's wearing a mask. If you don't wear a mask, people are looking at you like. I didn't see one person not wearing a mask at the airport, but Salt Lake. Got off the airport. First off, it was packed for some reason. It was very funny because JFK was like relatively empty. My plane was pretty empty. Landed in Salt Lake, and I must have been in an area where like 3 planes were boarding. It was just packed, shoulder to shoulder, with just white people without masks on. And I was like, damn it, oh yeah, it's good to be back, dude. Salt Lake City. You get into the city, it's the cleanest city you've ever seen. Real, just white people picking up trash.
Just not wearing a mask.
Just white people cleaning.
Well, Cuomo might have to. Well, Paul Rudd might have to head out there, dude. Dude,
Paul Rudd might have to tell the people if Utah to wear a mask. He's gonna put a false flag in there. Fucking scalp him and play the Indians.
He's gonna see all white people. We're good here, actually, Governor.
Yeah, it's like, actually, you guys don't need to wear masks.
Yes, dude, that thing of him just dressed like a black dude from the 90s and be like, listen, you fucking idiots. It's like, I guess it's like that. I don't know if that's what young people do. We have a babysitter who's pretty young. She doesn't like roll in here with a boombox on her shoulder like, yo, what's up, IPs? I get the humor behind it, but it's like,
for sure. That's what we're. If you make that, if you point, you shine a light on that article or that ad as if it's making fun of black people, then yes, it's very funny. Like if you posted that, and we're like, this is racist. Yeah. That would be funny. If he could get in trouble for that being racist.
Dude, it kind of fucking is.
Somebody was like, yo, this is weird.
But I didn't know how it was going to
It's strange. And again, the end of it being like brought to you by the state of like, it's like, it's science, duh. Quoting Paul Rudd, brought to you by the state of New York. It's like, you think I base my things on Paul Rudd? Like, Paul Rudd's upset about something. I'm like, hold on. Let's, it's science. So first of all, let's hit up Paul Rudd to get the opinion. If it's science, why would you have a scientist?
Yeah.
Like, you know me, it's Paul Rudd. I'm from Ant-Man. Anyway, what's up, black people?
Anyway, so what's up?
What's up, black beasts?
Paul Rudd. Hello, blacks. We can wear your mask. Chicka-boom. You guys get it?
Dude, there's a whole level of internet thinking now that's like, it's science, this is everything. It's just incomplete thought. It's pure obedience, incomplete thought. It's like, dude, I'm not saying like take them off. It's like, there should be
you got me on a good day, bro. It was a lovely day in here, and I watched the pandemic. You got me on a good day, dude. It's literally whatever the most recent propaganda that I've watched is what I'm calling on. Peanut. Just so happened to have watched Pandemic, so I immediately investigated pedophiles.
That's a good way to be that. Yeah. Pandemic slaps, dude. Pandemic.
It's whenever I watched it, every single day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as soon as somebody tells me, like I'll talk to someone and they're like, I'm like, yeah, man, like I was watching that thing, 100,000 people, like that's a lie. I'm like,
I never done
maybe. Yeah. Right now, it's the two possibilities are that there's a horrible pandemic murdering everybody, or there's not, and it's a lie. It's like, I don't like either option. That's what I'm true. Just listen, slap it on. Dude. Again, when I go to stores, I always put it on. I don't want to, like, the same thing. Like, I don't want to make people feel weird, or just be like, or just go somewhere and be like, it's like, I understand that, but then, like, to have Paul Rudd, not him specifically, but like Governor Cuomo being like, let's get the young people fired up with the celebrity and talk about Billie Eilish, blah, blah, blah. I fucking hate that line of thinking. To be like, look, you're a retarded idiot. Here are 3 celebrities being like, I do it, so you should too. And just saying, ironically mentioning science. It's like, dude, if that's
they are always going to wear masks. I was thinking about that.
What do you mean?
We're going to keep wearing masks.
We're trying to, dude. We're trying to get here on that. I used to always be able to have a good old laugh when I walked around.
A good laugh, but they don't wear fucking masks. So funny they wear masks. Yeah.
Now here I am. I guess, dude, is that why it's like a trend now? If you don't wear a mask, like every Thursday, everyone's like,
sort of destroy the other.
China's been on coronavirus lockdown for like 25 years. They've been rocking out like this. This is what it's like to live over there. Fucking Paul Rudd probably sent you a message.
Paul Rudd's over there, yeah.
And also,
Yeah, you want to do that? You want to do the Paul Rudd in China video?
It is anime.
he had all kinds of things to try to protect it.
But yeah, dude, it's like that must be what it feels like to get like kind of a constant government propaganda, especially if it's one side. At least we have like two retards, gigantic retards fighting each other in the political sphere. China's just
We've got to the mantra from just retarded guys destroying cities in their wake. They're just fighting each other.
China's just one home team, dude. If you like it, it wants to rule. Be like, yo, we're all on the same page. There's rules.
And I didn't
But
think
like,
I mean, if you were Chinese and like, let's say Trump, like if they were that level of fans, of like hardcore Trump fans, and it's like, yeah, he destroyed the other political party. It's just him now. Oh shit, we got the best economy in the world. Fucking everybody owes us money. Oh shit, we're expanding like crazy. It'd be like, yo, that's a hype beast, dude. There's definitely some hype beast.
for sure.
They must be so fucking stoked on what's going on.
Yeah, if you're getting like, if you're like,
China's number one.
if you're like super loyal to the party, they hook you up. It's like, oh, this rules, dude.
China number one, dude. We need to get Taiwan. Hong Kong, dude. We gotta go get them.
I wonder, man. I wonder if we'll fall into. That's what everyone keeps saying. We're gonna fall into like socialist type. Everyone's convinced both sides want to fall into some sort of like tyranny situation.
Yeah.
And we'll either way. Because either way, I get to be like fucking renegade in the night, like, carry the torch, polar beer out, and I'm stuck. It's also got.
Yeah, for sure.
It's also like
Until we get like beheaded early, they erase everything we've ever made. And
people. Yeah, people are super judgy.
that's what happens.
People are super judgy about people in totalitarian systems. It's like, dude, I'm feeling like just like a couple things. There's a little totalitarian breeze blowing around that I feel here, and I'm like, I'd be like locked in my basement, like, please don't fuck with me. That's terrifying. Go against like
It's so scary.
yeah, dude.
Yeah, I'm afraid of like YouTube taking us down.
Yeah,
Think of like them actually like coming to your house.
they
They're just taking your shit.
beating the fuck. Like literally, you really think about how powerless you are. I remember they can't take our gun. It's like, dude, keep your one gun. They can bomb you.
Well, no, I will say that the guns actually, and for a while that's how I thought. I was like, yeah, I mean, what good's that gun gonna do against a tank? But they're not gonna be. I would be shocked if the boys turned on us.
Yeah, well, that's also true too. You always forget too that like, you know, people are like, oh, it's one gun, but it's like, yeah, but like, dude, think about 200 million people with guns. It's like, that's a fucking problem. That's a motherfucker.
It's like World War Z, dude. They don't even have to be accurate. It's gonna be hordes of people.
What would the government? Do you think government would do if all? You know, I'm gonna get my house fucking stormed. But like, if everybody would just roll up with guns and be like, yo, fuck off. I guess you couldn't do it because it would devolve into a war itself. Like, all right, I get to be Trump now. They would all be like, I'm Trump.
Yeah. No, I don't think. Yeah, I think we're good. I think we're all right in the United States. I think we're all right. I think our totalitarian state is going to be much more just. The closest we'll get is like deplatforming and fucking wild surveillance. And I mean, I doubt it's going to be like. Do you see what they did in Iran?
No.
They fucking executed the wrestler.
What?
It was like a famous wrestler. They're not like WWE, but like.
Oh,
I don't think Iran's like good at wrestling.
I could actually see those guys.
I think Iran has, like Jack Terry dudes.
Yeah, man. They're those dudes who come with UFC and whoop ass.
Yeah, dude. If you see, that's one of my rules. That's one of my betting rules in the UFC. If you see a guy from a stand, like if you see some dude from like Uzbekistan, it's like pick him. That guy is a retarded man. His team is gonna murder someone, and they're all people. Jack.
They're different from the top of the cars.
They're absolutely different than white people. They are not white people, dude. If you're from like Georgia or T-Wolf, Khabib is not. Oh my god. He's something else, dude. He's terrifying, bro.
He probably has a professional driver just so he can surf the top of his fan everywhere he goes.
Yeah, there's an Instagram. I found it. I've linked to it, but it's called Look at This Russian. It's an Instagram page. It's the best. It's the best thing in the world, dude. It's just Russians. It's just videos of Russians doing just wild shit. Russians rule, dude. I'm coming around. Russia does rule. Russia fucking rule.
Russia's
What
white
was I saying? Oh, they killed this guy. He was like a famous fighter. They killed him for going to a protest. He got executed by the state. For protesting. The world knew about it. So that's a tough thing. Like, that's a tough
that's true. That's when you know you're in a city or a state that's fucked up. When like that
the whole world is like, don't do it.
everyone there's just like,
And the government's like, what are you guys going to do? He's ours.
Jesus Christ. That sucks. Yeah, that's true, too. People gotta stop being babies here. I mean, we are having all our solar babies. But we slowly stripped away from us. You know what I mean? They could do it faster and more aggressive. At least they're like, being like, come on, guys. You guys are still in control of everything.
We're dragging our feet.
Rock the boat, guys. Get out there.
It's not even like we're dragging our feet or like fighting it. It's just like a dumb herd. It just takes forever to get everybody to like, nobody's like resisting. It's just everyone's just fat and slow and looking at like getting distracted by shit. It's like, no, come on, this way, keep walking.
I'm kind of bummed about how fat we are as a country. That's something
It does rule. Man, it sucks. I think our fatness is dropping a little.
What?
I think I think we peaked as far as the fatness. I could be wrong. I don't think kids are as fat these days.
I can see that. Yeah.
You remember seeing Drexel's campus?
Yeah.
I swear to God, I didn't see one fat kid on campus.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I think you might have been. Your eyes might have been diverted because there's definitely. I went to Drexel. There was a couple fats.
Well, you went to Drexel. Sure, you went.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I went, there were fats. We were like the last generation of fats. We were the last generation of dudes. We were the last of the fat eaters.
It might have been the fattest generation, dude.
For sure. We were the last group of kids that got fed sugar. True. I just had Captain Crunch. I still have it, dude. I'm the last of the fat eaters.
We actually might have came up on the worst nutritional era ever. It was in like the 50s. It was like, you got bacon and shit, but there was no like candy to be had. There was no sugary cereal. It was just like bacon, grape nuts, whatever that like really fucked up shitty cereal, like the original Cocoa Pebbles that are like grape nuts that are actually rocks. It was like that, eggs, bacon, whole milk. You only got like a quart for a family of 10. They all kind of like weird skinny ribs. And then we came on the Reese Puffs and we thought it was a party.
Yeah, and then all of our dads that used to be skinny Jack were like fat pussy. You gave me Pop-Tarts and soda for
Yeah, we got fucked, dude, by the term.
Yeah, our homes were fat, and now the new kids are not as fat. No, dude, I promise. I've seen them. I've scoped out college campuses.
Yeah, their schools, dude, the schools now are like, making you eat fruit. My school choices were soft pretzels, chicken fingers, or like a rib sandwich. That was like, when I went to high school to buy lunch, my only options, I had to pretty much eat fast food all day, every day.
Yes.
I ate fries every day. I ate soft pretzels, liquid cheese every single day. And I would bring a thing of Cozy Shack rice pudding and crush that before lunch. And then I'd go home and eat bagel bites. I'm surprised we're all not dead.
Yeah, it's wild how bad the food is that they gave us.
Yeah, we got fucked.
I got some. I think I might go vegan, dude.
Really?
No chance, but I don't know. I was eating lunch meat today or yesterday, and I started feeling grossed out by it. Just like, I don't know. I might, damn, dude. They thought I was gay before. It's like, I don't like driving a truck. I think I'm gonna become a vegan. Damn it.
Frederick Brennan,
Nate Diaz is a vegan. I think I'm gonna do it.
It's kind of
Nate Diaz are both jacked.
Styles big. He was the guy from the Locks. He's a vegan.
Yeah. I get high.
Kind of a sick power. Yeah, it's kind of a sick power move. I did it for a month. It's pretty awesome. I think I had.
Can't give up wings, dude. I literally cannot give up chicken wings.
They're delicious. I bought a big pack of them. I made chicken. I knocked people's socks off some chicken wings the other day. I made them. But not bragging. But
I'd be like bummed. I'd be like sad in a world without wings.
It's honestly, wings are delicious. But dude, you stop eating.
There's those seitan wings.
There are.
They're so good. No, there's some really, really good ones.
Well, Shane, if you knew anything about me, you would know that seitan is all. Seitan's literally wheat.
Okay.
That's my kryptonite, bro.
So you can't have it.
Well, the fact that you even bring up seitan for a person who's gluten compromised.
So you fucking hype beast. You believe you agree?
Yeah, dude, I can't believe that people are slowly finding out there's complete pussy. Like, I'm jumping up seitan. But yeah, dude,
Just got confirmation on a pretty good guest for the Patreon. Just putting that out there for the listeners. Pretty good.
And if you don't want to come through, no big.
No big, but don't worry about it. Glad you're gonna like this one. No problem. No problem.
Damn, that's fucking swag now, dude.
Yeah. Major league swag, yeah. Major league swag, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one.
That'll be fun. That'll be fun. We'll see. It'll be
interesting. Yeah, hopefully it works. Hopefully this gets done. But yeah. So, yeah, you are allergic to gluten.
Yep.
Fred had a
you know it's gay.
Fred
But yeah, dude, the vegan thing.
Oh, do you want to? I should do this off there. No, I was gonna ask you. Do you want to feature at Helium when I'm there in October?
Hell yeah. What date are you doing it?
Don't you dare fucking bail on this.
I'm going to California in October, so as long as it's not that day.
What day?
I don't know. I'll find out.
15th, 16th, and 17th.
I think we're in the clear. I do think we're in the clear.
I hope so. Because then we can do a little live cast too.
People need it, dude.
They need to see you. The reason I brought that up is just remind me of the gluten allergies.
rivalry
Fucking queer. It's my favorite joke.
I'm excited to do stand-up now. It's so funny now that
Stand-up rules.
now that I can't do it, I'm like this week now I'm like looking forward to going and doing it. It's pretty fun.
Dude, I'm telling you, wait till you see what it's like. We have fans.
True, and it's easy to pack everything out now because everything is quarter capacity.
Oh, I was selling out everywhere I'm going.
That's what I'm saying.
Except, oh, dude, I forgot to tell you this. So the club here, you run into some rough ones. Look, I have two things for fans that come to shows. Please don't yell any of our catchphrases during my stand-up. It's weird.
You a catchphrase?
People are yelling, "Oh hell yeah!" Like nonstop hell yes, nonstop. People be like, "That's John." That's John. Like, come on, dude. I don't want to kick you out for yelling, like for being excited. True. But yeah, that was a tough one. Saturday Late Show here. Ran into a buzzsaw of a crowd, dude. Probably the most retarded crowd I've ever had. Yes, or it must have been just literally the club of, oh fuck, I forgot I was gonna stop saying it. I haven't said the other one. Now I think about it.
often enough you don't know
That's a big win today. Probably do it.
It's a hype beat.
Probably do it. That's a hype beat. So probably do it on the page, dude. I got to show out. They must have been gathering of like the retarded part of our fan club. They want to pregame. They must have pregame together, join forces, come to the show. Saturday Late Show, which sucked because Saturday Early Show ruled. And it got my confidence up. I was like, damn, dude, I'm fucking good at this. Then I watched in the back in terror. That's the way this crowd operated the whole show. I watched them destroy every other. Really? And then when I got on, it was just VP, Legion of Skanks. Just people just, if I'm like, yeah, my dad, like 30 people are like, Phil. So yeah. It's nice, it's funny, yeah, man.
I just love when
I just see normal people.
Sure, no, for sure.
You love when it's a fucked up crowd unless you're doing headline.
Oh, that would be horrendous. Because you can always
be like, I can do 50 minutes of just like putting out fires the whole time you're on stage. Like a whack-a-mole of just retarded guys yelling out something I would say.
Dude, when I was at Topgolf, it was the last show of the whole weekend. Was just like, dude, it was like a bachelor party.
Just the boys.
It was
just the dogs.
It was the dogs. The dogs were really hard. They came in immediately, were like talking shit to other comedians, and then.
Sucks, dude. Don't encourage that.
There was the problem even wasn't so much the dogs there.
And it is funny. I get
respectful during my set. But it was just nice. You know when there's like not that many people there, but everyone's hammered, so there's like space between a bunch of like space junk, hammered people just floating about. It was so bad.
That's what every show is now.
It's kind of nothing to lose. You go up there and you're like,
It's true. I did not really care, but it was crowded enough. Like Sunday, like last night was pretty empty. And 2 nights ago was empty, the crowd.
Yeah.
And it was great. It was my favorite show. It was like fun to just walk around. I didn't care at all. But no, this was like literally like dudes screaming.
Keep the audience
Yeah. And then I forgot my opener was autistic. I forgot about this. As soon as I got on stage, a bunch of he had Asperger's, and a bunch of dogs were fucking yelling right away, and I was like, sorry to everybody, this is my fucking autistic fan base. I was like, fuck, sorry about that. The opener, it's just silly to criticize people for being autistic. He did laugh. He was very funny. Although somebody hit an animal on Thursday
In the crowd?
Not a dog. It was not a dog. It was not a dog. Dogs were screaming.
Yeah, no.
This guy. So, autistic, the kid with Asperger's, he's also an African American black fellow. He's a black guy. He's a real hype beast.
He better be wearing a mask.
He was wearing a suit. True hype. He rules. He was up there. He wasn't clean. He and I went scrounging for pussy. It was great together. He was the man.
That's a good one, dude.
A great one. I was joking about it. I was like, autism is so close to being just like a true player. Like you would just walk, no, you're ugly. I'm like, damn, dude, this guy. No, I'm not gonna kiss her. She's ugly.
That's a dumb thing to question. I can figure out pretty quickly.
So the kid who's on stage,
Check that one.
I keep calling him kid. The guy, man, who's on stage, he had a bit about like fucking a white chick, and the white chick asking if she could say the N-word. And he was like, people have done way worse to get pussy, I don't care. Like, it was funny. And then like 3 jokes later, this guy in the audience is like, how come you're allowed to say, oh, we're not? Like, it wasn't even part of the, just screaming. He screamed it twice, same thing.
Jesus Christ.
Hard. I was in the back like, oh my God, dude, fuck. And I was about to go on stage. Shit. Let's go, you got the on stage.
Yeah, he's on serious thin ice.
What did he do?
He's trying to take ownership of the basement, dude. He keeps dumping. Like nasty diarrhea dump. Still does. Still, dude, I had him in the Cobra Clutch today down in the basement. I was trying to bring him to it, dude. It was so funny. I like whenever I go down and smell it. I'm like, so I go downstairs. I verify the dump. I see it splattered. So I go up and they hide. They scatter. They take off. So I go and find him. He's curled up. So he knows. So I grab his collar. I gotta bring him to the thing. He's like, no, stop shitting down here.
Yeah, show.
Look it up on YouTube. Apparently this guy doesn't work. But so I'm like trying to get him to go to the thing, and he won't go to the dump, and he's fucking back on me. And I had him in a Cobra. I had him almost like a triangle today. So I was like, dude, I might put you out. See if I fucking get me.
What are you looking at him right now?
Yeah, dude. Look at that boy.
Yeah,
He's very funny.
Dude's such a dickhead. How crazy stuff. Brittany had him in the crate for like 5 nights. I guess
Show him again. He's very cute.
I don't fucking fled for him. He's such a jerk off, dude. He went there today. Today I was down here cleaning it up. Me and him had our little quarrel. We made up. I took him to DP. I can't say it out loud. I took him to the dog park. And we made up. I took him to the dog park. And, we get home. And I'm sitting here down here working on my computer. I see him go to the exact spot that he dumped that. He just kind of like sat by it and sniffed it. And I looked at him like, I shot him daggers out of my eyes. I'm like, dude, I will. This time, I'll completely
get it. If he did it in your face,
huh?
He won't get it like in front of you.
He just sniffed the spot, like looked at me, and I looked at him like, go ahead, dude, I dare you. And he just came back down and sat down. I'm like, dude, don't even try it. I'll kill you. He got used to just peeing down. He went away in Florida. He got used to peeing down here. So I think he thinks it's sweet, right? He thinks he can just come down here and pee.
He thinks it's sweet.
He does, dude. It's like,
that does roll for him. Imagine if you had to wait for someone every time you wanted to use the bathroom.
Dude, it's like he had
It's just so fucking.
as far as he's concerned, we just added a new bathroom to the house. He's like, oh, sweet, this place has 2 bathrooms now? Sick. Perfect. Dude, it's the worst. It's like the whole time I work down here every day. So it's like I'm down here. It's just the diarrhea, dog smell with the cleaner combined. So like the first 4 hours of my day, it just smell like dog shit mixed in with like orange. With like orange terpenes.
Oh shit's so bad.
Oh, dude, it's the worst. Man, I don't know why the fuck you
shit, yeah.
It's had diarrhea for like a month now. And then as soon as
probably had a fucking Captain Crunch for breakfast. It's probably on my diet. That's how you get diarrhea for a month.
Dude, he's fucked up right now. But we wrestled a little, jumped him out over the dump, fucking gave him Dude, he was bucking instinctively. I caught him in it. I'm like, oh, I got you.
Well, that's just your training.
My white belt kicked in. And it was such a secure, it was so funny. I was like, and dude, at one point I thought he was on the ground.
That's a pretty good joke.
I thought he was going to get me. He gave me the side eye, the crocodile side eye, and I'm like, bro, like, we can actually fight. We have beef right now. So if you wanted to fight me, it would be on.
He would fuck you up. He would fuck you up.
I don't know, man.
He would fuck you up.
He's so strong.
You would kill him. You would win the war.
Dude, he clamped on my arm. I might bitch out.
Yeah.
He's bit me.
He clamped and fucking torn and ripped.
I'd have to poke his eyes out. I have no other choice.
You have to kill the boy.
I mean, dude, there's a thin line of love and hate in this house between me and my dogs, dude. I would have to poke him. If he ripped my arm, I'd have to hit both of them, if not one of his eyes.
Hit him with the stooge.
He has no idea.
You gotta hit him with the stooges.
I'm over here talking. Me and Brittany talked about that recently. She was like, what would you do if the dog bit Maya? I'm like, I'd have to kill him.
Just fast kill him.
I fucking kill him. I fucking murder them, dude. I'd kill both. If one of them bites her, I'll kill both of them.
Oh, it's bath time. You're putting him in the bath.
Today, Jackson shit on the floor, so I cleaned that up. I'm beefing with Jackson. Me and him make up pretty quickly. I'm like, man, I gotta start training you better. It's not your fault, my bad. But then, so I'm sitting down here, I hear Brittany. Apparently, while the commotion was going on, Tilda went upstairs. Brittany had like her meal plan that she has to take a picture of. For sure. She has a 2 boiled eggs. 2 boiled eggs and a piece of toast with cheese. First of all, the meal plan's with 2 boiled eggs and a piece of toast and cheese. I'm like, that sucks. That's not a good meal.
No, your sir is a fraud, dude. Sir is literally just like
one piece of cheese, one piece of bread.
One the bread and it's gonna be a picture. 1 gram of shit pigs. Dude, what are the grams of provisions? What's he talking about? Is he trying to say protein?
No, it's like there's like ground provisions or like anything like I think it's like a root vegetable, but also broccoli fits in there. It makes no sense. I mean, there's no. I mean, I'm a big Law and Order guy. I'm big on Law and Order. There's no.
You're big on law. You've always been big on Law and Order. I'm big on making. I forget what the fuck Biden's. What's his thing?
He's not the Law and Order president. No, he's
What's his phrase?
It's like
so you can bring back build or something. Fucking, it's weird.
Yes.
Well, I have nothing to hide.
Yeah, Trump's like, I'm Law and Order president. I would have the federal guard here. I was nothing but the federal guard. Oh, dude, so Brittany makes her plate for sir. She's about to take a picture.
I hate sir. I know who sir is. I hate him.
He's a motherfucker right now. This is dude, right now. I have all the problems in my life. That's just one of them. I put on the back burner. I'll deal with this when this comes.
Damn, you need to go to Team Joe's store.
What's that?
Team Joe. It's Joe Biden, bro. It's Team Joe.
What's he have?
I'm Team Joe. No malarkey.
Yeah, none of that fucking malarkey.
No malarkey's a sick fucking phrase.
Also, he was against gay marriage pretty hard at one point.
Was he?
Oh yeah, he was pretty explicitly. It was like,
they gotta get on Latinos. Just get on Latinos for Biden future. That was squared around. Yeah, get a black people for Biden. Build back better.
Yeah, there you go.
That's what it is. You can buy Joe Biden hand sanitizer, by the way.
how to
What is your
but it wasn't
Unity over division.
a chance to
Yo, you take that. You take my
all
fucking
of
job.
these
I think he did, and it's actually a pretty basic white tee.
wild stuff.
Son of a bitch.
And it's
Wow, they're doing like, they're trying to make like cool fashion.
guys,
Oh, they're copying it. Yeah, it's like crop top for a girl, like a
they were just taking
long-waisted tie-dye shirt, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, like goes past your knees type thing.
He's got shirts for like cutie. He would be sick of making cutie age apparel. Imagine JB.
I genuinely thought that was a Sam I t-shirt. Sam I posted that. He posted that on his Instagram, and then I think I DM'd him, and I was like, yo, how do I get one of those? And it was from Joe Biden's website, and I said,
That's fucking hilarious.
God, I'm kidding.
Long story short, Matilda ate a piece of bread with cheese on it, which is a building block of healthy nutrition. I'll take a half of a grilled cheese.
yeah, I mean, YouTube.
That's crazy.
Dude, I mean, it works.
Piece of bread with cheese on it.
Yeah, you're not supposed to have that. That's not fitness, dude.
That sucks. I'm mad hearing that somebody ate that.
It's not like it's not good. It's that you can't dispute it. Like, there's no wiggle room. You'd be like, hey man, like, you know, what about the culture around the thing is like, they got a dairy intolerance. All of the sycophants are gonna be like, can't have the fucking program.
You can't do it, sir.
You gotta eat cheese. You gotta eat cheese.
Is it to get jacked or just lose weight?
You get it.
Oh, really? You get jacked off the...
What you lose,
Yeah, so they wipe out.
Sir's just trying to break you down. Don't do it.
Sir, that's the other thing too. Like, yo, I'm just trying to lose. Sir, only wants you to be slim thick.
Getting rid of the evidence.
Before and after.
You can't have
That's why you
can't
have both. You have both because sir needs you to be slim thick. You can't just be real thin.
unless your wife is in the military or the thin blue line.
Yeah.
She cannot call another military.
Fuck no.
That's you got to do. You have to kill her.
She doesn't. That's what's pretty sick. She doesn't.
She sits around.
Yeah, I was like, look, man, just get your little meal plan, get your workout plan, and you know. She doesn't really like it. She has a very rebellious streak about her.
Don't let Sarah find out she's rebellious. That's how she's going to want. He's only going to get more turned on.
Well, that was the problem. At first, it was kind of like, fuck this, I'm going to do this, and I'm like, just don't get Sarah upset. I don't want you to get Sarah upset.
Don't get Daddy upset with us. Sarah's going to say, my fuck both of us, dude. Like, we might, dude, she's jeopardized all of us, dude.
Alright, my scopes. I'll let you know when he comes. When it comes, we might have to bump it down for like a couple weeks. I don't think he'll be here, but when I go over there,
He's coming, dude. 100% he's getting you.
I would like, dude.
Yeah, the Jamaica?
Sure, it's not that far.
Down in John Brown?
Yeah, for sure. I'll be sure. If we go down there and have to Dude, if I had raised Sir Junior, dude, if I had a kid who started, if I had a Jamaican baby who started bossing me around, dude, that would suck, dude.
It's fast as hell.
What's wrong with you, Daddy? You're a body boy. I'm like, stop it, Sir Junior, please.
Sir Junior, please. Yeah, that'd be a fucking tough one, dude. Anyway, you know, I think I've only seen it in movies, but like, dudes that go on vacation with their wives and they fuck somebody at the resort.
It's a sick move.
It's the worst. You gotta fly home, dude.
Yeah, I was thinking about that today, actually. Like, I was really thinking about, like, pervert dad energy and how there's some dads who just can't get it together and they're just, like, malicious perverts for their entire life.
Malicious perverts.
Well, I was, like, thinking about it, like, you know, she's going away for a couple days, and there's, like, if I didn't have pure, clean, sexual dad energy, it's like, there's dudes who their wife leaves, and it's like, hookers, grabbing a bag, like, it's on, dude. And you just have to button it up. As soon as they come back, you have to just feel like, hey, man, I miss you. And it's like, dude, crazy. It's not even like a judgmental thing. It's just so much to keep together. You try to be like, all right, hopefully my phone bill doesn't get checked. God, I feel
guilty if I do weird things and I have literally no one to answer to.
Yeah, if I'm not angry, anyway, I'll go off into orbit. If I'm
You go, yeah, you're a wild boy.
I'll fucking just. I see how it happens, but it's like, there's a you hit a point where you're like, all right, I'm responsible for other people's like new entities' well-being. If I hurt a dog out, there's about 100% chance that it'll affect this little creature negatively and very unfairly. One day have to be like, I was horny.
I'm sorry that your life is hard.
But it's so funny because I'm always like, dude, I know I'm like 6 months in talking shit. I'm like, it's gonna come from me, dude. The Cum Reaper's gonna come from me.
The Cum Reaper does come from you. It comes for us all.
Exactly. So I'm like, let me not get too fucking high and mighty. Dude, it's like, I just pray but I'll be Cum Reaper, so like I don't do.
Well, you just gotta remember the Cum Reaper. It's not worth it. Like when I was dating, my last girlfriend, the one before her, in a long relationship, I was like, man, I should be getting pussy. I should be out fucking. And then now I'm out fucking a little, get the pussy. Sucks, dude. I'm at a comedy condo in Phoenix eating cereal. That's what comes. You want to know what comes with getting pussy? A depressing world.
Yeah, dude. My whole
it's
life.
fun though, and pussy rules.
Sure,
pussy rules. But you gotta be willing to make a lot of sacrifices in order to get a lot of pussy. Not saying I get a lot of pussy, but you know what I mean.
I know what you're talking about. My whole life, I feel like my whole life pattern was I'd get a girlfriend and be like, I'm not getting enough pussy. This chick's holding me back. I fucking rule. I sold it so many pussy. The dude who's regularly getting pussy for no reason, confidence. You're like, I can be getting. And then you go out and you're like, I forgot. I'm kind of a fucking weirdo dork. And you're like, fuck. Then you get pussy again. You're like, I knew I was the man. And you're like, oh, dude, fuck this. I gotta get back. And then after like 10 times, like, no, we're the door. I've come to grips with it. I think it's a certain age where you're just kind of like, at least for me, it's like, I've stopped deluding myself that chicks want me per se. Like, they just like, they just a very paranoid and very negative way to think. Like, just to go out and be like, yeah, this chick thinks I'm hot. It's like, no, I just would make her life a lot easier and it'd be cool. So that's how I view myself. So
I never ever once thought anybody thought I was hot.
Yeah, not that, but it's like you can delude yourself and be like, I'm so good. I'm so good at sex.
I also have never been tricked into thinking I was gonna fuck anybody well. That's good, dude. I would go out purely like, this girl just saw me do stand up. I can fuck her. Yeah, that's it, dude. It's gonna be bad, and it's gonna be. It'll be funny.
The spell will last till midnight.
The spell. I gotta hurry up. It was funny. In Phoenix, these dudes were like, "Do you want to go to this bar? Like, it's a good place to get them chicks." And I was like, literally the only girls I could fuck were the ones that were at that show.
Is this something
where that's 100%?
Or we
I'm not going to a bar and picking up
chicks. You should start going to a bar and just watching yourself doing stand-up on YouTube and just be like, just wait till someone comes up.
And if they are going to have this,
you have strong daddy energy, dude.
I have daddy, dude.
You have strong sir energy, dude. I think.
So right now, for instance,
no, I can't. Stand up. I mean, the quality of that drops tremendous. Like, if I had a good set like helium or something.
It's very difficult.
Yeah, I mean that's you're fishing at the top of the pond at that point.
Yeah. That's what's nice about New York. Yeah. Every night, and then the girls are just very, very pretty. So you have a chance to talk to a pretty girl. But then every once in a while I'll see a pretty girl at the bar that wasn't at the show. I'll try to talk to her, and it's so funny the difference.
They're just kind of like, huh?
They're like, oh, hey, like what's up? Hey, I'm like, oh, did you see the show? Nah, that's what I do. It's nothing. It's like, who are you? Yeah.
So funny.
Anyway. It's good to talk about pussy again.
It is, dude.
There's one more thing I wanted to complain about that would make me sound gay.
I think we have to have.
I forget what it was.
At a certain standpoint, are they really?
Oh, yeah, I forgot the rest of the N-words.
Operating as a government.
He got kicked out like right away. It took a minute. It was funny. The host didn't see it happen. The host just came in and was like, I'm gonna bring you on. I was like, yo, wait, that guy is getting thrown out for saying whatever. What is that? What? Like everybody, dude.
where
I've
the
never
government
seen
use corporate entities.
you put a damper on the whole show, like hard, like a very hard, like fuck, like this is. It was actually like depressing. That dude screamed the N-word and then was like, while he was getting kicked out, it's so fun. First off, his wife yelled Trump USA. Which actually I commended her. As soon as I got on stage, I was like, "That's a ride or die bitch, dude." Like her husband was going down for an N-word. She was like, she was the band on the Titanic, dude. The Titanic was singing, and she was like, "I'm going down with my man."
How much influence is the government?
She started hitting Trump USA. The guy stands up while he's getting kicked out, and he's like, "What is this fucking communist Russia?" He was like, "All right, you fucking socialists." Like was yelling at the audience, calling everybody socialists. And then on the way out, his wife started a Biden chant.
Right now,
Damn, they probably love when they went home that night. They're like, what was
I think they paced out front of the club for a while. That was the reports, and I was like, dude, I'm gonna get fucking killed.
and actually, what's
A Patriot's gonna roll on me because he screamed the N-word and got kicked out of an establishment.
oh,
and so
imagine finding that wife who would just be like, what? Like,
I know, well,
do anything.
It's not
They
just
think,
about.
I bet their argument is like, why can't we say it? Exactly. It's like, well, look, if that's your argument, it's dumb. But also, don't yell it in public during a show to a black guy.
And that, you can do that, and you can say what you
Yeah, also, I
From
wonder.
the darkness, from
I
the back of a room.
Well, imagine too if it was just like, okay, yeah, you know what? Good point. Go ahead. Have at it, guys. Like, what are you gonna do with it?
In a
That's
way,
the question.
Section 230 is sort of the free speech law.
Yeah, what's the other one? I can put it to use. What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Put that to use?
Talking like friendly greeting?
Oh, I wish. Like a.
Wasn't Trump
Oh.
trying to get rid of that?
That's all I would say.
What's that?
You
That
say
guy.
dude.
That
You say
guy.
dude every 2 words.
Exactly.
If we were black guys, that would be it.
That he couldn't say whatever he
It's the
wanted.
ultimate.
We would be so cool.
Like,
It's the
It's the ultimate dude. It's the ultimate dude.
I mean, it's
It's the final dude.
my handicap, and I live with it. The fact that I can't
It is.
you know, my boys, but you know, that's just. I accept that.
My boys, damn, how sick would that be?
How much closer you your boys would get,
coming
dude?
from sort of the opposite.
That guy's right, dude. We're being
You want
fucking
to
shit.
go to a happier, whatever place that has less.
That guy brought up some good points.
He wants to get as close as possible with his boys, dude.
You know, to make these
One of the boys, I don't want to, I'm not gonna rat out him.
So they both wanted to get rid of Section 230.
He was sad that I told him to shut the fuck up a lot during the show.
Really?
He was very heartbroken
Get rid of it and
outside
replace it
after
with
the
something
show.
else.
What he was at? What he was at? He was just trying to have a good time.
I was so sorry that I was like ruining the show.
I think
He was
that's
like
a
hammered.
mistake.
I had to tell him to shut the fuck up like 12 times.
Yeah.
Whether or not we should
He wouldn't shut that.
end the
Came
story.
outside. He was a little teary eyed. He was sad.
Story.
He says, "Yeah, boy."
He was teary eyed.
Oh.
And he was like, "Can I get a picture?" I was like, "Yeah, dude."
That's what it's all about.
You can't kick the dogs out. The dogs love it. They're having fun.
You can't boot them, dude.
I mean, basically, that was me putting fucking Jackson in a sleeper. Me and him were Jackson. He was shit. And literally, that was the exact analogy I used, dude. I was like, you're shit in the kitchen.
Oh
I
my
was like, you're like a dog I gotta put to sleep.
I
swear to God, I said that. That's wild.
That's so fucking funny.
He was like, all right, I'll be quiet. I was like, yeah, you learned your lesson.
Oh my god.
There was a table of people in the back that just, dude, there was a table in the back that the guy faced the table. His back was to the stage the whole time. And they talked. It was just people that just talked the whole show to each other. I was like, you guys are like, this isn't like that. I think they thought it was like a TGI Fridays. And just sat there and ordered appetizers, talking. Just talking.
Fucking funny.
I was like, what are you doing? I was like, I don't care. Like, come on.
That'd be sick if that was our version. You know, like the Beatles would have young chicks who would like cry when they'd see them. We just have like a young man stand up and they're just like, why can't I say the N-word? They're, whoa, slow down, slow down.
Wait till you see it. Wait till you do stand up a couple times with me and be like, hold on, it is, dude. We are literally the Beatles of just fat, like it'd be you and me running down the street, fat autistic dudes chasing us.
Like, hold up, check this video out. Check this out. Look at this. Check out the COVID numbers.
That's just move somewhere else.
But we do it, they're literally the best, dude. The dogs are so fucking funny. Stop giving me drugs. Dogs that come to shows, please stop. 3 different people gave me acid in Salt Lake City.
They're going to
I was like, dude, what are
very
you doing?
motivated to vote.
Dogs are
I
wild.
forgot I had it, and I drove down to San Jose like a lot of drugs in my suitcase.
You know, and I think that's
And I forgot it. And then I remembered while I was driving, I got scared.
Yeah, dude.
I would have like gone to jail, I think.
There's not a lot of people on the roads right now, man. You're running some out-of-state plates and shit.
And you go out of state plates, and you go through like legit checkpoints, like fucking border security checkpoints. He lives down by Mexico.
Yeah, you're in like you were in like drug trafficking the routes. People traffic drugs. They typically avoid that area because they're looking for drugs. Usually stay north. So you went Certe, dude. You were down where they would have pulled over, but you're sitting tall in that pickup truck. I had you up. I had you up.
I got some. You can't see it.
So I don't know what
I had a sunburn right
I
there.
want you to shoot a Ford commercial out in the desert so bad of you just like slowly backing up and like kind of going up on a rock, coming down.
Not being able to back up.
Just backing up like a professional driver on a closed course and you're slowly like
Yo, backing out. Dude, I don't know how much I got to say of it on the stand-up podcast, but the Star Party in Utah, bro, backing out of that driveway was the most stress I've had in a long time. That was the most stressful experience I've had in a very long time. Backing out straight back out of the driveway in this fucking truck. Both sides are getting scraped by fucking like branches. And the car in front of me is like bumper to bumper. They were in front of me facing me. And I should have spazzing. Should have ran. I almost did, dude, because I kept falling off the road into like a ditch. So I have to like ramp back up on the driveway. And I have to race. Seriously, it was probably like a 40-yard. Eventually, I was like, fuck, I'm going off road. And then I almost slammed into a post. There was like a driveway, like a gate. I almost fucked this car up.
yeah, just keep going.
There's Q in there as well.
Just drive through their gate. Just leave.
It was a
I was embarrassed to go back because everybody there watched me. Like Rick, the guy who runs the Star Party, came down and was like, "Oh man, I didn't mean to make you reverse out of there. I'm really sorry." Like everybody sat and watched. Everybody gazed at the stars and contemplated their own like mortality and how small we are in this universe. And then everyone turned around and watched me back out of the driveway. I was like, be that idiot.
And I'm actually seeing people in the media now. Stop saying.
It's like parallel parking unsuccessfully times a million.
It was the exact feeling of parallel park. Like when I brought that up to Sam, he was like, "That's like back parallel park." I parallel parked in front of a venue where it was just my fans, and they watched me trying to parallel park. Like they were lined up outside to go into the show. Yes, that's stress. But this was the most. Yeah, this was the most stress.
I had the opposite experience one time where I pulled up. There was some sort of heavy metal concert outside of not Punchline, but whatever that venue is right next to it. Live Nation, Fillmore. There was metalheads wrapped around the block, and I pulled up in I forget what I was driving at the time. I think it was somebody. I think it might have been Spud's work van. It was Spud's work van, and I pulled up. I was blasting some live Kenny Loggins, so the metalheads are looking at it, and right away there was a tiny spot, and they're rooting against me. They were like, "Look at this fucking pussy, blah blah blah." Blasting live from the Redwoods, dude. I went. It was luck. Like I didn't think. I was like, "Fuck it." I just like let me see if I can get in there. Got in the inches, blasting. I'm decent right now, but like, dude, this is a tight spot. Got out, and the metalheads were like, "Nice spot." And I'm like, "You guys ever listen to Kenny Loggins?" So they just looked at me and were like, "Fuck yeah, dude." Like, you guys like that Loggins? They're just like, "Fuck yeah, dude."
Damn, going to the punchline. Yeah, it was a big cross that night.
Probably bombed.
It's good.
I was bombed. No, you know what? I don't know. I hate this fucking stage. It's like 9 feet high.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I hate going there.
But
this was a tall stage.
Out of Phoenix.
It gives me the shivers, dude.
It gives me heebie-jeebies every time.
Be up that high, be like,
so I don't
know.
And somebody's screaming, "So go next, all our enemies." Like, all right, great. A lot of people here haven't listen to the podcast. Thank you. It's so funny. There's like normal people, people that don't know who the fuck I am, sitting on like a date night, and there's just dudes all around. I'm like,
and I'm telling you, I think that
That's fucking so fucking sick.
It is funny. It is very funny.
But I know what you
Like, stop doing it.
When you're actually like trained to like scan the crowd, get it going, and people are just like, it's our next. Like,
Yeah.
right, back to square one.
I'm getting hit. It's actually karma for the turd.
True.
Everybody would yell turd. I thought it was very funny.
True, you encouraged it.
Now it's pure karma because now it's just Leisure Skanks fans screaming. Like the Juggalos, what about the Juggalos? Talk about that. It's like, all right, well, hold on.
Well, you told the documentary is fair.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Which is important to
Well, that's all right. It's all love.
It's all love, dude. I love
It's just
dude.
fucking love.
When they come out, and you see them right away. They're jacked. They're just like fucking. They're sitting in a seat like this.
Some are jacked. Some are jacked. You'd be surprised.
Some are swole. And then the other
It was swole lad at the last show.
was it really?
Swole lad.
That gets me
I think with like a snow hat over his eyes. It's classic jack lad. Two fucking elite lads in Utah, by the way. Really? Fuck yes. Yes, the lads coming out.
Latino's really
We are like Trump, dude. We have like a sneaky high approval rating with the lads.
Yeah, well, dude, I'm telling you. I get all the messages. I deal with all the messages from Patreon and stuff, and a lot of the tweets. A lot of lads coming through, dude. Great boys, dude. I'm always eagerly so for the lads and stuff.
Oh, what is a lad?
Because I don't think you can ever.
This made me like, it's so sick that lad.
But he's still.
All right, let's wrap this up.
Slide.
Smart he is.
You heard it though, so come to Helium,
Kind of like he goes
October
as close as he can to
15th, 16th, 17th.
and then
Stress Factory in Connecticut, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And I think we're doing the Goobies in October as well. I'm going to try to get Dan to come to a couple of those. I'm not sure. I think it'll be in October though.
Yeah, hit me up. I think the Goobies is the beginning of the month. I'm going to verify 15th, 16th, 17th right now.
Now he's all over.
And coming up next, we may or may not have a Patreon,
Many people
so don't get your hopes up, but it could be with
I was surprised.
Sam Hyde from $1 Million Extreme, absolute baller. Could be.
But I guess now that
Could be.
he's
We'll see. We'll see. All right, bro.
My God.
You know, he made this Rosa Parks statement while he was at the Patreon
Right.
Down. And
What's up, everybody?
What's going on?
Damn, low energy intro. Yeah.
Well, I was actually, you had me thinking about Noah's jacket. Noah is Mark Ruffalo from This Much I Know Is True. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
What did you see that?
I gotta get used to fucking white New Balance. That's just a full. That's the only difference between like cool hipster. Not saying you're cool hipster.
No.
Not saying you're cool
Is
hipster.
he high or does he just look like that?
No, those are two dopers.
Okay, that's what I figured. That's what I figured.
Oh yeah, both are. Oh, he's dropping.
Yeah, it's like, I'm like, this guy's fucking big.
Our squad sucks.
Yeah, he was putting off Mark Ruffalo vibes. This Much I Know Is True, dude.
I hate to see it sad though. Depressing.
I want to know, can you climb a ladder and fall off? I want to see how much like Mark Ruffalo. That show was probably the best show on HBO.
Wait, what is it? I've never won.
It's about a guy. It's about this Italian guy. Who thinks that his grandfather molested his mom the entire show, and he has a schizophrenic brother, and it's him trying to figure out if his grandfather was a molester, or well, he wasn't, but his life sucks regardless. But he's trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, he's a schizophrenic brother that's like locked in a mental institution. He's trying to get out. Dude.
So yeah, no, you look like a disheveled house painter with a really terrible schizophrenic.
Oh, I thought you were gonna say he looks like he's definitely been molested.
Well, no, because Noah's. I said that forgetting about the spoiler alert if you haven't seen it. Because if you see Noah's breakdown, matches up with the spoiler alert. I can't. It's a good show.
What's up with Mark Ruffalo starring in shit about people getting like touched inappropriately? He did that Spotlight movie too.
He loves it.
What movie was that?
Spotlight about them. It was like the
They tried to lie. There was a lie about the Catholic Church.
it's like all the.
Remember when the Jews tried to ruin Catholicism?
I remember that.
It's like the Boston like Chronicle or whatever. They like broke the news story about the church.
What did Mark Ruffalo play? He played 11-year-old altar server. He was as the Hulk.
He was a reporter. Dude, there's this. So the whole movie is about.
This is Lou Miziano.
Oh yeah. By the way, what is that? The cast.
So the whole movie's about kids getting molested, and it's heavy as fuck. And you're like sitting there, and you're like, this can't get any heavier. And then like halfway through, they have to delay the story because 9/11 happens, and you're like, Jesus Christ! It's like this whole thing about kids getting touched. All of a sudden, they walk into a newsroom, and everyone's watching the TV. It's like, oh fuck!
I think he genuinely does care about.
Did you leave that door open by chance, old blue dog?
Nah, dude, that's
Wow.
Damn, someone's blasted.
That guy just has nice. That wasn't Steely Dan. That was Drake. That was laugh now, cry later.
when you came in. Was fucking West Side Story still happening
Yes,
down the block?
there was a drum line. A lot of music.
Wait, there was a drum line?
There's a full, like a marching band. Just, yeah.
I called the cops on the drum line last
I'm
night.
gonna chronicle
Did you?
this probably from
They followed you.
afar. We'll see
Dude, say what you want to say about Latinos, but they throw a
I'm
fucking
gonna
street party better than.
take a neutral position.
Yeah, black people? That's
No.
So you're saying Latinos have better parties than block parties for
Oh,
black people?
without question.
I don't know. Black people tend to. I've seen like bouncy houses.
true.
Every once in a while they'll break out like a fun house.
You don't see a lot of bouncy houses at Latino block parties.
No, but you know what you do see is a lot of brass instruments out of fucking nowhere. And that's what I'm hearing.
Oh yeah.
When I was looking at 19th and Girard, like they wouldn't even, because there's no one's getting permits for that shit. They just like one day you just wake up and
Oh yeah.
the whole street's just blocked off.
Yeah, there would be. I used to live on 15th and Girard. People would right above that 16th. People would. I'll get a knock on my door like, yo, you need to move your car because we're fighting a bouncy house. I mean, I was planning on leaving it, but I guess I'll just keep it there. It's already inflated. I'm not gonna like make you guys inflate it and drive over it so I can get out of here.
Oh, I like made it seem that they inflated it over your car. So they're just letting you know.
Or someone would used to try to wake us up to do chores. We had a block captain, a very active block captain, who would be like, hey guys, let you know we're cleaning up. You want to wake up? It's 7 o'clock.
Block captain, is that just like a poor homeowners association?
Block captain is when somebody claims to be in charge of the entire.
Somebody assumes power.
It's the lowest form of political power. It's autocratic. There's no vote. It's not. You don't elect block captains through democracy. Someone just steps up like I'm the block captain,
Right.
and you're just like, all right, dude, I guess.
That fucking stinks.
But
I just love watching the mayor operate.
What's he doing back
He
here?
tried to turn a page in his notebook quietly, and it was very fun to watch.
Lemaire, are we hitting red at all? Like, what are the sounds? Hit us with some visuals.
No, it sounds pretty tight.
How you feeling? How are you
Yeah,
feeling?
Lemaire.
know that
I'm feeling okay.
I was out. I was on the road, and I got some bad reports about Lemaire. I had a couple. The reports were flying in.
There was no fat attacks.
It wasn't, although somebody did throw up on that deck again. It wasn't you. I'm not saying
It wasn't
you.
me.
Someone puked on a deck, and I gotta be honest, you were the one. I got a couple of people being like, "Yo, another fat attack
there
happened."
were
You returned to the scene of the crime and just puke again.
There was one time where we were at the old house in West Philly, and we were all playing poker, and we were getting drunk and talking shit and whatever. And I called Lemaire bee sting hands, and nobody heard it. Except Chris Wood, who tapped me on the shoulder and was like, that should have gotten more credit. That was really fucking
Of course it would. Of course it would. It's like, yeah, I heard you came underneath it. No one heard you, but that's like how you approach the audience.
Dude, so I was at a roast battle. Shane was off. I was on the home front, and I got invited to judge a roast battle, which is the best
I don't think
Yeah,
that
it's
thing
very
to do.
I can only imagine. I mean, you just sit there and just talk massive amounts of shit.
You're a big roaster.
Yeah, that was like, I mean, I only got into it because I wasn't getting booked at all. And Pat Barker was like, just fucking come, sign up. And then it was an
You're good at it.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it was an opportunity to just like wear a suit and be a fucking dickhead. So
Yeah.
it was
And I
awesome.
think didn't someone take you under their tutelage? A famous roaster.
Not Pat Barker, but pretty much. I mean, I was hanging out with Jeff Ross.
That's
Some cool shit.
Don't belittle my man.
I'm saying you were studying under the roast master.
Yeah.
You became scandalized.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
How'd that go?
Oh my god. Dude, and I also can I tell you? Can I just
No. Oh,
That's what I think.
well,
What I described.
I'll say. I'm just dealing in facts. You were studying under the master.
also, can I just say what I found out when the day that story broke? I literally out loud was like, "Well, there goes my career." I'm like, I'm not even fucking touching kids, and I'm still getting fucked.
Did he?
I don't think so.
No, I'm saying to you.
Oh, I don't want to talk about that.
Nice.
We've been into 11.
Nope. Staying out of this.
I can't wait for
Staying
that.
out of this.
Well, it's a valid question.
I'm also really
What,
excited.
did he do it?
Yeah. I'm really excited for Mark Ruffalo to probably play him in some sort of.
It's a valid question.
I know. It's the Roastmaster. The Roastmaster is just a tough nickname to have while going through an ordeal. Like the Roastmaster is on trial.
And by the time
Yeah, that was like.
So I was in Minnesota at a
one
depressing
sort
weekend.
of steps out,
Depressing week in Minnesota. Then I looked at my Instagram story, saw you with all of our friends having fun, dude. I was in a hotel room just looking at it like pieces of shit. I was like jealous that you guys were having fun.
Wait, what'd you guys do?
So I was, it was funny, actually, I rarely ever go on Facebook, and I was like, I took all the apps off my phone now, so I have their, like, even Instagram's on the desktop.
That's a fucking move,
I
dude.
go on never now. So I'm like, all right, I'm going to check all my messages for everything, for like half an hour, and then just turn it all off. So I open up Facebook, and then lo and behold, it was an invitation to judge the roast battle. So I called, and Beezer was doing it too. So I was like, fuck it, man. So I called Beezer or whatever, like, let's go do this. And started late as fuck, by the way. Started at like 11:30.
That makes sense.
They told me 10. I thought it'd be 8. I assumed 8.
Roast battle's a young man's game, dude.
It's a desperate,
hungry young man's game.
Yeah, for real, dude. It was, but we go out there. Long story short, we're out there, we're watching. Oh, I see Lemaire, dude. 2-on-1 roast battle.
Oh, Lemaire.
Wait, they stack people against each other? Like they got.
How did that work?
Lemaire, I heard you came up with a pretty good plan that you were going to tag team.
No. The plan wasn't to
Yeah.
tag team. The plan wasn't to tag team. The plan was to change the game. But we offered
So you planned on changing the game.
we offered him a chance to get we offered him, we were like, dude, get a partner. You can pick one if you don't. We had like a thing.
Who was signed up first?
What do you mean?
So was it him versus one other person?
No.
Okay.
No. It was me versus. You know Sean Gardini?
Yeah.
Sean Gardini booked the whole thing like the day before. So we had to like get last minute people, and he asked me, and I was like, yeah, this guy, he's my roommate, we can go against him. And then I was like, oh, I want to do a tag team. I got a friend, you can get somebody if you want. And he was like, I don't want to go with anybody. I was like, all right.
Damn, he rolled solo on you guys.
Damn, and he fucked you up?
He didn't fuck us up.
And he fucking
Wait, so
smashed
which one better? He won because it was 2-on-1.
He smashed you.
The judges roasted us better than he did.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, the judge is always funnier than the fucking comments. Wait, so you guys like in that roast battle? Do you guys like sit down with each other and like give each other like ammo, or do you guys just go in totally blind?
What do you mean? Like,
Whereas like a roast battle in LA, it's like the person you're roasting, like you'll go out and like get a beer and like get coffee and like.
no, we knew the guy. He knew he was, so we didn't have to worry about getting ammo. We knew.
This was your roommate.
Yeah.
So you've been building a case on him.
Yo,
No. We didn't even go into like. We didn't even. We just made fun of the way he looked and like.
So wait, this was your roommate? You tried to tag team? I didn't fuck you up. They got defensive. They get defensive, the boys.
Lemaire, tell your side. I'll tell the true story.
I'm telling my side.
I don't know, dude. It seems like your roommate had like fucking pictures of you in his fucking room with like red string.
Oh, and like he picked you apart.
Wait, did his roommate all did you True Detective you?
Yeah, so he picked you apart, dude.
If given the chance of this roast battle, you should probably kill yourself.
Yeah. Lemaire threw up on the deck and fell. Lemaire threw up in front of everybody. He got booed and collapsed. We need to lay down in the master
Your
bedroom.
roommate had like a separate garage where he had all your
Wait, so what's the true story?
Yeah,
What happened?
True story is, the roast battle, it was, Lemaire, correct me if I'm wrong, you were going for like a kind of more like WWF theatrical style.
You tried to be meta. You gotta focus on just regular before you need to focus on regular before you can graduate.
No, but that's what I do at the roast battles in LA. Like I have like a bunch of dumb like at one point like halfway through a roast battle I pulled out all my headshots and I started signing them and giving them to people.
God, I hate that.
I know it's the worst.
I hate what you're saying.
I had one girl. I had a girl planted in the audience that came up and like I took her panties out of my pants and gave it back to her.
You do a magic.
Oh yeah, dude.
It's wrestling.
It's a lot.
Well, it's time to move home. The magic show is over. Back to Philly.
Well, so Lemaire was going up against this guy, and it was a tight race. I thought the guy, to be honest, Lemaire had a slight edge on you guys. So the guy was legitimately.
Hold on, I'm sorry, Lemaire. Can you tell me some of the? I know you remember. What were some of the things you were attacking your opponent for?
I was like, man,
They
I'm
allow
boy
everything on
rapist.
HM
You call him a
to
boy
the limit of
rapist? Fuck, I would have been cheering for you.
Yeah, and then
Yeah, this is the saddest. Like this is the most disgruntled I've seen Lemaire.
It's
yeah,
fucked up, dude.
because I won. We won. Our jokes are better. We
What
just
would you
lost
want?
because it was 2-1. They have a title belt that I really want now.
Oh yeah, you love wrestling.
I love wrestling, so I played wrestling. I was doing wrestling. It's wrestling.
Yeah, but you got to go at it alone, dude. And you can't have two people in the ring at once. You know the rules of wrestling.
Yeah.
You broke the rules of WWE. Vince McMahon would have fucked
This
this.
is no.
You see, no.
This is
It's not man. You can go 2-on-1.
lucha tag means when somebody else isn't speaking, another person can speak.
Lemaire, you got your butt kicked. You got your butt kicked and then you threw up. You look like an idiot.
It's my first time on the show, and I don't like this negative energy.
Lemaire, I know, this is crazy. Normally he's so happy and fun.
That's what I thought. That's what I remembered.
All right, so then
Just big old bubbly Lemaire.
I know, and then he had a fat attack, and now I think
He's throwing up and collapsing.
he lost a little weight, now I think he's too cool for school.
Those people.
Stay out of the way.
Some people are stay fat and important.
Yes.
True. So tell me,
I hate him.
You gotta stay fat.
roast battle. I'm an impartial judge. The kid, I felt like he had an edge because it was too discombobulated. You know, they're all good. They're doing a good job. But Beezer, the motherfucker that he is, points out Lemaire's shoes. This is what I think. And Lemaire, you were wearing some very pointy, strange shoes.
You wearing elf shoes, dude?
I was wearing Chelsea boots.
Chelsea boots, dude.
Dude, this is what I'm
You
talking
haven't
about.
lost enough weight.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying.
So what are you doing wearing Chelsea boots?
I'm fashionable.
So he busts out these Chelsea.
It's just like those like Chinese princesses that had to break their toes to like put on shoes.
So Beezer's like, I just want to point out their shoes. The crowd.
That's a great Beezer.
The crowd starts dying.
Beezer's on shoes. Beezer's like your dog mentality. Something happened with Beezer attacks shoes, especially on fat people because it gets you on the. When you get fat enough, you start leaning in on shoes. You start breaking them inwards.
Right.
Did you ever see that? That's one of Beezer's favorite targets. If he sees a fat dude with sneakers that are like leaning in, Snippy goes for it.
Well, Beezer, it was because it happened to be like a semi-black audience. So when Beezer went at the shoes and it landed, full audience erupted.
Oh no!
Dude, you can't get roasted in front of black people, dude. You can't do it.
No, they're highly like very flammable in terms of laughter in a roast battle. Black people freak.
Damn, that's probably what all that magic was about in LA. They use a black audience. You're like, look at this.
So then, I chimed in and we just twisted the knife, dude. And then as Lemaire's leaving, his
So wait, this is after he took an L?
after taking out, we just eviscerated him about his shoes. And then as he's leaving, the point gathers a thread on the carpet. Took it with him for like 5 feet. To which I replied, Lemaire literally cut a rug. It was like laughter. He like walked into a wall of laughing at him.
Hey, you're forgetting about the socks.
Oh, and then he pulled up his socks, and they were stretched so far we couldn't identify the character.
Oh yeah, it was Andre the Giant. Was it those same socks?
No, this time it was Mermaid Man and Barnacle Boy.
I told him it looked like Bert and Ernie, but his ankles were so big it was like stretched out for unidentified. Yeah, Lemaire had his pre-diabetic socks on, dude.
Oh,
It was burgers, dude. But again, the joke says,
there's hyperpolarization in society.
Lemaire, I appreciate you going out there and taking the risk, dude.
yeah, you salute dude for being a soldier and going out there, but boy, you got
That's embarrassing.
hit so hard that I got wind of it.
True.
You got made fun of so badly that it was shockwaves were sent to Minnesota.
I mean,
He didn't make fun of me at all.
You got made fun of.
yeah.
Man, the judges made fun of me. They
It
didn't
sounded,
make fun of me
it
at
sounded
all.
so bad that I immediately kind of looked down at my shoes for a minute just to make sure. Just to be like, oh, all right,
That can't happen to me. Wow. So your roast battle, you tried 2-on-1, bombed, and then your pointy shoes cut the garbage.
Wait, Lemaire, did you actually bomb, or you just, or the other guy just
He
got?
won. This guy edged it out, to be fair.
Yeah.
There was a
How do you feel about it? He keeps saying you won.
Yeah.
Or the other guy.
I'll tell you. I know why he
Was it your partner that sucked?
No, because we weren't in sync. We were trying to think when we started, we had it tight, but then when Ned came back with something, it frazzled Jay and he.
Oh, yeah, I knew you were going to blame your teammate.
I'm not-
You hear that? He's like, look,
I'm not blaming
this is my show. Please turn your mic off. Please turn your mic off. No, cut his mic. Cut his mic. No, thank you. Look, I've seen it before. Now, this is exactly what happened to Beezer and Wood. What is... I know, he told me that. He was like, this was worse than the mashup. Which, by the way, there's no chance it was worse than the mashup. The mashup, dude.
infamous matchup.
The matchup, dude. So I had to have told this 1,000 times. It's like my favorite thing. So we had, was it Frankie Bradley's? No, what's the name of that place? Or the one that's upstairs?
Yeah.
So it's me, Kyla, Six, and Wood on the way to this show. And Wood and Six are doing a mashup.
They're gonna change. They were changing
the game. Watch it. So they, instead of doing stand up, they were both go on stage and do stand up at the same time.
This already fucking
It's
stinks.
it's already the fucking. They thought they were the Sklar brothers. It's like, what are you doing? So they get on stage. Oh, good God. So, I mean, it's one of the worst bombs I've had, especially if you know Wood and Six. It's so funny. So Wood gets up there. Wood got up there first. And Six was still at the bar getting one more drink before he got on. And I think Six's mic didn't work at first. So they're just standing up there. Wood was Mr. Cool, dude. First off, Wood's Mr. Sexy. A lot of people don't know that. Like Wood was going through a real hard, dark phase of he thought he was very hot for a while, which hated me. I hated it. So I'm so happy to see this happen.
Well, dude, it works until he opens his mouth.
Yeah.
Because he's good, dude is fucking ripped. You know,
He's ripped.
He puts the hat on, and then all of a sudden out of nowhere, he's just like, yo, do you guys know about turtles?
Yeah, he's wearing like a big cardigan. He's on stage like, yeah, which one of us would you rather fuck? Like, that's how they opened. And they were like talking to people in the audience. People in the audience were like, neither of you. So then I'm in the back like, yes. And they just kept trying to like say stuff. They're like, tell this story. They just start to finish.
How long they do
But
it?
like long. Dude. It was like 10 to 15.
Dude, it was like a solemn, 3-day, Easter weekend kind of thing.
It was. So then they started asking, the mashup is nuts. They started asking people in the audience questions. And one dude, they asked him a question, and the dude just goes, Simadana. So then, that gets a big laugh. That's the first laugh. Someone in the audience just going, Simadana. And then everybody else they tried to talk to would just go, Simadana. They didn't think it was funny. They were just getting eviscerated. And then at the end, they get off stage. And then, dude, not yet.
Did they get angry? Because I can only imagine.
They were pissed. Six was.
Yeah, you guys are a bunch of fags, dude.
No, you didn't hit that. They were just taking it.
They internalized their anger. That's way fucking.
They kept trying to get it to work. And also, they went over there. My favorite part was they said they were going to make fun of the host. They're like, yo, we're going to fucking crush this dude. What's that guy's name?
Oh, Robert.
Yes, Robert Rule. I thought they were going to get Bobby Rule, dude. Bob Rule, baby. He got them. So they trash. They tried to trash. Like, they were like, we're going to crush him. They never got to him. They never made fun of him. While they were leaving, they hated him. Like, viscerally, the whole audience, were like, these guys are dickheads. Like, Wood was sitting on a stool pointing at people with his foot. He was like leaning back. He was like, which one of us would you rather fuck? He's like, look at these abs. Like, this is like an upside down turtle shell. And people were like, But I was sitting in the back. They were walking literally straight past me to go to the car. I was sitting next to the door. They were going straight to the car. First off, I had bombed that night, and I was outside already in the car, like, fuck. Came back in just to watch them bomb. Way worse. But they walked past me, and while Wood was, I think it was 6 that was directly in front of me, it was like, you know, get the fuck out of here. That's it. Bobby Roode goes on stage, was like, that was good if you like a podcast that sucked. I was literally face to face with 6, just like, he dunked on him at the end. So then we get home. This is where the bomb, it was 6 sort of came to terms with it. By the end of the night, he was feeling bad.
No, because he'll just get drunk. Wood is the type of guy that he'll think about it for the next. I bet he's thinking about it.
Wood had one of the funniest fucking, one of those things that I'll just, I mean, it might be too mean up, but there was a female comic that was headlining the shit. She's going to go back to New York and tell everybody. So, what? Yeah, he thought his reputation was tarnished from it.
From the mashup?
From the mashup. So
he takes bombing very seriously.
Then we're sitting, yeah, he does. Yeah. We're sitting in the living room back at the house, and Saving Private Ryan's on. And it's like the opening scene, and I was like, we hadn't addressed it because it was very, very serious how bad this bomb was. Like, they were so upset. They were in the car, like, you fucking fucked. The whole car ride home was just them being like, fucking Philadelphia fucking sucks. Then we sit down, we're watching the opening scene of Saving Private Ryan, and I was like, yeah, this is like your guys' matchup. And just the door opens, and they just get hit. And so we're dying laughing. Six is upstairs, it's me and Wood on the couch. And then eventually Wood broke and just spazzed on me. Like he went from dying laughing at me, being like, "Look at this is you guys suck." And then finally we just shut the fuck up. And I thought he was kidding, so I like got in his face back. I was like, "Oh, whoa," like joking, and he was like, "I'll fucking kill you." He fully said that was the mashup. But then they did. What made bad was he tried to pull a mare there, which is when you're in a matchup that fails, you blame your teammate. That's the move. So don't keep Michael. So yeah, we were downstairs and Wood was like, yeah, you know, like I did 6 couldn't, and I was like, I think that was a pretty mutual bomb there. And he was like, fuck you. Anyway, that's the mashup story. Great mashup.
So Beezer was delighted to see this
matchup. To see the curse.
Way out. Beezer was relieved of his curse of the mashup.
The curse of the
First
mashup.
he talked about it, he's like, dude, that was like my mashup, blah, blah. And he was like, I could see him just like 20 pounds later.
Yeah.
Releasing the mashup demon.
And I've seen a demon is in on there. Look at it. You can see the mashup demons in. Look at him, dude.
I've never seen a mashup go well. Like, there's so many shows in LA where, like, the hosts, like, they open with just, like, them riffing about their day together, and it's the fucking
I did that on my show at the stand I used to do with Abby. And every time I would fight Abby. Like every show, I'd be like, well, this sucks. Just immediately.
Well, people are uncomfortable with different levels of bombing more than others. Some people are like, this is cool. Some people are like, this is unacceptable.
So, yeah. Now I see you over there. You have a lot to say. Very straight face, very stern. Now that the demon has attached itself to you.
Dude, let's exercise it. Let's get the demon out.
I'll tell you how you don't get rid of it. It's blaming your teammate. Claiming you won. Saying the world's against you. I need to acknowledge your beating.
That's my bit. I was just texting Jay. I was like, dude, I almost blamed you. I'm sorry.
Oh, you didn't have to do that.
To be honest. And he ruined it for you. He was wearing shorts. He was wearing shorts.
Has he acted differently in the house? Like, I'd imagine, like, he would text him, like, hey, can you do the dishes? He'd be like, hey, can you win a roast battle?
True.
No, I'm not giving him the chance.
If I was your roommate, I would shit and not flush.
That's fair.
100%.
You have to beat him in, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! Or whatever you guys play.
Sorry. It's NBA 2K.
So Yeah, I will say on there that you should go at roast battles on your lonesome. That was too confusing. It was too weird. I didn't know who was going to talk when. It was like the guy was dressed like Angus Young from AC/DC.
Yeah, it was the first time, and I told him I was going to wear overalls, but I changed my mind.
I also said their comedy duo should be named Metric Ton.
What was it? All got fat?
He was just fat enough where it worked, dude. It was fun. It was so fun.
That's a good comedy duo.
Oh, it was so fun, man.
Wait, so how were the other people?
Turmoil and chaos.
I mean, it was fun. Everyone did well. The last, dude, Lemaire, a little lesson to be learned from the last championship round when that one guy wouldn't accept his loss. There was a guy who wanted to do the end was Gardini versus
Gardini rules, by the way.
Gardini's a fucking man.
Yeah.
Gardini versus this guy from New York. Who, the guy came out. What?
Ilya Laskin
comes out and he
Ilya Laskin.
he came out and was like, I can't believe. So he
You
was
should do warm-ups.
yeah, for real. So he came out and was like, oh man, I left like a Rosh Hashanah dinner or whatever for this. And immediately the host was like, oh, don't tell anyone that. He's like, oh, you're Jewish too. And the host was like, yeah, but I kind of keep it to myself. So then he goes, so all my feedback was just like, I just really like seeing a strong Gentile. And, he just constantly fucking around. But then he legitimately did lose. But he was like, I think he was just kind of fucking around. But there's part of it that was like not trying to accept it. But he made a good joke of it. He was just like, can't believe I drove all the way down there to fucking lose his son.
Yeah, that's funny.
He was a good sport.
Nice.
It was fun. It was a. Oh, the best part, in my opinion, of the whole night was I farted during the opening comedian set.
Always funny.
Dude,
Never not funny. Listen, I know a lot of comedians listen to this podcast. If you're an open micer in any scene, if there's ever dead air during an open mic, which there will be a lot of, get a fart, dude. Become legend.
Exactly.
Become legend. Yes.
Dude, it was, and the best part was, it was like, so the guy was on stage, and we were on a bench right next, staring at him. You could like breathe, you could like reach out and touch this guy. And I let out a test fart. Wood heard it. Wood was like,
Oh, yeah, Wood.
Wood turned around and was like looking up.
Wood man was delighted.
Yeah, Wood man was very happy. So I'm like, all right, that's nice. I was like, I could feel I had a tumultuous stomach. I let it get.
What'd you eat that day?
I mean, dude, I've been strictly just kind of like meat, vegetables, fruit. Like, I've been eating pretty clean. So I have some. My body's going through changes right now. Right. I'm having like blood puberty right now.
So I feel I had blood puberty from travel. Travel, dude. My blood called my period. I called it blood period, dude. It sucked. Sorry.
You're on the Oregon Trail.
I did. I got bloody blood.
Did you really?
Yeah. Happens. Yeah. Caught a Roy.
Probably Hemi. Yeah.
Caught a Hemi from the travel, dude. That was a lot. That was a lot of sitting. Had a drive. It was like a 12-hour drive in that truck. Hemi's good. I took care of it. Went and bought some ice cream at the mall. Nice. Had to go to the Mall of America.
Get ice cream?
Walk to the Mall of America to get preparation H.
It's very American.
I'll tell you what. That's where the lady at the register, buying ice cream sucks.
True.
It's a bad experience. Yeah. Especially if you're like at a CVS.
Did you buy an ice cream with condoms too?
I still have a huge dick, but also my ass is ruined. It was Muslim. Everybody in Minneapolis is Muslim. For real.
Who would have fucking thought?
I know. And so she had the full uni on.
With a mask?
Yeah. No, she was wearing the fucking
it's covered
just the
up.
eyes.
Yeah.
Perfect to buy preparation H from.
True.
No facial, no judgment. Just put it down. Just your eyes. It's perfect. I was like, thank you. This is good.
It's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Anyway, I had to buy this at the end. When I had that bad hemorrhoid, I think people tell me it wasn't even a hemorrhoid. It was like something worse.
You had some wild.
I couldn't even walk, dude.
Yeah.
Dude, I used to have hemorrhoids that would like literally like almost like blow up like a golf ball.
That's what I had something like that.
It was fucking brutal.
I just had it once. I was one and done.
You had his was. Why? All right. People get mad when we talk assholes. Sorry about that.
Wait, really?
Sorry.
I do want to.
People are like, Matt's always talking about assholes and shit. It's like,
True.
Assholes and shit rule.
We should though. We should storm, and that should be our philanthropy of like just going out and going out to guys in the streets and treating hemorrhoids.
I don't like
We should be on charity.
We should be like.
I think we should just rebrand preparation.
I know. Because it had to be bright fucking yellow.
It's all like cool guy cream.
Big dick relief.
Yeah. Put it in a black box with light controls on it.
That yellow box is...
Oh, it's brutal.
Dude, I fucking put it in my front pocket in my hoodie when I walked to the you can't be walking around a Walgreens. People are
No, it's the last thing you gotta get.
Yeah, it's also in my bathroom, my guest bathroom, is all like my butthole kit is. So
Why
it's
do you
like
keep your butthole kit in your guest bathroom?
that's the one I go to.
Oh,
Because I leave a seat up on that one. But, so dude, right next to the comics, I let a tester out. Wood gets a taste. Wood likes it.
Wood got the app.
Wood got
the Sizzlers. He got the app.
Wood's like, I'm liking that. I'm like, yeah, there's more where that came from. So, dude, this guy is going, and then there's a little bit dead air between a joke. It wasn't even like a joke that didn't land. It was kind of like a pause between stuff. Crowd goes silent. Dude, I'm on a wet bench. I just tilt. I give myself like a 12-degree lift on the right cheek. So loud, dude. He stops. The crowd starts laughing. He stops. It's like,
did you seriously fuck your
Yes.
oh, it was, and then so that was the very beginning. So that was like for 5 minutes. All four of us. It was Wood, me, Sheener, Six, and we're on a bench doing a live comedy show, trying not to laugh, just making us laugh harder.
So much fun.
Into the next warm-up comedian set, and then I started thinking about Ruby Ridge when you farted. I just settled myself.
You might have been there for that.
I think you might have been. I just settled myself down from what was going on. Dude, it was like I was laughing so hard that like my veins were throbbing in my head. And then I remember when Shane farted during there was Ruby. Remember Ruby?
Yeah.
So she was taping for Comedy Central.
She showed up.
I forgot about that.
So she showed up, and in her defense, she probably was, because I think Comedy Central was like, please, can one woman be funny? Women that do comedy, all 8 of you across the country, please. Somebody send us a storytelling tape. I think it was for, what's that, Ari's show?
This isn't happening.
Yeah. So she set up a camera, I think told everybody, at the open mic, at a fucking open mic, that she was filming this set for Comedy Central. And it was like a 15-minute story. So they gave her a 15-minute spot to tell the story at the Raven. What a fucking wild choice. Wild choice. But all the comics stand in the back right next to where her camera was. And she had been bombed for probably 10 of them. At which point I did, in fact, unleash a very hard fart, like a very aggressive laugh. The type of fart that you will get headless from if you can just pushing farts. And it reached the stage in Raven, which is crazy because
That's a big distance.
that's a big distance. It was crowded. There's a DJ downstairs, so there's music. I mean, that fart was so loud that she stopped. Place goes nuts. She's like, fucking hit that. The hardest laugh of the set, which was the best part. We need to get that tape from Ruby.
I need that, man. I'm trying to get the tape of my fart from Gas Station.
Oh, you'll get that.
Hopefully they filmed it.
They did.
I think I should catch on. I think more if you're bombing as a comic, just let one fucking rip and then become a phoenix from the
Or
ashes.
save your friend and let a fucking fart.
That's so funny. Me and Six were talking about that, just farting on stage. Like while bombing, I've never seen anybody do it.
No, I don't think people can make gas while they're
I know. That's what I was saying. That's what I said to him. I was like, because I fart a lot. And I've never once on stage when I go, I gotta hold this fart in.
It's pulling the sword from the stone. If you're a comedian, you fart on stage,
Dude,
You're King Arthur.
bow out.
Wow, dude. We cancel comedy. Comedy ends after that.
That's the whole point of stand-up comedy is you catch your fire.
If you were in a big crowd, like doing stand-up, and you put the mic on, actually what you could do is be like, excuse me, the sound guy, my mic's a little loud, can you turn that up? So I'll be like, I'm going to whisper for this next bit, so could you please turn the mic up? Put it all the way up.
Burn. Football's all big. They made it feel it's an arena, so you hear it.
You're watching the screen, you see the light go down, it's like...
Dude, that's it.
That's the best way to end a comedy special. I can't think of a better way to end a special.
I would quit. That's it. I would literally quit. If I did that or another comic did it, I think my efforts are futile. I'll never be that funny. I'll never match that guy's live fart.
We're talking comedy, dude. It's good to have you back.
Yeah.
That's back in the game.
True.
I also love
Now we're talking comedy.
We were talking comedy.
You want to talk comedy? Bro, don't do the road. Anybody listening to this that wants to do stand-up, never do the road by yourself. It does suck.
That would be tight.
That was tough. No, it sucks.
I'm saying you also do shows in your area. If you want to see someone, you got to travel to their area. But it would be like almost a.
There's a guy named Bob Marley who's like the king of Maine.
He's moving, man.
Yeah.
Swag.
Bob Marley's like the
Bob
king of
Marley's
New England.
super
Yeah. Oh, he murders.
He came down to
Yeah.
I think Grubart opened for Ed Healy, and he was fucking
Yeah. Bob Marley rules.
hilarious. Well, it's all these like fucking road dogs that nobody fucking knows about that are killed. Like, dude, Chad Daniels, one of the funniest people alive. But nobody has any fucking idea who he is because he's just like, yeah, I live in Wisconsin, I do the fucking road. Fuck LA, fuck New York. I'm just gonna do my shit.
How'd you like the Belly of the Beast?
It's a nightmare.
You were there?
It's a nightmare city filled with nightmare people.
Well, everyone's leaving, dude. You, Rogan.
Dude, I think COVID.
One of the better roasters. Rogan.
Dude, this is the way that I describe LA to people. Where it's like, I feel like a lot of people in Los Angeles, they confuse necessary bullying with intolerance. So it's basically like, I heard that. You know what I mean? So it's like you're a douchebag in high school, right? You get called a douchebag as you should, and instead of doing any sort of like self-inventory or personal reflection, you move to the one place in the world, of course, where it's cool to be a douchebag. You know what I mean? So it's just like, and then they have the fucking balls to look back on their hometown and be like, oh, everyone in my hometown is close-minded. It's like, no, dude, you're a fucking zero. You're some shit. And anytime I see someone like act like cool as fuck, I look at them and I'm like, I guarantee that there's like 3 plumbers in your hometown that know what a fucking loser you are.
Yeah, every single person in New York. Like anytime I used to be allowed to do all shows, now they stopped booking me.
Really?
Anytime I would do all shows, especially in New York. They stopped. I was good in all groups.
You are.
I would go make fun. I'd say exactly that. I'd be like, you all left your hometown, moved here just to be like, they're so dumb. And it's like, just because you didn't have friends.
Right. You also be like, I found art and I'm here to bully you guys.
Yeah. You thought you could escape.
Well, that's the thing that they hate about it is that, like, you know, yeah, they left because of the. It's like you're like the plumber from their hometown that's like suddenly better at what they love. But you know, like, what would be funny is like it works with stand up, but it'd be funnier if you were like a painter, but you were just like faggots.
Dude, speaking of that, the other thing that was so funny at the roast battle was there was somebody, I think it was Dave Temple and Conrad Rothschild. They did like a live show. They had an intern. So their intern, wild man, dude. This guy popped out of nowhere. He was like, yeah, I just like emailed him a million times on Instagram. This is what you gotta do. All these young dudes, this is what you gotta do. Man. You gotta bug people. You gotta bug people. So he's hitting us all this, and then he's hitting us with the scene. I won't say who he named. He named someone who runs an open mic here. He's like, oh, that guy's a faggot. And it was just like, it was someone you haven't even thought about in a while. And it was like, what the fuck? You heard like some young kid say it was, dude. It was.
Wait,
so
do
funny.
I know this person?
Yeah.
Do I know this person?
Yeah, you guys, everyone here knows this person. But it was like,
Did he hit him with that?
he was just like, he just brought this guy up out of nowhere, and I heard him say that, and I was like, say what? So it was funny watching the younglings, dude.
Well, that's a weird thing too. That
You watched the Revenge of the Sith. I forgot about that.
The younglings, dude. It was one of our enemies, and I heard him.
It was an enemy, and
It was
he
an
called
enemy.
him. Bro, I love that the younglings coming up to be the next guys who get bullied out of Philadelphia by the woke scene.
Well, I mean, but that's also kind of the shitty thing about like those like youngling edgelord comics where like they'll like coerce a conversation just so you can hear them say the word faggot. You know what I mean?
I've done it. I remember the first I gave Metzger a ride home from the Boston, some comedy festival in Boston, and I gave him a ride to New York, and I was like, fucking. I tried to like trash like diversity on shows. Like they should just be putting up whoever's funniest. And he was like, "Yeah, you need to shut up about that." I was like, okay. He was like, "Yeah, that's always gonna be there. You just need to be the funny white guy." I was like,
Yeah, I agree.
"Okay, yeah, I know."
That's what I'm saying.
I probably repeated it on the podcast when I got there. Oh, I forgot to tell you guys. I'm back right wing again.
Oh, are you really?
Oh, hell yeah.
I was 2 or 3 weeks on the road, just sitting in a hotel room watching. I watched enough right wing stuff.
What were you watching?
Just get fired up. Actually, you know what? You wouldn't even. It's not even. Open out the lighter. Sick.
No big deal.
It's nothing. I do it. This party trick I did. No, I listened to Douglas Murray's Rogies.
That's all you need.
I got fired up, dude.
Are you guys voting?
No. Definitely
I
not.
wasn't gonna vote until old Ruthie kicked the bucket.
Yeah.
What's up with her?
She's dead.
You think it was an inside job or what?
No, dude, I think she's 87, and I think it was her time to go.
Yeah. So wait, now because
Yeah. I wasn't gonna.
now that the notorious RBG died, you have to vote.
Also, I can only imagine that there was because she had to stay alive. I can only imagine there was some intern at the DNC whose whole job was to just slap her across the face anytime she starts to nod off.
They were for sure trying to keep her alive for another 6 months. And she was just like,
But she did die at the perfect time to help get votes.
true.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So you think Hillary just kind of put a little pillow on her?
So
Oh, yeah, like Godfather 2 style. They robe Ruth Bader Ginsburg out in a boat.
So you're worried about the state of the Supreme Court?
Yeah, you, the roast comic. You're worried about the balance of the Supreme Court.
That's right.
You're worried about the Sith?
Wait, a guy who opens craft beers with a lighter. You're concerned about the Supreme Court.
That's right.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Fucking, I wasn't gonna vote for,
Hold on, wait. Name 3 Supreme Court members.
Anthony Scalia.
He's dead, isn't he?
No, you can't say Kavanaugh. He doesn't count.
What do you mean?
Everybody knows him because he got accused of rape.
Didn't Scalia die?
No, Scalia's still on.
Clarence Thomas.
I thought
His real name's Clarence. And Claire's parents.
A real nice marriage.
So you guys,
So you can't. Yeah.
you got Scalia?
Scalia, Clarence.
No, Sotomayor. That doesn't count. They named it.
Yeah, I got it.
You can't be concerned with the Supreme Court if you can't. You don't even know if certain ones are alive.
What hellish forces was RBG holding back, and now are just going
Now, because Ruth died, we're not allowed to have abortions. We're never going to be allowed. Which, by the way, we better be allowed to have abortions, dude. I can't get a waitress
I
pregnant.
might cry. Don't talk about it.
I better not get a waitress pregnant and have to move.
I'll get embarrassed. I'll start crying if I think about it.
If I think about RBG dying,
Don't talk about abortions. I'll be abortions and cry.
and that would change.
We can't be sluts.
we're not allowed.
She was the guardian of the sluts, dude.
She
She
was.
was like, go ahead.
Go ahead, get raw dog.
Yeah, fucking,
Sorry.
Sorry, this is a very Veritas heavy podcast.
I was gonna vote until July when it was in August, I don't remember, when they all got together to come up with a coronavirus relief package again.
The pandemic you're referring to?
Yeah, and then they couldn't come to a decision, and so then they all just get to leave for 3 weeks, and we get to fucking pay them. It's like, dude, fuck you. It's such a bad, and also I don't like Trump, but I hate Biden's commercials where he's just like, I saw one where he opened where he's just like, hey, it's me, Joe. Like, we grew up fucking jigging frogs together in a creek somewhere.
Yeah, it's Joe.
That's just Joe.
It's Joe from Delaware.
That's Joe from Scranton. That's old Scranton Joe.
Yeah, it's tough, dude. It's a tough state of affairs, but I'm glad you're going to go out there. Stop the evil.
It's just me.
Who do you think Trump's going to put in the?
I have asked.
A bay, dude. He promised a bay.
Did he?
Which get? He was like, it's going to be a woman.
Well, if you think about it, his people are going to vote for him no matter what. So if he can somehow get some very kind of unstable Bernie bros, he can deranged them, dude.
Yeah, but they don't. The left doesn't care about gender or race if you're right wing. So you can put a woman in there. If she's conservative, they're going to be like, God, fucking women shouldn't have jobs. Like immediately. You put a black dude in there, they'll be like, fucking. Then they say some bad words.
They do.
That I don't say.
Exactly. No, well, he could put in a
Not the N word. I was thinking about the uncle.
You think we'll call it uncle?
They call him an uncle.
Liberal parents love calling back.
Which is wild.
They hit me with it.
Matt, will you for me real quick?
He's like, we're all
Uncle Tom? Thank you. That was the one.
I said it.
You said it?
I'm Melanesian.
True.
I have a little bit longer leash, dude.
I heard that.
Trump could appoint like a centrist or even liberal-leaning Supreme Court justice, because then he would sway some people who are like extreme lefters who are like,
You think he's going to do it before the election?
Yes, for sure.
I'm about to say that'd be a great political move.
He's gonna dunk on them with like the oldest, most decrepit white dude. It's like his power up his fan base.
He did. I swear, I watched him. He promised a woman, but obviously he's not. It wasn't really a promise. He was at an arena. He was at one of his events, and he was like, "Who here wants a man?" And like some people cheered a little, and he was like, "No, who wants a woman?" And they're like,
I imagined him being like strange.
And then he does the thing where he walks around the stage like, "Well, that's it." Like the crowd said it.
People smoke. Dude,
People smoke. He's like, "I just took a photo here." CNN, look at him. He pointed him in the back. He's like, "I just took a photo." This is fucking. It rolled.
Pretty funny, dude.
Yeah.
So Lou, what's up? You're gonna stop the tide.
That's it, dude. I'm off. Buck stops here, dude. I'm not fucking around.
You need to get a job. What judge would you want to?
Whatever they're doing,
Who's on your radar?
Randy Jackson.
Yeah.
That's his on mine.
We're gonna overturn Roe vs. Wade. That's a no for me.
It's gonna be a no for me, dog.
True. That's actually a good pick.
Dude, he'd look good in that robe.
He would.
He'd look good in that robe.
He would.
I mean, honestly, also, it's like Donald Trump is the president. Is it insane to think
No,
that
it's not.
Randy
It's
Jackson
actually not.
could be on the Supreme Court?
I nominate Judge Judy.
Yeah. Like, it's not nuts. Also, I think it's Kanye running. Is he not running?
There's problems with his ballots apparently, but
they're trying to stop him.
Trying to stop him. Obviously, they don't want strong black conservatives.
I'm back to right wing, so I'm back to Kanye does rule.
What determines whether you go right or left?
With the last thing I've watched. 100%. The last thing I watched. Usually the last guest on Rogan that I watched.
True.
I watched the Bernie Sanders episode. I was like, oh yeah, maybe I am gay. Then I watched Douglas Murray, and I was like, it's time for me to speak up.
That's a true battle. It's not Republican, Democrat. It's gay versus retarded. Yeah, that's what we're fighting right now. We're fighting gay versus retarded.
Absolutely.
People are like, you got to bring back. Get dinosaurs out of schools. And people are like, we should be able to kill kids. We're like, no.
Yeah, and I just happen to be a gay retard.
Damn.
Which is,
you might be the chosen one.
I might be the chosen one.
You're gay enough and retarded enough.
I just
bring balance to the force, dude.
You've been watching Star Wars. I love it. Do it. Do it. Yeah, next time you think you have to fart at an open mic, I want you to imagine me saying, do it. Just do it, dude. You have to fart at open mics.
Oh my God.
Especially if it's silent and smells.
Oh,
It's even used to man. That brings me back when I started. Me and Matt in the back of the helium open mic. Every once in a while, you just catch a fucking hard tune down Matt. Quiet one.
That's just a nervous stomach, dude.
Yeah.
Just letting out.
Dude, I do Silent but Deadly. So I'm not a big.
Really?
I don't have.
I'm a big time sound house.
Shane's sick, dude. You look like you're made
No
of wood.
sticks. No sticks.
Just
Very rare smell.
Very rare.
Pure air first.
It's like
you guys like to smell your own farts, obviously.
I don't like them, but I need to know what's up with them.
Every once in a while,
I'll still do like
one will be like a new scent.
Yeah.
You know, you get hit with one that like smells different. It's like, whoa,
Yeah.
what's going on?
Yeah. I'll still do.
a little diesely, and you're like, what's that about?
Dude, if I'll rip ass in my bed, dude, I still won't cover up.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Catch the full experience. You go full IMAX.
Dude. I'll pair it with some wine.
It's time to move home, though.
What's up?
It's time to move home.
Yeah.
You can't be out in LA smelling your own fart. You can't be out in LA putting the blanket over your head.
That was the party out there. You
Yeah.
Mr. Cool.
Were you Mr. Cool or not?
Oh, dude, I dove headfirst into a pile of cocaine for 3 years.
Damn, did you really?
Yeah, I haven't had a working nostril since like 2015.
Right. So you were Johnny. You're full Johnny Cage out there.
Yeah, it was
Mr. Hollywood.
it's cool until it's like, yeah, it was pretty. I'm not gonna regret. Yeah, I don't regret it. It was fucking. I would like go to like. I found myself in like mansion parties where people were like passing it around on like trays. Like people would walk around with like lines of coke cut on trays.
Damn.
Like they were fucking hors d'oeuvres.
And it was fucking awesome. Is that what the coke world's like? You just start doing coke and start meeting powerful people?
No, it's like it goes either way. Because like I've done it that way, and I've also ended up in like a dive bar bathroom at 7 a.m. with some guy named Ace who's like trying to pitch to me his like app idea. You know what I mean? Like it really goes.
LA, just everybody's pitching something.
No, it's the fucking everybody's
doing
like
coke and pitching something.
everybody's on all the time, but like not in a fun, cool way.
Everyone's on coke. Everyone's on coke.
And it's also I've never seen it like permeates every like level of society. Like I've done coke with dishwashers and I've done coke with like famous people. You know what I mean? Like it's across the board. Like everybody
famous people
is on cocaine.
What famous people do cocaine?
You know, it's not the most famous, but this is my favorite person. Is I did coke with Beans from Even Stevens.
Damn, I was just talking about Beans.
To be honest, he does not look good.
Really?
Oh my god, I didn't recognize him for a while because he looks like he's been doing meth for years. And so we're sitting there, we're doing keep-ups in this dive bar in fucking North Hollywood, and I'm like, you look really familiar. And he's like, yeah, you ever see Even Stevens? I'm Beans. And I'm like, get the fuck out of town, dude.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
Beans is in trouble.
Oh, Beans.
He was a guy he was talking.
Yeah.
I love Beans, dude.
Beans was great. I think Goldberg got his life back together. You see that?
He did get
Turn around.
Dude,
The goalie from Mighty Ducks.
Dude, he just had a post where he was like, I'm celebrating 3 years of sobriety with a new set of teeth. I'm like, good for you, Goldberg. Quack. Quack. Quack.
Yeah, like most hockey players.
Yeah, true.
Need to replace those chomps. So you've been out doing blow, Mr. Hollywood.
Yeah, it's been
Cool as the goddamn other side of the pillow out there. And then the goddamn Chinese flu comes along and it's back here home, baby.
Nothing's going on. And it's also, it's like, you know,
Party time's over because some guy ate a bat.
Ruined everything.
Munched a fucking
And those fucking bugs. Don't forget about them.
Spot
whatever.
We don't get the bugs.
Spot
Bugs,
We got them pretty bad over here, dude. I did a number. I definitely went full USA on the lantern flies the other day.
Dude, I talked to like a few like vegan fucking hippie people that are like, save the trees, save the birds, and they're like, fucking motherfucker, like, yeah, curb stop those fucking things.
They love it. They do.
They will American History X this shit.
Hey. Come on, man.
We all glorify racial violence.
Not everything's about Hollywood.
Whoa.
Later that night.
What about unity, dude?
Sorry, turn it on.
You're in the hot seat, baby.
You're in the hot seat, dude.
Right?
Hollywood.
That's what's up. I was super excited.
Dude, that's such a funny thing that, like, I know you moving home, I think, is good. Fuck being in LA right now. Also, go to New York. You know, do stand-up. Move to New York.
I was a fucking idiot. I was like, I went out to LA to like change and become a different person because I didn't like who I was here, and then all it was just like you just double down on.
You just became a worse version.
Well, it's like the thing. It's like, you know, when you go to a new place and you try to like make friends, you kind of get thrown like the first lifeline that's like tossed to you. You know what I mean? Because you don't know anybody.
I'm so autistic. That sounds like such a nightmare to go to a place where I don't know anyone and be like,
well, so you go out there. Yeah, I couldn't do it. So you go out there and like you don't really like make too many friends, and then all of a sudden one person's like, I like to do cocaine, and you're like, oh, I can do that. I can totally fucking upgrade at that. You know, so it's like, yeah, you just sort of like fall into that trap, and I'm honestly super grateful that Corona happened because it's like, you know, it's kind of redundant to say, but like your reality is your reality. You know what I mean? And when you're in the soup of it, like you don't even fucking realize what you're doing.
You want to just go drunk?
I mean, yeah.
Was Beans the first person that approached you?
I'm just glad to get out of it. You want to do some coke?
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing. It's like if you're like if it's not around, I don't care at all. But it's like, dude, the minute someone's like, "Want to do a bump?" I'm like, yeah, absolutely. It's 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Sure.
Wow. Coke's tough. Coke instantly transforms the whole scene you're into like an episode of Shark Tank. Oh, everyone's just like, dude, I'm fucking up. Sharks.
Dude, that's literally.
Hear me out on this network. Here's my pyramid marketing scheme.
That's my Coke stance. And also, I also notice this is that when I laugh when I'm on Coke, I laugh like Ray Liotta in Goodfellas, where he's like, like that shit.
Spike up.
True.
the junks.
Yeah,
Sweet Lou.
You come fill it out, dude. Dude, I put on 15 pounds since.
It's good. It looks good.
I don't look like I'm fucking dying anymore.
Yeah, it looks good. You're a handsome guy. Did you kiss any guys in LA?
I did.
Yeah, I had a feeling. You kissed a guy?
I kissed a guy.
One?
Yeah, we were coked out of our fucking minds. That's what happens.
Well, also, it's like, you want to go to LA, you want to be Mr. Cool, you're going to end up kissing a guy.
On coke.
And then you're going to have to move home.
Well, it's one of those things where it's like, growing up in like middle school and stuff, like, everyone gets their balls busted for something, and like I was always, the gay guy. That's he calls me gay a little more than anybody. And I get more pussy than anybody in this scene combined. Well, you go in as a Trojan horse.
You're covered with waitresses.
Yeah, that's not that impressive. Time out. They're going in as a Trojan horse. Yeah, because if you tell a girl you're gay, they let you touch the boobs.
Right.
That's a cheating.
And I gotta be honest, if you're trying to work on the douchebag, part of you, never repeat what you just said.
Oh yeah, I know.
That's tough.
I know. Don't worry. So, you found a guy. Oh yeah, we special. Yeah, we were. We did a bunch of drugs together, and then we ended up sharing a bed because we were at a house party.
Nightmare, dude.
I did, and then I looked at him and I was like, "You want to make out?" And he was like, "I thought you were straight." And I was like, "Yeah, but I have to know." So we ended up like making out for like 20 minutes, and our like stubble rubbed together at some point. And I was like, "Yeah, this isn't for me." And he was like, "Well, I applaud you for trying." And I was like, "All right, cool. Good night."
Nice. That's a nice thing. Lemaire, what do you think of something like that? When you hear something like that? Tell me what you think. I want to know what's going through Lemaire Lee's head.
I immediately thought about the stubble. I was like, stubble would be my main concern.
Yeah.
That would be, I would more of a dick. would be. No, I'm sorry to do that. I should have brought up your sexuality. That was inappropriate.
Well, I appreciate when people are out and
That's very honest about it.
Yeah, I like that.
You kissed a guy. And that's fine.
It was not. It was also that's not something that I would have done had I stayed here. You know what I mean? It's nice.
Could have got somebody here.
But it was just like because in LA, it's like, dude, it's like everyone's like fluid and nothing matters. Yeah. You can't build a family out there. No, God, no. You think so? No, my mom was like, "Oh, maybe we'll move out, and Cooper's my godson." He's like, "No, Cooper will grow up out here," and I'm like, "I'm moving home." Fucking not.
So you did it for your family?
Oh, God damn, dude. So you need a Republican Supreme Court, dude.
You should be praying for a Republican Supreme Court.
Dude, yeah. I
never call all this rubbish time out. You need someone to say, "Quit making out with each other." It's not.
I do like that. I like when people are open out of environment.
You mind?
Yeah, I do.
You kiss a guy?
I should be in this.
Let's start to break down what the things really are. And how these two sides change.
What? That's
I thought so.
It's a yes. Not like a thing, not like fake out or nothing. Just like a
why?
Poor bit.
That doesn't count. That doesn't count. Sean Preston and I would make out for bits. That's not real.
Noah? Ask me. I'm going to ask you where that nose ring. I'm not fucking gay. Come on, man. Take it easy. That's those fucking dad jeans talking. Levi's, $20 down at fucking JT's. I got TJ Maxx and JC Penney's mixed up. Yeah, so I had to point at Liz.
You said
JT's. That's how you get out of it.
What you should have done is just fart right in the microphone.
We had fun. It's getting toasty.
It is. That is a man. What a tale. What a sordid affair.
It's important for people to know. Now, also, it's not like Lou is, from what I gathered, my short times in LA, is pretty respected in the scene. Like everybody's like, he's good. So it's not like you went out there and fucking failed it.
No, not at all.
Yeah, and Lou is good at stand-up. I want that to be known.
Thank you.
But he went out. Yeah, too much fun.
Well, it's like
just trying to make Matt laugh.
Shavy and Stern is so fun. But it's like that thing where it's like, I'd have a good set and I'd get off stage and I'd be like, why do I still feel like shit? And it's like, it's just like you're not going back to a green room with like you or Six or Shane or Sydney. You know what I mean? It's like you want to, what's the point of doing it if you're not doing it with your fucking boys?
True that. Couldn't agree more.
You know,
That's why I was so. Had the same thought. I was out in Minnesota just eating dick after dick. You know, mall, dude. I lived in a mall for 5 days.
Did you live in there? For real?
Halloween back on.
Unfortunately, no. They even kind of dicked me on that. Normally, they put you in a nice hotel in the mall. Got wind of that. I was out across the street in just a
You
ridiculous
were in the motel in Bangladesh?
I was in a bad motel.
Were you really?
No, it was fine, but it was one of those new hotels that's just like supposed to look modern, but it's just cheap. It was fine. What was nice is they had a shuttle, and I was like one of the only people staying there. So the shuttle was just, I'd be like, yo, will you give me a ride to TGI Fridays? I'd be like, hop in. He'd drive me across this big ass parking lot. I'd go get hammered at TGI Fridays. Call the hotel. Call the hotel to get picked up a bit. You send the shuttle.
But you just get hammered at TGI Fridays alone?
By myself.
Yeah, like that fucking.
And that actually, no. That actually ruled. I had a moment while I was walking through this fucking mall, getting drunk at TGI Fridays, all this, where I could either sit there and be like, fuck all these people, fuck these trash stores, fuck this, how dumb do you have to be in this, to just be like, this is actually awesome. This rules. Getting hammered by myself at TGI Fridays is cool.
Within the Mall of America.
Yeah. And I had to think to myself, like, it's time for me to just fully embrace capitalism. Like the worst form of capitalism, which is franchises in the middle of America. And just, you have to embrace it. So I first night, Bud Lights to the ceiling.
Sounds like a mystical experience.
It was fun, dude. I sat there, ordered a steak.
That was great. Dude, this sounds like your version. This sounds like a white trash version of like drinking ayahuasca.
I could travel out into the wilderness.
It's just you drinking Bud Light Tall Boys and ordering steak at a fucking TGI Fridays. You're like, you know what? I get it now.
That's awesome.
I'm dumb now. I could have had a good one there. I was going to give myself a Native American TGI Fridays name. My name is Whiskey Buzz.
My name is Light Bud.
But no, Bud Lights were flowing. And also, dude, I tweeted it and it made me laugh. My tweets, I was bordering on like, look how quirky I am tweets, which I regret. I don't want to delete.
I thought they were fun.
But I was hammered, and I was at TGI Fridays, and fucking on the jukebox, somebody played Dracula twice.
I thought that was you.
No, I did. Oh shit. Did I tell you it was me? I feel.
Oh, that's so
I'm
funny.
ashamed of myself for filming.
Dude, no.
Trying to make myself Mr. Cool.
You gotta take ownership. If somebody plays Dracula and he's like, who did that thing? That was me.
No, I was sitting there and somebody was playing it on the like play, so nobody was even getting up. You couldn't even identify. It was like a game of Clue.
Billy controls
who's
the
doing it?
jukebox down the street from his house. He'll put on like an hour of Kenny Loggins for like $5.
That fucking. I would sit there and listen to Danger Zone for 3 hours.
He fucking Kenny Loggins.
Dude,
So you stole Dracula Ballad.
I did steal Dracula Ballad on the phone with you, which I am truly regretful of. Spread out. Me, probably like 5 different dudes. That's it in this TGI Fridays. Totally empty. Everybody just looking at their phones and just Dracula, just blasting. Nobody, it was social distance and everybody was just one guy by themselves.
That's awesome.
Dracula.
But it was social distance, but there was just groups of one.
It was all groups of
Business travel.
just dudes
Yeah.
looking at their phones. Nobody looked up once. Just Dracula blasting while people were drinking Bud Lights that were like 48 ounces.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was actually nice.
Oscar, if you're gonna get drunk at a TGI Fridays in the Mall of America, what's the song you're gonna put on?
Dracula is actually.
Dracula is probably pretty sick. When I go to a jukebox, I like to, if they have that Biggie Smalls album with an interlude of him just having sex really loud. That's my favorite song to put on.
Yeah.
Or I like to do Atlantis by Donovan. It's just that song of a guy being like, in the olden times, the Atlantis. They just talk about Atlantis for like 6 minutes and then they go into a chorus. Dude, it's the funniest thing to put on a bar.
That's a good one.
Yeah, put on Donovan Atlantis is a really good one.
My go-to is Night Moves by Bob Seger. Just because everyone, because I've done it before and I watch the crowd and everyone just kind of nobody looks at each other, but they just kind of do that thing where they close their eyes and they're like.
It's a genuine nice thing to do. It's like, put on some night moves about this.
Sure. I promise Dracula is the one.
Dracula
in that situation was so fucking fun. I should have played a Notre Dame fight song. That's why I usually pick that.
And I'm thinking to myself,
No, it's very funny. At a bar, it's just like, everyone's like, what the fuck put this on? Yeah, putting on fights, like college fight songs.
I don't know, dude.
Don't talk to me about
I'm gonna be rude.
Go ahead. More human than human would be anything by Rob Zombie rules.
yeah, what's up?
Oh my God. What do you think of his jeans? What's their type? Can't make fun of his jeans, dude.
All the other passengers, like, just around us.
Twisting around, dude. Dude, see that? You gotta wear pants that tight, dude. Keep it that's how the younglings. That's how some of the younglings are now, dude. It's just like, dude, when I was in gay school, when I was in
switch. But where were we at? Switch over. Switch over to Patreon, ladies and gentlemen. Oh shit! Before we do, Matt's coming back on the road, dude.
Oh yeah.
Matt's doing stand-up again. So October 2nd and 3rd, we'll be at McGooby's Joke House in Timonium, Maryland.
It's barely in the road.
Barely in the road, but we'll get you out there. We are gonna get you out there. Yeah, Texas. So October 2nd and 3rd, and Lemaire's gonna come with us, and maybe you can fucking know if you want. I'll get you to a
matchup.
I'll get you. No, but I'll get you a hotel. You guys 2 twin beds. Get the boys in there. And then we're gonna do a live podcast. I think Saturday night, the 3rd. So 2nd, 3rd, we're going to stand up. 3rd, we're gonna do live podcast. 15th, 16th, and 17th. Helium in Philly. So that'll be good. Helium's also a live cast. So the 3rd and 17th, we're gonna have 2 live casts. Yeah, we can Patreon if they so. The 23rd and 24th. Hyenas Comedy Club in Fort Worth and Dallas. Now you're not coming to those? Oh, you are coming to those. So Matt's going to come with me on the 23rd, 24th to Fort Worth and Dallas.
It's been a while since I've been to Fort Worth.
And then, true.
I went there for a rugby game.
Yeah. And then, hold on, we're doing dates. And then the 10th and November 10th. Be at Zanies in Nashville, and the 11th I'll be in Huntsville, Alabama. So the 10th, I think O'Connor's is coming with. I think you subbed out for those. But
it's gonna come. I was like, during the week,
bring in a reliever whenever you want. I'll fire him.
Keep O'Connor out there.
I told O'Connor that you're back, dude. My number 1 running back's back. He's getting less touches. I told him he's a 3rd down back. I was like, we're not gonna cut you. I basically give him a hard knocks talk. I was like, come into the office, we need to talk. And I was like, look, I love the work ethic you put in. You put in a lot of hard work. We are going to sign Matt. Yeah. Now we're not going to. He just lost the majority of his touches. If you have O'Connor on your fantasy stand-up league,
this is like
moving to flex.
This is like any given Sunday, where he's like O'Connor's Dennis Quaid, Jamie Foxx.
True, actually, I'd say in that analogy, he's more of a Quaid, long time. Hall of Famer. He's coming back. I got O'Connor coming in there. I think he's Willie Beeman.
My name is Willie Beeman. I keep the ladies creaming.
Oh yeah.
I love it.
Slide up to Patreon.
Oh yeah, we're gonna go to Patreon. So come to those shows. Matt will be with me. It'll be great. Thank you. Excited. Take it. Yeah, sure.
Alright, we're live. Like you were saying, I checked into it. It actually was 6-9. It's like 2, whatever you're saying. I forget what it is.
Okay, I thought it was a lot less. But thanks for
your screen went off when you said that's just a joke. Those aren't jokes, man. We don't start with kids.
I was just going off just like making some arguments for it. Like,
I bet he was.
I'm sure it was actually exactly 6 million. It wasn't 2.5. That's That's one of the funniest hate crimes of like having a bad medical debate.
I'll give you 5 million.
That's as far as I can go.
Yeah.
The less anti-Semitic
Kind of
part
what you
of
was
the
wrong.
I thought it was 12 million, to be honest. All my sources. I thought they actually killed all the Jews besides Adam and Eve.
One take, just like, actually, it was like 25 million.
That is pretty tight.
Good start.
And they were all black.
You're black Israelites?
6 million.
That's what nobody talks about. That's what nobody talks about. They're all black.
Well, it makes sense because Germans have terrible sense of humor. So like they got hit with those black Israelites and they got fired up, dude. They were like, "This must stop."
I mean,
They called me Hansel and Gretel looking ass motherfucker. There is no room for this.
It's so funny if they're actually plagued by black Israelites.
Dude, if you got run, if your country got overrun by black Israelites, that would be a huge problem.
So I
they're all jacked. I don't know how you're gonna round them up.
Black Israelites will fuck you up, dude.
Bunch of dudes dressed like pharaohs. You're not getting
No. And we all, it's across the board that we all agree they do.
right. I like it.
Yes.
But
So we're here live with our guest, the Bar Dog.
That's a
Yeah.
studio.
Yeah. So you end up with
Brandon Crick.
This is my bedroom.
you end up
But I have the mic on a stand. Doesn't that look nice?
It does. I like to hold a speaker that you don't need to hold.
Yeah, I have to hold this in my lap right now because I have my fucking third floor basement. There's just tons of water pipes, so it'd be a constant like shh.
The chair is wild, man. You look like you're in a WeWork.
It's a beanbag, baby.
It's a beanbag?
Beanbag with like a full.
It's a beanbag against a chair. This thing takes form. If you stand this thing up and fall back in, I can do it. You fall back into it.
Let me see you do that.
All right, check this out.
Hold on. To the audio listeners, you're messing out. Matt's in sweatpants. He's about to dive onto a beanbag.
Is that like a full beanbag mattress?
Looks like it.
But I said that. But yeah, but
All right, I take
Come on, man.
that was pretty sick.
Alright. It's the last thing I need. The last thing I need is a chair that allows me to just fall over whenever I want. This is the one, like the few calories I burn are getting in and out of chairs. Speaking of, I almost fell today, dude. Took a nasty spill on the way into a sheets. One of my sandals caught the. So it was raining, and I guess the parking line was like fresh enough painted that it was slick. So one of my feet while I was watching went out. Then I bashed the other toe, stubbed it so bad it ripped the sock, and my toe was bleeding, aggressively bleeding. And I whipped into the sheets. Bloody toe. The hole in a sock, lifted with a bloody toe sticking out. And bought 2 cans of Skull and then asked the guy, you guys don't have any band-aids, do you? And he did. I got a fucking
Show him the wound.
the girl comes.
I can't see it. Oh, you blew the sock out? Did you put a band-aid on your sock? Oh,
Painter's tape?
Oh man, it's worse than I thought it was.
oh,
Great.
I fucking picked it up, dude.
Because the stores fucking hate when you ask for first aid. I tried that shit once.
You can't ask for medical assistance. Sheets.
you injured yourself in the depot before, Barnard?
Yeah, I was like picking up a light bulb and the side of it was sharp and I just like slashed down my palm. And it's like already to find someone, it's hard to find someone in there if like you're just looking for where a thing is. But like I'm just like bleeding and I can't find it. It's like bleeding on the ground.
Yeah, of course they hate that.
Yeah, man. Fucks up their injury-free shit. That's like a big deal. Also,
I know that you know, like where all the screws are, and they have that TV of the guy watching you. So I'm like, well, that guy's doing nothing.
Yeah, I mean, coming into
Button or something.
entering a sheets with a bloody foot, being like, you wouldn't happen to have any bandages, would you? I was like, I actually have some band-aids in the back. And he gave me his personal band-aids. Yeah, and then after he handed me his band-aids, he was like, you mind filling out a survey for me? And I was like, yeah, sure. And I immediately threw out the receipt with the survey. Idiot.
Going into a sheets like that, it makes it look like you were driving, bleeding, like trying to find a way.
Trying to get to the sheets.
Specifically be a sheets.
Yeah, that's where I get my. I don't have health insurance, so I just have to barter with sheets cashiers. Hell,
You're passing Wawa, just like, no.
I'll do.
this cashier has a field kit on it.
It was impressive. He had bandits.
I can't find it.
I don't think I've ever had bandits, like even purchased or owned.
I have. After I sliced myself up.
Yeah, you cut yourself relatively often. You're a cutter. Barn dogs.
Yes.
It's good to finally. All right, so for those of you who don't know, me and the barn dogs started together back in Central PA.
But like,
Barn dogs,
right?
yeah, moved to Philly, lived with me and Matt, and then Barn Dog went several ways and went to LA to become a Hollywood star. I like to see you get chubby again. You get a little chubbier. Now you're not fat.
No, you're wrong. I'm actually the fattest I've ever been. Or at least
That's when you're the best. That's true. You're the best.
When I was drinking, I was lighter, but it was like it was shaped worse. Like pocketed in weird areas. So this is like sober fat. It's just like a pure clean fat.
Yeah, that's the best fat. Just straight food.
Yep.
Truly the most impressive fat. Only from food. Incredible.
I have no vices. I don't even drink caffeine anymore. I still look like this.
Yeah, dude, I can't believe my toe is still bleeding.
Yeah, that was like a fresh gaping wound.
Yeah, I had to go, dude, the sock I was wearing was like wet with blood when I walked into the sheets.
That's my plan next right now. If everything fails, I'm gonna get a job at Home Depot, put on the orange vest, and just unload a ton of lumber on myself and just die with my family. Slash the lawsuit.
It's a fucking sick move.
I'm gonna drive a forklift.
Footage, you like look at the camera and like try to breathe it better.
You get a forklift and just buzz around, so get like really good at frame and just lift like the heaviest thing up, and then just drop it really quick on myself.
Man, what's
Let me
better
know this. We'll fucking drive 2 forklifts into each other.
than those industrial, like those videos of dudes in giant warehouses where they like, in one of those forklifts just clip like a corner lightly. The whole warehouse collapses on them. You see those, dude? Like literally like a ton, but a weight, like a ton of product lands on these dudes in forklifts.
I was wondering, like, who's publishing that footage? I mean, there's endless footage while you're describing.
Dude,
It's like you're trying to watch to the end of it. There's no end.
It's a good way. It's a good way to go, man. You're exactly right. It's the most honorable way for a man to die these days.
That or like being an Indian on a train. Those are some sick, lively deaths.
Oh, they're just grabbing a wire while you're sitting on the roof.
There's like 20 other guys on the roof with you, so you should know better.
You're gonna kill everybody just conducting it.
If coronavirus continues to destroy the American economy, I'm gonna start doing pull-ups on like skyscraper beams and just like let whatever happens happen. Just try to get it right on YouTube and just let go. We should get like suicide. We do
On TikTok on fucking like rebar.
Yeah, Amazon's gonna get that, man. People are gonna do the math, like hit 40 and be like, all right, we all work basically for Amazon. We all work for basically two companies now. The honorable thing to do is like on your 40th birthday, just have horrible work accidents. Your family can assume like
it's upsetting.
will be a trillionaire
When I
flash.
interrupt you, it's upsetting.
Yeah.
No, I'm upset.
Give yourself like a pittance.
That's your 401k.
That's genuinely like you don't need a 401k. You can just just get lumber, have it lumber crush you in the aisles of Home Depot.
Dude, the guy did that is honorable too. Is having all the wood falling you and just you in the orange vest.
Yeah, it's like the Seated 300 when all the arrows are up there.
You get crushed by lumber and all that's sticking out is just your hand with a letter in it.
Yeah, man, that's the plan. Good having all my shirts covered. It's like
You got your ducks in a row.
there was a movie, I think it was on Amazon or I forget where I watched it. After I watched Rewind, which was a horrible molestation movie, there's another movie called Capturing Freedmans, which is about a similar, but it's about a father-son duo who are doing molesting, trying to be like fake news, but the dad gets called child porn. The dad, well, the sons are like, okay, so dad was a little weird, but he wasn't running like it. He was doing computer classes and allegedly molesting all of the kids in his at-home computer class. But there's one kid who was like, nah, I was there, he didn't molest me. But everyone else was like, oh, he totally molested us. And they said the son was
So you had a Macaulay Culkin. That's what Macaulay Culkin did that for Michael Jackson.
He was like,
God never touched me. This is all bullshit. That's you. You didn't ride or die, dude.
true. He had one guy who was like, they're all bullshit. That's just people trying to get
The children, they're not loyal. Loyal child.
Listen, any child molesters out there, just get one decoy and don't fuck them.
if you can.
If you can resist, just hang out with them a lot.
Yeah, teach them computer skills.
Never fuck them.
The setup was it was computer class in his basement, and everyone was like, we would be doing like typing skills, and then we'd see a picture of a half-naked girl, and he'd be like, "You like that?" And so, dude, you're like 7th grade, you're like, "Yeah, this rules." And then slowly, this guy would be eating your ass. I'm like, "Yeah, man, I didn't see this coming."
Wow.
No, he was just beating him. Huh?
What year was this? I'm trying to imagine what kind of computer.
Oh, dude, this was like logo writers. This would have been like 1980s. It was on like a very. Thank God.
It's just like text, like periods and spaces. How to move and things like that.
Just 8008. Calculator at 5.
But his oldest son was allegedly in on it too. But the whole it reminded me of it because the guy eventually he did go to jail and he was just like he checked his insurance policy and they're like, "Yo, you can kill yourself, you still get paid." And he was like, "Sweet." Kill himself. Yeah, the son's like, "Mom, you're such a bitch. You were so mean to dad after he had the child porn. You're such a fucking asshole." They hated the mom. Dude,
That was a cool fucking dad, dude.
Apparently he was awesome, great science teacher. He loved, and then he came out and said like, "Yeah, actually did molest a couple kids." And the kids were the sons were like, "No, he didn't. He's just saying that." Dude, it's pretty fucking nuts.
I expected you to be more of a jerk about it.
They love their dad.
I don't know.
These sons are like his lawyers.
You usually have some kind of a childish,
Sons are in the thing. They're like, "All right, how are we gonna get out of this? Dad, this is bullshit. What they're doing to them."
Listen, dude, he basically had 2 Trump sons.
He did.
Like, Dad, this is crap, right? He's like, yeah, they're framing us. Like, we knew it, dude. We love you.
It's called.
The secret is you can't fuck the sons because that throws off this whole play.
Yeah, I would.
Yeah, you gotta get one decoy. Don't fuck your own sons. And you're pretty much in the clear.
Yes.
I mean, dude, very important. Not to fuck your own sons.
Yeah,
I say that all the time.
It should have been a commandment. They left that out.
Dude, that should be if Biden wins, whoever his first. What's Biden? Is Biden going to go in the White House stag? Does he have a first lady?
Yeah, Jill.
Yeah,
I thought Jill died.
He remarried, bro. He laid with another.
Did he really?
If my wife dies, I'm gonna be celibate the rest of my days.
That's
Dude, I would never disrespect my wife's honor like Creepy Joe did.
bringing a stranger into the White House with you?
Remarrying.
I'm trying to be celibate the rest of my days if my wife stay alive.
Yeah, I think that's what happens.
Yeah.
So this is great. Now look, this is gonna be a politic episode. I'm fired up, dude. I'm fired up for this debate, dude. Anyway, but last night, Phil had a couple cocktails. Me and him were sitting there, and he goes, "Now, Shane, you want to know something?" And I was like, "What's that?" He was like, "Now, let's say Joe Biden dies in office. Who's next in line to be president?" And I was like, "Kamala Harris." He was like, "She was born in Jamaica. She can't be president." You know who's after that? Nancy Pelosi. That's what this is all about. It's just like Kamala Harris was born in Oakland. Like, who told you that? He was like the shuttle driver on the way to the Mechanicsburg Club. He was like, he just told me. I was like, yeah, that guy just lied to you. Phil was at the Mechanicsburg Club picnic, which was just an outdoor fucking just dudes drinking party. And some guy was like, this is all just a ploy to get Pelosi in there.
It kind of sucks for Joe Biden because everybody's like, well, okay, he's going to get elected, but then he's immediately going to die. If I were him, I'd be like, fuck. Everyone across every political spectrum is like, Joe Biden's going to get in, he's going to die instantly.
Yeah, he's having campaign meetings where they're like, look, we need to really stress your longevity. You're not going to die, okay? You got to tell everybody. He's like, yeah, what the fuck?
FBI's look right down the camera and say, I will never die.
I can't die.
1 inch.
I tried. I've tried many times. I cannot die. Release me.
He might be Mr. Glass, dude.
That would make sense, dude. Wow, that's crazy. I just
Yes,
said
I
that.
all those crazy accidents.
Bro, he might be Mr. Glass, and Trump is definitely unbreakable. I was thinking about it because I was talking to a lady and she was like, it's going to be a train wreck. I was like, yeah, but somehow he's like surviving these train wrecks. He keeps like, yeah, I don't know. I was thinking,
He gives out $1 million a year to help low-income students with tuition, housing, and books. So far, he's spent over $18 million helping kids chase their dreams. He gives $25,000 a month to help retired players. Some retired NBA players struggle hard. Scotty teamed up with former teammates to create a fund. He donates $25,000 every month to cover their bills and medical costs. That's over $5 million so far. You think living like this is smart or crazy? Drop your thoughts in the comments.
Where the fuck is everyone? Where is he in this? That's a guy, Trent looked at it. He doesn't come into the 4th episode.
wow, so he was like an extra that just came in and dominated.
I think he was writing. I think they weren't pulling well, and then they just like throwing it back in there. I was like, take that.
You know, what's black
Facebook.
I think it does on Black there.
They're
united.
When you watch Family Matters without Urkel, it fucking sucks. It was so bad. I was watching it like, this sucks, man.
It's too bad that series didn't survive.
How long did
Where he'd be like, where Carl Winslow would be like in a riot line right now. There's white chicks saying, I'm idiot, Carl. Opens fire on her.
break into his house.
Or Urkel goes out and Stefan and gets shot immediately.
Urkel is constantly letting himself into Carl's house and try to fuck his daughter. He's standing
True. He could easily say, or he could no-knock fucking Urkel's house. Break into Urkel's house and kill him.
That would be sick, like police officer kill a guy. I know you're
That was one of the conspiracies about his face. George Floyd. They were saying the cop and George Floyd worked at a nightclub together, and George Floyd was involved in counterfeit checks. And the conspiracy was that the cop was also involved in the counterfeit check scheme and murdered George Floyd on purpose in uniform in broad daylight. Don't think
it's a bold conspiracy.
Don't think about it.
It's like, do I want to get in trouble for check fraud, or I'll just murder this guy on camera real quick?
Yeah, that was one of the.
This will be a lesser charge.
That's what floated around.
The crowd.
What do you say, Fardos?
I said, and I'll get 3 of my cop buddies to all stand around.
Yeah, well, don't underestimate the underworld lords that are in charge of bouncing fake checks. Talking about thousands of dollars, but he has the police in his pocket, dude. It was like, take him out. I don't care what happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes this is it's almost like sticking my out to shake somebody's hand. I can do that the same way.
I heard about that. And now that I say that out loud, that
fraud is like surprisingly hard. No one gets a call comic thing.
Yeah, I heard you talk. I listened to so Mark on this podcast is called Coward Hour. Actually, Coward Hour originally started with our good dear producer LeBaron. And Mark moved to a big city out west and went Hollywood on LeBaron on the show.
Yeah, what was that like, man? Being like, hey,
This is the guy. This is what I was saying.
Oh, he said it like that, dude.
oh, I know.
Hollywood, Joe Biden. Oh, I know. I
It's
just
your information and the queuing. Every once in a while, we do everything all at once.
I'm not
That's
saying
really
that.
Dude, he won't let them inspect his ears for earpieces. You're really good. Somebody's definitely gonna be feeding their lives.
I mean, dude, imagine if someone could back that. I think he might have had his ears back like 9 times. He's talking, he's like, well, I agree, and I think healthcare, and if you don't vote, wait, whack. And he's like, God damn it. You put that in there.
Yeah, he does drift off like someone's yelling at him.
Talking to your ex-partner, how'd you tell him? Did you have your bags packed, or like, did you just leave?
You mean like when I left for LA?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you remember when I lived like with you guys and after in Philly, I like completely lost my mind. It was like a very, very mentally ill time of my life.
Yeah, you were very. It was weird to have like a totally mentally ill roommate, and then I think you passed it on to Wood. You gave it to Wood.
I thought you were killing it. You were thriving as far as, you know.
He was really funny. Bardog's good, but Bardog and Wood were both complete mental breakdowns. So half of our house was retarded.
Yeah, that was like an insane asylum. That 5-bedroom house. If someone were to walk around and a doctor were to assess everybody, they could have been like, all right, nobody goes outside.
I looked like a security guard. I was just sitting in that living room day and night. God damn, this guy works 24 hours a day.
Yeah, I mean, I moved in nuts, and then Wood had me hitting tires with a hammer in the back, and like things only went downhill.
You and Wood's interactions when no one else was around must have just been the best. Like, I can't even imagine how great they were. I think I was in there when we found out he broke your mug on purpose. It was you, me, and him in the kitchen. Right? You know, there was one confrontation where it was you, me, and him in the kitchen, and he was trying to get me on his side. And I was like, dude, that sucks.
Oh yeah, because it was like the first like grown-up job I ever had. I'm like, I wear a suit and I go to the bank.
That's what it was.
With the logo on it. Wow, I'm a grown-up. He just smashed the
He smashed your mug when no one was around.
Didn't he send a video of it to everyone but me?
Yeah. It was not like that.
And then everybody
It's
else.
pretty funny.
Now it's very funny.
So, in the end, that was later. That's what it is. This is. I feel bad saying this without the word man, because Woodman, he's come around.
We don't have any beef anymore. He did count it. He's fine.
I heard that. Woodman, so, was I guess angry or something at Bardog and broke his mug, his beloved bank mug. And then,
So retarded, I was like, I get to work at a bank.
oh, that's fun.
You were a serious banker.
I was. I got fired though, and I'm never going back.
That was a very tough period for you, Barn Dog. Coming out of that weird room into the bank in a suit, you were like a Cosby character.
Like absolute squalor, and then putting on a $400 suit. That's the South Philly.
You were definitely a giant fucking bug in that sitting on it.
My rent was like $200. Why didn't I just work like part-time anywhere?
Yeah, that was $200.
$240.
Yeah.
$240. That was a sweet deal. I guess we dug that deal up. Old Mickey Kelsey.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Oh no, you're a dad quiet.
I am.
Little bit. Jack yourself up a little bit.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll leave it there.
Oh, no. Oh, yeah. Well, I'll stop besmirching good man, the wood man's name here.
I mean, everyone has their times, dude. You know, Smash Mug, you guys had a thing going, and, you know, good friendship involved in treachery and betrayal.
The breaking mug, and then later confessing, I believe it was the three of us in the kitchen when he confessed to you that he had originally reported the mug was an accident. And then he confessed to the fact that he broke it on purpose.
I think he like swatted it off the counter with a broom. I'd like to eventually see the video.
No, the video was him after buying you a new one, which he promised to. He finally bought you a new mug like 7 months later and just smashed that one too.
Well, that was a different video. That was he went to my house. He went to my new house shirtless and filmed himself throwing a mattress I had left and smashing 2 mugs on the ground.
And then he sent it to the group and was like, what do you guys think? We were all like, you actually do need to seek help. Like, nobody laughed.
The mugs were a bit. Those mugs were, that was like full circle callback.
It was a major callback.
Like, that's crazy, but I'm sure I also, like, just overreacted insanely. It was just 2 crazy people going at it.
Yeah, it was 2 crazy guys fighting over a bank mug. It's fucking nuts. Yeah, that's fun.
I was at a place that were like, I had so little like power and control over every other aspect of my life that I would occasionally just pick one little thing and be like, no, this is the thing I'm standing up for. No fucking sense.
You take like 5 personality disordered individuals and put them in like the pressure cooker that's like a stand-up comedy hierarchy, and then have them dwell in a house. It's a fucking nightmare.
You know, if I was like a
Yeah, it's just nothing but spaz outs.
I'm gonna move to the city and be a stand-up comedian. Goodbye, parents.
I thought you did well.
Well, I'm fine.
Yeah, you're doing well now.
Yeah.
You got 2 British? Come on, who's better?
Yeah, look at that. That's the first step, though. If you're gonna leave like a small town and head to the big city, you kind of go through something like a psychotic episode. I think it's actually pretty common. A lot of girls do that. A lot of girls go to New York City and like quietly kind of slink back in 6 months. That's like a night in a room that no one ever talks about, where they're like fucking putting makeup all over their face and screaming and crying. And then they're just back in their fucking hometown, like, hey guys.
Oh, for sure. They all listen. Yeah.
Is this like girl comics moving there, or is this just like girls who like move to New York to be a hot girl in New York?
Most girls, but 100% female comics.
Yeah. But you can be a hot girl.
All female comics are retarded.
Yeah, I mean, it's worse out here because they're all actresses.
Yeah, that'll keep you out there.
All their bits are about like a racist part they had to read for in this audition.
That rules.
Are they like going full? Are they like saying the N-word and stuff? Or are they just going kind of like?
That would be funny if one of them was in a Tarantino movie and they're like, look at this tape of me auditioning for Hateful Eight.
Hateful Eight, like Tarantino, a lot of N-words, and I usually, you know me, I usually don't mind them, but man, Even I had to like stop watching the Hateful Eight. I was like, man, they're just doing it on purpose. The whole movie was a play where they screamed the N-word. The movie sucks. It's set up like a play. I don't know, it's bad. And it's just N-words, dude.
Really? So it's like the N-word. It's like instead of Hamilton, it's just people saying the N-word instead of like that way. We're gonna rap the whole time when Tarantino's like, I'm gonna play where I get to say the N-word as much as I want. Finally, I'm going to change wasn't enough.
I want to see the Hateful Eight when he plays all the parts like Eddie Murphy.
Never seen it. Now I'm not gonna watch it.
It's not very good.
I actually do like it, but Shane's summary of it is pretty accurate.
I don't see. Dude, you have a safe in your room?
I almost bought a gun, so I had to
You
get
bought the safe first?
Well, I bought the gun, and then I bought the safe, and then I realized, oh, I'm a crazy person. I shouldn't own a gun. So then I had to argue with the gun store to take it back because they don't want it. Like, once you buy it, there's no refunds. And I'm like, dude, I'm like, I am mentally ill. I am a danger to myself and others. Please give me my $500 back. They were trying to get me to keep the gun. They're like, well,
It's funny. Funny to get fucking buyer's remorse into being like, I might shoot up a fucking building, dude. I gotta get rid of this thing. Like, now that I'm thinking about it, I need that $500, or I might shoot up a mall.
Just make sure you don't go shoot a building up.
Well, they give you the California, they have a 10-day cool-off period where, like, you buy it, and you can come back and pick it up in 10 days. To like, I guess basically, so that you'll have 10 days to be like, you know what, I will not kill my wife. Governor Newsom. But I think, like, I'm all for that, but you should also be able to call off the deal after 10 days as a consumer.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like
It's a done deal for them. If they decide that I have priors or whatever, they can take it away. That's bullshit to me.
True, you should have walked in there high with your gun on you.
Yeah, that would be fun. Go back and I'm like pointing the gun at them, trying to reverse rob them. Take this gun from me or I'll kill you.
They'll shoot you instantly. All people at a gun store do is sit and daydream about people trying to come in and shoot them. So they have like a gun store near my parents' house. Me and Brittany went out there on shooting a while ago. That's when I dropped a gun on the way out the parking lot. I got really angry at her for being like, fuck, shut up.
You dropped the gun?
Yeah, it was like a little kid. She's like, here, I'll hold the gun on the way out. Brittany's like, I'm trained with like firearms. I'm like, I can hold it. And then like, wasn't paying attention and dropped it in the parking lot. And then she's like, give me it. I was like, no, I can still do it. It was so funny. But the guy in there, he had, I think, 2 guns, one on each hip. He had like a leg piece, like a tiny little gun on his. The guy had, I swear to God, 4 guns on his person. He had like a hip, the back, and one on his leg. So like that's just one dude. They all are like loaded to the gills. And that one gun store got looted. That's like their wet dream. Gun shop owners just like, please try me.
I wish. I'm wishing on every candle, bro.
In this place, there were like more than one guy working there with a Punisher t-shirt, so I know that they were looking.
Yeah, that's the uniform. You have to have an American flag Punisher t-shirt. That's a Chris Kyle, bro. That's a Chris Kyle.
We're headed that direction.
I think you could just get signed it. I think you could have sold it. Usually gun stores will sell your gun for you.
Which is a weird thing. It's weird to wear a Chris Kyle at a gun range. You know? Because he died at a gun range.
Yeah. He's the Patriots ain't a gun range, though.
True.
Dude, we talked about that on the Patreon, where it was like that charity model of like, I'm going to take people who are disturbed to gun ranges. And it's like, you know.
It's like, imagine in our house being like, I know what's going to help Crick and Wood relax a little. I'm going to take them to the gun range. I would be horrified.
That would have been no fun.
Somebody would have been. Somebody would have done it.
Yeah, Trumps or anything else, like going to circus, going to movies.
Somebody's going to try to commit commit suicide via tiger. Like just stand up and walk towards one.
I'm gonna start a tree like going to the movies and only ever go to like Saving Private Ryan and every time we have to like fuck shit my
PTSD is the one of them.
She was not totally called out.
No, right now they don't have
I didn't smoke a year.
they don't have the ability to
That was something you run that plan by me one more time. Why don't you guys go bowling?
I was patriotic last night. I had a rough night.
right now they're
I tried to go to sleep at like 11:30 and just laid in bed for like 3 hours.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, I'd only been awake for like 11 hours. So it was kind of a mistake, dude. I woke up at like noon and then I was like, I'll go to bed early tonight, trying to fix this schedule. So I ended up laying in bed listening to fucking hardcore history for 3 hours. Just listening to the Japanese, dude.
What are they up to?
I got to do
They were up to no good.
Well, that's our ally now, so watch your mouth. Japanese.
It's funny too. It's funny to like when people are like, oh, my grandpa hates, Japanese. What an asshole. It's like, if he was alive back then, dude, he has every right to like eat them. Anyway,
What were they up to?
there's some sick fucking moments, dude. This was a moment that this got me pumped and I couldn't sleep. There was a scene. There's a part at the Battle of, I think it was at Midway. It's this, at the Battle of Midway, this is after Pearl Harbor. This
In
is,
Chicago?
yes,
See, I seen that. I saw the museum.
Monsters of the Midway.
Saw the museum in Midway Airport.
Of what?
I just saw an airplane at Midway Airport and said something about a battle. So
So wait, do you think the Battle of Midway took place in Chicago?
that's what I'm referring to.
You think there was an air battle between us and the Japanese over the skies of Chicago?
I don't know. I didn't really dwell on the actual exhibit. I just saw an airplane. I was like, damn, they had a battle here. That's
That's so sick. That's amazing, man. To literally look at something like that, and be like, I have the information from that. And keep it moving. I'm gonna hold on to that.
So what happened? Where did they fight then?
No, Midway is in between Asia and North America, in the middle of the Pacific. That's why it's called Midway.
Oh, so they named that after Midway Airport after that.
Perhaps. But also, Chicago, I think, was called something about Midway, because I think the Chicago Bears defense was called the Monsters of Midway. So, Chicago being called Midway would make some sense.
Damn, so they just took the Midway war stuff and were like, oh, Midway Airport, check this out. There's like an exhibit at Midway Airport about Midway war stuff. And I was like, maybe this place was like a naval base or an Air Force base or something.
That makes sense.
Before it became a Southwest hub.
Or maybe Delta, premium lounge. But no, there's a point where we were fucking bombing their aircraft carriers, because that was the goal. You had to fuck up the other one's aircraft carriers. We were fucking up. We sucked. We weren't getting any of them. And then finally our dive bombers came out of nowhere, and the Japanese were like, oh fuck, we're in trouble now. And we fucked them up. We absolutely destroyed them. But one of the pilots said, like, there was so much revenge in the American pilots, like, that they were like crying out of how much they hated who they were bombing. Like, they were like, this is for the Arizona. That was a ship that got destroyed at Pearl Harbor. Like, they hated them that much. Like, the dive bombers had tears running down their eyes from how much they hated the Japanese that they were bombing. It wasn't like, oh man, those guys down there. What's that?
Did you just get canceled by your grandma?
Yeah, there wasn't like this level of like, man, those are guys down there doing their job. I'm just doing mine. No, it was literally like tears streaming, like holding a thing, like, motherfucker, this is for what you did. Pretty sick. Got me fired up.
Buzz right there.
What?
I'll probably never feel anything that great.
Like hating someone and then killing them?
No, that really.
Yeah. Flying a fucking dive bomber over an aircraft carrier straight out of the sky and hitting it and seeing it, because those things just fully exploded. People, they were dumb. They had wooden decks. Aircraft carriers back then had wooden decks and just covered in fuel from loading planes and shit.
Jesus.
So they get hit with like one bomb and everyone would die. Like 700 people would be on the ship.
Two of my uncles lost their fingertips on aircraft carriers in the Navy.
What, like the 80s?
Yeah, just like they were in like the 70s
time?
Wow, peacetime. Yeah, right around the 70s. It was peacetime. They just went and joined the Navy, and both of them they like on aircraft carriers, just got the fingers lopped off.
Different aircraft carriers?
Yeah, pretty sure.
No, they need to find your other uncle. It'll be like Saving Private McCusker. We need to send out a task force to find him. Be like, we can't have a mother lose 3 sons' fingers.
Two. Yeah, 2.
I know, but the third.
Oh, true.
Saving Private Ryan?
That's true, yeah. Oh, yeah, they didn't want to, I know what you're saying. I get you. I was confused. Did I say 3?
2 is crazy.
Yeah, they said.
And then your one cousin cut his hand at Wawa.
Yeah, he did.
And I've seen you cut your hand.
Cut my hand as well. We were a curse bunch, dude.
It was our first night in the house, wasn't it?
It wasn't our first. It might have been your first, but we'd been there for a couple weeks. It was pretty quick. It was pretty. I injured myself pretty quickly. So,
Well, it's at a tone.
I didn't want to derail. I just wanted to, take a moment to acknowledge my uncles who both lost their fingertips on aircraft.
I wonder if they got Purple Hearts for that.
I don't think they got anything. My mom's cousin got dishonorably discharged by the Marines. So they're just like, fuck you, get kicked them out.
Nice.
For rules, dude.
Why?
He was just he said he got sick of it. It was like, fuck off. They were like, nah, come on, get for real. He's like, no, seriously, fuck you. I'm not doing this shit. In the middle of boot camp. And
Heard that.
He got aggressive with him. That's the story I heard. But he was basically like, fuck you. And, dishonorable. They're like, get out of here.
So here's something, Matt. I don't know if you've ever listened to Coward Hour, but it's him and Nick Aldershaw. And what have you been doing for money?
Unemployment the last 6 months.
Disgusting. Go ahead.
I got
Unemployment.
There's no jobs.
It's for women and children, dude. Disgusting.
Yeah, man.
Look, I'll have a kid. No,
Yeah. Now you have weird semen, right?
I have weird semen?
How would you say your semen is?
I don't think I've ever seen anyone else's semen in person.
Alright, sorry to say that. You've mentioned on your podcast you have a tough time nodding.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
what I was saying.
No, I'm heavily medicated. My dick is complete trash. It's affect my relationship with it. Just laying down soft rope every time.
That's what's up.
Yeah. I started taking blue chews, and that kind of works, but it makes my heart feel like it's gonna explode.
It's sketchy.
But I mean, before I was on the pills that make my dick not work, I was gonna kill myself. So this is honestly pretty sick.
That's a good shit, dude. Honestly,
Pretty solid trade-off.
it's not bad.
Plus, I get to know that she loves me. So I'm like, if she didn't love me, she would not put up with this horrible dick that I'm laying down.
True. It's also, I might start saying I'm on that. Just be like, I'm on pills. My dick doesn't come. You're gonna come too fast.
It doesn't work. That was pretty good.
What is that?
I was saying, then you get to prorate it. So you're like, well, for a guy whose dick doesn't work, that was pretty good. You're like, yeah, I guess.
That's where dick gets better, dude.
Why do you think your dick sucks?
Just, we're calm.
Ew.
First of all, you shouldn't come when you have sex. That's, As a man, you should always hold your seat. That's tight. You must retain a lot of your seat. I was wondering how you look so jacked and strong.
Yeah, I didn't get fat. It's all calm. Rubies around my butt.
Yos.
Dude, did you see fucking, I'm on a big Star Wars kick. I can't believe Star Wars video. Did you ever see the two characters from the very beginning of Star Wars who are they look kind of like amphibians? And they're evil. They're serving the Sith.
In episode 1?
Yeah, and they have really heavy Japanese accents.
Yeah, the fish guys.
Fish, dude. That shit
I thought the fish guys were with the rebels.
No, there was savages, bro.
Episode 1 has multiple racist fishmen.
Yeah, the fish are Japanese.
Yo, it's fucking.
Then there's the Jamaican fish, and then there's the Japanese fish.
Yeah, wait, you guys didn't know Asian people turn into fish when you got them out of the atmosphere? They're in the atmosphere. That's why they can't send any Japanese astronauts to the space station. They keep trying to send them to the International Space Station. They keep growing gills.
They keep serving the Dark Lord. Using the dark side of the Force.
As soon as they get into the galaxy, they instantly start using electricity out of their hands.
They're going into the
firing
squad.
What the fuck? He was like, she stopped and she was like, dude, this is insane. It's a gag.
And it's like a fish puppet.
Oh, that was fucking crazy.
I would love to hear George Lucas correcting that. It's like, no, the line is more like,
That's a true power of a company since just getting an Asian accent out of a white dude. Yes, excellent. Your powers, bro.
The accent. Yeah. That is the goal. The goal is eventually to force someone else to say the N-word on camera and just have it over them. That's like what the Mossad did. That's what they were doing with Epstein's Island, dude. All you don't even need young SIS anymore. Just gonna get a couple N-word tapes on everybody. Just have the CIA have like a black dude cut them off every time they try to drive. And have it bug their car and just have the black dude slowly walk across, slowly jaywalk every time they drive. You're gonna get an N-word out of someone.
you get a tape of someone fucking a child and they just yell the N-word in ecstasy. We got him.
He's doing whatever we said.
Remember that show where they would rent people a car and then capture them singing on the way?
So what I'm saying is,
there's a show on TV where people would like think they were just renting a car for the day, and there'd be a camera. They'd catch people secretly behind the wheel singing along to the radio or like just being weird by themselves.
Man, the outtakes of that.
Oh, that's what I'm saying.
you're saying, hey,
I know.
Just stone-faced listening to my own podcast.
I could wipe out the entire upper structure, and I would wipe out everybody, and I put it on
you're
and I have green
What's
zones.
that?
You're a hell of a
They'd
podcaster.
all be subservient.
Well, thank you.
Brutal. Just
Well, Pablo
firing
Francisco's in
squad.
here. What's that, sir? What's that?
Because that's what's going to happen.
What's that? Who doesn't think I can get out of here?
And your children are going to be lined up and going to their school.
That's how it's gonna look. Mondo, I want you back on the sauce, dude. I remember when you and me started, you used to booze, and that was a good dog.
Honestly, I miss that a lot, and it's coming up on 5 years. I think
You're not alcoholic, dude.
Just drink right now. I
Well,
just drink right now.
Dog, I'll say this: you take the pills to make you not want to kill yourself. Might as well get drunk a little bit and have fun. Can't go wrong.
get way drunker.
Right, but
Do this?
Because I remember, well, they make you get way drunker, and the booze makes the pills not work. So like the first time I ever tried to get antidepressants, I was like, well, I'm not going to not drink. And then I would just get like insanely fucked up and feel way worse. I was like,
Yeah, you used to be a little fucking monster.
What the hell, man?
all right.
Look at that picture of what you think you look like. Holy shit.
Dude, class, I need to.
What you go to school for?
Computer science. Comedy's dead.
So we can't build a bunch of shit.
Time to get to be in place in case
Before we started, I was telling Barn Dog, that's a good studio, dude. Have some female comics over, do a little podcast. Check out my studio. My studio's in my room.
So dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
If you want to rise among the ranks of comedians, you have to prey on female comedians.
In LA especially, it's secretly it's very respected. Behind closed doors, it's like, how many you got? They look like they.
But also, I did see that stuff in LA.
Comedy Store, and I open my coat and I have like 8 cut off ponytails. And they're like, this way, sir.
Those things with the girls, like, they made us blow them for open mic stage time. It's like,
You were sucking dick for open mic spots.
yeah, in my head, I'm like, that's unfortunate, but also like, shame on you. Huh?
It's for the belly room, at least wait for the main room.
Yeah, dude. Like, if I was like eating like somebody's ass, I ate like 8 H-Foley's ass with a Raven, I'd be like, yeah, I heard that. And I was like, that sucks and all, but like, shame on you, dude.
That's honestly, dude. Let's page on this episode. That's entirely on the lady. Entirely.
Yeah. I mean, all you have to do is just
And an open mic,
just tell one person, but he's making me blow. He's trying to get me to blow.
or go to a different. There's a million open mics.
Yeah, but if you want to get the hot, imagine if helium was set up. I'm trying to think of a comic. Totally just kind of spitball. I'm trying to think of anybody who might be demanding blowjobs. Let's say John Del Calo. John Del Calo was in power, was in a position of power as a straight white male. It was like, hey, you want to get on the helium open mic? Also, there's like 30 people on the helium open mic. So are you going to get like 6 blowjobs that night?
If so, that rules.
Just like no comp blowjobs? Just do it.
By the end, you're just making them kiss it. You're not even hard.
Dude, if my daughter came home, like, hey, what's up? Why are you doing comedy? She's like, oh, they're trying to get me to blow them on the open mic. And I'm like, what happened? She's like, I just fucking stopped doing it. I'm like, good job.
Well, or I just didn't get tricked and did the open mic without blowing someone.
Yeah, I mean, you're a girl. You're gonna succeed. Just stand there and someone will put you on stage.
It's true. If you're funny, if you can make a room full of people laugh at your girl, you will.
Yes.
And I'll agree. Look, young female comedians out there. I don't think anyone's gonna ask you to blow them anymore. Maybe that was the old days. In the West Coast specifically, but don't do that. Don't blow.
Don't blow anyone if dude. Don't get tricked.
Every time
And if you get tricked,
China, military size, or
it has nothing to do with it.
I was saying every time I meet a female open micer, I tell her that she should never blow me, just so that I'm safe.
True. You free to do whatever you want. You blowing me has nothing to do with your future.
Look, I know this is a nasty business, and someday I may be in a position of power. We may both think that that's what should happen, but I'm telling you.
Christ,
No.
I pray Barn Dog is never in a position of power.
I pray he is.
I've seen him in power.
When was
I left. You were in power at the Lizard Lounge in Lancaster. I left. I moved to Philly, and I just watched Barn Dog just dominate his neighbors. Anything's going on with Lemaire right now, right?
I think you go in and you take over
I don't know if he's
Mexico.
demanding blowjobs for stage time, but
All of South America.
he should. And also,
I think that's it.
he's Mr. Cooling out at Raven. And I remember Barn Dog cooling up at Lizard Lounge.
Yeah, I guess so. Well, it sounds like I was.
Yeah, I guess so.
We were talking about Wyatt.
Nice. That was pretty good.
We're sitting next to the modern day.
I was listening to one of your episodes. Lemaire was talking about wearing Chelsea boots. He's falling into the Barn Dog trap.
It's absolutely. He's wearing floral pattern button-downs, dude.
Well, that's gotta stop. I hear you.
I hate it.
He needs to gain that weight back.
Well, he lost weight, but he's so fat. Like it's.
Well,
He's good where he's at.
Well, that was his strength. His strength was being fat as shit. That's why everyone wants him.
He's still good. He's still strong. He's still got strength in him.
But we don't know.
He gets fat.
Oh, he can't.
I insist I really insist Barn Dog bulks up. Barn Dog got skinny as fuck for a minute. I hate it. Disgusting.
There's also something very.
You always remind me when I think I'm getting too good. Like, I remember one time you saw me smoking a cigarette for the first time in like 3 years. You were like,
I explained that.
Yeah, I need you back, dude. I need you to fall apart again. I hate you trying.
There's also something tragic about a person trying to like dress their way out of a mental crisis. Like, I just need different
from the inside, I can tell you, yes.
Barn Dog went through a cowboy boot phase.
Yeah, I would wear them in Lancaster, and then I moved to Philly. People were like, "Why are you wearing cowboy boots?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm from like rural PA," like as if anyone wore them.
Yeah.
I remember I was walking outside Raven, and I'm just like these girls, and they say like at a normal volume, like so I can just barely hear them. They're like very cool.
Oh my god. Strangers are like actively heckling your outfit while you're walking down the street.
It's also so funny and self-conscious and cowboy boots. I don't know if I'm that rude and stupid as I thought I was.
The kind of out of nervous. Just so fucking dork.
Like that Feel When No GM, that documentary.
No, you're gonna try to watch that. It was off Amazon.
It's good. I thought they'd taken it down from Amazon because it like doesn't completely demonize incels. But there's this one guy in it. He's this like autistic guy from Texas wearing like cowboy boots and a cowboy hat. They just follow around while he just like drinks beer and smokes cigarettes alone in parking lots. I'm just like, oh, I feel you, brother.
Yeah.
Oh, man, that pumps me up.
Yeah, Barn went through a very intense I'm hot phase. Much like the Woodman. I hated it.
I was like, I'm hot for a 5'2" guy.
Yeah, you always kept it in check, and I agree. I'm not being, you know, you're right. I was wrong there to come down on you as hard as I did.
Oh man, I looked okay from there for a little bit.
You did. You're handsome.
Yeah, you were.
Yeah, you got abs, didn't you? Do you remember,
Having abs.
Chris, do you remember the feeling when you saw that Wes was skinny?
Yes, no steroids.
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck do you want?
And now, yeah, you're right. Now I understand. Because when he got fat again, it made me so happy.
I'm sorry, I was just kidding. Oh, sorry, I had to fight my dad real quick.
What's up with that?
He obviously sees me doing a podcast. He walked out and stood here and said, did you let the dogs out today?
Is making waves everywhere.
Did you go to the
I don't know. I think he enjoys intentionally disrupting the podcast, like at the level. It's my house, Jay. I'll fucking ask you questions if I want. Only time he talks to me. Literally the only time he talks to me is while I'm doing a podcast.
So let me ask you this.
I'm so awesome on that Desperado, dude. That guy in those parking lots just geared up in cowboy boots and a hat, just drinking, ripping cigs, and people being like, dude, get the fuck out of here.
He like square dances with old ladies in bars.
Actually, he's pretty cool. That guy actually is pretty cool.
He's like nodding out during interviews. Sincerely.
He's getting hammered in a parking lot. People like, shoot. He's like, I gotta get along. You know, we gotta keep it moving down the road.
I tried watching that. As soon as I tried watching it, it was all bad.
By now, it's
It's pretty much like Matt Chain or Calendar type listener guys. And like the guy has like an MDE sticker on his car. He doesn't want to, like, I like these boys.
Oh, so it's literally just our fan base?
Yeah. Pretty much.
Just guys that rock. I knew I liked that guy.
Very dudes rock movie. This is just this like filmmaker like empathizing with them. They're be like, yeah, the modern life really has left you back. It's a guy with fucking eating with a grenade launcher on it. He's like, yeah, it's fucking stupid.
I mean, it's pretty tough. It is crazy that the media completely shits on dudes. It's like, oh, they're just mad they're not getting pussy. It's like, yeah, well, it's not even just that. It's like there's a level of rejection and like these dudes who are being like, oh, I'm going to die alone in a one-bedroom apartment, completely unloved and forgotten, and the whole media is like, loser, fuck you.
So don't get me wrong. Little pussy would help. But it's the other stuff. But yeah, little pussy would help us.
They're like, oh, you pervert. What do you think girls owe you sex? Stupid. Yellow.
It's pretty fun.
Yeah, I mean, watching that movie, I was like, oh, I was and very well couldn't continue to meeting these guys.
For sure. Anyway, yeah, but you were very likable. I loved you when we were in Lancaster and Mechanicsburg. I was a big fan.
Thank you.
I liked it. Well, actually, that was you went through a woke phase.
And I regret that. You knocked me out.
And we had a woke barn dog for a minute. But that was good you got out of that.
Yeah. But I was woke like before it had gotten to comedy.
I agree. You were woke before and you were very publicly a shitty person.
Yes.
So like you'd be all woke and like doing shit and saying shit and just be garbage.
We need to end rape culture while like waving my dick out of my pants.
You were an idealist.
I really am. That's Shane. That's why I can never start drinking again. Is because I would get my dick out a lot, and I stopped right about.
I showed you my dick at a party. Then you told people I had a weird dick. I don't have a weird dick.
I don't remember what your dick was.
Whoa.
Yeah. I completely forgot I ever seen your dick.
I would have. Obviously, you don't forget when somebody publicly says you got a weird dick. I remember that.
So you showed Barn Dog your dick at a party.
No, it was in the morning. It was a sleepover party, and I had a boner.
Those weird Lancaster parties.
Yeah, I think it was the one where you were allergic to cats.
Yeah, that one.
That's literally like my favorite part. I don't even really remember it anymore, other than we were at a party and Crick got like blacked out and he was allergic to cats. So he was like passed out on the couch, but he kept waking up like, oh God,
I know.
stop it coughing. There's so many cats.
Your park table, people were just like hitting me with the walls.
That was me. That's all we gotta find that video of me spiking a ping pong ball. Dude, that night, oh my God, I'm not gonna tell you who it was, because I don't want to besmirch my man, but while he was asleep, I drew a swastika on his forehead. In Sharpie, which I thought was a funny bit, and in 2014, whatever this was, it was a good bit.
Yeah.
Swastika on him, still is.
Honestly, it's a pretty good band.
But
He was already at that upset.
he cried in the car ride home.
And he wiped it off.
He was crying with a smeared swastika on his forehead. And him and his girlfriend drove me home. I was in the back, and I did it. And he was in the front. First off, it's like a 45-minute drive. He was in the front crying that I disrespected him that badly. And she was like, what you did was fucked up. And I was trying to be like, it wasn't. I was in the back like, guys, it's not that serious.
Someone threw a swastika on my forehead once. It was like early December, like my family, one side of my family, we celebrate Christmas early. So like the next day I went to the family Christmas.
I was doing that so
it was on like, coincidentally, I also had like a really bad hickey. So I was like someone was like that morning, like, oh, you have a really bad hickey. I'm like, oh, I know. And then I went and didn't look in the mirror and like family Christmas. So everyone's looking at me. I'm like, oh, everyone knows I have a hickey.
Wait, was that just the same? Was he just crying about that incident?
No, to him.
I did it to him. Yeah, all right, good. I think that's the same night.
Maybe. It may have been. Yeah, my dad pulled me aside. He's like, hey, why do you have a swastika on your forehead?
Oh, fuck.
But by that point, his opinion of me was already so low that didn't even change.
Sending someone home with an unbeknownst swastika on their forehead is incredible.
I mean, how do you address it? Is it just kind of like an excuse me, sir? But
you got a little
you have an ancient Hindu symbol on your forehead.
Yeah, I have a forehead wearing like cowboy boots tucked in shirt. Like an alt-right returning.
I need to find the video. So it was me and my friend Mike playing beer pong, and Chris was just laying on the couch next to the beer pong table. And I I would catch the ball and be like, "Are you filming?" and spike it as hard as I could against Chris' face. He just dashed out, so I'd hit him, and he'd be like, "Ah!"
Oh.
And then he'd be like, "Oh, the cats!" What a night, dude!
On like a balcony that night.
And then you went up on a balcony, and I think I followed. And I think you laid like on the kitty.
Yeah, so they had like a kitty litter box outside.
Oh yeah, your property. Yeah.
I think it was empty though. I think it was like a spare one. I'm gonna give myself that. But I just kind of like made a bed out of it and laid there. I think I had like one blanket.
It was cold out.
It was cold out, and this wasn't like Lancaster isn't that bad of a town, but this wasn't the best part. And I'm just laying there like hearing gunshots. Just like,
Holy fuck!
not holy down.
I remember that. There were gunshots.
There were?
And I remember you laying there, and you were laying there, and I just sat there next to you while you were trying to sleep on like a beanbag and kitty litter. And I just came up to sit next to you and talk to you while you were trying to sleep. I was just like, look at you. And you'd be like, help. Yeah, dude, it was a weird time.
One day I'm just gonna be drowning, and you're gonna be just like sitting on the shore, just like, look at you.
Look at you now, dude.
Following people around the water, hands out, and be like, look at you, disgusting.
No, I don't.
Your guys just like pieces of memories complement each other perfectly. Like, you don't remember seeing Shane's dick, Shane doesn't remember the beanbag. You guys know I've had sex this night.
Fully remember the beanbag. Matthew? I know what you're doing.
Oh, I don't.
I know what you're doing. No, I'm not gonna let it happen. Let me tell you, this is a no. Bro, that actually reminds me how possibly Joe Biden got this to be, and what possible techniques he can use to, because he's gonna get crushed in about 3 hours. He's gonna be publicly crucified by a retarded man. They're literally sending an 80-year-old man to be publicly humiliated.
He's gonna be taken by just peanut butter fountain.
By just a retarded, angry businessman. I mean, this is dead man. I watched him, dude. Maybe I should save it. Maybe we should do a cover.
Oh, for sure.
Where are we at, Tom?
Well, we have a ton of, this is a long, we started at like 4:30, it's 6:03, so this is a good.
Oh shit.
So when we achieved, I felt us achieved flow state. That's when I was like, oh, you're on podcast.
We did achieve flow state. There was a part where I was working.
Yeah.
Early on, there was just anytime it zoomed, it sucks.
I think I take
all the gel and zoom. They said it takes a while to like gel and zoom.
I lost Matt on the asking about your cum part. I can see that. Alright, good. I was afraid.
I don't know if you've listened to Coward Hour, but Brendan's dick is trash. Tell him about it. And then I do, and it just bombs.
No, it was actually good. I was sidetracked because I locked my dog. My dog's like actually arrested right now. I locked him away because, dude, he's been shitting in my basement, and I was going back for him.
Oh yeah, Jackson.
Thought I got him out of it, and then, dude, I take him for a walk. I go upstairs for 2 seconds. He runs downstairs. Not even just peed on the floor, straight peed over like my stuff, and it's done. And it was just like, dude, it got, I've been trying to. I watched YouTube videos like you can't punish dogs, doesn't work. Punish is fucking.
You beat a dog.
I didn't really beat him, but he tried to run into his cage, and I lifted that cage up and shook him out of it. Dude, I was like, get him out of there. And then I hate most hitting him doesn't matter. Cage wanted it. So it was raining.
Nice.
Then I locked him up in his cage, dropped the blanket over him. He's in isolation. So I can hear him crying.
What about Gimbo, dude? That was Guantanamo.
I put the hood on him, dude.
You wouldn't hit him, but you did every sensory torture the dog. You need to go blast like Metallica into his cage.
I'm gonna start waking him up in like 2 seconds.
Blast Slipknot, but get a strobe light in there.
At this point, it's like, what the fuck, man? Like, you're peeing on my stuff. not even my stuff. He peed on my daughter's pack and play, which is like a little like makeshift crib you can pop up and put down everywhere. He fucking peed on it. It's like, dude, what the fuck? So yeah, I can hear his wails from the third floor. He's reaching me from the basement. So every now and again I hear. So that was during that time. I was hearing him screech. So I told Brittany, like, let him the fuck out of there.
What a good. That's anytime I got grounded or sent to my room when I was a kid, I was making noise. I would get in trouble for it. I would slam my feet on the ground. I would stomp my feet in my room.
Oh yeah.
And they'd come in, and somebody would just swing open the door and be like, "What are you doing in here?" I'd be like, "Nothing, get out."
I thought about that last night. Dude, I didn't go to sleep till like 1:30. Like Maya's teething, so like, dude, she just put her down, and like 4 seconds later, you'll look at the monitor, she'll sit up and just be like, she'll freaking out. Like, dude, they say you're supposed to like, oh, let her cry it out. It's like, I'm sorry, I'll give it 5 minutes. I can't let sit there for 10 minutes while they're just like. I started thinking about it. I'm like, dude. So I'm watching her cry. I'm like, man, this is horrible. Same thing when I was a teenager. I got caught drinking, and when I was drunk, I was wailing in my room, being like, "I'm an alcoholic. I have a problem." It's totally untrue. I knew I didn't have a drinking problem. I was trying to get out of it. And I was like thinking about my parents let me cry it out as like an 18 or 17-year-old.
Oh man, that must have been so hard to just let it go.
I was like, damn, they would come in and check on me. I was like,
That's a weird strategy for that. You were drinking once. You're like, no, I wasn't. I was drinking all the time.
I can't stop.
I couldn't stop. And I was driving my car.
I'll never forget mine. I blamed it on my friend's older brothers. I was like, the Hershey's called me a pussy. I think my mom hated the Hershey's for like a year.
Really?
Until I finally confessed. I was like, they weren't even there. Yeah. Bundle. I gotta hear about what's going on with Sniz. What's going on? What are you up to? How are you operating?
I have a girlfriend.
Yeah. What about before the girlfriend? I don't need a girlfriend.
Flash, if you got anything on the side.
Yeah, true.
As far as like Sniz, beforehand it was abysmal.
Yeah, that's what I want to hear about.
Yeah, like for some reason I kind of got pussy in Philly, and I don't know why. Looking back, there was no reason for that. And then
You're fine. You're a talented stand-up comedian, Brandon.
Oh yeah, that is part of it. Is like in Philly, if you're like, oh, I'm a stand-up comedian, they're like, how interesting. We're here if you're like, oh, I do stand-up, they're like, gross.
Oh yeah, disgusting.
Where they'll be like, oh, I went out with this different guy who did stand-up. You're like, fuck. Yeah. Like I went out with some girl.
Yo, what up?
She's like, oh, you do stand-up. Do you know?
How you living, Pimp?
Yeah.
So they're allowing it to happen. It wasn't for going to war, and they were executing. They're just kind of pushing these people around. Their own people. So what? And you have people dying. But I mean, so you got the Holocaust. Prior to World War II, not only were we not doing things like they held the Olympics, Hitler held the Olympics, we went in, Hitler was like Time Magazine Man of the Year. Pull it up, stop it. Adolf Hitler,
I forget what she said. She was like, you know, like Josh Fadum and Johnny Pemberton. I'm like, no, they have like careers. I'll never meet them. What are you talking about? They're like all comics.
No, it's there.
Like actors. It doesn't matter. Those are on the ropes circuit.
They're on the adult ropes circuit. They're on the fun time. They're on the cry at election result circuit.
Adolf Hitler, Time Magazine.
I was like, no, I'm at Black Man tonight.
Yeah.
They hate Americans.
Yeah.
They fucking hate America, dude.
What up, Miss Aquarius? How are you?
Josh hates Americans.
I'm good. How are you?
I'm lovely. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's play.
I'm going to play really well.
Yeah.
We'll see, but I think so.
Okay.
You were positive. There we go. Yay.
Because our perceptions are influenced by the companies that want to make a buck and the government that wants to make some tax money.
All right.
My guest
You got 7.
He is a professor of psychiatry at human behavior at UCLA. He's board certified adult
All right, come on, Rabbi.
specialist, co-director actually of the UCLA gambling studies program.
Ooh.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
But I like to
Look
say
at this one.
he is the guy
Oh, no.
when it comes to knowing the science about marijuana.
That's okay.
Dr. Fong, it's a pleasure to have you here.
It is absolutely my pleasure to be here, Dr. Wall. Wendy, thank you for having me here in studio.
Yeah, it's wonderful. And I understand you're KFI listener.
I love KFI. When it came to UCLA Psychiatry Residency in 1998, one of the first shows I started listening to was Handled. Big giant billboards everywhere. It's been 27 years I've been listening to KFI.
We love our Handle. He's a great guy.
There we go.
Yay, good job.
Thank you.
All right.
Listening to some videos on lectures every day. And you talk about our current marijuana use as this growing public health crisis. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Well, sure, certainly. And again, you rewind where we
No, it's okay. You got this. Go. Yeah, let's strike in. Let's go, Rabbi.
Ooh.
Fast forward to 2025, right now, in our state, we have about 3,500 cannabis dispensaries that legally sell cannabis. We have a massive amount of unregulated, unrestricted cannabis as well.
That's the word I want to talk about, unregulated. Is the stuff in the stores regulated at all? Do we know if what they say is in it is the stuff that's in it?
Oh, absolutely. So you go back to when we first did this, November 2016. It's been 9 years since our state has legalized cannabis use for adults.
Come on, Rabbi. Get it.
And so what we then created
Not what I wanted.
this strange California market, right? Where on one hand, the above board dispensaries that are doing it by the book, licenses, regulation, policies, procedures that are protecting our health, are selling products really sophisticated and safe. On the other hand, there are a lot of
Oh, that's huge, Miss Aquarius.
that are not regulated.
That's huge.
Delivery services, and they're giving things to the public that they think are safe, but actually are not fully tested.
Wow. Bravo.
Enough. Thank you.
Get a 3rd. Oh, wow.
Okay.
No one's touching you. 83.
Come on, Rabbi. You're having a strike. Yay, let's go. Come on.
And someone told me the little bit of pot that we smoked on back in college in the 70s and 80s is not the same as the product that's around today. Today's supposed to be stronger.
Okay, I win, you win.
That's right.
All right, Rabbi, it's on you now.
I'm going to do what I can.
Uh-oh.
Look at you.
Come on, Rabbi.
Terrible.
You got this. You did this through.
So imagine, again, you were born 15 years ago, and now you're growing into a world where you only know high concentrated, high potency cannabis, right? And the message
Get it.
to the young person is, hey, it's just weed. I did it.
Do you know how many times I hear this? I teach health psychology at Cal State Channel Islands, and whenever I do my little addiction lecture, how many students put up their hands if it's only weed or just weed? Or what I hear all the time.
All right,
And
come
they
on,
just
Rabbi.
think it's harmless.
Right.
So that is myth
Right.
number 1. Myth number 2, and they also say this.
You got these
that
3.
because it's weed, because nobody's going to overdose from it.
Right.
Is it possible?
Well, again,
Good spare.
Thank you, ma'am.
cannabis intoxication can be
You're
dangerous.
welcome.
Since that some folks, the very first time they use cannabis, develop psychosis or nausea or impulsivity or aggression, right? So that's part of number 2. Although it's very rare to die of overdose.
Yeah, you got it, Rabbi. Come on.
Car accidents, falling off a roof. Back one of the byproducts of increased
Right.
civilization.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yay, let's go.
That's what I'm talking
Yeah.
about.
But again, I don't want to be
Great strike.
Come on, Rabbi.
Get it.
Come on.
So there's this perception, though, that it's not addictive.
Get it. All right, Miss Aquarius, get it. Go. Miss Aquarius, what a comeback. What a comeback. What a comeback. Oh, wow, you got a lot. Big score.
Here's the big question. This myth out there that there are no withdrawal symptoms, that you can just quit, and you use the word in one of your lectures.
Come on, Rabbi. You got this.
How possible is that?
Oh, terrible. Get it. No. You got me, Miss Aquarius.
You want to play one more? So
Nope.
you win?
Nope. I want to take my loss.
Okay. It's okay. No, you won. You didn't lose. You won.
That's right.
You won both games.
That's right.
You
Great job.
won.
Great.
I win, you win. I win, you win.
Great
Yep,
job,
yep,
Miss
yep,
Aquarius.
I win.
No losses. Great job.
No loss. That's
Very,
right.
very
You
good.
lose. We won. Yay.
We both won. Absolutely. Great job.
Yeah, we both won. Yes.
All right, Miss Aquarius. Well, God willing, we'll play tomorrow, okay?
Okay. See you in the morning.
Sweet dreams.
Pretty good. Rabbi, I want to see, right? So I was in this chill part, right?
Yep.
So this little young man was, I don't know what happened, what they was doing. So I had got on him, and I got no bitch ass nigga, right? So I guess this girl, she tested speech, I guess she got mad. I don't know if she knew me or not. But is that the he was like, well, you won't shut up. That's why you won't get on husband. So I said, okay, I'm gonna mute you or whatever. So I muted him, and then they want to get mad, and I guess that girl got mad. I don't know. I don't care. Like, you're not gonna sit up and disrespect me. Like, I'm not gonna be no. But I said, you know what? That's something to be a big person because they're young. I'm just gonna mute them. They don't need to argue with them. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Just start muting people because I ain't got time to waste my prayer.
Absolutely. Can't stand it. Don't need it. Too good for it.
Okay. Yeah. So I learned my lesson on that today. So yeah.
It happens.
Alrighty. Yeah. All right. I'll see you in the morning.
Sweet dreams, Miss Aquarius. Take care.
You too. Take care. Tell Adi I say hello, okay?
I will.
All right.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Amazon Fire TV supports iHeartRadio with a beautiful big screen display while you enjoy your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Make sure you link your iHeartRadio account and use voice controls for easy navigation between content on iHeartRadio. iHeartRadio on the big screen is easy to control from the remote or with voice controls, and it provides large cover art on the screen and can sync with your iHeartRadio account for seamless listening between your devices. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV with Amazon Fire TV and the Fire Cube. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Business and not thinking about radio? Think again. Because more people are listening to the radio on iHeart today than they were 20 years ago. And only iHeart Broadcast Radio connects with more Americans than TV, digital, social, any other medium. Even twice as many teens than TikTok. And that reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for your business. Radio's here now more than ever, and iHeart's leading the way. Think radio can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, podcasting, and radio, where the reach is real. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time, just call 844-844-iHeart and get radio working for you.
Portions of the following program will be recorded. KFI AM 640 or stimulating talk. Until I got high.
Dr. Rothschild Show on KFI AM 640 live everywhere. My guest, Dr. Timothy Fong from UCLA. He's the go-to person when it comes to cannabis research and knowledge. Dr. Fong, let's talk about this medical marijuana that everyone seems to say is about to be needed. It's such a good treatment. Is marijuana good to treat anything?
We're trying to find out. And you think about our history in California, we were one of the first states that created medical cannabis. And back in 2017, when we started our UCLA Center for Cannabis and Cannabinoids, really excited about how can we use cannabis in a way that helps people, that helps get rid of suffering. There's no doubt in my mind.
Go get a six-pack, and we live stream the build-up to May. We need to get hyped. But we should probably not record it because I'm probably going to say some very pro-Trump things in this. I'm a sick. I've said on stage a couple times. I'm literally a six-pack away from liking Donald Trump. It's game day right now. You a little tailgate?
I tried to explain that to my mother-in-law because they were discouraged to hear that my parents crossed the Trump flag outside their house. And so my mother-in-law was black for them, and I'm kind of bummed. And I tried to tell them, like, dude, you were a 6-year-old, like, dude, you love Trump too. She just looked at me, and I'm like, you just look. You're a 6-year-old white dude who wasn't born, like, rich. Automatically.
Decade later,
Adolf Hitler. They've been frustrated. Did you watch the Social Dilemma? No. It's a documentary on Netflix about how all the stuff I talked about trust. Dude, it's about all true. But all the stuff I talked about before about how social media companies can like take your information, take your interests, pull you in with people like your same age demographics who also look at the same kinds of things and then predict your behavior to the point where they can put the right ads up before, like if you're like doing certain things online, looking at certain stuff over the course of time, they're like, oh, typically when he's in this pattern, he buys this thing at this time. And they sell which ad pops up on your screen based on your previous behavior, and then try to nudge you into behavior buying, and they sell that little time slot. Dude, the boomers got crushed by like online advertisements. We talked about it before, how they have like, they don't know how to turn their notifications off. So they just, their phone pops up, and it's like, God, dude.
Is that what we were talking about?
Yeah.
Go get ESPN notifications at like midnight. He charges his phone downstairs while we watch TV and jumps to all day he's getting notifications like goddamn Braves beat the Mets 2-1. Dude, yeah. Look at regular season baseball games. That's 9,000 notifications.
Yeah, they get texts like, hi, I'm your neighbor. This election, they're like, go on, you got my attention.
Yeah. Well, hi, Kathy, how are you?
This guy went over there. It's that part where like people just start calling on the phone and tricking. People did that to my grandma. They called and they're like, Grandma, it's me. I crashed my car. I got a DUI. I need $5,000. They didn't give her a name, but she's just like Brendan. I have like 7. Luckily, someone had me. But that did hurt.
Getting tricked comes for all of us. We're all, dude. We're gonna be getting tricked by like fucking holographs. Shit. We're gonna get tricked by like AI people.
Yeah.
Robots are gonna walk in and trick us.
We're gonna go like what, 3D Nigerian princes be like, send me $5,000.
Or you know, sometimes technology regresses and we can just get hit with hookers. That was always the classic. You just send a hooker to an old rich man.
Yeah. True.
But yeah, we'll get tricked. We'll get tricked hard.
You'll eventually get to the point where like you get catfished by a robot, and then at the end of the day you realize the restaurant wasn't even real.
Yeah. You're just in a parking lot.
Nursing homes will be
wallet.
What'd you say, Barnard? I'm sorry.
It's like you're just hard in a parking lot without your wallet. Sorry, go ahead.
We gotta work on our cadence.
There's the flow state. You too. God.
Yeah, nursing homes are gonna be fucking sick. By the time we're old, it'll be like VR. It'll be pretty fun, man. I just actually watched the Peanut Butter Falcon last year. The Peanut Butter Falcon.
fucking rules, dude.
How about that, dude? How about that plot line? Just like dumping a retarded guy in a nursing home? That was fucking dark.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah. And he's jacked and he breaks out.
Fucking sweetheart
Dude,
deal.
they keep talking about how strong
Watch this.
Dude, you know what I found
Oh,
out?
it's awesome.
They play heavily in retarded tropes. He's like, dude, you're strong as fuck.
True, and I've seen guys with like Down syndrome like in boxing, and they're not that strong actually.
Really?
Well, I imagine it depends on how severe the disease is.
That guy,
I've seen some that were pretty gnarly.
If you're only mildly retarded, are you?
I think if you're mildly, you can be jacked. But I think when it gets very severe, it's fair, you know.
I bet there's a point though where you start getting more strong again. Like if you're like the most retarded guy ever.
Yeah.
They knew that this was going up.
it works like if somebody's more retarded than you, you feel your strength decline, and you're like, there's Highlander in this.
Yeah, they automatically switch order in the line.
Guys, this is crap, dude. Matt, what you opened with was crap, and now this is crap. You two.
The Peanut Butter Falcon was great. It was just the storyline about it was great. Damn, this is fucking dark, dude.
They both ended up dying, and they were two.
And then that guy, he was hot, though. That guy was hot.
How much is Shia LaBeouf for? He's great. And the girl in that, I love the lady in Peanut Butter Falcon.
Yeah, I was thinking about
I have a crush on her. I love her.
Yeah, I can see that. She definitely
I
has
would kiss
something.
her.
Shia LaBeouf did.
Nice.
Shia LaBeouf did. Hold on. We gotta get. Tell us about Coward Hour before we get out.
Okay.
All right, here, I'll tell you. It's just like if you like this podcast.
Thank you. That's very kind. This please not be a Patreon one so more people listen.
Yeah, we won't put it on Patreon. Oh, you want it to be on Patreon?
No, I don't. No, I'm pre-canceled. I've laid the groundwork so if anything ever happens, it's already there. So please get as many people listening as possible.
Yeah, all right.
It'll be fine. I think it'll be fine.
Yeah, this is nothing.
You're gonna watch the Zooms. Oh, well, we should say also the reason we're Zooming is because I thought with my family, I don't want to mess any, I don't want to cross any Hippocratic lines, but someone in my family, my sister Maura had COVID.
My beautiful angel.
We all contacted her, so I could have had it, but I got tested on I'm neg, and everyone in my house is neg, but, I was like, I don't want to infect Shane and have him infect Chad Nation on the road. So I'm going to get retested Friday and head on down to my community.
You better. Wait, didn't you already get retested?
I tested once, but it was only like 3 days after.
Are you going to take like an instant test on Friday?
Yeah, I took an instant test already. And then they say after 7 days, and if I take 2 instant tests, everyone else in my family tests, and nobody else got it. Dude, that's another thing we talk about. My sister drank from the straw. My other sister didn't get it. I'm knock on wood because these things can come by in a couple weeks.
My cocksucking headphones that I bought just died. I charged them for a full hour before this episode that just turned off.
It's just a marathon, dude. They serve the purpose.
So I can't hear it. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Well, I can't hear you guys at all. Everybody go listen to Coward Hour. It's very funny. It's Barn Dog and Nick Oldershaw. Very funny guys. And go see me and Matt at the Goonies and at Healing. And Bridgeport, Connecticut, no Matt there. That'll be me, 6 and then Lena's in Dallas and Fort Worth. That's all in October. So hopefully we don't have COVID. Otherwise, we're going to be really spreading.
Yeah. I don't have clean bill of health. All right. Everybody, thumbs up all around.
All right.
Great work.
Barn Dog, absolutely.
You have to pay the police to investigate the murder. So your family gets murdered once.
Episode 318, dude, we're back.
Wow, absolutely glorious. Damn, back in the studio.
That's how we do. How long has it been? 2 weeks. We've been in 2 weeks, yeah. What the question is, we're right back in the studio after recording a live podcast, throwing it up on the Patreon. So people are happy right now with the amount of content we're getting.
That's good. It's important. And today we're joined live with a good friend of ours, Nate Marshall.
How's it going?
Good.
What's up, dude?
I'll be interested to see how you conduct yourself throughout this.
Yeah, I don't like that you're playing just to just analyze.
Well,
That's your whole thing. You twist.
No. You came in hot. Right away you came in hot.
You know, I thought y'all were.
You always do. Anytime Lemaire's being Mr. Cool, I call Nate to make fun of Lemaire. And every time Nate's like, "Are you guys fucking with me?"
No, but
he's crazy.
I legitimately thought y'all were fucking with me. I got here and I called you, and it said on my phone, call forward, and after like 2 rings. So I thought you just saw it. I was like, "Fuck you."
So he dickheaded your call?
Yeah.
No, I actually did not.
High chance he did.
I felt the exact same way. I was like, definitely dickheaded my call. Then I called the mayor, and his phone seemed like it was a do not disturb mode. So I was like, "Oh, they had dickheaded you?" That's what I thought was happening. I called like 3 times.
So he called. My phone was just on the other side of the couch. Didn't see he was calling.
It called forward, like after a couple rings.
Yeah, I think that means it's just going to voicemail. I could be wrong. But he immediately went to, this was a prank to get me down here. He was like, they're inside watching me laughing. And I drove to Philadelphia. He thought that was the prank we pulled on. Was just a trick. He thought he got punked.
I really did.
His guard is always up and it's too intense. And then he walks straight in. Immediately stands in front of the TV. I'm playing Battlefield. He just walks in. He's like, "You suck at this." The first thing he said.
I wasn't wrong.
I was smiling when he walked in. He's like, "You fucking laughing at my fucking jeans?" What are you talking about? It's like I do with me. You just smile at him. He just tells you his insecurity. I was like, "What do you think's funny? These fucking jeans I'm wearing? My gay-ass jeans?" Is that what you laughing at? I was like, "I'm happy to see it."
What's up with your jeans? What do you got going on?
Nah, they just ripped jeans. So I just got you. It's just shade. I just
every time he wears that, I've seen that hoodie on him before. It makes me laugh because he looks like that bear. He looks like that.
This is a handsome man.
I get it. But his guard was up right away. He's just been talking shit. He told
that piques your interest, though.
Yeah, it's fun.
Detective. It's blood in the water.
I mean, if I'm not wrong, if somebody comes in hot, it's fair game. Normally, I'm like mean to somebody for no reason. But with Nate, it's always.
You're never not.
I'm always nice to you. This is crazy. But man,
I want to disagree, but I don't have solid proof on the top, like right at the top of my head. So I think you might be right. I might be wrong.
I even defended you that time you beat up that special needs.
I was wondering how long that was going to take before you got it.
It's like my favorite story. What happened? An open mic. Nate started in Lancaster with a mayor, and Nate beat up a special needs guy at an open mic once.
I did not beat him. He wasn't actually special. I mean, I don't know. You're giving me that face, but he might not.
I vote yes, he was. You vote might not.
If you special needs, it was like definitely like bipolar or something like that.
Oh, that doesn't count.
You think it was just bipolar?
Yeah, he was like schizophrenic. It was real crazy.
Okay.
But that schizophrenic gets up there.
It was definitely something more than just bipolar.
I wasn't trying to fight him.
You were just like an orderly. You just kind of tackled him all down.
That's actually exactly like your crew of you, Lemaire, and Jabri were like the orderlies in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. It was like 3 black dudes that like occasionally tackled one of the retarded guys doing open mics.
I didn't even. Did I ever tell you why we fought? Or we ever gotten that deep into it?
I think you have, but I forgot. So explain the whole thing, because Matt's new to this as well.
Yeah. All right, yeah. So I don't know what made him mad at me, but there was one day we came in. You know, I'm actually going to speak to everybody because you know everybody. So I'm saying what's up to people. I go to shake his hand, and he's got his notebook in his hand. He's like, I'm looking at my notes. Like when I go to say hi, that's the first thing he says. And we've been again. I'm not making it sound like he's not special.
Okay,
I hear you. So he says that
this could be a perfectly normal special need. Hello. Yeah. Hey, what's up? I'm looking at my notes.
We also got a bitch here. It's like, dude, what do you want?
That was definitely the energy.
And by the way, the guy with his guard highest at all times. Was instantly just like, well, this motherfucker's not gonna bitch me like that.
No, this was like days before we fought.
You remember?
I just was done with him. Like in my mind, I was like, all right, this is how it's gonna be. We never need to speak again. You know what I'm saying? Because you're making. I have no other. He wasn't retarded, but man, help me.
He was not retarded. He was not retarded.
You guys only think retarded means has Down syndrome. He did not have Down syndrome.
Gotcha.
But he was clearly retarded.
I think he just has severe depression. That doesn't make it better.
All right.
He can fight. You should fight people with severe depression. Yeah. Pull him out of that funk. Just what are you fucking crying about?
Let him fucking hit a couple times. Be like, all right, pain sucks. I don't want pain. Now I've been walking around like I don't want to hurt myself.
Yeah, no, I don't. He was just, this guy was just like whacked out. He was homeschooled.
He was homeschooled is a good description. If you put together a list of at a Central Pennsylvania open mic, if you listed most mentally unhinged, he would be top 2 out of 40.
Okay, it depends on what you consider. Well, that was amazing. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen about that. You don't know Heath DeQueef? That's not one of the ones.
I don't think I've ever talked about Heath DeQueef on here.
No, I never heard about him. Every single person around any kind of open mic thing there's always 1 or 2 people where you're like, this person might shoot us all, but I have to fuck with them.
Yeah,
I have to go fuck.
Not.
We had a couple of them that were just completely like they're definitely gonna kill us all.
I think, look, I don't want to besmirch him, but I believe he may have been into uppers pretty intensely.
Yeah.
And I think one night he got stuck under his own trailer. Almost froze to death. Or like had frostbite and had to get some like toes removed and shit.
Damn, he almost became a bicycle.
Yeah, and he would show up. Oh, dude, I remember his app.
It was great. Can you imagine being back in the morning on speed, being like,
you probably don't pass out at all. You're probably
shivers and like, teeth are just chattering. Damn, dude, I'm glad he survived.
I used to wear a giant piece of bread, but like 2 boards that he would say bread, and be like, hi, oh yeah, he'd be like, I'm inbred. That wouldn't kill him.
Did you raise your Duke song?
No, this is Heath DeQueef. Queef would have laid you
I
out.
would have never even tried. He was a comedy god at that time.
Queef would have laid you out. His name's Heath DeQueef because he knocks it out the box.
Blows it out the box. Because every time I go perform, I'm blowing out the box. And then that was his opener.
Yeah, at this point, crowds knew him. It'll be like, oh. Yeah.
It's awesome. That'd be a nice thing to compile all of the crazies from every single comedy scene, like all around.
Everybody has a
video contest. You could do like a National Geographic special on these dudes. We had a guy who's about for runs every single time. You'd be like, what am I on? We're like, you're on the fitness. I'm gonna go on a mile. They would come back to You'll go for a mile run and come back. See his dick. You stand on stage. Hey guys, anyway, what the fuck is up with it? It was so fucking.
I remember one time at Champs, this dude was, it was a Champs. This guy was like talking shit, like he was trying to make fun of me. I was like, everybody can see your dick right now. He was just like, oh, he's wearing track pants with his dick.
Yeah, this guy, I was hosting one time.
Dude, that was an ether, dude. That was an absolute. Shut up, dude. He's like, geez, dude, you don't have to be so mean.
I brought this guy up one time. I think I was hosting at the Raven, and I was like, I forget his name. I think his name was Rob. Just give it for Rob, and his penis protruding from his pants, and dude, he fucking shot me fire out of his eye. I was like, oh, that's definitely right. He's gonna kill it.
Yeah, it's like, sure, I just wasted your entire night. You came here to try to get better at stand-up. I literally wasted it.
The other thing too, you put it was in everybody's face. It was like a raised stage at Raven, obviously. Your raised stage, your dick's eye level on the ground, and it's just like dude, head defined in track pants.
Dude,
You know,
there was a comedian in Philly that was a homosexual that would wear very tight pants. Do you remember?
Thank you for being pointed out. Thank you for at least
his penis. His penis.
Oh, dude.
Every week I was like, yo, this guy's got it. It literally looked like a coke can. It was crazy.
No, he was rocking like a soft 6.
It was like girthy, dude. It bunched up. And also the stand-up sucked. So you could just be sitting there watching a guy bomb with a huge dick.
As you should.
True.
If you're showing a hog, it's like, don't you dare get up there and just murder with a hog on display.
That's something y'all don't need to give him a chance.
No, he lingered for, I think he's still going. He was around for like 10 years. Yeah, as soon as we saw the dog,
yeah, you know, that's the other thing too. Maybe I was just holding out. Maybe he was the funniest comedian ever. I saw the hog and I was like, I'm not laughing at him. But no, it was.
So, oh man, what are some? I remember some other Hate to Queef classics. There was an Asian doctor when he delivered the president at the time, and he's like, that's how they got his name. The doctor pulled out the president and said, "Oh, Mrs. Obama, you have a Baraka baby."
That was him? Was he writing for Fallon? Dude, that's like Emmy Award winner Heath
Queef.
Yeah, he was funny, but still terrible at the same time. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to smash him because he's definitely going to listen to this. Oh, somebody's going to tell him about it. He's going to be like, I'm famous.
Wait, do they still? Are people still seeing him? He's close to your hometown.
I don't know.
The word is he shows up every now and then.
He showed it. Yeah, dude. The Queef still makes the Queef occasionally drops in and blesses everybody.
We should assemble a showcase of just like
the wackiest dudes. That would be so fun. Get him like a big audience. I'm not going on.
Get up for Roger Snare. Dude, this guy would go on. It would be him and his wife first. He would go on. He would do George Carlin, like rhyming raps. It was funny. It was so fun. His wife go on. Did his wife go on, or she just chill?
Did she?
Linda, they still go on, and now they're fighting a lot now.
Honeymoon's over.
From stage, just coming at each other.
On stage, off stage, they're just fighting.
Oh. They're like a 6-year-old married couple come out and just argue at open mics.
No, it's like if you're that type of couple, you can either be a VFW couple or just like we're gonna get into the open mic scene locally, get fucking hammered and fight at the.
Fucking rules. Yeah, definitely rules.
All right, so there's one of these types. It's literally you classify him as one of them.
Yeah.
And he said he was looking at his notebook to name.
Yeah.
And you held on to that grudge for a week. You're like, all right.
I just didn't. You're making it sound like I'm being an asshole. I just did like, no. We just don't agree. Yeah, that's right. It doesn't sound good. You guys are real good at making it sound bad.
But that was it. So what set it off? You know, that was the initial thing. So shoulder bump.
Yeah, so then a different day, I'm coming in, I'm walking in with Andy, coming in with his wife, and he speaks to both of them and then blows a kiss at me. Like he gave me the and even then, I'm just like, I've been Lancaster, like, I'm here to do 5 minutes.
Yeah. And fuck, that's disrespectful.
Right? But I'm still just letting it slide, like, because that's like, before comedy, I was a different type of person. So I'm like, all right, I'm just let it slide, not get myself in trouble. So then later on that night, I go outside to go just go smoke, and he's out there, and I'm just sitting there smoking, just like by myself. He just turns to me and goes, "We should fight," like just like that. Just me and him out there. He goes, "We should fight." And I think he thought I wasn't gonna like do anything, so then I put everything down, and then I put my hands up, like, all right, you want to fight? Let's fight. And then he's like, let's go in the alleyway. They're making him sound retarded. He had like serial killing shirts more than anything. So, no, all right, correct me if I'm
wrong. All right, so Out of nowhere, he goes, "We should fight." You just walked outside during an open mic to like smoke. If I walked outside to smoke and somebody was like, "We should fight," I'd be like, "Shut the fuck up," and I would leave him alone.
Yeah, when he blew him a kiss, denied him a handshake. That was
exactly what I'm saying.
that was third strike.
I get it, but you got tricked by a guy who he tried to suicide by black. That's what he was doing.
You think he was suicide by black?
Yes. So he just
it's like Russian a cop with a gun just kissing at a black dude.
It really is. If you pat a black dude's ass, you guys are fucking, you're getting the shit beat out of you.
Is it about the guy I found trying to get into people's houses at one time? No. I had to tell you about this. There was a guy just trying to walk into people's. He was trying to walk into my neighbor's house. I swear I talked about this. I came out one day and heard my neighbor like, "Get out! Stop! No!" So he would just ring your doorbell and he would answer the door and he would just walk into your house. So I'm like, "Dude, I came out. I'm like, what are you doing?" He's like, "This guy just came to my house." I'm like, where are you trying to go?" And he had like a hospital bracelet. And there was a guy who kept saying 19th Street. But at one point, I tried to like.
So now imagine beating that guy's ass. That's what
Here's what happened though. He would go up to people, get real close to them, and he would like try to get people's houses. And we walked on like I'm near Fairmount, and it's like the borderline of Francisville. You go to Francisville, and it's mostly black. And he walked up to these younger black dudes, who was getting their face like 19th Street. And the guys go back to fuck. He was about to knock them out. And I was like, dude, no, come on. He was about to get fucked up. Yeah. He was just getting right up in people's grills and be like, 19th Street, like, "Yo, man, what are you fucking doing? Get the fuck out of here."
That sucks to lose your mind that hard.
Yeah, man.
Just walk out of people's
that was a dude I said in the post. I was like, "Yo, there's 19th Street, it's a post office."
Yes.
So I opened the door.
You gave me the federal employee.
So I go to the cops. I'm like, "You guys gotta get this dude." And they're like, "Well, technically that's the border of the other district, so we'll wait till he gets a little further." And I called the other district, like, "Yeah, that's not us." And I was like, "Motherfuckers." It's like, "Well, what's the next best thing?" I was like, "Postal employees."
They must have hated that.
Yeah, they were
in there chatting over there.
"Sir," I chilled out there for like 2 minutes. "Sir."
Just to see if he was sending them out.
He was in there for a while. He stayed. So everybody's he made it for 2 minutes. So.
If you find somebody, to all the listeners, if you see a deranged man, just point him in the way of any federal employee.
Yeah, they'll just throw a USPS uniform on. I'm like, "Oh, perfect. Here you go." Amazon's killing us.
All right, so Nate, this severely autistic man said to you, "Would you like to fight?" You dropped everything you're doing.
Put my hands up real quick. I didn't think he wanted to fight.
Yeah.
And he did right there.
Did you put your hands up cool?
No, not at all. Give me
Fighting Irish.
I see you guys online. One person gets touched.
I used to be so mad. I used to say, "You couldn't beat me." I used to say, "You fuck up, you can't beat me." I remember exactly when it stopped bothering me. Somebody said like something about me stepping on the street and get hit by a car, and I was like, "The car will get destroyed." And then you're like, "Oh, he's just
that guy." Yeah, he used to continue. Yeah, you always try to fight people. All right, so
yeah, you're out in the alley. You, the queef. What was his fighting stance?
I don't.
You're like the praying mantis.
We didn't at that point. They get that far. Like I really tried to go back inside. But he kept like doing the jump in front of you thing. Like I was just like, you might be right, man.
Classic autistic taunts that jump in front of you.
So, what happened next?
Eventually,
you punched him in the face.
I hit him first.
And what happened? He wrestled you to the ground, right?
We started fighting. He didn't wrestle to the ground.
I remember the cops pulled him off you, right?
That's not how that happened. That's not how that happened. Is that what this is too many people.
Thanks, Millie.
To put out the false information.
True. The cops did come though.
Yeah. He actually was a solid dude. Like he was like kind of fucked up after the fight. So they gave him the they came in. I don't remember how they got him because they came in. I think I have.
Oh, I pointed them out. You don't know how they got you. They walked in. They were like, you being Crick Rick and Andy standing next to each other. Obviously, they're gonna take you out.
And when they were going to let him, it was like if he would have said that he wanted to press charges, they would take him.
This guy now runs the fucking Congress.
Sparrow. Have you practiced the most popular word songs for the year?
Fucking crazy shit. You gotta watch it. Yeah, I do.
He's like every morning.
Okay, I've got like 4
Forest has been preparing just for you. To learn more about cool things to do in the forest, visit discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
My son was attacked by a Great Dane. He suffered major injuries to his face. I dealt with all the trauma and needed a good lawyer like OPO. I would definitely come back to OPO for any other matter or injury. Hands down, OPO was wonderful.
Classic American Top 40. Hello again and welcome to American Top 40. My name is Casey Kasem, and here comes our special year-end survey.
All weekend, it's every year-end countdown in order and commercial-free, plus the very first 1840 show from July 4th, 1970.
It probably was better. It probably does. Yeah, that's nice.
And they can increase that now.
Yeah, I'm sorry about it. I was more creative. You know, I was looking at those commercials that you did. I was like, this is like professional quality, but with a real twist on everything. Everything has is comical. Like almost everything about every one of those commercials. I was like, but they were done, but they weren't done like in a chintzy kind of way. Like it wasn't like a candy kind of, you know, like a half-ass commercial. They were all like the production was really good, but they were all comical. Everything had a comical. That's why I used to love you. That's all I used to do.
And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and
I watched that. Yeah, I used to keep podcasts.
That's
what I see. That's the kind of thing you say, and that's what I saw was happening. Remember we talked about it earlier? You were saying that like all the media, all the other advertising stuff was blowing up. So you were doing a whole bunch of other stuff, and I was like, I am. I'm running. I have an ad agency as well.
All the normal BS that MAGA car can bring. They've got inventory, massive inventory.
What you want to do is save hundreds with Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance.
That's great, but can you ask?
Like the 2025 GMC.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome.
And I remember that Shane had said something along the lines of, I was like, what were we talking about? COVID or something. There was something about COVID or something. Somehow or another, I got the impression that I talked to you in the game. We were talking about COVID. And you had said something like something along the lines of like, dating.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We apologize for our lateness, but it is a celebration of the country's birth. The 4th of July, I was out east on Long Island. I had some friends come and stay with me for the week. Very nice people I used to know. And I still know them. But do I? No, I'm kidding. I love them, and they were with me. And it's very nice to bring people, out east, out to the Hamptons that don't have a ton of experience with it, because they're always aghast at the cost of all the things. A tomato, so much money. Why does it cost so much money? Well, scarcity principle. And by the way, there is this idea, though, out there that everything's $1 million. That's not true. Like, all these articles that come out now say rage. Who cares? You can do that literally anywhere, but it's just funny, the rage bait headlines. Oh, so much money!
You were only doing the podcast.
Why does it cost so much money? Well, you know, it's the scarcity principle. And by the way, there is this idea, though, out there that everything's $1 million. It's not true. Like, all these articles that come out now, it's like rage bait. They just want people to be angry. They're like, this melon costs $400 in the Hamptons. And you're like, no, it doesn't. That's not real. There's a couple specialty food stores that you can get really silly, expensive shit. But who cares? You could do that literally anywhere, but it's just funny. The rage bait headlines. This melon is $400 in the Hamptons. Lobster salad's $100 a pound and it's with food. This potato is $8,000 in the Hamptons. And it's not. It's actually not. Yes, food is expensive. But food is expensive anywhere, and obviously it's more expensive in a place where most people that live there are wealthy. Obviously, not everyone is, but the vast majority of people have the money, and they can charge people whatever the fuck they want, and they get away with it. But it's just so funny. It's like the rage and the anger that people have. The problem I'm having with all of life right now is this. Everyone goes, I hate those people. I would never want to be a part of that. And then they're angry also that they're not a part of it. They go, I hate it. I would, even if I had the money. You hear that a million times, by the way. Even if I had the money, I would never even. And you go, okay, great, who cares? I'm not a skier. If I went to Aspen tomorrow, I would not feel the need to go, even if I had the money, I would never have a chalet in Aspen because I don't even, who cares? No one cares what you would do with money you don't have. No one, someone needs to explain this to me. No one cares what you would do with the fantasy budget you don't have. My friends have a lot more money than I do. A lot of comedian friends I have a lot more, and a lot of my, people I know in the world have a lot more money than I do. And I never start conversations by going, well, even if I had the money, I actually wouldn't buy that thing. No one cares. It's such a weird thing that all people across socioeconomic backgrounds do. It has nothing to do with anything. I've heard people with a lot of money say this. I've heard people with no money say it. And it's just this, we in this country, we have become convinced that we need to be telling people all the time the lives that we would live if we could, and how we would be just and fair if we had the things that everyone else had. Boy, I do it differently. I have a friend that goes, I never get a nice car, even if I have the money. I go, that's probably not true. Well, I never would. I don't care about cars. No one who gets a nice car cares about cars. That's not the way it works. That's not what, I was not a passionate aficionado of cars before I got a nice car. I wasn't like in the driveway putting together a car. I like to build it from the ground up. No. You have the ability to do something, you do it. And I'm not saying that money's the be-all and end-all of life. In fact, the happiest people I know, like really, and I realized this, I took my friends out on a boat. We went out on a boat. We rented a boat. And it's nice. I was a good friend of their father. I was actually more friends with their father than them. I like them. But their father was great. He had 3 Deweys and a Bewee, boating while intoxicated. And I got in 2 boating accidents with this man. It was so fun, I got in a second boating accident with him. That's how fun he was. The kids are fine. Now, he's no longer with us, R.I.P., and his children, who are great, were with me, and we all went out on a boat. I said, I'll get a boat, and we'll go out on a boat. houses and shelter islands. Even if I had, but then you're up there on that cliff. I don't know if I like the cliff or if I don't. I can't decide whether it's good to have the house on the cliff or not. It's long walk to the beach and that. All right, yeah. Okay. But here's the reality. I realize this. Now the boat had this nice couple. I think they were dating. They were probably fucking at the very least, and they explained to me their lives. And I feel like these are the lives most people need. And then we'll get into some news and some current events and what's happening. Alligator, Alcatraz, whatever. But I think what we need to do is start directing people into the lives they need to live. Actually, truly, it's going to be a tough 10 years for most of you. Most of you have no idea what's about to happen to you. Some younger people listen to the show. Listen up, public service announcement. Truly. I'm not kidding. You know, this is a special time of to check in. July 4th to me is always a check-in. How are we doing? How's the country doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? How are you doing? As you light that meth pipe on a couch. There's nothing wrong with that. Like and subscribe. Support the Patreon. But education means nothing. Let's just be honest. Being a smart person in our society has almost no value. In fact, it's annoying. Most people don't even like it. It's off-putting. In fact, if you're smart and don't have a lot of money, people will actively hate you. I grew up with people that were like somewhat intelligent and had nothing to show for it. That is like the least American quality ever. Knowledge for the sake of it. I'm an armchair philosopher. I can expound on many things, but I have nothing. That doesn't work here. That's maybe a European trait. I don't know where that, maybe that's an Irish thing. You sit there in Dublin with a pint and chat and talk. That doesn't work here in this country. So I just do want to tell people that if you're planning on that, like I have a cousin who's like that. He's like, are you reading anything? I'm like, you are homeless. And I didn't really like that. I found it to be like pop fiction. That's not what I like. Okay. That quality of if that's your plan, to just be like smart and well-read and a good conversationalist, you are fucked. I'm telling you, you are shot. There is nothing left for you if that's your plan. I know a lot of people, that's their plan. They are so in love with their, and they tell people where they've traveled. Another thing, traveling. If that's your bag, you are shot. If you think you're going to get ahead in life telling people where you've been, you are done. Everyone travels and no one cares. No one cares where you've gone. No one cares about your photo. No one. The dumbest people I know are invariably the most well-traveled. They're constantly hopping from Ibiza to the south of France to Italy to Greece, and they know nothing. They couldn't tell you one thing about any of those countries. Best case, they remember a dessert they had in Spain. That's it. They know nothing. Constantly jet setting is not only immaterial, I'm sure it's lovely and fun, and I've hopped around, it's fun to hop around, but it's ultimately meaningless. If you think you're going to spend your 20s traveling and gaining experiences that are going to be valuable later in your life, you're shot. You're shot. Truly. So education, you're shot. Traveling and gaining experiences in the world, you're shot. If you think that you're going to invent something that hasn't been figured out before, you are shot. What are you, nuts? We have that. Oh, yeah? Oh, what's the app do? Shut up. We have it. Oh, you haven't heard of it? We've got it. I use it. It's on here. If you think you're going to invent something that someone hasn't thought of, you're shocked. It's not happening. If you think you're going to make a friend whose parents own a business if you statistically you're shot, you're not going to make that friend. That friend doesn't want anything to do with you. You don't bring enough to the table. So you think you're going to, oh, well, my circle of friends, I have a great circle of friends. You hear these people? My circle of friends, I know a lot of people. The biggest bum is always pointing out who they know. That's the biggest bum thing ever. My friend's mother used to work for a rich guy. He always brought it up. He'd be like, well, my mother works, I forget his name, I'm not going to use his real name, but he's like, Mr. Miller owns a lot of property, and my mother takes care of it for him. You're shot. You're shot. Listen to me now, I'm going to tell you what you're going to do. You're going to work on a boat. You're going to work on a boat. This is what you're going to do. Between the months of June and September, you're going to work on a boat. Between Memorial Day and Labor Day, you're going to work on a boat. And then you're going to go down to Florida and continue to work on a boat off season. But in Florida, it's actually on season. The vast majority of people in this country are going to be struggling against forces they cannot even comprehend, that I can't comprehend. Things like AI that are going to transform our entire society. You're going to work on a boat. You're not starting a business. You're not going to run a hardware store. You're not going to invent something. You're not going to start a profitable restaurant. The novel you're writing sucks. You're not going to do any of the things in your mind that you think you were going to do. You're going to work on a boat. And it's not bad. There's a certain type of person in this country. They're in pretty good shape. Actually, pretty good shape. They're good looking and not great looking, but there's a high fuckability factor to them. They start drinking young and realize that is how they connect emotionally with the world. They take shots out of little plastic shot glasses, and then in a bar called, like, I don't know, like Shark Bar or the Land Shark or something, they have like dirty white sneakers and they're just getting crazy. The Tiesto song, The Business. And they're drinking, and they see their girls, and they're got this type of person is the person who's watching hours and hours and hours of Love Island. They can't get enough of it. They want to discuss it. Not only is it on, but they want to talk. They want to discuss it because they want to be on it. That's the holy grail for this type of person. Is to be on a show like Love Up where they can be an animal for money. That's the goal of a lot of what we've created here is people that are just looking to be an animal for money. They go, I'm fucking sucking, drinking, snorting, shooting, dancing. Anyway, why not do this for money? And all those people have actually, it's the Below Deck show on Bravo, it's any of that. You're going to work on a boat. You're going to take people out on the boat, you're going to tell them about your life, and then it's good. And in your head, that Tiesto song, The Business, will keep playing. It will never not be in your head. And it will be a low hum, like a brain tumor. The Tiesto song, The Business. And you will think, when you're on the boat, you'll look out at the horizon, and it's going to be really pretty. And you're going to say, yeah, I started this just out of high school, and I said, I'll just do it for summer. 8 years later, and you will live in a bottle, and you will go out and dance, and you will have a good life. It is a good life. It is a good. Shut up. Stop asking for more than this. All of this shit is boring. I have dinner with these people all the time who run the world. They're boring. It's boring. Stop it. You're gonna work on a boat. It's not even fun, and you can't come anyway. So even if it was fun, you're not invited. You can't come, but it's not fun. So know that. You go on the boat. You help people onto the boat. You talk to them while they're people. Are you Captain Ahab? Whatever. Maybe not. But you work on a boat. That is what you do. And every night you get drunk. Every night you get drunk at different bars, and you become friends with the bartenders in this area where you work on the boat. And when your parents ask you what you're doing, and they say, you age, you're going to age. Because the sun and the booze, you age a little bit. It's okay, it doesn't matter. But who cares? You're going to be a drunk old witch who works on a boat. But you got to stay hot for as long as you can. You got to stay hot for as long as you can. Because you're selling the image of, being like kind of a boat winch, a pirate winch. And then there's going to be a guy who works on the boat. You're going to fuck him. You're going to have sex with the guy that works on the boat. Neither one of you are going to have the emotional capacity to understand anything outside of the physical, and that's actually preferable and beautiful, and it's going to make a lot of sense. Your interactions with this person are going to be confusing because both of you lack the layers that would be needed to build and sustain something outside of this drunken life that you find yourselves on. But it doesn't matter. You don't want any of that. It's the next port for you. You're going to fall in love with somebody, and around Labor Day, it's going to be over. It's one last fuck, and then they're gone, and you're gone, and maybe you'll see them next summer, and maybe you won't. You're going to work on a boat. That's it. Oh, you're going to a SUNY school. I'm gonna be a prosecutor. Hey. You know what you're going to do? Alicia? You're going to work on a boat. And you're going to have sex with the boat captain. And he's going to get a tattoo. And you're going to sit there while he does. Because this is the American middle class. You're not going to have any kids. Who cares? Will you be a mother? You're going to be a mother? That's for the Muslims to have children. Okay? And the Hispanics. You are a white, tan, ship witch. And your job is to dance. And you're just gonna, because I was on a boat with these two people. They were lovely people, I actually liked them all. And I was blasting all these techno songs. They were just driving this boat. And I rented a boat. I don't want to spend a lot of money on a boat. It was a 36-foot boat. It's not a small boat. It's not a yacht where you don't see them. You're with them. It's me and my two friends. I wouldn't even get that house before I got that one. I wouldn't even get that house. Why would I get that house? I wouldn't even get that house. I don't like that house. And these two people, and you start just blasting techno. And they're just like, and they're going up because I activated them. I activated their deep core. And I think that's what Americans need to prepare for. The life you thought you were going to live is actually no longer available to you, but there are good lives and good options. And one of them is working seasonally on a boat, drinking heavily, and having a really fun summer. And you become the old person at the bar pretty quick, but who cares? The kids get a kick out of you. You're a cautionary tale. People go, we don't want to be like Becky. Doesn't matter. You're an old witch. But you remember the good times. You look at pictures of yourself. Your profile picture is you from 10 years ago on the boat. That's your profile picture. Is you from 10 years. People think you died, actually. When people go to your social media, they think it's an in memoriam page. But that's it. Nutrafol is amazing. A good friend of mine is on this right now. I'm telling you right now. I mean, this is the #1 hair formula to be using. I am telling you right now. Everyone's hair journey is different, but I'm telling you, everyone that I know who has taken Nutrafol is so happy with it. It is really amazing. You know, people are loving it. It's the #1 dermatologist recommended hair growth supplement brand. Trusted by over 1.5 million people in just 3 to 6 months. Go from a hat guy to a hair guy. Visibly thicker, fuller hair and improved scalp coverage. Nutrafol Men is clinically tested to improve hair growth and quality. Plus, men also reported no impact to sexual performance. Start your hair growth journey with Nutrafol. For a limited time, Nutrafol is offering our listeners $10 off your first month subscription and free shipping when you go to Nutrafol.com/men and enter the promo code TIMDILLON. Find out why Nutrafol is the leading hair growth supplement brand on market. Nutrafol.com/men, Nutrafol.com/men, promo code TIMDILLON, TIMDILLON. Now this Diddy thing, this is another win for those courts we keep talking about, how great the courts are. I'm not saying that like we shouldn't have courts or that like Trump should be a dictator or whatever, but it is just funny that we are talking about the infallibility of the courts and how the courts, you know, everything's got to be decided in the courts. Okay, somehow, think about this just in your own world. Somehow, the jury heard the evidence and decided this guy was innocent. That's the jury in America. They heard the evidence. By the way, nobody didn't see this guy grab that bitch Cassie by the hair and drag her down a hallway. Everyone, even in the jury, they said they lied and said they did. You didn't see any videos, Mr. Combs? No. Have you heard anything about the case? No. He's on camera dragging that woman down the hall by her hair, beating her, smacking her. They decide he's innocent. This guy is the guiltiest person who's ever lived. He's clearly guilty. But these people who are sitting there on the trial listening to they bring up witness after witness, and then he took my head and he held it in the fish tank and I lost consciousness. And it doesn't matter. The details that people were sharing on the stand were unreal. I guess it got to the point, maybe it was the jury, like, did you just hit a wall with it where you just don't care anymore? You just get desensitized? Yeah, mass rape. Oh, what? Yeah, okay, he hooked electrodes up to your balls. All right. How does a jury listen to this? Racketeering, not guilty. Sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, not guilty. Transportation to engage in prostitution, guilty. So he sent an Uber. He's guilty of that. Sex trafficking by force, fraud, or coercion, count 4, not guilty. Count 5, transportation to engage in prostitution, guilty. He's guilty of sending an Uber for someone to suck his dick, but he's not guilty of sex trafficking. So here's what this means. The reason, and James Comey's daughter, by the way, James Comey, 8647, the guy who writes in shells, 8647, you know, when you're in a restaurant, you say 86 something, get it out of here. Could also mean eliminate it. Could also mean kill it. Weird to write that about a guy who dodged a bullet 6 months ago, or a year ago now. But, so you have James Comey's daughter is the person who, like, is working on these cases. Working on, I believe, Ghislaine Maxwell, and certainly working on Diddy. Bring up James Comey's daughter. It's interesting. She's working, all these cases are tried in the New York Southern District because that is the most political U.S. Attorney's Office, where they want people that have political aspirations to become governors and mayors and things like that, work in that office and get experience. They toe the line and they do what people want. So when you're having a Ghislaine Maxwell trial there, you're defining the scope of the inquiry so that it doesn't embarrass some of our luminaries, our presidents, our prime ministers, or whatever. And when you're doing the Diddy trial, you also figure out a way, I guess, to not, so that this guy somehow isn't convicted of these charges. So that's Maureen Comey and Sean Combs. Southern District New York is the same stepping stone for her father James Comey used to catapult himself to national prominence.
The ex-FBI director and prominent Trump foe worked similarly as a federal prosecutor there in the 1980s, when noted Trump ally Rudolph Giuliani was the Reagan-appointed U.S. attorney. So Madeline Comey is the person who's like handling all of this stuff. Maureen Comey offered the prosecution's rebuttal prior to the jury being sent off to deliberate the charges against Comey. Maureen Comey argued from the dais that Combs never thought the woman he abused would have the courage to speak out loud about what he had done to them, and suggested the rapper believed he was untouchable. So, and she also offered arguments that Combs had been involved in firebombing a Porsche owned by Kid Cudi.
There he is.
It's clear that P. Diddy was running some type of honeypot in the same.
How you living, pimp?
It's clear to most people. All we see in our society is notable figures that can.
What's good, son?
Taping people, recording people against their will, and they all get off or they all die.
Okay, what's new? Did you go to the gym today?
I'm not being very vocal right now.
What's wrong?
I'm having nicotine withdrawal, so I'm not going to be that vocal.
Okay.
I did not go to the gym today. I'm going to the gym Wednesday and getting my on Wednesday. I have my ADHD test coming back, and I think it's also on my Q test to rule out the possibility of intellectual disability, but I don't feel like I have an intellectual disability.
Okay. Well, you're going to have to wait 5 minutes. Can you wait 5 minutes for me?
Yeah.
Tight.
Why do you think they did an IQ test when they did the ADHD test?
Zoo, remember what I told you? I don't want to talk about mental things. You talk about them too much. Zoo, why do you think that they say Australia time is like different than normal time? Okay. Do you feel it's accurate? So you think Australia time is like normal time?
Yeah, that's a good question. I wonder if time goes faster.
You wonder
if time goes faster over there or if time goes faster over here.
why would that be?
Why would that be?
Yeah, why would time go faster?
Over here?
Right.
Well, time's just a human concept, so. Why would time go faster?
Yeah, why would time go faster?
Do you have daylight savings over there?
Yep.
Okay.
Do you?
Yeah. I mean, time goes speeds up due to activities.
Due to activities?
If you're enjoying things, time goes faster. If if you're not enjoying things, time goes really slow.
I'm in agreement with you.
I think like sometimes that's why people like. I feel like sometimes people get into jobs they don't like because they want to feel like they're living longer. Right? Time goes so slow for them and they're just in a boring job they hate. And then when they do activities, time goes faster than the back. Right? And then there's people that have everything, who are doing everything they enjoy, and their life is going extremely fast because they're just like on a constant hit of dopamine, and a year feels like a week.
Okay. Are you ready for me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm about to send you an invitation. Thank you for your patience. It is much appreciated. What game do you want to play first?
I'm gonna make a strange finding that I figured might have found.
What's that, big dog?
Depressed people might be more afraid to die than happy people.
Depressed people, maybe what?
More afraid to die than happy people.
Okay. What game do you want to play first?
The system and go.
You got it. That's what we're doing anyway. Alrighty, Zoot. You should have an invitation. Are you proud of that shot? What the fuck, dude? What the fuck?
Let me ask you a question.
Zoot, what? No. I already asked you a question. What the fuck?
It was a good shot.
It was a brilliant shot, you douche.
But it wasn't a great shot for me. Great position.
Dude, it was a great shot.
Oh no, I fucked up. Great all the time. Now that's what the fuck.
Oh my word.
Rabbi, which way should I go?
You could walk this ball in. Get in the water.
Would you rather have a life, right, that you live to 100, but you live to 100, you're constantly happy, but it feels like your life only went for 5 years because you're constantly happy? Would you rather have a life where you live to 30, you're depressed, but it feels like it's gone for 10,000 years?
Dude, the former, way better. Oh, what shot was that, Zoot? Zoot, I might just make the greatest comeback. Oh, fuck. We both fucked up. That was terrible. What about you? What about
one where it only feels like 5 years I'm constantly happy that I live to 100?
word, dog?
As long as there are people that want to pay for the game, there's going to be people that want to buy it for the rest of the year. So as people are being and their friends open their hearts to 3 refugees in need, my brother, there are other people that witnessed that act taking over, right? It doesn't like end. This is why war on drugs has been going on since Ronald Reagan working with that child 30 years. What you can find people pay this when you show love and support.
Zoot, are you proud of that shot?
Nothing's really changed. We're not winning the war on drugs. That's really why. Yeah, it's just it's silly, really. My opinion, we just legalized it.
Oh no, Zoot. Zoot, I'm playing like such garbage. Zoot.
Go to the bar and you order a shot of vodka, right? But when you do a random line of cocaine, you don't know what the fuck that is. Exactly. Half fentanyl. Yeah, exactly.
This has been a special presentation of Revisionist History, brought to you by Pushkin Industries by our podcast. You can listen to new and full-length episodes of Revisionist History on the iHeart Radio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss my new book, Revenge is Violent.
As long as there's a demand for drugs, as long as there are people that are
Zoot takes the lead.
Iced out, I'm Brigitte D'Agostino, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LAPD chief has responded to critics upset with officers at federal immigration enforcement operation.
Chief Jim McDonald says the LAPD has produced a new document for the public explaining officers' roles when police are called during immigration arrests. He tells the police commission he understands that some activists against the enforcement of
You've had enough for your music, but
Look at this shot, Zoot. Look at this shot. Zoot.
download the #1 app for radio. The free iHeartRadio app.
Their presence is solely to prevent injury, de-escalate tension, and protect lives.
Are you fucking serious? You don't have the balls to hit my ball. You don't have the balls to hit my ball. You don't have the balls to hit my ball. You're going to see if it's there?
That was the worst decision I could have made.
Yeah, it is. Yes, it was.
Right?
Like a 1.
Can't be that bad.
Zoot, you just went from pretty easily winning this game to going into a tie into the last game.
Maybe not.
You can't win.
I mean, if you miss.
You know I'm not missing the shot. You know it's perfect. It all comes down to this, Zoot.
Oh, you gotta give me the shittest hole to win.
Stop.
Rabbi, since you've been streaming, does time feel like it's gone faster or slower than it was before you were streaming?
That's an excellent question. Now that's a really good question.
Children from cesarean births before labor begins have a
I was thinking about this the other day. I would say that time feels like it has gone more slowly. When I was active in a position and things, it's just more distractions. Life does feel like it is very monotonous. Not that I don't enjoy it. I enjoy it more, I think, more than anything. But, oh no, that was a terrible
Do
shot.
you feel like that could be that? You feel that might be because you're stressed because it's put extreme, put you in like a bit of like doing this kind of. I'm not sure really, but like your financial situation. Do you feel like you're stressed over that?
No,
Streaming?
no, I know I'm comfortable enough to be able to do it. But I I just miss normal aspects of some normal aspects of my life. But I know that if I do it enough, that it's going to change the world. And so the payoff for me is a lot different. I mean, I don't do that much differently. I don't know. I mean, like it gets from like dressing up and like going into work every day and going to synagogue every day. Those are like the three big things that change. But like, um, generally, I know you did, Zoo. Good job. Generally, my life is about learning, and I do a lot of that. I mean, even before I started streaming, in my downtime, I was watching podcasts. I've always been really into podcasts. I remember when Joe Rogan launched the Joe Rogan Experience, December 24th, 2009. I mean, I remember it going on YouTube, and I was like, hey, that's that guy from Fear Factor. Wonder what this is. And I would watch it, and then at work, I would listen to podcasts. I would listen to a lot of classical music, but I would listen to podcasts and enjoy just people talking, learning from people, people's opinions on things that maybe I didn't have. And then I enjoyed watching, like listening to classes. Zoo. Let's see here. Zoo. Yeah. Um, so while my life is different, I'm still very happy. And it's like before, I didn't have a way to get really, really rich. Well, shouldn't say that. I mean, when I was part of an app, there were aspects of it that thought, like we were talking about selling it for $1 billion. That was the number in the owner's head. And so it was like, okay, if we sell this thing for $1 billion, how much of that money am I going to get? And in reality, it would have only been about $1 million, which is fine. Oh, nice shot. But $1 million in Southern California doesn't really go that far. And
Correct.
With this, I know that I can literally be the world's richest person. And even, I mean, it's a big risk, but I know the more and more I do it, the more data I create, the more opportunity I have at being exceptionally wealthy. And I never had that before. It's like I've got a lottery ticket. And it's like there's the excitement of a lottery ticket when, maybe it's going to hit. And if it does, it's going to be the biggest event in global history. Dude, I can just tell you this. It's going to hit. And here's why. If I look, so I've got this new strategy on Blue Sky that has gotten me a lot of attention recently. And I'll read it to you in a second. It's So okay, like I used to just put in my username used to be join Rabbi's Discord, and when somebody would get a notification on the phone on their phone, it would just say join Rabbi's Discord when I would like or upvote their post, and that got me some attention. But then when you use the word rabbi in Discord, they changed the settings on Blue Sky so that it automatically bans your account. So I had to change my strategy. I literally just watched within the last 48 hours an interview of the head guy at Blue Sky in their trust and safety team, and he like gave me a lot of like their internal um procedures on how they deal with bots and how they deal with, how'd you do that? How they deal with bots and how they deal with spam. And
That's something we've seen before. Has that ever happened?
tried to do it on purpose once and was able to. I also, do you see the little corners? Like if you get it in the little corners, you'll get 0 points.
Yeah, I see.
Okay. But then I just recently started changing my usernames to be really ridiculously sexual. Like, and the reason why is because it sticks in people's heads. Sex sells, baby. And so just today, the people who these are the last people who talked about me. Normally I was getting like 2 or 3 people talking about me a day when I would say join Rabbi's Discord or whatever. It wasn't that much attention, though it was better than Twitter, and it was better than Kick and some others. But now somebody 29 minutes ago, so I named the name of my username is pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw rabbi. It's the most sexual thing I could think of. And when you read it, you're just like, what the fuck is this? And it sticks in your head. Like, this person, I've never seen a bot like this. The next person, 56 minutes ago, they took a screenshot of it, just like the previous person. I am fucking crying. Okay, bot, damn. The next person was a couple hours ago. They're in a whole conversation of people who are talking about me. The next person, so they wrote pussy eating rabbi always on backup. Next person wrote like rabbi, please, this is Blue Sky. Somebody else wrote what's going on? It's mutating. Because one of my other accounts is named sluttiest whore in the history of mankind plus MILF loving rabbi. Like I just literally just started making these things as sexual as I could. And next person wrote, changing my default interaction settings because of that fucking rabbi. Next person wrote, this username goes way too hard to be a bot. I am so sad that you are a bot. Though I'm not a bot, I'm a real person, but they just took a screenshot. Like, this is more attention. You see, when people take a screenshot and post about me, it's free advertising for what I do, which is great. Next person wrote, I have a notification, yay, to it's a Rabbi Rothschild bot, sadness pipeline. Next person wrote, I'm assuming this is related to the Rabbi Rothschild on Discord guy, but this is a new approach I have not seen. And they took a screenshot and they posted. Next person took a screenshot and posted, sometimes I think I'll never get noticed by a super classy account, and then my day is totally turned around. Keep doing your thing, Rabbi. And they took a screenshot of what I wrote. Next person wrote, what, you are opposed to talking with the rabbi? The next person wrote, some of y'all need to up your screen name game. And they took a screenshot this hot chick took a screenshot of my username. Next person. Now these are all today. These are all today. I'm not even done yet. Next person wrote, let's see here. Not now, pussy eating until my tongue is raw and mouth gets lockjaw, Rabbi. And they took a screenshot of what I wrote. The next person took a screenshot of the big thing that I spam, and they wrote, and I find it funny that there's a bot problem over there, meaning Twitter, that people rightly talk about, but as soon as I posted the above post, here I get this in my replies and notifications, LOL.
This is my favorite one. This is my favorite one from Batman Deming. They're the pedophiles and racists at bluesky.mod.com. Please IP ban that Rabbi Rothschild Discord server guy.
Oh yeah, that was from like a few weeks ago.
That was 29 days ago, or a month ago.
Yeah. But these are the ones that I'm getting from today. So, what else do I have? So go to latest and just type Rabbi.
How many people are you spamming?
Hundreds.
It seems like the whole Blues guy is talking about you.
Exactly.
10 users on.
Exactly.
The 10 users that using this platform are all talking about you.
There are 35 million of them.
That feels like there's 10 here.
I know. The next person. Now these are all today. So I used to get like, sometimes I'd get. It would worry me. I'd get like only 1 or 2 a day. But then what the fuck? They're the sluttiest whore and a MILF-loving rabbi, or is this a joint account? Next person wrote, Orange Alien Bot strikes again. First posting as some online activism under the name Rabbi something Rothschild. Next person wrote, fuck off, Rabbi. Next person wrote, what is this website even if you don't get randomly retweeted by a horny rabbi? Next person wrote, oh no, the rabbi found us. Next person wrote, and this is the thing, I'm just the rabbi. I'm not even like Rabbi Rothschild or Discord rabbi, though I do get called obviously both of those. But I'm just like the rabbi. Like I've just merged into just when people are talking about the rabbi, they're just talking about me. Next person, yo pimp.
Sometime live streaming is back. Did we stream on Sometime Live?
What'd you say?
Sometime live streaming is back.
Oh, cool. Next person wrote, oh, Rabbi is pumping the pussy house down. That was earlier today. Next person wrote, fucking rabbi bots. Now, these are only the ones that have to do, like, they put my name in them. So, like, if they don't put the word rabbi, I a lot of times don't even see that they're talking about me. Next person wrote, okay, and took a screenshot of what I write. Next person wrote, what the fuck, man? This place is really kind of wild, and then took a screenshot of what I made. Next person wrote, I'm more concerned with the account who reposted as MILF-loving rabbi. Next person wrote, MILF-loving rabbi is just very invested, I guess. Next person wrote, just took a screenshot of what I wrote. Next person wrote, thank you, pussy-eating lockjaw rabbi, for your contributions to this post. That was all people just today who are talking about me. Do you recognize that that's like a lot of fucking... That's a lot of people. Do you not think that that's a lot of people? It is. And so all I have to do is just keep doing this. for days, weeks, months, and eventually somebody is going to be like, dude, what the fuck? And they'll retweet what I do, and then I'll go viral. All right, are you ready to play table soccer? Zoot. 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 Zoot.
Yeah, I'm ready to play this one.
Okay, do you want to play tactical or active?
Tactical.
All right. Oh, I made a mistake. This one will allow you unlimited passes.
We're playing tactical table soccer.
Yeah, but unlimited passes.
Rabbi, should I just go back to an unhealthy lifestyle?
No, dog, you worked so hard.
Oh, wait.
Right. Zoot, did you get your invitation?
12 weeks on Thursday.
All right. Did you get your invitation?
Yep.
I mean, what about your hopes and dreams of being a male stripper? Did you go? What'd you say, Zoot? What did you say?
Why do you always go wild?
Because it's the dragon attack. They have dragons on their flag, and I like it.
I mean, probably that flag. I'm like heritage from what was.
All right. I mean, there aren't any. I guess Bhutan. If they had Bhutan, I would be Bhutan, because Bhutan has a dragon on their flag. But I literally am just Wales because I like saying to you, do you know what the dragon attack is? And you're always like, shut the fuck up.
What's your heritage?
Eastern European. So generally Germany, Hungary, that area. My grandfather was from Hungary. My grandmother, just really Eastern European.
Oh, Jim.
Start writing these down because these are I need to hear this. And most of the docs that I interviewed, George, were ordinary docs that really were almost afraid to have these stories come to light because they were afraid that people.
Oh, Zoot, you ready for this? Oh, I fucked up. Zoot, you're about to take the lead. It's unlimited passes, by the way, because I fucked up. So there's a chance that, dude, your defense is so sick right now. What am I supposed to do here? Pass again. Oh, dog. It's over. Dog.
connection between the unseen world and our world. And one of those occurrences happened in Cape Cod. My wife and I loved to go to Cape Cod. She grew up just off the Cape, and we loved the seafood.
Dude, your defense is fucking ridiculous.
We took our whole family there. We now have 7 kids and 13 grandkids, but then the trips are getting bigger and bigger. We have 28 that go on a vacation with us.
Dog, you're about to blank me because your fucking defense. Dude, even if I get that pass up to the next guy, Zoot, what's your favorite kind of pie?
But we brought those back and we had some swordfish, corn on the cob, bread. It was really, really a good meal. At the end, we had.
Zoot, remember that time I asked you a question and you just sat there jerking yourself off raw?
My mother, who had died a few years before that, and she would make us rhubarb pie. We had a rhubarb plant in the back of the yard. And she would make rhubarb pie, and we'd all descend down the kitchen.
I'm kidding. I had a meat pie last night.
Dude, I love meat pies.
Had 20 grams of protein each one. Had 2 of them.
Dude, I love shepherd's pie. I love chicken pot pies. It's like a British dish that I really enjoy. I don't like many British dishes, but I fucking love.
I haven't had lunch today.
Oh, okay. Oh, Zoot. Look at this shot. Look at that shot, dog.
You said earlier most of these doctors were a little reluctant to come forward with their stories. Was it ridicule that scared them?
Well, I think it was. These doctors are practicing doctors. They rely on their reputation in many cases to get patients. And what would you just ask you, George? What would you think if your doctor told you one night
Oh,
he had a dream about you?
Zoot, you just fucked up.
Test or whatever, and I think that was some of my patients, and I think that's exactly what they were worried about. That patients would.
Zoot, did you know that one of the most secretive, arguably the most secret base of the Royal Air Force is located near you?
Is that just the opposite? People came out of the woodwork because they had stories too, and what I've learned over the years is that.
Zoot.
Where is it?
I bet it's like very close to you. Just one moment. I'll look up the name.
I've probably been there.
There's a chance.
Because they can relate to these stories. So the doctors actually improved their practices, and it was a very opposite of what they expected.
Well, Dr. Scott Cole, his websites are linked up at coasttocoastdan.com.
Holy
book called Claire's Magic Garden. It's a kid's book, but we'll talk about why he got involved with it. Would you say now at this point, Scott, that it's pretty accurate to say that almost every doctor...
Don't fuck this up. That's a fuck up. That's a major fuck up.
I think lots of doctors have.
No.
What I've discovered is that most of the doctors, especially the ones with gray
Oh, you're right, because I can't really do anything.
The younger doctors may not have, but I interviewed.
What are you gonna do?
This is gonna be 5 years with me.
Experiences, and the ones that I selected to be part of the book were the ones that gave goosebumps or made me.
You're right. That was high risk. My defense is sick right now. But you get unlimited passes, so you can just keep shooting.
Oh, did you turn on unlimited passes?
I didn't mean to.
there's something that I don't know what people want to call it. They can call it whatever they like. They can call it the universe. They can call it God. They can call it Muhammad.
Oh, fuck.
That we don't 100% understand.
Unlimited passes destroyed me. Dude,
This isn't fair.
I know you've taken. Oh, baby.
Oh, fuck. This might be the easiest goal you can get.
No, it's very difficult right now. Oh.
Oh my god. What the fuck?
Bounce off him. No. Open gold, Zoot. Open gold, Zoot.
That's still difficult.
Easy as fuck. You're gonna just pass to the guy. Alright, you won. Zoot playing like a G today. Alright, let me look up the name of this airbase. Edinburgh. RAAF base Edinburgh. Edinburgh. It's located in Edinburgh, South Australia. Oh, it's on Australian fort. It's an Australian base. It's in Edinburgh. Have you ever heard of Edinburgh? Have you ever heard of Edinburgh? Yes, you have.
My mom used to live there.
All right. Well, they have a pretty secret base there.
I've been there. Yeah, I've been out there.
All right. Well, do you remember that time I sent you an invitation and you were just sitting there on your fucking thumb, not accepting it?
It's not a secret base.
There are secret parts of it.
There's secret parts of the Australian government phone out.
All right. That's a cool story.
Now, people have sex with how house color do, yeah.
Wow.
People have sex on my house?
I'm not sure. Dog. If I get a bullseye, I win. Oh, fuck. I went for it. I went for it, Zoot.
Do you think Trump's fucking Melania in the White House?
I don't think he and Melania are having sex anymore.
Really?
Yeah, she seems pissed at him. In fact, she's like the first lady who said that they weren't going to live in Washington, D.C. She was going to live in New York City. But then she changed her mind. I wouldn't be having sex with him. I'd be like, you douche, you fucking cheated on me when I was pregnant. Dude, did you know you just went bust and you lost?
Yeah.
You know that I'm coming. Zoot, did you know that you had an invitation?
Yeah.
Long Beach will share some events in the 2028 Olympic Games. Organizers say sailing will be held in the Port of LA, in San Pedro, and Belmont Shore in Long Beach. The Port of LA will host 6 boat events. Long Beach is expected to host 4 board events. LA will host a majority of events in the downtown area, West Side, and in the San Fernando Valley. Deborah Mark, KFI News. The death toll in the Texas floods has climbed to 82. Governor Greg Abbott says efforts to find missing people are continuing, especially children who are at summer camps.
And it was nothing short of horrific to
Get this 3, Zoot. You fucked up.
100% dedicated, searching for every single one of the children.
He says more heavy rains lasting into Tuesday could produce more life-threatening flooding. Cutling weather from KFI tonight, clouds and fog with lows in the upper 50s and low 60s. Right now it's 65 degrees in Tustin, 67 in Orange. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Brigida D'Agostino.
This week's Marketers Report, Corey Marchesotto, CMO of Elf Beauty, partner of iHeart Women's Sports, talks about partnerships.
Get this 20. Get this 19. You got it, Zoot. Are you proud of yourself?
I might go.
All right, last game.
First game I'm gonna go.
Okay, it's a 5-0-1 pro double out. I always get a big lead on you on these.
Are you stressed?
No. Are you? I'm actually quite positive. All these people talking about me on social media. That's what I need to happen. People get interested in what I do, and then they're like, whoa, this is more shit than I've ever seen of any person ever.
So start a conversation and plan for emergencies together. Get more tips at ready.gov/start. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Once you sign up, you can't get out. They just keep you forever. And when you try to get out, why are you leaving? Because I want to leave. Oh, no, tell me why you're canceling. Tell us why. You know, what can we do? I didn't want the service anymore. And it got to the point where I literally had to say, are you stopping me from leaving? Bill handled, is that correct? Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I'm not a criminal, but I think like one. I'm criminally adjacent in nature. Back in the day, Denny's had free Grand Slam. If it was your birthday, whenever it was a friend of mine's birthday, I would say I'm his twin brother.
Whoa, this is a big one. 160 points, Zoot. That's the record.
Choosing to buy a gun was not a decision I took lightly.
Yeah.
I really wanted to feel like I could protect myself. I hadn't thought about the danger of unlocking.
Can you get higher than 180?
Yeah, you could get. No, you couldn't. 180 is the most.
Now I'm always locking my gun to keep everyone safe. Visit endfamilyfire.org to learn how to store your guns more securely. Brought to you by Radio Ad Council.
KFI live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. You're hot, feel different. If you feel different, you drive different. So don't drive hot.
Zoot, you are really far behind.
Yeah, but you suck at the double out. Why are you so bad at the double out?
I don't know. Because I don't normally go for doubles, I go for triples, so I don't have as much familiarity. I'm going to get this stuff. Oh, fuck.
Now you have to go for that one spot.
Yes, sir. Look how far behind you are.
If you hit the one, you're out.
I'm not too worried about it. That's why. Zoot, you lost.
Can I win? I'm going. Yep.
Enjoy your lunch. Come back when you have time. Sounds good.
Well, like Ghislaine, they're doing whatever, 10, 15 years or something in jail. But no other names ever come out. Nobody else is.
I have a lot of contemporaries. The vast majority have never had anything to do with drug companies. So was the opportunity there for people who weren't so inclined? Absolutely. Right. Is the opportunity there now for those who are so inclined? Absolutely. I mean, it's the money that people are making,
Whether it's this activity, obesity, diet,
is unbelievable.
stress,
I had a client
disorders, or your age can be supported by reducing inflammation and getting your body to heal itself. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis.
The opportunity is there for people who want to do it. It's there in the 80s, it's here today. It's different to us. But to suggest that because the opportunity is there, that everyone has the opportunity. Some people make those choices. They're not that necessarily.
Dr. Malay, how will I feel after taking adaptive stem
Reasons why they end up
going to have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better.
Although there are people that
you put adaptive stem along with it, and most
never needed to do anything.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness kit from Dr. Malay protects your body's stem cells and
Intrigue, I guess.
better, faster. The stem cell wellness kit with adaptive stem and kidney stem is only available at healthylooking.com or toll free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980.
I see myself.
Don't forget to enter promo code George for
When I was
free
18
shipping.
years old, I was working at a construction site.
natural support.
One of my friends said, "You want to make $50,000 tonight? All you got to do is just drive it." Sure. Well, how about, take this car, drive it to Orlando. Right. Are you kidding me? Right. Heartbeat in a heartbeat. But it doesn't. It's not something that can't. Because anyone goes off it for you to drive a car, then it's fine. Yeah. When I was in construction, when I was younger, I had someone ask me if I could drive a truck to Jacksonville. He didn't tell me what was in it.
At a fraction of the cost. Now you may think it would be hard to use, but it's not.
Some people think that, if I don't know what's in there, then it's not a problem. That makes it really even worse.
Just go to cardia.com.
You know it's something that's not right? People are going to just pay $10,000 or $5,000 to buy a car. Jacksonville or Orlando. So there's something illegal. Something unlawful about it. Whether it's drugs, weapons, yeah, I mean, it is the rush, and especially it's just young people are more susceptible to it because they're kids and their brains are more developed and they can't make well-informed decisions. They're the ones that
has begun.
Right. I knew I was going to have that sort of thing. You can't comprehend it. You said that you can't comprehend to cooperate.
Now available at Amazon. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1 surviving the Kessler.
Connected. These are huge networks of people. The scope of the inquiry into these is like very small, and then
Welcome back, George.
If I tell you anything is wrong, I'm dead and my entire family shit. My daughter, mother, do you understand that?
I think so, George, because there's times when you have this little inkling in the back of your head about what you need to do, and sometimes you like to listen to my partner, for example, John Ward.
He says he
had
did
a
it.
fellow that he received for pre-op.
I'm gonna tell any of my clients who might be doing that.
Maybe this guy really has some more serious problems going on than he thought. And he cleared him for surgery.
You don't broadcast that kind of information. Right, but if I
called him up and said,
doesn't it happen in cases where people cooperate against people?
And so the guy said, I'm fine.
Like this guy gave you up.
My cardiologist passed.
Federal court doesn't have.
Finally said, you're not going to go to surgery.
So in federal court,
get the stress test filled with heavily.
State court,
we
get what's called what's have the names of all the words.
Which is a lesion of the left main coronary artery.
In federal court, you get some stuff. You don't get the names of the witnesses.
This little thing in the back of his head.
You don't get the names of the witnesses until the day the meeting or that day.
The little voice that helps us.
So you never really know unless you actually decide to go to trial.
Implications that you can see. That's happening to all of us.
Where do you think that
You never know.
God even, or
So
I think it's from some.
If you're on the outside,
from this invisible
you're
world
involved
that we talked about before. And I think we all have.
You're going to assume that whoever's arrested
is the universe.
provided
It's God. I think there's divine intervention that happens to all of us at times.
That's what you assume. So
if we're quiet,
the person who's on the inside,
sometimes reflect on it. You can hear that.
even if that person is not providing information, so on the outside,
To listen to those things that come from hereafter.
So
I think if we just sit down and rest and relax
potential for danger is there regardless.
we can pick those.
I had a client who did not provide information
I think
years ago, who
I call it
actually
the divine intervention.
was killed shortly after he was in jail.
it was a miracle that she was out
So low that they assumed wrongfully.
My daughter was in Chopin, which is where they dance and sing at the
But
same
for that,
time.
but
So
in the federal
she,
level,
was having a
generally
big Chopin
people are never going to know who provided
competition
it.
on Alaska, Wisconsin. So she
always
left on the bus, and then we left about an hour after that. And she called us up about halfway into the trip and said, "Oh, Dad,
I don't know all the details about it.
we're okay, just so much
Specific,
worried
right,
about that." And so we didn't think too much of it, but she sounded a little funny. And then about
Yeah,
an
it's
hour
a
later,
stigma.
we came
Snitching.
across
Stigma,
a bunch of police cars,
absolutely.
fire trucks,
Absolutely.
and there was this
Yeah, there's a saying that
fire on a bus. And all of a sudden, my wife said, "That's Luci's bus." And evidently what happened was there was a flat tire in the back of the bus, and it caused friction and heat, and all of a sudden it caught on fire. And there were two buses going
The reason for that
together.
the biggest
one
reason
bus that caught on fire and pulled off because they recognized there was a fire and the smoke started to fill the cab of the bus.
right?
And the kids in
But at the same
bus
time,
behind started texting everyone, "There's a
everyone
fire
was
in your bus,
present
get out,
will
get out."
maintain that they did not.
They couldn't get out the
That they
backside,
did
they had
not.
to take one exit.
So frequently
So there's
I'll get
a
calls
bus full of girls.
with
There were
client
like 30
wants
girls on
paperwork
that bus, and they started screaming.
to show that
Before it
the
got
plea
hot,
agreement
it was
does
filled
not
with
reflect.
And then the kids in the second bus behind them
Because some others in prison may say, "I want to see your paperwork."
died out. They described it as like a magic hand from a giant hand that came over the bus. The flames died down. Allowed all the girls to get out.
Yeah,
of the
I've
bus.
heard a lot of stories about that happening about trying to
The
survive in
flames
prison
then
and first go
went
there.
through the bus like a giant wall of flame. Destroyed everything on the
Child
bus.
molester
Girls. There was not one girl injured at all. The funny thing
So that could be a
George was that they had to repeat the next day, and they had nothing. They had no outfits. They had no makeup,
Or they
nothing.
make sure
And so they started a huge project. My wife was the seamstress in the group, and they found there was 40 girls who were on the stage.
I had another guy on
They
here.
found 25 costumes in our home, in the balls of our home high school. then when they got to last high school morning, kids discovered that they had 25 outfits that were contrasting colors. One was silver,
and he probably got it. He said, I cut every throat I possibly could.
They got those. My wife was sweating like crazy.
These guys just went from Epstein to Diddy. They just kind of like, they die, they get acquitted. You know, and I mean, this is like, this is one of those things you're just going to have to accept. That's the way it works. There's not going to be like a huge moment where they just cart off everybody who has all this money and power and implicate them in all this shit. It's one guy. It's like P. Diddy. It's this one dude and was a monster for sure, and then he'll get off. The jury just lets him off. I mean, the jury might have let Epstein off. The jury, you're dealing with American people in the jury. You're dealing with your own citizens in the jury. The people that I talked about on the boat are in the jury. And they're listening to this, and the Tiesto's The Business is playing in their head during the entire trial. Let's get the American people cannot be trusted to make a good decision in a jury. But I was in a jury once. We convicted the guy of murder, torture. They took away rape, I think. They took away torture and rape. But then we got him on murder one. I mean, he clearly killed his wife. But I was in a jury box, and I'm telling you right now that, I mean, good luck. Good luck. Now, I don't know what he's going to get. Some people are saying they're going to sentence him for whatever. They're going to throw the book in it. But what is the book? He was not convicted on the charges of the things he did. He was convicted on, like, he transported someone for sex, but the sex trafficking. So, I mean, this is the way it's going to happen. You're going to see these things will pop up occasionally. Every so often, one of these guys is going to pop up. He's going to get charged with something. It's going to be salacious. Like, all the details that come out are going to be crazy. It's going to be like a private island. And then he'll be convicted of jaywalking. I mean, they'll plead it down to nothing. It'll be nothing. It'll be like, he had a private island and a fuck machine, and he'd strap the politicians in it, and they would have orgasms. And then you're like, what did they convict him of? Tax fraud? Like, it won't matter. It won't matter. This is what you should realize by now. The more ridiculous the stories are, the less they're going to get convicted of. They'll start getting convicted of, like, traffic violations. And he's going to do a few years. I don't know how long he'll do. I don't know what he'll do. But this is not like, this guy's not going away. None of them are. None of them are. Ghislaine Maxwell is sitting there, and they're figuring something out. They'll either commute her sentence, they'll let her go, they'll kill her. Something somewhere will happen where they'll figure that out. But Epstein's either still alive somewhere or dead. And then Diddy's, he gets the lead because that's the way it works. You can't bring everyone there. They still need to do this. They still need to entrap people like this. Even though with technology it's less and less of a thing, they still need to have the ability to do this. Imagine pitching the next Diddy, and you go, well, we'd like you to do this, that, and the other. He's going to go, hey, what happened? And he's like, now they can go, oh, Epstein's actually still alive, and Diddy, just is doing a year. And then the person goes, oh, parties, and they just put the cameras on. Yeah. You got to always be able to, protect your people, protect your assets out there. And I just think with the American jury pool now, it's probably easier than you think to get people off. You're not paying attention. All you have to do really is look at them and say something in a way. You're like, human trafficking. People are asking you to believe that the man over there is a human trafficker. He's trafficking people. Did you see him do it? This types of people in the jury box. That's their voice. That's the way they all sound. What even is human trafficking? I ask you that. I don't know what it is. I want water. I want to drink water. A lot of people have said a lot of stuff on that stand, but it's all lies. Okay. They lied. That's what you're getting. That's what you're getting. This is the caliber of person that's in there. The caliber of human being in the jury can be convinced after, I don't know, 7,000 people testify that this guy brutally raped them. They just go, well, yeah, but. They get in that jury room to deliberate, and they all forgot what they heard. Somebody's like, it sounds a little ridiculous, a lot of what they were saying there. It sounds a little ridiculous, actually. I've had sex 2 times, and it sounds like a little ridiculous, what they're saying. It sounds like a lot of them are making it up. I actually don't think you can have sex in the ways they were describing. I don't believe it. The jury room is a bunch of people that should not be allowed to, decide the fate of anything. And they're tasked with deciding this. But that's why the Maureen Comeys of the world are there to kind of guide the prosecution so that they're not, completely focused on the entire thing. Eddie knows a lot of shit. It's clear. He's friends with politicians. He's friends with everybody. And he's getting off. He's getting off. They're all coming back.
I love this one.
Everyone's coming back. If cancer is again, why is he's coming back? Everyone's coming back. Maybe it will be the Hamptons by August. Perhaps. I don't know. But I mean, he's coming. There'll be a documentary in a few years being made by a Jimmy Truther who will explain how the entire thing was like the result of one disgruntled employee. Why? Ridiculous. People go, what really happened? What even was that? And it's always, it's like what Epstein already doing. They're already like, what is this intelligence connection these people bang on about? Why would you even suggest that? It's literally direct quotes from people going, I was told not to pursue the investigation. He was, quote, owned by intelligence. He didn't become an intelligence matter. He belonged to intelligence. That was direct quote. He belonged to intelligence. That's literally a quote, and there's people come down and go, why would you even say that? It's just gaslighting on a huge level. I have with it. They'll just start talking about it was just employees that didn't like it. You work at parties, you get taped, you'll do stuff, right? It's just somebody who likes it. It's like, I think it's drivers. No, it'll always be framed as something other than probably what it is, which is a honeypot operation being run by our government. They're not going to say that. They're not going to go, well, we enforce a lot of social and cultural things by just entrapping everyone and bonding them in a sense that it's mutual assured destruction, and they will have to kind of go out and say the things we kind of want them to say, or we're going to have a huge problem. They're not going to say that. They're just going to say, well, this was this getting mixed up in a few things. It's mixed up, and there was a whole. And I'm not some crazy moralist. You want to have an orgy, have an orgy. But if people are getting on the stand going, I was raped, I was beaten, I was beaten, I was raped, I was raped, then I was beaten, then I was raped, then I was raped. And then the jury's like, no, you weren't. Today's video is sponsored by Gemini. It is the only instant crypto reward credit card. Crypto is booming right now. I am really bullish on this Gemini card. It is the crypto credit card. You get 3% back on dining, 2% on groceries, and 1% on everything else. Plus, get 4% back on gas and transportation, up to $300 a month. The best part of the rewards are instant, so you can benefit from any price appreciation. Bitcoin rewards earned and held for 1 year on the Gemini credit card have appreciated 176% on average. This World Elite MasterCard has no annual fee. See rates and fees in the description for more info. The card is sleek, stainless steel, no number and 4 color options: black, silver, rose gold, or Bitcoin orange. The
Sign up, go to Gemini.com/TIM to get 200 in Bitcoin when you spend $3,000 in your first 90 days. You can see if you pre-qualify with no impact to your credit score. Go to the link or go to Gemini.com/Tim to apply and start earning it instantly. Gemini card, go to Gemini.com/Tim. Gemini.com/Tim. The new immigrant detention center constructed in Florida's Everglades Alligator Alcatraz was built in 8 days and now it is flooding. Trump's people are building an immigrant detention center in the middle of the swamp. Part of this money is this big, beautiful bill that they passed where they're going to use a chunk of it for the deportation of people. I've said, like Rogan and other people, that the immigration raids that are random are pretty barbaric. And I think they will ultimately lose support for Trump and the idea of having a secure border, which I think is an important thing, but because they are random, you're collecting people that are law-abiding, that have been in the country a very long time, that have committed no crime. You're picking people up in church parking lots at high school graduations. It's inhumane. And I think a lot of people feel that way. But in fairness to the Trump team, they did think of this and say, what if we put them all in a prison surrounded by alligators? Would that make it feel more humane? And it's that type of forward thinking that I think we should appreciate. Like, I think Trump and his people were like, sure, people find these raids to be a bit abrupt and, soulless, unkind. But if we then took the people we swept up and put them in a prison built in an alligator swamp, would that make people feel better about it? So I think they're at least recognizing that their policy has been a bit controversial, and they're saying, how could we make it more palatable? Is there what about a fortress surrounded by lions? Would that make more sense? If we got a bunch of gardeners who are in the country illegally and people are like, well, that seems a little fucked up, and you're like, hold on a minute. You don't know where we're taking them. You're like, oh, where? Like, see a judge or something? No. We're taking them to a fortress surrounded by lions. What if we put them in a cage in a snake pit? Have we thought about that? Because I don't think alligators are the only animal we can consider, because America, the great thing about it actually is that there's many different regions and many different kind of killer animals. Bear with me. I spent a lot of time on the east side of Long Island, no offense. Montauk, the tip of Long Island, an underwater penal colony. It's a big shark cage. And the migrants are in it, and the sharks keep swimming by them. Why stop at alligators? Now, I know you might say, well, it seems inhumane to just surround people with wildlife that could kill them. Sure, but we've got a lot of wildlife. We don't pay alligators. Here's the good news. They're free. Now, I'm just saying, it's a great way, I think, to show that it's not just a heartless policy. It's a policy that we've put a lot of thought into. And one of the thoughts we've had is what killer animal lives in which region, and what type of prison could we build in said region where the killer animal lives. For example, you could do something with jellyfish, sharks, snakes. Recluse spiders are too small. But I'm thinking like mountain lions, a fun Northern California migrant prison, surrounded by pumas that just pawed the glass. Now you might be saying, well, that seems inhumane. I guess.
Well, I think it's good that that's the direction we're moving in. It's good that we're moving in this Tiger King direction with border enforcement. It seems great. I don't think it'll have any backlash. No backlash at all. Just like the election of Mandami isn't the backlash for all these idiots like Daniel Loeb and all these guys tweeting it's going to be a hot commie summer. The Bill Ackman type. Take their phones. All these billionaires in the Hamptons tweeting about Mandami. Every time you tweet about him, the guy goes up and he's going to win again. He's going to win. And maybe he'll be good, maybe not. I have reservations. But at the end of the day, if you keep tweeting and then people Google your house and hit image, you're fucked. Shut up. So it does seem to me that there's a chance that this will have backlash. There'll be a backlash to this. Taking people off the street, masked people, grabbing people off the street, and then sending them to a prison surrounded by alligators feels like eventually people are going to be persuaded that actually if this is the way to have an immigration policy, a lot of people are going to go, well, I guess just fuck it. If it's going to be so over the top and insane and so disruptive and so inhuman and we're putting 6-year-old girls in handcuffs and we're locking people up, now the hardcore base of his will love this. They will love it. They'll think it's great. They'll think it's great that people are in a cage and they're surrounded by lizards. They will enjoy it. But the vast majority of people, I think, will probably look at all of this and say this is a little absurd. And it doesn't seem like a first world country. A first world country locking people in a cage in the middle of an alligator moat seems to be not the way as a first world country. And again, as a guy that believes we should have a very strict immigration policy, and if you're a criminal, you should be removed. And even people that have come here recently perhaps have to go as well because they don't have the roots in places. And I believe in that. You have to come here and speak English and assimilate. I believe all of those things for your own success and the success of overall society. Making this issue about these guys in masks, plainclothes officers in masks, performing rage, ripping people, and putting them in a prison in the middle of the Everglades does not seem like a first world country's thing to do. I'm all for people seeing a judge and having an expedited, removal process. You're not even going to get rid of everybody. You can enforce E-Verify, which holds employers accountable. If Trump was putting the employers of illegal labor in this prison, then that's different. If you're going to put everyone in it, if you're going to put all of these guys that have encouraged this and are paying these people no money, if they're going to go into prison with them, then that's great. But if you're not going to do anything against the people who are profiting from undocumented workers, and you're just going to go around and throw gardeners in a zoo, it's an exhibit from a zoo. I mean, why even build a prison? Let's just commandeer the Six Flags Safari and do that. Why even build a prison? Go into the Six Flags Great Adventure Safari or Busch Gardens or any of the safaris. You already have the nature and the natural environment with dangerous animals. Go down there and then just say, this is the immigrant prison. Now, remember Six Flags? Now it's the immigrant prison. The Six Flags Safari is the immigrant prison. Why not? It seems if this is the solution, we have prisons, right? Don't we have prisons? Do we need special detention centers where nobody has any rights and the Constitution doesn't apply and it's in the middle of an alligator pit? It just seems to me that it's a recipe for something very bad and very dark.
Especially when people start piping up, I don't really love this Palantir. Why are we giving Israel all this money? Who's going to eventually find their way into this prison system, by the way? Who's going to find their way into this? I don't know. I'm sure citizens will begin to see the inside of the Everglades detention facility 1,000%. The idea that citizens won't go into these places feels like a very, a very unrealistic thought. That it will just be the worst of the worst. If I was convinced that these were the worst of the worst, rapists, murderers, and they're here illegally and they go to this prison and then they're deported, I'd go, yeah, great. I feel like it will watch. It'll start like that, and then it'll be just any immigrant, and then it might be a citizen who acts out. Because what makes a citizen might change. So the idea of letting the government handle this money to Palantir, build a digital police state, also construct a labyrinth of prisons, because this will be number one, but coming soon to a theater near you will be others. Letting the government do all of this stuff and then just sitting back and saying we hope it's used for the worst of the worst is not a good plan. Giving all this power to people that run your country, it might be AOC next. Are you going to like that when AOC's got a bunch of prisons and a ton of power and a ton of extrajudicial power? And we know the courts are not the be-all end-all, but like AOC can do anything she wants, and the president has all this power, and there's a labyrinth of now. AOC has a digital police state that Palantir is built for her. Is that going to work? Would you like that? Is that going to be fun? Does anyone think that's a good idea? And the culture swings far to the left, and the Mamdani types get elected, and they're going after people's money. They're shutting your digital banking off, and they're enforcing hate crimes laws like they do in Britain, where a woman tweeted, burned the migrant hotel. Again, not a thing I would have tweeted, but is now doing 8 months in jail. Is that going to be good? Do we want these prisons set up around the country for when people decide, hey, by the way, we don't love what you tweeted about Islam or about migrants or about anything. We don't love what you tweeted about race. We don't love what you tweeted about Israel. We think what you're tweeting is a hate crime. Is it a good idea to have a digital police state being built by Palantir and then have a labyrinth of prisons that we hope are just used for the wink, wink, worst of the worst? Wink. Wink, wink, wink. It'll just be the worst of the worst. So, I believe there's $100 million in the bill, in the big beautiful bill, being doled out to different organizations to fight anti-Semitism. By the way, can I be one of those organizations? How do you become one of those? What is the accredited system you need to become an institution that fights anti-Semitism? Can I get government money to fight anti-Semitism? I would love to do it. I'll do it right now. I will do it right now if I get a little bit of money, because there's a lot of money in that bill that goes to things like that. So, giving people more and more power over your life and saying that you hope that it is used, and again, I am a proponent of building the American working class, eliminating, I don't think it's a good idea. I think what's happening in Britain now is wild. Its entire society has been torn apart because the amount of immigrants and migrants that they have resettled in the past 10 years has torn the country apart. It's been an absolute abomination for many countries in Europe, the Netherlands and Britain, trying to assimilate people from a vastly different culture overnight into an existing economic, political, cultural landscape that has been developed over hundreds or thousands of years. And the idea that there's not going to be significant growing pains, economic disruption, cultural issues, that there's not going to be issues with the court system, with
the way communities are reacting to each other, the way that crime is looked at, the value systems that are vastly different. These are huge problems. It's the biggest issue in the world. It is not Vladimir Putin, and it's not Iran. The biggest issue in the world right now is the mass migration of people from one area to another. It's the biggest issue in the world. First world society dealing with immigration from largely the third world. It is the biggest issue. It is motivating all the political change in Europe, all the political instability in Britain, in the Netherlands. This is becoming, and the way that it's being dealt with is a lot of these countries are enforcing literal totalitarian speech regulations where you will be dragged out of your house, put in handcuffs, and put in jail for a tweet. And if you think it can't happen here, you're wrong. But it's happening there right now. If you tweet the wrong thing, if you say the wrong thing, if what you say is considered a hate crime, you can actually go to jail. If you express a displeasing sentiment to the government, you could be put in jail for something that you've said online. During 2020 and George Floyd and all this stuff, lots of people were fighting white people. We're tweeting white people should feel pain, all kinds of things. It could have been interpreted as a threat of violence. I didn't want to see any of those people in jail. I didn't want to see them kicked off social media. I said people can vent their frustrations and they're saying things that a lot of it's high emotion and whatever, but I don't want any of those people deplatformed, and I certainly didn't want them in jail. So this is a massively complicated issue that is driving lots of people. But ripping people that are working at a job, throwing them in a truck, putting them in an alligator prison, giving the government the ability to deport them to El Salvador, not a judge involved, no rights. People that criticize Israel on a college campus being picked up. People that wrote op-eds. It is very much the beginnings of a police state. Now, obviously, immigration is a real issue, and you're going to need to detain people and deport them. But the way you do it matters. The optics matter. The actual process matters. Because if you think it will just be the worst of the worst, immigrants that have committed crimes, it's not. It will be anybody they want, and soon it'll be American citizens, and it probably is already. And now the digital part of that is the giveaway to Palantir and the AI. We're not going to regulate artificial intelligence. And no local municipality will be able to regulate artificial intelligence. And the AI tech guys are going to build an Orwellian digital police state. And then there is a brick and mortar police state being built with prisons all over the country. And you just have to hope that the people in those prisons are your enemies. Because at the end of the day, there's no guarantee that what those prisons were originally built for is what they'll be used for. You have to be smart enough to think about that. When they passed the Patriot Act, and they said, we're doing this because of terrorism and because of 9/11. And then it was used to spy on Americans, to surveil Americans, and it created this. This is what happened. When you give the government powers, you can never take them away. It doesn't take them away. So if you have any concern with freedom, with autonomy, with the ability to live your life, express opinions on the internet, off the internet, and you don't want to live in a police state, stuff like this has to disturb you. That bill has to make you think a little bit, not only about, obviously, whatever people get thrown off Medicare, which is
that's how they block the road off.
Tragic, but also something that happens all the time. People get kicked off their health care all the time. We have a terrible health care system. But the larger story, to me, will be, is this the beginning of the way they deal with people when AI starts eliminating all of the jobs? Is this, and I'm not saying everyone's going to Alligator Alley, but Alcatraz, whatever it is. But is this the beginning? Is this the beginning
beginnings? Is this the architecture of the type of country that we're going to live in, where you're able to be disappeared? And whatever you say on social media is going to be considered a crime, a thought crime. And are you going to be able to be disappeared? What rights will you have? And what are you allowed to criticize? And whom are you allowed to criticize without significant retribution? Those are real things that people should think about. So it's not just like, wow, happy for Diddy's innocent and we're all happy about that. Obviously we are. And obviously it's good to know that he's going to come home to his children and continue to be a good father. But there are definite things here that you should pause and go, wait a minute. Should we be constructing a lightning prison? Should we be constructing a prison where it's the electricity we put on the top of the mountain and it just lightning hits? It seems crazy. I don't know that we need to build these types of places because there's going to be a significant backlash. There was a significant backlash to Wall Street guys running America for 50 years. And you're going to see it. One of it was Donald Trump, by the way. That was backlash number one. You're going to see it in New York City. You're going to see that the center is completely gone. Any people on the far left now, people on the far right. But everybody, and that's why every article is like, do you know how much it costs for a cup of sand today? These Hamptons beaches where you bring your own sand and it's $80,000 a day. I just want to start producing fake articles. This hot dog is $10,000 in the Hamptons. A hot dog made out of solid caviar truffle gold is being eaten. And I just want to start producing fake videos and see if they'll get traction. Being like, this baked clam is $15,000 in the Hamptons. Called the platinum clam. It's a regular clamshell stuffed with platinum. You can't even eat it. It's $15,000. I mean, it's the inevitable reality of any society that flaunts their wealth to the degree that this society does, that there will be some type of uprising. You can't do this to people forever. You can't do this to people forever. You can't eat like $300 popsicles on your $80 million yacht while people are dying of cancer because they can't afford chemo. You can't do this forever and then expect people to just not lose it. People are going to lose it. They're going to lose it. You can't have 35 shows about these bimbos selling real estate. You just can't. While people are getting evicted. People are getting evicted. And in their final night, in their apartment, they're watching Selling Sunset, where models sell mansions to criminals. And they know tomorrow they have to wake up and go live in a halfway house. You can't do it. You can't write articles about the golden chicken nuggets that some billionaire is feeding his kids in East Hampton while people are sitting in an Uber driving from one part of the city to the other. Like, and then when the person gets out of the Uber, they shut off the air conditioning because they can't afford it until they pick up the next guy. They can't afford the. I've had conversations with Uber drivers. He drains the gas too much. I turn it on when I get a ride. Like, people are fucked. And the more you throw it in their face, the more they're going to lose their mind. They're going to elect anyone. They'll elect ISIS. If ISIS got up and was like, you should be able to afford rent, people go, all right. Diddy could win on that platform right now.
It's not about. It's about the fact that people have been completely abused, and financially they don't know what to do. I get it. People come and stay in my house, and it's again. I'm like the poorest guy that lives out there. And we go to a farmer's market and they look at this shit and they go, yeah. I mean, they're like, what the fuck? It's so beyond. And I'm not saying everything has to be for everyone. I'm not saying everyone should live whatever in fucking, Manhattan or any of these expensive places. I'm saying you can't shove it in people's face like this. It's too much. Jeff Bezos and Lauren said they have this wedding. They don't even do it in America. They don't even give jobs to Americans. Do it in Aspen, you pigs. They do it in fucking Italy. Do it in Venice. They got Leo and all these people standing there. I mean, people are looking at that way. They're reading about that way. They have 3 kids in an old minivan, and they're driving around Texas, and it's 115 degrees. And they're sweating, and the food they bought is starting to spoil because it's so hot, and they're rushing to get back to their house to throw it in the refrigerator, and they hope the grid doesn't go down, and they've got the kids in the back seat screaming, and the kids are like, Mommy, turn this off, who is this? And she's like, I'm listening to Tim Dillon's a genius. He's the only one who understands this world. And these kids are fighting each other. She goes, stop fighting. And they go, put on something else. And she goes, shut up. I'm listening to the only man worth listening to on this planet. Without his voice, I'd be dead. You don't keep me alive, he does. This scene is playing out across this country. Playing out across this country. Playing out across this country. People tune into this show just for another reason. Another reason. When I said the show will be a little late, but it's coming, you know what happened? A gun left someone's mouth. A gun came out. How's that about? Because I said the show would happen. If you run an e-commerce business, packages don't arrive by magic, but it will sure feel like it if you use ShipStation. Last year alone, over 700 million orders were fulfilled with ShipStation. With ShipStation, you can sync orders from everywhere you sell onto one dashboard and replace menial tasks with custom automations to reduce shipping errors at a fraction of the cost. If you're running an e-commerce business, you really don't have the time to obsess over the back office. You need to easily automate shipping tasks, manage orders. You need ShipStation. I'm telling you, ShipStation is amazing. It is the fastest, most affordable way to ship products to your customers with discount up to 88% off UPS, DHL Express, and USPS rates, and up to 90% off FedEx rates. Seamlessly integrate with services selling channels you already use. Over 130,000 companies have grown their e-commerce business with ShipStation. 98% of companies that stick with ShipStation for a year become customers for life. During the time of this spot, another 1,400 packages were shipped with the help of ShipStation. Upgrade to a smoother shipping experience. Go to ShipStation.com. Use code Tim Dillon to sign up for a free trial. TIMDILLON. ShipStation.com and use code Tim Dillon to sign up for a free trial. TIMDILLON to sign up for a free trial. No credit card or contract required. You can cancel anytime. That's ShipStation.com. Code Tim Dillon. What was I saying? The point is this. You can't continually fuck people in the face and have them go, thank you for that. I appreciate you. These billionaires have gone out of their mind. Stop it. What are you doing? Bezos, this is your second wedding. You're bald. Just do something quiet. What are you doing? They become super villains. Musk, Bezos. They're all supervillains. Zuckerberg, all these freaks. I'm telling you, the next wave is going to be so radical and so understandable. Not that I'll even agree with its aims, but because those things tend not to work. You seize the means to protect. None of this works. You need to incentivize people to make cool shit and to do things. You need to incentivize people to
actually have a stake in their societies and communities. Not everything can be run by the government. Not everything should be run from people at 30,000 feet. People closer to decisions generally make them better. That's why people that own real estate care more about a community than people who rent. And the people that own only care about it if they live in the community. Some of them might own a bunch of it and might care a little bit. They don't care that much because their kids aren't in the schools. It's not like they're using the airport or the infrastructure. They care about it only in the sense of an investment. Real estate may go up even if the town goes to shit. So, my problem with when you start running everything by the government is that a lot of it's inefficient. You don't get less inequality. You actually historically get more. But that doesn't mean it's not understandable. It's completely understandable why people want to throw people like Bezos into a furnace because of the way he's behaving. You can't behave like that. In the heavens, you're supposed to just eat fish and potato. You're not supposed to eat a melon that's shipped in from Japan. Why are you shipping a melon in from Japan? There's farms on the island. You eat the corn. Why do you have to ship a melon in from Japan? And then there's an article that this melon is $1 million. People are reading this. They're reading this on their phone in a tent. There's people in a tent watching people negotiate real estate deals on their phone. I'm telling you, homeless people on iPhones watch this show. They certainly watch Owning Manhattan or Selling Sons or any of this other dumb shit. There are people right now in a tent watching people negotiate high-value real estate transactions while they live in a tent. There's people watching the Kardashians fly around on private jets to have little arguments with each other. Stores they own in a tent. They're watching this in a tent. There's couples living in tents. There are people living in vans. They're doing well. People living in vans are doing good. So my point is that, like, I understand where this rage is coming from. It doesn't go to a productive place. It rarely does. But I understand where it comes from. It's absolutely natural. We've destroyed human beings in this country. We've destroyed them. Then you have all the types that come out and just start talking about opportunity, that it's all around you. It's all around you. It's not just seize it, grab it. And it all comes down to drop shipping and crypto. It's all fraud and scam. The criminals. It's just being a scam. Well, you could actually get optimized for no, you're a criminal. That's okay. That's fine. Go get yours. But you're a criminal. You're just telling people to be a criminal. That's not you. Well, you actually have to optimize for you're a criminal. That's okay. You've learned some online criminal credits. It's fine. You don't have any talent. Now you need a criminal. And that's fine. That's always been an important part of our economy is the institutionalized criminality. That's what it is. All these alpha bro influencer types that are telling you how much money is to be made in the world. It's like, it's not there's you're gonna work on a boat.
This all takes place between sundown.
You're gonna work on a boat. Can you get Tiesto's the business but copyright free? Is that possible? I kind of know it because I just tweeted him with this. But I think someone seriously. You're gonna work on a boat, and it's actually a good life. Let's see if we can play it. Okay, no copyright agreement. Gonna work on a boat. Yeah. You're just gonna be on a boat. And it's gonna be going fast. And you're just gonna be sitting there and you're looking at the horizon. Alright, we're gonna get this game.
Everybody makes the same amount of money.
But that's what you need out there. That's what you need to work on a boat. Don't get
in this case, it's just one boat.
don't get upset about this. Literally, the first thing anyone should do is listen to the show right now is investigate opportunities to go seasonally work on a boat.
The house is full.
Do charters. Stay in shape, you have sex, you look good. It's a hard, long-term goal. You're going to have the wherewithal around 45. It's tough to turn 50. At 46 years old, in the old gal on the boat, you're going to have strength. It's very hard to grow old in that lifestyle. You're going to have the strength to walk to the bow. Because everybody else is going to be asleep.
That's why.
And you're going to have to walk. What's the back? Is it the bow or the stern? What is it? You know? You don't know. There's absolutely no way you know.
That's because
you can walk to the stern.
Same guys night after night after night, dude. You're gonna bust their ass.
And you're gonna hear it like
stone crab
that.
And I'm pulling 350 stone crab traps.
And you're just gonna think about how fun it was to dance.
It'll make a man. Oh yeah. Because these traps, a lot of guys work right down the street here. Stone crab all day, every day.
You're gonna get up on the stern. And you're going to be really drunk. And you're gonna drown yourself. You're gonna jump off the boat and you're going to drown. And you're not gonna find your body.
I'm dropping mine.
You're just gonna be a legend. Watery grave.
Picking one up.
You did 48 years old. 48. You're gonna walk in and you just go, tonight's the night. But if you're 20 and you're listening to this, it's a good,
pick them up, boys.
It's good, you know, you can make it to 50. It's good 30 years on that boat.
Somewhere else. Drop them out.
And then you just drown yourself. When you're 50 years old, it's hard to get old enough. So you have to drown yourself. You have to drown yourself. After you've danced and sang a couple different boats, 50 years old, you have to walk to the back of the stern. You have to drown yourself. And give your body to the sea. You have to drown yourself after this. It's going to be 30 years of that song. And you're going to hear that. There's going to be a moment when you first jump into the water that the boat keeps going. Hopefully you don't catch you. That's really important. They catch you and find you and bring you back on the boat. It's like wet. You have to explain to them, you're like, well, I'm getting older. And I just hope that I drown. You're trying to drown. You're strong. You're trying to drown yourself. I'm actually trying to drown myself. You know why? I'm getting older. It's hard to get all of this life. And people at the bar are going to be like, oh my God, no. But that's what you have to do this quietly. Because then you're going to make all these horrible arguments for your life. Like, no, but like...
40,000 pounds.
Like, you're so much fun. You're like, don't drown yourself. You're so much fun. Like, remember last week when we were at the bar and like John fell and it was still fun. And you go, yeah, I can't do that. I can't do it. You'll get it when you get to my age. I just want to drown myself. I'm trying to drown myself. So hopefully they don't find you. And when you're in the water, you're going to realize that you're actually going through with it. And there's going to be a moment where your fight or flight kicks in. You're going to start to swim towards the boat, but you can't. You can't. Hopefully your current prevents it. Because you got to do it. You know what I mean? So you're going to be in the water, and then there's a fight. You try to swim for a little bit, and then you start to laugh. There's one way up. What? Ow.
The sea is powerful, and then you're gonna float for a little bit, like an angel. You're gonna lay on your back, and you're actually gonna float like an angel in the water. And the boat now is kind of almost out of view. You still see the lights; it's not quite out of view. And you realize that it's dead. You realize that it's dead. It's all over with the crying now. And the water's not even that rough. You realize you'll probably, the current is, but then you realize it's sharks. And you realize that you feel something just kind of nip. You don't know what it is at first. And then you feel, it's probably a tiger shark. They're very aggressive. And it grabs you, and it begins to pull you under, and you realize in that moment that it's over now. You're being eaten by a shark in the Bahamas because you jumped off a boat. And there's a split second where you go, oh, really? Really? I was trying to drown myself. But it happens so quickly that you can't really put two and two together. And then life just flashes before your eyes. You remember being young. You remember the song The Business. You remember dancing and all the different bars. Remember the beautiful sunsets and the beautiful sunrises. You remember the hard days and the bad days. You remember the good and the bad of it all. And as the shark rips you limb from limb, I mean viciously rips you. I mean they'll never find you. They'll actually just be food for the sea, the thing that you spent your life on. You know what I mean? And the shark's gonna rip you up. You're gonna remember this whole story because I heard a podcast 4th of July weekend where this guy told me to work on a boat, and you're gonna say, and I don't regret it. Even as a shark rips you, and you're pretty sure you're in two. Your head's still not working. You're pretty sure you don't have a lower body, and you go, and you'll thank me. Even then, you'll go, thank God I heard that podcast. I had a great life. Yes, I'm 50 years old and being eaten by a shark in the Bahamas. Listen, it's going to be great. You're going to say, thank you. Thank God I heard that. And thank God I spent my life working on a boat. It was one of the last jobs. And when I got to the age, I did exactly what that guy in the podcast said. I said, walk to the stern and drown yourself. When you age out, because you know that you haven't saved any of your money. Why would you just coke and booze? Let's get down to booze. You don't have a little house, nothing you thought was going to happen. Oh, have a little cottage in New England. No, you won't. Drown yourself at the end. And a shark will eat you. Smart if you slit your ankle and you bleed out in the ocean. You're actually smart. And you just slit your ankle a little bit and it's bleeding. You jump in and you just chill until they come.
I go out there and they explain it all to me, so we're headed out that first day. And
I'm telling you right now, this is the best advice you'll ever get in your life. And if you don't listen to it, fine. But there's someone out there that's going to listen to this. I'll be dead, long dead by the time you're getting eaten. But if you, right now, go work on a boat every summer and a lot of the winter, and you spend 30 years from 20 years old right now, drop out of college, you're an idiot. You go and you work on this boat, and you enjoy yourself. You're probably not going to have kids or anything. It doesn't matter. You have a great life. And one night after a particularly nice day on that boat, I can't tell you exactly when, you walk to the back and you slit your ankle so you bleed out. And you jump in the ocean in the middle of the night, and sharks eat you. That is, for an American, right now,
2 nights in a row,
best case.
nearly 80,000 pounds of, 80 tons of fucking weight. But I got paid.
Best case.
Only 5,000.
And people will talk about that like that years down the line. People will say how successful you actually were. You go, your aunt did it right. Your aunt did it right. She worked on a boat for 30 years, sunrise, sunset, some of the most beautiful places in the world. And then at 49 years old, she jumped off the stern and sharks ate her. She did it right. You're going to be saying that in prison. You'll be in prison with the whole family. They go, your aunt did it right.
I stayed here and I talked about immigrants, Muslims, and immigrants. The AOC's coming. Your aunt did it right. She got on a boat when she was young and she stayed there until she literally fed herself to a shark. That's the best case right now for the American middle class. Is you work on a boat and you're eaten by sharks. It's beautiful.
So there were 3 boats.
It's a magical moment. Magical moment.
We go offshore.
So, stop with the Mamdani. Just go get eaten by a shark on the boat. Stop with this Mamdo, I want everybody's money. Go to the stern. Go to the stern and jump off and cut yourself first so they know where you are. Cut yourself so the fish know where you are.
And it comes up and it misses our
See you next week.
That's how close this fucking
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show. We apologize for our lateness, but it is the celebration of the country's birth. The 4th of July, I was out east on Long Island. I had some friends come and stay with me for the week. Very nice people I used to know. And I still know. But do I? No, I'm kidding. I love them, and they were with me. And it's very nice to bring people, out east, out to the Hamptons that don't have a ton of experience with it because they're always aghast at the cost of all the things. A tomato, so much money.
The way it works is,
why does it cost so much money? Well, scarcity principle. And by the way, there is this idea, though, out there that everything's $1 million. It's not true. All these articles that come out now, it's like rage bait. They just want people to be angry. They're like, this melon costs $400 in the Hamptons. And you're like, no, it doesn't. That's not real. There's a couple specialty food stores that you can get really silly, expensive shit. But who cares? You could do that literally anywhere. But it's just funny, the rage bait headlines. This melon is $400 in the Hamptons. Lobster salad's $100 a pound and it's with food. This potato is $8,000 in the and it's not. It's actually not. Yes, food is expensive. But food is expensive anywhere, and obviously it's more expensive in a place where most people that live there are wealthy. Obviously, not everyone is, but the vast majority of people have the money, and they can charge people whatever the fuck they want, and they get away with it. But it's just so funny. It's like the rage and the anger that people have. The problem I'm having with all of life right now is this. Everyone goes, I hate those people. I would never want to be a part of that. And then they're angry also that they're not a part of it. They go, I hate it. I would, even if I had the money. You hear that 1 million times, by the way. Even if I had the money, I would never even. And you go, okay, great, who cares? I'm not a skier. If I went to Aspen tomorrow, I would not feel the need to go,
80 whatever guys throwing the shit. They're not throwing on us, they're throwing it on the other boat too. Loading us both at the same time. So the bales start to stack up and they start hitting one another, so that solved the crunching of the deck problem. Now all we had to do was, we're not dragging and putting them anywhere we could put them. Fill the hole up, put the deck lids on, fill the deck around the wheelhouse, on the bow, on top of the boat, wherever we could stick this shit. So we figured, Captain Billy, he's in the wheelhouse, and he's kind of we're all kind of doing a rough count. We figured 400 pieces, roughly thereabouts, would be half the length. They can have the other half. So we're getting to where we're thinking we're at about 400.
Dave's mini sliders.
So cute, look
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show.
Fair is fair.
He says to me, half-assed in English, he goes, 50 more.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show.
50 more. I think that's the only number the guy knew. He doesn't know English, right? He just yelled, 50 more. So now we're at the point where, scuppers are working on scupper holes are where, when you're working, you're doing your drinking water and rain, it's splashing on the deck, the water runs out. Oh, okay, yeah. There's a scupper. Well, now we're so loaded, the scuppers are starting to go in the water. And that's going to sink the fucking boat because, once you get water on the deck, it's all over the place. So we take a knife and we cut open a couple of life vests, wadding out of them, stuff scuppers, plug them to the boat and sink. While we're doing this shit's still coming. And Billy's yelling. We've got this shit stacked up so we can't even see inside the wheelhouse. We just left a little space for the door to open up. They said, "Get the fuck out of here, man!" He starts the boat up. Big black smoke, and shit bellowing out the back end, and we start going. The fuckers are still throwing bales out. For as far as we can see these guys up into the horizon with the binoculars, they're still throwing bales. Are you worried about going? You're still 8 miles offshore, right? Dude, no. 8 miles is the horizon.
Right.
We're probably 30 miles.
You're 30 miles.
Yeah, we're out.
You're just not concerned about running out of fuel with that much shit on the boat.
That's why the chase is on. Because when you're coming back loaded like that, you've got to be 4, 5, 6 hours to get back home. Oh, yeah. So we always usually used to start a big load like that. We'll start loading before sunset. And then when the sunset gets going on, now we have all this time to get into shore and get it into the house. We know, the biggest thing is trying to get the mothership to come as close as we can get it to get to the shoreline. The closer the better, obviously. Some of these guys, they want to stay in international waters. They want to stay out in there's a dividing line between the shrimpers out here and stone crabbers. Shrimpers stay offshore, so many miles offshore. The stone crabbers have so many miles inshore for their traps to lay. Because the shrimp boat will take you the whole fucking line. They can screw up the trap line and nothing flat. So we had our boundaries. So the boats will come into where the shrimp boats are and hide amongst them. So they're just a blip on the radar like 70 other shrimp boats out there. So we got to run out there to them and load the shit. Like that. So we're then we have this long control. That's like a chase boat. The way I wrote the story is but in reality, there's a lot of seriousness to it. Kids working for the adults. We were the machine. We were doing adults going in. So, bring it in. We're met by the little boats. The little boats take and put it in the houses. Like I said, most of the houses goes to park for the driveway. 2-meter radios and 5 different digits to use this combination. Virtually unscalable at that time. And we have communication is key. Everybody has to be in communication with everybody else. We got 120 radios just to hang out and form. So we got them. So the next day, it's time to start setting this shit in Miami. Broad daylight. As soon as the sun comes up next day, that's when the shit goes to Miami.
And vans and shit across
cars, trucks, dump trucks. We'd have a guy bring in a load of gravel in somebody's driveway, fill it full of fucking weed, send it out of town. That's a 120-mile trip across Florida. So these drivers don't own the cars. They don't own vans. So there are also at that stage of the game, another safety valve design into workings is we have anywhere between 6 and 8 or 10 spotters driving that route back and forth to Miami and staggered performance. So all day. As long as we're moving the ship to Miami, then what happens is we take it to a designated spot somewhere West Miami, like Coral Gables or Kendall or someplace like that. It's typically a plaza, just a little strip mall or something like that. Our guys will drive in, park, shop, and they have one of our guys with the Cubans on the other end who own the shit, pointing that's our car, that's our truck. They put a guy in, they go unload it and bring it back. This is a dead drop. This is when the term dead drop first was coined back in those days. So that had the major effect that had was that the guys that were taking the weed from us in Miami didn't know where the shit was coming from in Everglades. And our guys in Everglades didn't know where the shit was going in Miami because that guy took it and unloaded it. So if either one of them got popped, nobody could tell them where the shit came from. Plus, if your guy's driving, say, from Everglades to Miami, he gets pulled over. We got pickup trucks and cars. They all have reach hitches, trailer hitches. Some of them have a low slung, like big tall trucks need the low slung like this one. You get those, pull them out, turn them over. They go out and up. A little ball on top of it, right? And if you get stopped, pulled over, whatever like this, the first thing you do is get on the radio and say, "Hey, I'm busted." You wait for whoever stopped you to get between your vehicle and theirs, throw your fucking thing in reverse and mash that shit out of that car. You've got a ton of fucking weed, 2 tons of weed in this van, truck, whatever it is, you smash this fucker with that thing that's going right through his radiator. He ain't going nowhere. But you're not going to outrun his radio. You get in that thing and haul ass and get out of sight of him, and one of those 10 spotters will pick you up. Because they're already there. You get in the car and go home, and the call's already been made to the guy that owns the vehicle. So he's, I just looked out my driveway. My car's gone. My truck's gone. Somebody stole my shit. Well, that immediately relieves him, the vehicle, the boat, whoever, relieves them of any responsibility of what that thing's been through because it was stolen. And they get it back.
A very thorough operation.
Yeah. I mean, this is 30 years of shit going on. These guys had it figured out.
Going back to the cocaine cowboy story, it seems like the conversations that I've had throughout history, from by and large, most of the pot haulers converted to coke haulers because of more money, coke, right, more profit. Easier to the coke jobs. Why did you convert?
None of us wanted to have anything to do with that simply because of the first of all the people involved in it. For one thing, we're just making this. There's no trust, there's no nothing, there's no family to it, there's nothing that's been oriented in that way whatsoever. Plus, the amount of time we get being caught cocaine was significant.
Was it? It was
way more significant than getting caught with a boatload of fucking weed. Plus, mostly it was the gang, just the environment, the type of people that were working with that. I had an opportunity several times to do that, but so easy to do. But I didn't do it for those 2 reasons, and I did it for a third. I did it for a third reason. The most important one, in my opinion, is now the way this works is if you bring a load of pot in, it gets to Miami, you don't get paid. Here's your money. You don't get paid those millions of dollars right away. That shit has to start selling. You get paid out of the shit that's sold out of that blood. So it may be a week and a half before I start seeing money. So that being said, our guarantee for the payment is I take you, if I do this, 30,000 pounds of shit for you, okay? And you owe me $5 million for having done the job. That's what it costs you. Okay? You pay $300,000 for this load. You're making $9,700,000 profit on something that only took me 8 days to get to you. So I'll give you all your fucking shit except for $5 million of it that you owe me. That goes to Fort Myers. You lose your shit in Miami for whatever fucking reason, I'm gonna pay. I'm gonna sell that shit because I got a fire right now ready to take it. My crew didn't risk our lives to move this shit into the country and not get paid. So
Now, when it comes to cocaine, I'm not keeping $10 million worth of your cocaine for your payment. Fuck that shit, dude. Just do it all, have it all, and then risk getting paid or not getting paid. So it really wasn't worth it. We were set up and geared up for pot hollers, simply because in the area in which we live, there are times when we start to bring a load in, and there's unusual traffic on the island, and that's when it's immediately determined that okay, the load has to wait, and you're put it out in the woods. Now, in the early days, the guys would build what they call a $1 million pad. They would take the bales, they'd find the driest spot out there on one of the islands. I'm talking about literally 10,000 islands, pick and choose, which we really don't. Find relatively highest spot on the island if you can. Lay down, a bunch of bales and then pyramid stack them on top of those. If the tide comes up and it happens to rule the ones that it's sitting on, there's $1 million. That's the pad. That's the $1 million pad. You take all the bales that are dry and leave the shit in the woods. However many bales. So that's all figured into the game. So as the kids took over, those guys wound up going through their the process of being arrested and all that kind of crap and shit left those kids over. We didn't believe in $1 million pads. That's a lot of cash. It's a lot of pot. And it's wasteful. What we wound up doing was doing a bit more work, but a little bit more involved in it. And we did this one time. There was too much traffic on the island. We brought, I think it was around 42,000 pounds, just over 21 and we had to stack in the woods. So what we did was we found a spot about 3 miles south of Everglades up into the islands and broke down dead trees, dead branches, and built paths. Literally, built 6 different paths to set this stuff on and fucking brigade them from the boats into the woods and built paths. Put the shit on, keep it dry. And I paid a guy $15,000 for spending it. So, he had a rate spend a night and nobody could show up for that. That's one of the most fascinating things about this whole era in history. Right? There's like this 10, 15-year period in South Florida, where there's so many opportunities.
Fair is fair. We must, even though we are cautious about what this guy does, a lot not like, some things to like. We want to congratulate the mayor of the mayoral candidate for the Democratic Party in New York City.
When I started taking upon myself to do those,
and his name is Osama bin Laden. I want to congratulate him. I thought it was an ambitious thing to have attacked the financial capital of the world, to have hit out, and to come back, and to have noticed how much salads cost, sandwiches, just lunch in general, how angry people were, and to come in and go, listen, I know I did wrong with the Twin Towers. I know it wasn't ideal, but remember what you were paying for rent when I attacked the World Trade Center, how much more equitable it was, how much. Remember in 2001 when $20 bought you a pack of smokes, a cocktail, a dime bag of weed, and a burrito, and that's your night. When I attacked the World Trade Center, and he would say in the speeches, he'd go,
justifiably, many would clap this. I attacked it justifiably because of the things I didn't agree with. Troops in Saudi Arabia, America's support for Israel. But even as I watched people jump out of those buildings to their sudden and inevitable death, I thought to myself, maybe I'll come back here one day and give them free buses. So when Osama bin Laden came back to the city to give people a more equitable plan to live, I get it. I get it. Hey, I'm not dead. The Navy SEALs didn't get me, and I'm here to make buses free. Government-run grocery stores. Let's get rid of the cops. Let's get people walking around with clipboards, asking questions. Of course I am kidding. Osama bin Laden is not the nominee. Osama bin Laden was a CIA asset that we pretended lived in Pakistan, and then we sent a group of Navy SEALs to kill him, or they also somehow died in a mission, which seems odd, but they're all dead. Like, I think all the members of SEAL Team 6 are dead. Don't look it up, it doesn't matter. But I believe that to be the case, truly. And it was very weirdly, like, we kind of knew Pakistan had him, and we didn't. Listen, let's not get lost in that. My point is that Osama bin Laden, wherever he is not the guy. I know that Charlie Kirk, a few people have made that kind of comparison. There's a lot about 9/11 we don't know, so I don't think we can. And listen, by the way, I'm no fan of the immigration. I'd like it to cool down. I'm a big fan of a cool down with the immigration. A cooling period. A cooling off period. A settling in. How about that? A settling in. No one talks about immigration like that. Let's let all these immigrants settle in. You ever stayed at someone's house and they go, let me let you get settled? That's what we want. But, so this is not a defense of radical Islam or immigration. Two things I'm no fan of. There's a lot more to 9/11 than just, hey, you know, a couple of guys in a cave didn't like us. Now, I don't know how much more there is to it. But if you have an education level beyond 5th grade, you realize something else is afoot. This seems to be one of the biggest issues with the Republican Party right now, is they are unable to, when they try to dunk on a guy like Zoran, who is the Democratic primary winner, Zoran, they don't understand when they just say the word 9/11, it's bad for them because everything after 9/11 was terrible. And that's why we all look at the Iran engagement and go, let's relax. Let's calm it down. War gives people something to do in the government. People think the government does more than it does, and it doesn't do all of that much. There's a lot of people that don't do that much, but when there's a war, like, everyone's working. Like we've talked about it on the show. When the Pentagon, like when they're about to go to war, they all start ordering pizzas. It's like you have something called the pizza index, where people know when we may or may not go to war or drop a bomb, because everyone at the Pentagon's like staying late and ordering pizza because they have to work. It gives them purpose. Tonight's the night. We gotta do it. It's time. You know what I mean? And they're going, pepperoni! And we'll hit it, and we'll hold on with it. Wait, if they come with it, fine. If the wings come with it, fine. I don't want
Is it a deal? No, they'll pierce underground 30 to 50 feet, and we're hoping the rubble will go on top of it. So even if we don't destroy it, they're not going to be able to get the nuclear. Hold on 1 second, I apologize. If it's a deal, yes. If we're paying extra, then no. I don't know how many ways to say it. If it cut, then get the deal. The deal is 2 pizzas. Well, then take half of one home. Take half of one home. Hold on. Someone's calling. Oh, it's the vice president. It's not a big deal. Don't answer. Take the... We can't. Well, I believe it's still working for the government. Do we know that? I don't know. It seems like he might be. He's kind of working for the government. Get up the thing. Get up J.D. Vance on Fox News with the Iran deal where Mullen said this to me, where he was like, he's like, that's not the draft. He's like, that's not the draft I saw. But he goes, what I like about the president is he's always working. Yeah, I mean, he does a thing where he's talking about the deal and this draft of this deal thing that happened, and he goes on Fox and he's like, well, the language was a little different from the draft that I saw, but what I love about the president is he's always working. He's always, that guy does not stop working. You know, and it's just fun. It's like, you know, I imagine he's involved tangential with some of it. I don't, you know, who can know over there who's in and who's out? I think they've got Tulsi Gabbard doing Tough Mudder races. I don't think she's allowed in the building. I don't know. They was like, Jim Miller attacks Tulsi Gabbard. I didn't attack her. I like Tulsi Gabbard. I said, if all these dawn forces are goading us in a war, can you mention a few of their names? You know, a few of their names might be good.
And this administration happens quite a bit, actually, but we knew this was coming. The draft, it was interesting. I just read the draft about 2 minutes before we went on the air. It was a little bit different than what the president had showed me a couple of hours ago, but again, I knew that he was working the phones as I was on the way over here, so I knew exactly what we were going to do. And look, I love that about this presidency and this administration, is he's always working. He doesn't say, you know, the vice president's going to do an interview, so I'm going to stop doing anything. He says, you know, we're going to do the
He's like, it's not like the vice president's doing an interview with me. I'm going to stop doing it or tell him what we're doing. I'm just going to see what happens out there. And see if he can, you know, run interference, just stall. You know? Hold him, as we say. The headliner's not here. You go out there and hold him. Keep him going. So I think J.D. Vance is still working there. I'm unsure. I don't know. But the thing the Republicans don't realize when they go after this Zohran Mamdani, who is a young, you know, like attractive, energetic person who's got some wacky ideas about like free grocery stores and free bus rides. I mean, if you were homeless, wouldn't you just go to hang out on the bus? If it was free, I would. I don't take buses. You know, I don't care what happens to them. But I imagine there are people that do take them, and they don't want just homeless people on the buses and people selling drugs on the buses and fucking people on the buses. But that's what I would do if it was all free and I was homeless. I'd go, well, why wouldn't I just get on a bus? But he's going to have the grocery stores because of the price of food, and he's going to, instead of police, when someone lights someone on fire in the subway, he's going to send like a team of mental health professionals to ask that person to stop and to de-escalate the situation, because in his mind, and in the mind of many people, the de-escalation is going to be done like with a compassion and like having like an intellectual game plan going into it, when there's like a guy who's like screaming, you know, you're gonna be like, all right, how do we get to him? Like, how do we
Jedi mind read where he's at. It's going to be interesting and exciting to see what happens with that. I do think you need the threat of lethal force in a lot of cases. Not all of them, but it does seem like if there's a guy, he's about to light a woman on fire, it's kind of interesting being like, wait, hey! Where's this coming from? Where's this coming from? Why are you doing this? What is this going to solve? Don't you understand that by lighting this innocent woman on fire, you're putting yourself into a position you don't want to be. And it seems to me that you're in pain and you're hurting. And I understand that a lot of things about society don't make any sense, right? I mean, all these apartments, all these rich guys live in them, but they don't even live there. Like, they barely live there. They use these apartment buildings as vertical money laundering units, and they launder money from all over the world, and they don't pay any taxes. And the working class bears the brunt of this because their jobs are shipped overseas, and their standard of living drops. I understand where your rage comes from. And then at this point, the guy's like, and they go, I did that guttural yell. We understand where it comes from. It's the lack of health care. Respect that women aren't given. How much harder it is for trans people of color. And the guy's like, but then he starts like, they walk over, they start petting him. He puts the gas can down. And they go, we know. And they go, we know how difficult it is to exist in a society like this. So let us take you to this government-owned grocery store. Would you like to go to the government-owned grocery store? They have a lot of nice little hummus cups. And the thing about hummus, there'll be a Jewish girl with big glasses. And the thing about hummus is if you eat too much, I get gassy. But these little hummus cups are like perfectly portioned. And the guy will go, and then he'll be like shirtless, he's covered in blood, and then he puts a gas can down, and then they walk him out, and then they bring him to the government grocery store, and they start talking to him about, and then they'll find out the whole thing was a gluten allergy, that he was not metabolizing gluten, and that's one of the reasons he was going to light that woman on fire on the subway. And if that works, it works. I hope it works. By the way, count me in. I'd like it to work. I'm no fan of the cops. And I was pulled over going 97 out to Southampton. Fuck you, I'll never do a fundraiser for you, scum. Stay with the fire department. Never see me wearing an NYPD hat. Even though they don't really bother me, but the Long Island Trooper, New York State Troopers, fuck you. Not for me. It is what it is. They got me going 97 or 87, whatever. 87. It's not right. They see the Bentley, it's class warfare, everyone's speeding, everyone's going fast. They pull me over because they're like, fuck this guy. And they pull me over, they're like, where do you even live? I go, who knows? They go, where's this car registered? I go, I think Beverly Hills, buddy. Just write the ticket, you slob. So I'm not cocking for the cops. I'm just saying it might be interesting because I think, if we look at San Francisco and a few of these other cities, Portland, Seattle, Detroit, Chicago, the Democrats who run these cities haven't produced great things. But I don't know. Maybe it won't go that way. Where it's like flash mobs of children. I mean, Chicago's just full of flash mobs of teenagers storming places. If ED is getting you down, it HIMSS to help your confidence, among other things. HIMSS provides access to treatments that can help you stay hard and last longer. You can be ready whenever the mood strikes. Feeling a little sold out in the bedroom through HIMSS, you can get some gas back in the tank with personalized ED treatments that are accessible without ever stepping foot into a doctor's office. For men, dealing with ED can be uncomfortable, which is why HIMSS provides access to a comfortable solution with all online process and personalized treatment options.
HIMS is changing men's healthcare by providing you with access to affordable sexual health treatments from the comfort of your couch. Start your free online visit today at hims.com/Tim. That's HIMS.com/TIM for your personalized ED treatment options. HIMS.com/Tim. The featured products include compounded products which are not approved or verified by the safety, effectiveness, or quality by the FDA. Prescription required. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan. But hey, I was Zoran. He wants to tax richer and whiter people. He won over everybody making over $100,000 a year voted for the guy. Here's one of the reasons, obviously. He is appealing to a demographic of people who are understandably, and understand what I'm saying here because you're not wrong, understandably frustrated that their level of education is not turned into income. Understand what I'm saying? I say the most valuable things in the world, by the way. Actually, in between, oh, that was really funny, Ben. Yeah. You get it. But then I say something actually brilliant. It's actually the right thing always. Okay? Diddy's innocent, no, but I just wrapped Diddy's defense. Zoran Mamdani. Zoran. Don't mess with the Zoran, right? Zohan? What was it? Don't start with me, folks. They're angry that he's appealing to a constituency of people who are angry that their income, that their education is not reflected in their income. And these people were told their entire life that all they had to do to make money was to get a college degree. This is a generation of people that were told that the route to comfort and security was education. And all of those people then graduated from schools in an alarming amount of debt. They were also told they should follow their passions in life and work in a field that was interesting, exciting, and maybe creative adjacent. So lots of these people moved to cities to get jobs in finance, tech, media, whatever. And a lot of companies over the last few years have hemorrhaged jobs, specifically people in the media sphere and the entertainment world, okay? But many other industries as well. The constituency that's powering Mamdani's campaign is, by the numbers, a higher educated, higher income group, but they're not high income compared to what you would need to feel rich in New York. I don't feel rich in New York, and I make a hell of a lot more money than these zeros. Now, it doesn't mean that Mamdani's wrong about wealth inequality in America and specifically New York. He's correct about that. It's the same issue that Donald Trump built a coalition around. Fairness. Trump's coalition focused obviously more on immigration, a populist, nationalist uprising against elites in education, media, wherever. Mamdani has a similar thing. It's a populist uprising, but instead of being directed at the elites in media and entertainment, because they largely, many of them are supporting him, not the big elites, not the billionaires, not my middle lane boys and girls. Shout out to the whole crowd. Buy me, daddy, I'm here. Human shields, say no more. But shell out a little, no? Shell out? Can't defend everything for free. You give me money, I'll pop right on here. I'll pop right on here. Israel! But you gotta give me a little. Give me a little. Give me a little bit.
basket. You send a basket over. A couple of Goldberg's bagels, some lox, some scallion cream cheese. Just a little gesture. I'm not asking for an ABC. What I'm saying is the big boys and girls, the big institutional money doesn't like the guy. But the rank and file in the media and entertainment kind of like him. So their populist rage is not directed that way. They also don't have a problem with the trans stuff in the schools or whatnot. Their rage is directed at rich people, white people, and Jewish people, but not really for the, not, and let me be careful how I say this, but not for the principled reason. Yes, it was, as Bannon said, a referendum on Netanyahu and Israel's failed war in Gaza. Now, obviously, Israel would say it's done very well because they've gotten rid of a lot of Hamas, but failed meaning that it's further inflamed sentiment against not only Israel, but Jews living all over the world because of what most people are seeing as going way, way, way overboard. And that's the nicest way to say it. But the reason a lot of people in the Mamdani camp are putting Jews, it's the colonizer narrative that applies in their head across the board to any white settler colonial project, America, UK, France, Israel. In this way that you look at the world, any violence done by any group that is a little more tan is usually justifiable and ignored. Or even the Chinese, there's no real like passion for like the Uyghurs who are in some camp. I'm not going to say there should be per se. Like, I'm just saying, if we're going to start litigating history, they ignored before like 18th, 19th century colonialism, they ignore a lot of other colonial projects. Anything in the Far East, anything that the Muslims have done wrong, this isn't something that they love talking about, but it's populism nonetheless. This is why when Mamdani said he wants to shift the tax burden to richer and whiter neighborhoods if he secures the election in November. A housing policy document on Mamdani's official website includes a pledge to shift the tax burden from overtaxed homeowners in the outer boroughs to more expensive homes in richer and whiter neighborhoods. It is about grievance, racial grievance. That's what it is, and it's kind of undeniable if that's how you present it. He's not wrong that the cost of living in New York City is insane. He's not wrong that people not having health care, people working overtime. I'm with him on all that. And I'm with a lot of people on the far left on those issues and the far right. Why you would include whiter in that sentence is insane to me. Why you keep racializing this debate about inequality? They can't avoid it. This is why everybody freaked out about racial humor during the 2020 insanity, was because these people, a lot of people that supported Zoran, a lot of them have never worked shitty jobs, and they were never in a situation where they're kidding around with people and they're all making fun of each other because of their race. And it's not a big deal. It's actually people bond over it. These people have only worked in corporate America, or they've only been to college. They're not really thrust into these environments where racial humor is actually not only is it not a negative, a lot of times it's a positive. It's the way people bond. So if you run AOC, you'll lose because she can't detach populism from racial grief. Democrats are having a hard time doing that. And one of the reasons that they're having a hard time doing it is it's just hardwired into that. The identity is hardwired into that. But he won, and he won because it is the message is a salient point. Things aren't fair. People
not live. And the Republicans should take a note. Andrew Cuomo's up there looking like a guy who runs a diner in Carl Place, Long Island, stammering, trying to defend himself against 7 or 13 women who he, goosed while they were online for fucking chicken franchise at the Christmas party. He looks old and out of touch. He's talking about going to Israel as soon as he takes the oath of office. He's going to take it on a plane on El Al on the way to Israel. It doesn't look good. Read the room. Read the room a little bit. People that are broke in New York are concerned about New York. You know? So, the coalition there, and it's not black people. They voted largely for Cuomo. And here's, in my estimation, why. There is no group of people in America who are owed more than black people and have gotten less. There's not one group. We've spent the last few years talking about Latinos who have now passed black people as a voting bloc and an economic bloc. We now talk only about immigrants coming from other countries. We speak about Jews and Muslims, frankly, more than American-born black people. They know that the conversation has moved on from them. Mamdani is talking about immigrants more than black people. They know that. They're not stupid. They're well aware that the Democratic Party's kind of moved on a little bit from black people. They get it. They get it. Yeah, we pick up what you're putting on. So I think Cuomo to them has Shannon there, they understand that this is going in the direction it doesn't include them. The Democrats are building a coalition that doesn't include black people. They know. They're well aware of it. It's coastal, educated, college educated. I'm not saying smart. I'm saying educated white people and illegal immigrants. That's all. That's their coalition. It's not the worst coalition. There's nothing wrong with that, but it does include black people. It's people in the GLBTQ, IA2 world. It's educated white people, and it's immigrants. That's primarily the Democratic coalition. That's all they're talking about. They talk about low-income people, but it's like, but it's really the cultural energies behind immigration. And Zoran's like, we're going to Trump-proof New York because he might cover federal funding. Now listen, I'm an opponent of those barbaric ICE raids. I think they're fucked up. But I think criminals need to be deported. And I also think criminals will have wives and kids. So a guy that's wanted for attempted murder, whenever goes, oh, that woman's pregnant. They went to her house and say, a pregnant mother, yes, but her husband was wanted for attempted murder. So there are going to be situations where, shockingly, murderers and people that have been violent have also procreated. And then, so it's just going to be a situation where it's like, but he's a father. It's like, yeah, okay. You know who's a father? Putin. Putin's a father. It's so important right now to have good credit. It can save you anything. Car loans, mortgage, apartments, gas prices up, rent up, way up, groceries. Don't even get me started. It feels like everything costs more. Except credit building with Kickoff. At a time when money's tighter than ever, Kickoff gives you an affordable way to build real credit. Without the stress of expensive credit card debt, no credit check, no interest, just $5 a month. And it can really help move your score up fast. I built my credit years ago, and I wish I had Kickoff. So many of my friends are using Kickoff. Users with credit under 600 grew an average of 84 points in their first year with on-time payments, with transparent, affordable Plans starting at $5 a month, no hidden fees and zero interest. Kickoff helps you score big when it comes to credit. It's simple. You make on-time payments. Credit bureaus see good behavior. Your credit can grow fast. Start building credit immediately for only $1 your first month. And by the way, it's not, you don't even have to have horrible credit to utilize this. Any credit score can be improved with Kickoff. The auto pay feature helps you build credit while you sleep, and you never worry about missing a payment. Start building your credit, little dirtbag. Start building your credit, little pig. Start building your credit, little dirtbag. Get kickoff.com/Tim. Get Kickoff, KIKOFF.com/Tim today. That's Get Kickoff, KIKOFF.com/Tim. Start building your credit with Kickoff today, and you can get your first month for as little as $1. That's 80% off the normal price. You go to getkickoff.com/Tim today. Get Kickoff, you little fucking dirtbag! Must sign up via getkickoff.com/Tim to activate offer plus new Kickoff customers first month only subject to approval, offer subject to change. Average first year credit score impact of plus 84 points, Vantage score 3.0 to January 2023 and January 2024. Kickoff credit account users who started with a score below 600 to pay on time. And when no delinquencies or collections added to their credit profile during that period, late payments may negatively impact your credit score. Individual results may vary. So by the way, good luck to Zoran. Let's get the sandwich article up because I get it, the rage. I've lived in New York on and off, not enough to pay taxes here, but on and off for a while, and I've seen it only get more expensive and more boring and more corporate. Now, I'm not saying I long for the days of dangerous New York, because by the way, I was like 9. Most people who want that New York back never lived in it at all. They're all nostalgic for a time that, that was back when like a rockhead would have a knife in her back in Central Park. That was a big story. There was a rockhead with a knife in her back in the park, and it was on the cover like the Daily News and stuff, and people were like, maybe it's time to start cleaning this up, and then Giuliani came in because it was getting airy out there. That was that kind of New York, and you'd be walking in the park, jogging, whatever, and there'd just be a rockette with a butcher knife sticking out of her back. And a lot of people, so that was the old New York, and sure, it was, if you visited New York and saw that, you had a story. It was a better story than, hey, do you know how crowded the Raising Cane's in Times Square were? I'll give you that. Here's what I will give you. Visiting New York and saying I got blown in the bathroom of CBGB by someone, I didn't know if they were a man or a woman, and then I woke up in an apartment that I'd never been in before. I went on the roof and I smoked a cigarette with some chick who talked about Buddhism, and I went down to take a walk in the park to clear my head, and I saw a girl with a butcher knife hanging out of her back who was very, very long legs. Turned out she was a rockette. One of the rockettes, because this girl with the butcher knife was a rockette. And that's a real story that someone would have told and has told who visited New York. Now the stories in New York are like, there's the Raising Cane's in Times Square, and it's too crowded, so we didn't get it. We didn't get it because there were a lot of people in it, and because we didn't get it, so we then went to see a Broadway show. We got tickets to the Trish Paytas musical review, but we couldn't. And we wanted to do a Raising Cane's mukbang and tag her because she likes chicken fingers, but we couldn't do it. And then our flight at Newark Airport was delayed like 4 hours, and it was crazy. So I just sat there and went on my phone and I scrolled through apps, and I just looked at people's faces, and I wondered if they felt anything, because I didn't. And I wondered what would make me feel. And then for a brief moment I looked at these big, beautiful planes through the glass windows of Newark Airport, and I wondered, what would it feel like if one of them, instead of landing on the runway, just crashed in the air? And everyone started screaming and yelling. And the last thing I saw was the fire
Would I feel the fuel as it burned my skin? What would it feel like to die? Would I know I was dying? Would I die and go somewhere else? Would people I know be there, like my friends and my family? What will happen and what was the meaning of all of this? Why am I dying? Because I want? Is it because I didn't go to Raising Cane's? Should I have stayed on the line? Is it a weird final destination because I didn't eat the chicken finger? And just as I was having that thought, they said the plane was boarding and the flight was easy, no turbulence. We landed in Phoenix at 11:06. What I'm saying is, it's kind of bland,
Lyricism.
predictable. We've created a world where no one feels politics is the only thing that makes them feel. How terrible. What a bad idea. Politics is the only thing that makes people feel anymore. People can't. No one's fucking the way that they should be in a messy, gross, kind of sloppy way.
Okay.
It's all very perfunctory, strange, specific fucking because porn's so specific where it's like, someone's like, I can only come if I'm looking at a plant or something. You know, it's like, everybody's trying, the perfect has become the enemy of the good. Oh my God, the perfect has become the enemy of the good. Everyone wants to just fuck genderless, weird, strange Scandinavian furniture. People are afraid of rashes and oils and,
how are you?
Weird hair in places.
What's good, Sergeant Avery?
What's good?
Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. How'd you find out about me?
What's this? My friend sent me the server.
Okay, very well. Are you 18?
Yes.
All right, cool. Just watching podcasts.
What's it about?
I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been live on YouTube 24/7 for 3.5 years. What are your hobbies?
Hey, nothing. I'm finna rejoin. My thing's glitched.
You're good.
I ran about 20 feet past that fucker, like dove like a sprinter off the starting blocks into the bushes, and I laid there. And I'm waiting for all the sitting there sweating fucking mosquitoes the size of dragonflies, and all of a sudden I hear this voice out the back door of the house, in Spanish like this. And then I hear this fucking guy laughing. And now I'm thinking, what the fuck is going on, man? I'm drenched with sweat. I shit all over. Yeah, I see him now. He's in the floodlights. He's walking up to the house. I'm brushing myself off. By the time I get back to my chair, he's already in his chair with a drink. He's wiping sweat off. I sit down and he looks at that. Says to the guy standing next to him, and that guy walks over to me and goes, where the hell did you think you were going? To me. Yeah. And that's when I told him what I told you. I said, when the big dog gets up and runs out of the fucking house, this is what I told him. Runs out of the fucking house, and my ass is going to. He started laughing. Cracking up fucking laughing, right? Turns out, he gets this message that his wife's coming out the mouth. Oh, shit. He's got guys all the way up and down. She left town knowing we were coming. She was going to stay with the in-laws. So we did business to take the kids and just be out of the way. Well, he's having his fucking party before everywhere. And there's all kinds of people in this mansion. And here he is. So he figures if he runs out of there, he ain't there. He's not responsible. Turns out it wasn't even his wife. That's what the joke was. That's what was hilarious. That was my first trip to Columbia.
Welcome.
No.
Is it better?
I was trying to get my homie to join, but he's in the e-girl world server, and your mic is muted and shit, so we can't even talk.
Yeah, I don't talk in that one.
Oh, that's all good. All right, I'll see you.
Peace.
Right. Shit went down. I didn't want to leave. Right. Even some of the guys that I grew up with,
But you had to actually, because when you're an ex-con, you can't hang on out with ex-con. We didn't remain friends, but we were good friends while that was all going on. He actually, if you remember, you know the story below, right? Well, there's a scene in the movie where George and Diego, Carlos Slater, take their money to Panama, put it in Panama Bank, and he makes George makes the comment about, I give you $30 million, and they take off. So later on, when he wants to get out, Diego starts working on Norman's Cay in the Bahamas, and that island. That island is actually called Norman's Cay, and it actually does exist. And it was used exactly for that because Carlos later used it. Diego was right. So the story goes on. George decides to get the fuck out of the business, and that's kind of shit. He goes back down to Panama to get his money, and the guy said, "You should have called." He said, "You probably should have called." Your money has been appropriated, but you got to go to Panama. 2 years prior to that, 3 years prior to that, or so, my guy told me, I did a job for Noriega. I told him, I didn't know who it was for. The guy won 60,000 pounds, and I'm like, as long as Carlito Leo bring me the money, I don't need anybody. Right. I don't need to know anybody who do that. Right. So they won 60,000 pounds. At that time, I could do 60,000 pounds, but I had to go twice. Because I couldn't get it all in one. So I had enough folks to work. I had time to get it all in one shot. So I was going to do this with the same boat. So get 65. Give me show me the boat. What's it look like? Give me a schematic. Let me show you how to get a load. You can sit out there all night long, can't have the shit laying there. Especially if I approach it and meet it. Not even wide open. So I find it in the drawings of this vessel. In front of the vessel is called a forecastle. In front of the forecastle is a maintenance hatch. You get to maintenance bilge, just big enough to put 30,000 pounds of shit in, But there's a maintenance hatch. The maintenance clause you go through to get to the hatch to get down to the bilge to check whatever it is checked, and those are all watertight doors into the bilge of the boat. And I said, don't press your bales any bigger than you can get through that hatch. Put 30,000 pounds of it, put half of it down there. Shut that hatch, and if you've ever been aboard a boat, a vessel, or any kind of sea giant ship, where they have watertight doors or where they don't have watertight doors, they have a threshold that you have to step over. Right. The threshold is usually 14, 16 inches tall. Well, when you close the hatch to the bilge down below, it only stuck 4 inches above the floor. I said, put half the load down there, shut that hatch. The maintenance hatch twice the size of your table, the room itself. Right. I said, put 5 inches of concrete in the floor and cover that fucking thing up. Now everyone's there. Put your brooms and your buckets and your shit and rag and throw them all back in there. So when I come the first night, get the first 30,000 pounds of the main midship hold. I'll get that the first night. Put that on deck. I come and get it. When I call you the next night, you jackhammer that hole open, take that other 30,000 out and get ready to go, and I'll take it down. So I get the first 30,000, we're headed back in about 2 hours into our trip to get a frantic call from the captain. He's talking about, so we changed the bag. He says the plane, looked like the marine patroller was somebody, Coast Guard just flew over the boat and said, send the boat back for us. And I said, keep it. I said, how the hell do we don't know? How do we know they don't know we're out there? Right. That's my getaway. I paid for that fucker, not you. Right. And this is a game we played, and it's pretty much what I said to him. I said, hey, this is a game we play. Right. And whether or not something would happen, whether it did or it didn't, it's just who it is. Right. Well, as it turns out, the next day we're loading some shit to Miami, getting ready to key up for that. It turns out that they went on board the vessel. He has the forward sense to call back to Panama and say, you'll be aboard. Panamanian registered vessels. So they reported hijack at sea out of Panama. When they boarded the vessel, there was residue from the first 30,000 pounds of shit that was in there. Made shipholds. So they confiscated the vessel.
We'll get those kids back.
The crew with the captain and shit. Towed the vessel into Tampa. They held the boat for 4 months for evidence. They couldn't keep the vessel because it was a Panamanian registry and it was a stolen. It was a high-tech vessel. Well, because of all the residue shit that was in the first hold of the boat, they never knew the other 30,000 pounds was still in there under the concrete. They deported the boat down to Panama. Noriega put another crew on it. So crazy. Oh man, it was just like, you know, and at that time it didn't seem like anything to me. It just seemed like, oh, let's strip it like that was. That's when George shows back up with his handwritten note from Noriega in Spanish. They said, holy shit, my friend, how the fuck did you do that? So I said, and I wish that I kept that thing, man, because, oh my God, can you imagine? And ironically enough, that when I was busted in 87 or 88 it was, they were just coming to the end of Operation, when they got Noriega, they captured Noriega. They brought him to the United States. They put him in MCC, Metropolitan Corrections. That's where I was. They put him in the same place I was. But we never knew one another. But they put him in the SEG.
What? Segregation.
Okay. It's a whole yard that you can get into. It's like that.
You know what he looked like?
Oh yeah. We know what Noriega looked like. Mark face and shit. Such a short fucking guy. He's a piece of shit. Really nobody I ever wanted to deal with. But I didn't have to deal with him directly. I'll take his goddamn money for sure. But yeah, that was kind of ironic. We were at the same place together at that time. But he wound up finished his time here in America about 5 years ago. He was extradited to France, where he'll probably die in prison in France.
Oh, he's in prison right now in France.
Well, yeah. But that's not it.
Crazy shit. How does it make you feel nowadays, seeing shit that's going on, especially like in our country and in Florida with like where they're regulating the pot business? I think there was like some company, I just read the other day that some company, this happened like in March or something, but a company called Truly bought another company for like $2.5 billion. Harvest, a company called Harvest, purchased for $2 billion for Florida dispensaries. Fucking crazy shit.
I'm kind of thinking I should get some fucking credit, but there's some shit. But I didn't do too bad. I mean, you read the book really tells the whole tale from A to Z. And when they changed the federal sentencing guidelines to those absurd mandatory minimums, that means that meant none of us were getting out of prison.
Right.
I mean,
well, you only meant, what did you actually charged with?
You mean time-wise?
Yeah, like initially.
160 years mandatory life and $16 million in fine. Because there's a $1 million fine.
But look at that, $2.1 billion blockbuster deal with Arizona's biggest marijuana company. Yeah, they bought, I think it was Truly, Florida. So Truly, the largest marijuana company in Florida, bought Harvest, the largest marijuana company in Arizona, for $2.1 billion.
Probably pay it off in the first year. At the prices that they're selling the shit for, dude. I got a medical card, but I'll be goddamn if I'm gonna go spend $60 on it. Oh, it's so over the fucking price. It's insane. It's really insane, and it's worse for the patients, because I know what it costs to grow this shit. So does everybody else that grows it. They know what it costs. Very little. Up front costs, because you're doing hydroponics, you're doing lighting, all this new type shit, that's going on. It's inexpensive to start out.
and you very rarely within the first 5 years or so see any revenue. You know, it's just that way. But at the prices that they're selling the shit, you think it would be.
It's insane. It is. It's just stupid. But, well, at least they're not putting people in jail, though. You know, at least they're not fucking locking people up for 10 years for selling a dime bag.
Right. You know, and that's another thing too. When I was speaking about the mandatory minimums, when they arrested us, I was one of the first 38 to go. I don't know if you have that picture or not of that front page. But,
Yeah, we have it.
What wound up happening is after that first, you know, they said I had 150 tons. Over 150 tons. After the first 2-3 weeks, what they realized was that nearly 400,000 pounds was only about a week's work. That's when they knew what kind of a can of fish they had to net. Then when they started effecting these arrests, the first 38 left, and then so on and so on. And it happened by way of, you asked this earlier, by way of a guy that was part of the crew, had been part of the crew for born and raised there, right? Was doing some crazy cocaine shit in Colombia and got himself busted, put in prison. Well, U.S. government found out that he was in prison down there, and he was. Where he's lived, doing all this kind of crap, he was associated with us. They went down there and offered up a deal, said, look, we get you out of here, do this for us. This is what we need. Well, they got him out, brought him right back into our group. We never knew he was gone. We never knew he was in Colombia, never knew he had any problems or anything like that. He just said he was gone. Now he's there. Hired him as a chase boat driver for a job that I put together for 57,000 pounds. Because I was splitting the load between two places, Pine Island and Everglades City. He was the chase boat driver on the Pine Island side of it, so they knew about it right from the get-go. Now, what happens is the bus goes down. Nobody gets caught. They get out. It was in the paper, actually, back then. They called it the Pine Island Dump. But everybody took off. Like, well, it's gone. So, this guy who they caught, I'm going to say, the guy that they caught, you know, starts telling some of the younger crew, they know your name and who you are, blah, blah. They changed everything around that. It's a mandatory 40 years, brother. You're gone at least 40 years. No doubt about it. There's no parole. You decide to get down. And when you tell a 19-20-year-old kid that, they're telling his fucking grandma. You know? So it started out with just a couple of them. You know, a couple of the young guys. They could roll. And then that's when the shit started happening. It started becoming visible. The names were being said. Big guy that but along with that domino effect, this is the interesting part about it. This was given to me, information given to me by the supervisor of the United States Security Police Operations and the supervisor of the United States Justice at the time told me that they understood that, you know, while they're affecting these arrests, they're only arresting kids. All the adults are arrested, but kids. So, giving mandatory life sentence and all these ridiculous $1 million fines to a bunch of kids just didn't really kind of sit good with them. So what they did was, by design rather than by accident, they incorporated within these plea agreements to the people that they were catching these kids that they're catching. They said, you tell us everything you know, everybody you know, everything that you've done. We'll give you immunity from prosecution, everything that you've done, except for one count. One count actually. You know, we got to give you something. And at that point, depending on your cooperation, how substantial or whatever it may be, we determine whether you get now they can sentence you to cooperate. Guys on the state can now sentence you below the mandatory. That's the only way you're dodging life sentence. So what happened was, by the language of the cooperation agreement, giving them immunity. Jimmy could tell Ready can tell you. Your name's already been spoken. You got immunity. You can't be hurt. Naked immunity. Everybody's telling and running the same names, but they all have immunity, so they can't hurt one another. And it was an amazing thing about how they did it. It didn't matter that at the time that a lot of the guys were saying a lot of the same names. All that told the government was they're getting all the right people. But putting kids away for life, for hauling pot, when just the year before, their fathers and uncles and grandpas and cousins and shit are doing it 10, 12 months to get out and going home, if you're going to get a life sentence for it, didn't really set easy for them. But what it did manage to do was conscience. Well, yeah, I mean, it was unprecedented. Yeah, in the fact that if it hadn't been us kids. If it had been a bunch of guys toting guns and shooting, that was another thing too. But that was great. Right. Fuck, man, we run around with cutoffs and bare feet. Right. That was the clothing you wore. That was the
Listen, everybody wants women to look like these e-girl types, and like in the 70s, people would just fuck. They were on an old carpet, just you know what I mean? Like people would fuck in a cab. They'd just be Arab guys silently driving on the West Side Highway. But now it's all straight. People on these weird dates talk about nothing. So my sisters basically like date this guy for like 3 years, but then like we're like, where's it going? They go on vacation all the time. It's like you think you propose. There's like 90 places. Like me and my girlfriend was like, oh my god, is this a place? Because they go everywhere. There's like 90 places you can pull out a ring, but he like never has. And we're like, maybe he's not even planning to. And she's like, I'm letting him go at his own pace. And I'm like, well, actually, that's like nice of you to say, but like, you didn't even know he's gonna do that. And this is people just, it's all nothing out there. So that's why people get excited about politics, because they say, here's our chance to make other people feel pain. That's what drives politics, not helping other people. Not in this country, by the way. Not in this country. It should, and it does in certain ways. The reality is you want other people to feel pain. Both the left and the right want other people to feel pain. That is the political impulse. That's what it is. And people are doing that because they can't feel everything in life that was supposed to make them feel things. Sex, family, success, money. It's all been ruined to a degree. It's all been sanitized. And they kind of unappealing to people. Like, it certainly doesn't equal the fun, raw, direct hit of rage and anger. That's more fun than like building something slowly over time that might be valuable in your life. It's never going to be as fun as fuck him, kill him, fuck him, kill him. Yeah! You like that, Mom? The Muslim one! You like that, Mom? You like it, Mom? It's the rage. It's just the same way when Trump won, all those people called their kids, he's back in town. The sheriff's back in town. It's the rage that keeps people going because we've made the world corporate, serene. I mean, not serene if you're obviously getting bombed, but like for a lot of these types, these college-educated people that live in little boxes all over these cities that scroll dating apps and just sit in the blue light of their MacBook while they drift off to sleep on 19-minute cable. These people's lives are quelled, and the only thing that is making them happy is rage, and that's okay. I'm not saying this is good or bad. It seems like a horrible way to live long term, and it seems like we'll just degenerate into kind of meaningless, sporadic bouts of violence that will be celebrated by different groups. We will glorify violence. The Mandela thing, nobody feels bad for the healthcare CEO, nor really should they, in the sense that he represents an evil to people. My mother died in a public institution. I get it. They wouldn't pay for her shit. I would go in and have to sue them to give her the accurate amount of medication because they wanted to save money and let her go crazier. Because it's a profit-driven system and it's evil, and he was a representative of that. Was he a human being? Yes. Is it a healthy society that celebrates a human being shot dead in the street? And I mean, this is disgusting. I usually don't even talk like this, and I don't ever go with comedians. Literally, I never go with comedians on the show because I respect comedy. I don't know who it was. A comedian dressed up as the ghost of that healthcare CEO. A few weeks after he died, and went on a roast and did jokes. That guy has a family. Do you understand that?
Legendary.
It is immoral to behave like this for not even a lot of money. Almost no money, actually, because I know a little bit about that. Almost no money. But it's sick. It's actually sick. Whoever did that. It was a successful comedian. Good-looking comedian, at least facially. And it was wrong what that person did because they didn't have to do it. That comedian actually didn't have to do something like that. He's actually incredibly rich and successful, smart, one of the smartest people in the world, people say, actually. Why would that person do that? Because the moral code's gone, the compass is over. So there's a sick person on Torching 2024, The Roast of Netflix, who dressed up as Brian Thompson, the CEO. It's wrong. Whoever did that, I don't know.
There's no way that
I just think that I'm interested to see what happens with this guy. I'm not interested, I don't left, right, all this shit's boring, it's boring. We all know what it is. Everybody gets in. America first, and then they're in there. It's whatever, it's fine. It's fine. What are you going to do? It's what it is. Everybody's happy. As long as everybody's happy. Do I think it's a good idea to go, just start building schools in Iran? No. But that's good. We just did a bomb. Did it get rid of the thing? Who gives a fuck? Probably, kind of. What do you care about? Enough to win. But it's just about, you know what it is. It's just about, to me, what says more about the political stuff is what's behind it. So you have these people that are all they went to school, they were told they were very special people and talented, they got into the right schools, they got the right degrees, and then they're paying $29 for a sandwich in New York City, and you're pissed. They gotta take shit from the boss. And New York makes you envious like no place. And by the way, I'm not talking about the people who genuinely need help in the city. Okay, the black people that the Democratic Party don't give a shit about, whose lives, a lot of them are fully responsible for the degradation of African American communities.
Most of the guys the second time around
and do deserve a lot more than the government does. I'm not talking about those people. And I'm not talking about the people that suffer under a healthcare system. I'm talking about now people that are envious, as I am. I'm an envious. We all envy. And the people that don't admit it are liars. I envy people. I do my podcast in a building with a lot of finance people. And I understand, and they make more money than me. Why? Would that be the case? Because we live in a sick society. But that
you can only get so many.
Envy. New York City breeds it. Because the richest people in the world live here. The richest, wealthiest people, and I don't mean only in America, all over the world, live here. People talk shit to you here and down to you in accents from all over the globe. You get insulted here in different languages because it's a global city. I think that restoring the balance will be good. If he can make the city more affordable, it can be good. If he turns it into a crime-ridden hellscape, not great. Not great. If he's blaming Whitey and the Jews for everything, not great.
I don't love that. I don't love making it a sanctuary for third world illegal labor that billionaires can use instead of native-born people. And I don't want to talk about Jews and Muslims for the rest of my life. There are Christians who live in America that shouldn't hold some political office too. Sorry, no offense. No offense. I know that all the signers of the Declaration of Independence were Jewish and Muslim. Right? I mean, Google that. Maybe they weren't. But the point is this. I think the conversation is too dominant. Oh, I love Jewish people. I have great Jew and Muslim friends. I love the whole desert, all of the desert people, the desert tribes, actually. All of the desert tribes I like their food. I bought a shawarma, a lamb shawarma for my friend before we came here. Like I'm late. I love all the desert tribal peoples. Yes, they're fighting religious wars all the time. Is it tiring? For me, it is. But I do think, how about just a few Christian people who've lived in America for a few generations? Just throwing it out there as a bit, as a full bit. But again, might be interesting. That's all, because it's too much. I even think the Jews and the Muslims are sick of being discussed as much as we talk about. And we're just talking, it's too much already. It's too much. America shouldn't just be a place where these groups of people are just warring all the time and fighting all the time. It's like we have to return to a little bit of concern for the United States as a country, as a nation, as something that should be functional. Society has to return to being functional. Okay? It can't be an algorithm-driven cash grab for insane grifters who have Palantir tattooed on their ass. We need some type of functionality. Everyone who visits my homes, whether it's in Aspen or the Hamptons or Palm Beach, Manhattan, Beverly Hills, Paris, London, St. Kitts, the Maldives, St. Barth, St. Croix, St. Lucia, Little St. James, Tuscany, Austin, Chicago, Miami, Scottsdale, Arizona, Summerlin, Nevada, Tahoe on the Nevada side, Incline Village, Jackson Hole, Zurich, the Swiss Alps, any of the places I've residences, they all have Helix beds. Somebody will say to me on my Montana ranch, what about these beds? What kind of beds? I say it's Helix. The Helix Midnight Deluxe is my favorite, but there's lots of great ones. You can take a short quiz and tell you what kind of sleeper are you. It's really wild what you can learn from that quiz. I took that quiz, he said I died 3 years ago. But he will tell you what kind of sleep. He said I'm just living in this space between life and death, waiting to be admitted to either eternal glory or the netherworld. I'm like, hold on. I just said I sleep on my left. But my point is you take the test and then they tell you what you need. Go to helixsleep.com/TimD. 4th of July sale, June 13th, 2025. And then to be determined, so just take advantage of this immediately, 27% off. Site-wide. This is exclusive for the listeners of the Tim Dillon podcast. I will tell you this. I've advertised a lot of products on the show. There's not one product that people have actually used more than Helix with me, and have literally came to me and said, this is the best bet ever. So, listeners of the Tim Dillon podcast, 27% off site-wide. We do thank Helix for this. helixsleep.com/TimD. How $29 sandwiches push New York to socialism? Soaring costs of living and unaffordable rent have fueled the rise. Okay, yeah, we don't even need to read it. I get it. $29 for ham and cheese. That's fucked up. That's fucked up. Best sandwich in New York, you go to My Hero in, I think it's Belmore or Merrick. Doesn't matter. It's one of them. Get the Chicken Club and American cheese. Kalshi, which is an app I actually use now. It's actually kind of fun. You can come up with your own
betting, like, who will be the NYC mayoral race winner. Because, by the way, there's a lot of big money to hate the Zoran guy. So there's a lot of guys like Bill Ackman, a lot of these guys who put Trump in, a lot of big, wealthy NYC donors are like, let's dump Zoran and replace him with someone else. Now, that doesn't mean they can prevent him from running, but, by the way, how impressive and fun would it be if he just showed up like, if he won and came out with a yarmulke and went, just kidding! It would be sick if Zoran came out with one of those big furry hats to Schreimel, and it's just all these Hasidic guys, they all started dancing, and Zoran's like, gotcha, bitch! It would just be insane. That's what I'm talking about. Fun. You know what I mean? Like, that's what it's lacking. Fun, like, twists and turns. Like a good show. You just get Jewish music up. Just find some non-copyrighted Jewish music. Good luck with that, by the way. But find some non-copyrighted Jewish for this mop-top. Okay, royalty-free Jewish music. By the way, I feel like we're somehow still going to get sued, but... Momdami and his wife come out. They just wave Israeli flags. They're like, just kidding, motherfuckers. You believe the whole Muslim thing? What are you, nuts? They're like, he goes, I only said I wouldn't visit Israel because I'm there right now. And they're all dancing in Tel Aviv. And he's like, it's Momdami Awitz, bitches! And then you'd have to hand it to them and you say, you're good. You got me. You got me. But on Kalshi right now, they do have a NYC mayoral race winner. Who will it be? Eric Adams? Why lie? Because he's just doing blow in clubs. Which is what a mayor of New York should be doing. Should just stay out of the fray. Stay out of the fray. I want a guy just doing cocaine in nightclubs. I don't need you talking about the Middle East. Eric Adams is concerned with the price of drugs in America that he's taking. So the Kalshi, Kalshi markets here. Eric Adams is at 20%, Cuomo's at 7%, and the official Democratic nominee is Zoran at 72%. Heavily favored Zoran. And I like to play around with this website. Every now and then you can make a little money, a little scratch. You make a little money, a little scratch here. I don't always fuck around with it. But it is fun. I'll tell you that much. It is so catchy. And it's similar to the Muslim music. The Muslim music's a little more like... They're just desert peoples. All of them is interesting. We're not. We're different people. America's like a different thing. You know what I mean? America's kind of like... It's a different thing, but they're really like... So it's like figuring out a way for all that to work is like so hard. It's so hard. Don't get up this rapist. I'm defending this man. How dare people look at this man? Norwegian Prince Marius Borg Høiby, 28, charged with 3 rapes amid slew of allegations against disgraced royal. Look at this man. Does that guy seem like he'd raped 3 people? A Norwegian prince has been charged with 3 rapes among a slew of sex and violence allegations involving a double-digit number of alleged victims.
He doesn't come with a truck.
He looks so nice. Look at him. Get him up. Look at that guy. Does that man seem like he would just walk around sexually assaulting everyone? I mean, he does have, he's like the most evil guy I've ever seen. Yeah, he's a bad guy. He's a bad dude. Marius Borg Hoiby. What country is this? I just said it. What is this, Norway? Yeah, Norway. He's a bad man.
Fishing in those days, you know, 6-pack charter captains. We give them a 235 Heavenly. Just give it.
Corey Monteith's mom and dad died 12 years after Glee stars. Tragic death. You know, that Glee thing, you ever want to be depressed, watch that documentary. They all get selected for the show, and then all of them, one of them's a pedophile, everyone else kills himself, someone dies in a lake. It's Final Destination Glee. It's tough. It's sad. He's also accused of raping. I keep saying that word. They're going to get so mad at us on this. Unconscious TV star Lenny Meister, 39, at one of his wild Skaldum festival parties allegedly held in the basement of the royal estate. So we have these parties in the basement of the royal estate, and he released a statement saying he suffers from several mental disorders and has struggled with substance abuse for a long time. It read, last weekend something happened that should never have happened. I committed bodily harm and destroyed objects in an apartment in the intoxication of alcohol and cocaine after an argument. I've struggled with substance abuse for a long time, something I've been in treatment for in the past. The drug use of my diagnosis is do not excuse what happened in the apartment in Frogger on the night of Sunday last weekend. I want to be responsible for what I've done. I will explain myself truthfully to the police. Here's the way it all works out there, and I'm going to just tell everybody so that there's no confusion. They all have these castles. And during the day, they'll do like, hey, come on over, we're doing a thing. So people go over and they got a little Swedish meatball, red cabbage. Red cabbage is good and you don't get it enough. As a side. Why can't I have it? Is that with the beets? Red cabbage is good. So they're doing stuff like that, right? They go, hey, come on over, we're doing a castle. We got red cabbage, a little noodle dish, maybe some schnitzel. You go over there, you have a beer. You have a beer? A beer? And you eat, and it's nice. And then they send you home, and you go, Heimen, Schmeimen, whatever, like some type of, you know. And I'm talking about all of them over there. Belgium, the whole gang. Germany, Norway, Scandinavia, all these with the European royalties, Scandinavia, all this stuff. And then, I'm telling you, this is the way it is. Then like an old woman comes out, they like wheel her out. And she's like sitting on the steps of the palace. And she's like, it is time. And then they release like some of the workers and the children are forced to strip naked and run through the woods, and then the elite people hunt them. And when they find them, they have sex with them and kill them. And the old woman and some of the older people watch because they can no longer run after the people. So sometimes somebody will be brought to them to have sex with her and say, okay, you can eat this one. We caught it for you. But they're watching this whole thing, and they remember, like, when we were young, we would run after the children and the helpers. And then we would rape and kill them. And then they light them on fire and everything. They do druid pagan rituals. So he grew up in that. Not to excuse his behavior, but like he grew up in that system where they're like, it's the time. But here's the thing that those people have, that little discipline. He's just raping any old person he sees. That's not the game. The game is there's an organized human hunt where we let people run through the forest and then chase after them and kill them, eat them, and rape them. And by the way, if you think I'm lying, Google this. It's true. And it probably still goes on. Why wouldn't it? And actually, as much as I might disagree with it, I see actually a huge benefit to tradition, especially specifically European tradition, not to be racist. But people, not to be like a crazy person, But they have human huts on the grounds of these castles. Like it's well organized, and some people disappear from the town. It happens once a year, a couple of times a year. It's festivals like an autumnal one. So this kid's raised in that, and then he starts doing all this stuff. His parents go, "You can't act like this." And he goes, "Well, what about the human hunt? When I was 4, you guys were, you're having sex with people in front of me, killing them, cannibalizing them." It's like, that's a holiday. That's what has to be explained to these kids. It's a holiday. We would, as kids, go, "Why can't we have Easter candy?" That's a holiday. Oh, but you don't get it every day. Halloween, you don't get it every day. It's a holiday. So when European royalty hunts humans on the grounds of their castle, rapes, tortures, burns them, and eats them, they have to make it understood to their kids, like, "Buddy, we fought wars to do this, okay? We're actually sacrificing people to pagan gods. We have a relationship with the demonic, and then we're upholding some sort of pact or agreement with, and we fought years and years and years to be able to, a few days out of the year, relax and do a human hunt. But these are special moments for us. There's actually a lot of pageantry and ceremony involved. You're just out there willy-nilly raping people in the dorm room. That ain't the way it works, buddy."
Go buy your book.
So he said, "Whoa, about the human hunt?" And they're like, "That's a holiday," his father says. Okay. That's a holiday, and that's between us. The human hunt, what they call it, the hunt. The hunt is actually something very special. You know how sad your grandmother's going to be when she reads these allegations? My grandma watches us all rape and eat the children. Yes, of course. On a holiday. The fact that you're behaving like this is bringing shame to our family. Because all of these royal families in Europe, it's just what goes on. It's not even a big deal, and the people know it. The people know it. Some people go, "Yeah, it's hunt weekend." Don't be stupid. They know it. The people, it's boring now. "Oh yeah, you're gonna hunt a couple of people, chop them up." You get it. These royals now, they don't even have any power in these countries. The EU's taken over. They flood them all with immigrants. Everyone loses their minds. And the royals have nothing except the hunt. And it's the only time they feel powerful. So is that a good idea? To move on from monarchy? To have all these supranational institutions like the EU? Do we moved away from these bloodthirsty pagan royal bloodlines and replace them with bureaucrats in Brussels? And these people sit in their castles, they're bored as shit. They don't want to go to the opening of a new hospital. They want the hunt.
Percentage of profit increases.
But their children need to understand that the hunt is a special occasion. It's not all the time. So this prince, what's his name again? Hoyby? What's his name? Hoyby. Come up, get his name. Was it Bjorn?
Yeah, we have it, don't we?
Marius Borg.
Put it up on there. There we go. There she is.
Marius, please behave and wait till the hunt. It's actually nicer if you wait till the hunt. My father told me once, I said to him, we're on the way to a swim meet, and I said, "Dad, can I get McDonald's?" And he said, "Son, a hungry dog runs the furthest. Runs the farthest. A hungry dog runs the farthest." So Marius, a hungry dog runs the farthest. Wait till the hunt. Have your fun on the hunt. And then get nuts. Rip people's intestines out with your teeth. I mean, really go on a bender. But don't ruin it with these little snacks. Don't ruin the meal with a snack. Don't ruin the meal with a snack. To our maybe new mayor, ISIS,
I wish him well. I wish him the best of luck. I love New York City. Yes, but I also hate a lot of people who live here. But I also love people who live here. But it's a great narrative either way, whether it succeeds or is completely destroyed. It's actually a good narrative for me either way. I don't care. If it succeeds, I will enjoy it. If it fails miserably, I will move and just talk about it. Really, with me, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. Isn't it?
I'll link it below.
So in closing, we've learned a lot today. I think we've balanced ourselves in a healthy way. We can't expect old dogs to learn new tricks. But sometimes, like Andrew Cuomo, you gotta take him to the shelter, put him down, put a lead needle in that old pup, and watch him fade away. That's right. We've learned that people that have made, bad choices with how much money they've taken out from student loans and are living in cities like New York are unhappy because they were told that they deserve more in life. I am here to tell them, you do not. You actually do not. And I've always been here to tell them that. You do not. You are normies. You are nothing. That is what you are. Find me a Brooklyn hipster or whoever the people are. I'll find you the most normal suburban basic bitch in the world. That's all you are. You can dress it up any which way you like. That being said, I wish Zoran well. Because I love this city and I want to see it thrive. I want to succeed. I wish Donald Trump well. I'd like to not get involved in Iran. It doesn't seem like we are. At the end of the day, you have to find things in your life that make you happy outside of political rage. I know that it powers most of us. Just being angry all the time and things. But there's a lot of other emotions instead of being angry. Like jealousy. You do that. Coveting. Being envious. But the class war is coming. Fundamentally, it is. The lesson here is that the future of American politics is going to be written by two opposing versions of populism. One that concentrates its ire and rage on a set of financial elites and people in the government they feel have sold out to them. And then the other type of populism will be doing that as well. They will also include cultural elites who they feel have worked in concert with the financial elites to destroy the cultural foundations of society, further impoverishing people, making them helpless, and driving them into desperation and pathological pain. I will be on the hunt. In that famous castle that I read about. And they will go. It's time for the hunt. The old woman will come out. I will be the only one who the people who are hunting run faster than me. So it's going to be embarrassing that I keep. Leave the old woman's like, he keeps falling down. Will someone kill a peasant and bring them to him? I'm like, no, let me try. Let me try the hunt. But American politics now, the peasants of the village actually have turned. And they are hunting the elites of the castle. And so the elites of the castle have split into two factions. And they're standing on two balconies trying to convince the peasants that the hunt was actually the other party's idea. What happens now? We don't know. Good luck. Happy hunting.
And I think that has a lot to do with the reason why the United States government chose.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Tim Dillon Show.
You know, in retrospect,
fair is fair,
there, we must, even though we are cautious about what this guy does, a lot to not like, some things to like, want to congratulate the mayor of the mayoral candidate for the Democratic Party in New York City.
It's been invigorating 2.5 hours.
And his name is Osama bin Laden. I want to congratulate him. I thought it was an ambitious thing to have attacked the financial capital of the world, to have hit out, and to come back, and to have noticed how much salads cost, sandwiches, just lunch in general, how angry people were, and to come in and go, listen, I know I did wrong with the Twin Towers. I know it wasn't ideal, but remember what you were paying for rent when I attacked the World Trade Center, how much more equitable it was, how much, remember in 2001, when $20 bought you a pack of smokes, a cocktail, a dime bag of weed, and a burrito. And that's your night. When I attacked the World Trade Center, and he would say in the speeches, he'd go, justifiably, many would clap this. I attacked it justifiably because of the things I didn't agree with. Troops in Saudi Arabia, America's support for Israel. But even as I watched people jump out of those buildings to their sudden and inevitable death, I thought to myself, maybe I'll come back here one day and give them free buses. So Osama bin Laden came back to the city to give people a more equitable plan to live. I get it. I get it. Hey, I'm not dead. The Navy SEALs didn't get me, and I'm here to make buses free. Government-run grocery stores. Let's get rid of the cops. Let's get people walking around with clipboards, asking questions. Of course, I am kidding. Osama bin Laden is not the nominee. Osama bin Laden was a CIA asset that we pretended lived in Pakistan, and then we sent a group of Navy SEALs to kill him, they also somehow died in a mission, which seems odd, but they're all dead. Like, I think all the members of SEAL Team 6 are dead. Don't look it up, it doesn't matter. But I believe that to be the case, truly. And it was very weirdly, like, we kind of knew Pakistan had him, and we didn't. Listen, let's not get lost in that. My point is that Osama bin Laden, wherever he is not the guy. I know that Charlie Kirk, a few people have made that kind of comparison. There's a lot about 9/11 we don't know, so I don't think we can. And listen, by the way, I'm no fan of the immigration. I'd like it to cool down. I'm a big fan of a cool down with the immigration. A cooling period. A cooling off period. A settling in. How about that? A settling in. No one talks immigration like that. Let's let all these immigrants settle in. You ever stay at someone's house and they go, let me let you get settled. That's what we want. But, so this is not a defense of radical Islam or immigration. Two things I'm no fan of. There's a lot more to 9/11 than just, hey, you know,
a couple of guys in a cave didn't like us. Now, I don't know how much more there is to it. But if you have an education level beyond 5th grade, you realize something else is afoot. This seems to be one of the biggest issues with the Republican Party right now, is they are unable to, when they try to dunk on a guy like Zoran, who is the Democratic primary winner, Zoran, they don't understand it. When they just say the word 9/11, it's bad for them because everything after 9/11 was terrible. And that's why we all look at the Iran engagement and go, let's relax. Let's calm it down. War gives people something to do in the government. People think the government does more than it does, and it doesn't do all of that much. There's a lot of people that don't do that much, but when there's a war, like everyone's working. Like we've talked about it on this show. When the Pentagon, like when they're about to go to war, they all start ordering pizzas. It's like they have something called the pizza index, where people know when we may or may not go to war or drop a bomb, because everyone at the Pentagon's like staying late and ordering pizza because they have to work. It gives them purpose. Tonight's the night. We gotta do it. It's time. Get them, you know what I mean? And they're going, pepperoni! And we'll hit it and we'll hold on with it. Wait, if they come with it, fine. If the wings come with it, fine. I don't want. Is it a deal? No, they'll pierce underground 30 to 50 feet, and we're hoping the rubble will go on top of it. So even if we don't destroy it, they're not going to be able to get the nuclear. Hold on 1 second, I apologize. If it's a deal, yes. If we're paying extra, then no. I don't know how many ways to say it. If it comes, then get the deal. The deal is 2 pizzas. Well, then take half of one home. Take half of one home. Hold on. Someone's calling. Oh, it's the vice president. It's not a big deal. Don't answer. Take the. We kid. Well, I believe it's still working for the government. Do we know that? I don't know. It seems like he might be. He's kind of working for the government. Get up the thing. Get up JD Vance on Fox News with the Iran deal where Mullen sent this to me, where he was like, he's like, that's not the draft. He's like, that's not the draft I saw. But he goes, what I like about the president is he's always working. Yeah, I mean, he does a thing where he's talking about the deal and this draft of this deal thing that happened, and he goes on Fox and he's like, well, the language was a little different from the draft that I saw, but what I love about the president is he's always working. He is always, that guy does not stop working. You know, and it's just fun. It's like, you know, I imagine he's involved tangentially with some of it. I don't, you know, who can know over there who's in and who's out? I think they've got Tulsi Gabbard doing Tough Mudder race. I don't think she's allowed in the building. I don't know. The Hills like Jim Dillon attacks Tulsi Gabbard. I didn't attack her. I like Tulsi Gabbard. I said, if all these dark forces are goading us in a war, can you mention a few of their names? You know, a few of their names might be good.
And this administration, Brent, happens quite a bit, actually, but we knew this was coming. The draft is interesting. I just read the draft about 2 minutes before it went on the air. It was a little bit different from what the president showed me a couple of hours ago, but again, I knew that he was working the phones as I was on the way over here, so I knew exactly what we were going to do. And look, I love that about this presidency and this administration, is he's always working. He doesn't say, you know, the vice president's going to do an interview, so I'm going to stop doing anything. He says, you know, we're going to do the vice president.
He's like, it's not like the vice president's doing an interview with me, and I'm going to stop doing it or tell him what we're doing. I'm just going to see what happens out there.
and see if he can, run interference, just stall. Hold him, as we say. The headliner's not here. You go out there and hold him. Keep him going. I think JD Vance is still working here. I'm unsure. I don't know. But the thing that Republicans don't realize when they go after this Zohran Mamdani, who is a young, attractive, energetic person who's got some wacky ideas about, free grocery stores and free bus rides. I mean, if you were homeless, wouldn't you just go to hang out on the bus? If it was free, I would. I don't take buses. I don't care what happens to them. But I imagine there are people that do take them, and they don't want just homeless people on the buses and people selling drugs on the buses and fucking people on the buses. But that's what I would do if it was all free and I was homeless. I'd go, well, why wouldn't I just get on a bus? But he's going to have the grocery stores because of the price of food, and he's going to, instead of police, when someone lights someone on fire in a subway, he's going to send a team of mental health professionals to ask that person to stop and to de-escalate the situation, because in his mind, and in the mind of many people, the de-escalation is going to be done with a compassion and having an intellectual game plan going into it, when there's a guy who's screaming, you're gonna be all right, how do we get to him? How do we Jedi mind read where he's at? It's gonna be interesting and exciting to see what happens with that. I do think you need the threat of lethal force in a lot of cases, not all of them, but it does seem like if there's a guy, he's about to light a woman on fire, it's kind of interesting being wait, hey, where's this coming from? Where's this coming from? Why are you doing this? What is this going to solve, really? Don't you understand that by lighting this innocent woman on fire, you're putting yourself into a position you don't want to be in. And it seems to me that you're in pain and you're hurting. And I understand that a lot of things about society don't make any sense, right? These apartments, all these rich guys live in them, but they don't even live there. They barely live there. They use these apartment buildings as vertical money laundering units, and they launder money from all over the world, and they don't pay any taxes. And the working class bears the brunt of this because their jobs are shipped overseas, and their standard of living drops. I understand where your rage comes from. And then at this point, the guys are, and they go, that guttural yell we understand where it comes from. It's the lack of health care, respect that women aren't given, how much harder it is for trans people of color. And the guy's but then he starts and they walk over and they start petting him. He puts the gas can down. They go, we know. And they go, we know how difficult it is to exist in a society like that. So let us take you to this government-owned grocery store. Would you like to go to the government-owned grocery store? They have a lot of nice little hummus cups. And the thing about hummus, and there'll be a Jewish girl with big glasses. And the thing about hummus is if you eat too much, I get gassy. But these little hummus cups are perfectly portioned. And the guy will go, and then he'll be shirtless, he's covered in blood. And then he puts a gas can down, and then they walk him out, and then they bring him to the government grocery store, and they start talking to him about. And then they'll find out the whole thing was a gluten allergy. That he was not metabolizing gluten. And that's one of the reasons he was going to light that woman on fire in the subway. And if that works, it worked. I hope it works. By the way, count me in.
I'd like it to work. I'm no fan of the cops. I was pulled over going 97 out to Southampton. Fuck you, I'll never do a fundraiser for you, scum. Stay with the fire department. Never see me wearing an NYPD hat. Even though they don't really bother me, but the Long Island Trooper and New York State Troopers, fuck you. Not for me. It is what it is. They got me going 97 or 87, whatever. 87. It's not right. They see the Bentley, it's class warfare, everyone's speeding, everyone's going fast. They pull me over because they're like, fuck this guy. Then they pull me over, they're like, where do you even live? I go, who knows? They go, where's this car registered? I go, I think Beverly Hills, buddy.
At this juncture, I'm almost tempted to actually contact the rabbi. To discuss having close missions of those. Yes, dog. Specific.
If we look at San Francisco and a few of these other cities, Portland, Seattle, Detroit, Chicago, the Democrats who run these cities haven't produced great things. But I don't know. Maybe it won't go that way, where it's like flash mobs of children. I mean, Chicago's just full of flash mobs of teenagers storming places. If ED is getting you down, you need HIMSS to help your confidence, among other things. HIMSS provides access to treatments that can help you stay hard and last longer. You can be ready whenever the mood strikes. Feeling a little sold out in the bedroom through HIMSS, you can get some gas back in the tank with personalized ED treatments that are accessible without ever stepping foot into a doctor's office. For men, dealing with ED can be uncomfortable, which is why HIMSS provides access to a comfortable solution with all online process and personalized treatment options. HIMSS is changing the men's healthcare by providing you with access to affordable sexual health treatments from the comfort of your couch. Start your free online visit today at hims.com/Tim. That's HIMS.com/TIM for your personalized ED treatment options. hims.com/Tim. Featured products include compounded products which are not approved and verified by the safety, effectiveness, and quality by the FDA. Prescription required. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan. But hey, I wish Zoran, and he wants to tax richer and whiter people. He won over, everybody making over $100,000 a year voted for the guy, and here's one of the reasons, obviously. He is appealing to a demographic of people who are understandably, and understand what I'm saying here because you're not wrong, understandably frustrated that their level of education is not turned into income. Understand what I'm saying? I say the most valuable things in the world, by the way. Actually, in between. Oh, that was really funny. Yeah. I get it. But now I'm going to say something actually brilliant. It's actually the right thing always. Okay? Diddy's innocent, but I just wrapped Diddy's defense. Zoran Mandani. Zoran. Don't mess with the Zoran, right? Zohan? What was it? Don't start with me, folks. They're angry that he's appealing to a constituency of people who are angry that their income, that their education is not reflected in their income. And these people were told their entire life that all they had to do to make money was to get a college degree. This is a generation of people that were told that the route to comfort and security was education. And all of those people then graduated from schools in an alarming amount of debt. They were also told they should follow their passions in life and work in a field that was interesting, exciting, and maybe creative adjacent. So lots of these people moved to cities to get jobs in finance, tech, media, whatever. And a lot of companies over the last few years have hemorrhaged jobs, specifically people in the media sphere.
in the entertainment world, okay? But many other industries as well. The constituency that's powering Mamdani's campaign is, by the numbers, a higher educated, higher income group, but they're not high income compared to what you would need to feel rich in New York. I don't feel rich in New York, and I make a hell of a lot more money than these zeros. Now, it doesn't. Mamdani's wrong about wealth inequality in America and specifically New York. He's correct about that. It's the same.
Doug, are you excited for Schwab Show? So much.
I literally start immediately.
That's a goblet
I mean, you see it,
Do you like this show?
Spreads so quick.
It's okay.
As soon as there's blood in the water, it's trouble. If there's a green light on your head,
This
then you're
one.
allowed to get shit on. People just come out of the woodworks and like, yeah, he bumped me at this mic. He's a fucking sack of shit asshole. 1,000 likes, 20 retweets. It's like everybody hated him. You see? It's like, all right, all right.
Yeah, I'm telling you, man. It's like we're like we're definitely like the people who like first had fire who would light it like, ooh. It's like we have this amazing technology. We're just like, oh, we're not ready for what like the tool we have at our disposal.
Yeah, and the group, the mob mentality thing of just piling the fuck on people.
Yeah. Wow. At least let it breathe, man.
Figure out. But again, though, it's Twitter. You're allowed to talk. You're allowed to say whatever you want. Alright. It's a tricky one. I mean, it's pretty simple, bro. The
thing's cut and dry. It's just the process that's been set up. It's just like, you know, I mean, again, it's like all this stuff it promotes trad values. The only way away from this is just to be like a conservative, traditional, for a dude. Because you were saying before, it's like a girl, it's like, yeah, fuck, yeah, you want to fuck? Oh, hell yeah, fuck, let's smoke weed and fuck right now. And like, you know, that's like 10 shows right now on TV.
Yeah.
But as a dude, if you want to fuck, girls are like, how fucking dare you? I looked up to you. And you have power? It's like, well, what?
Yeah, the latest power was used.
That's, yeah, we've said it before. That's the, you know, whatever, but.
That's the crux. Wait, what are you going to go for? I know where you're going.
Dudes, that's the point of being guys get famous and they're like, I can't wait to get pussy whenever I want. And then they get famous and you're like, you want to fuck me? And like 9 out of 10 chicks is like, absolutely. And then one happens to be a fucking blogger. And it's just like, fuck you, dude. Or again, but then his case is different because he was being a fucking pederast.
Yeah.
I'm separating the process from the pederast, dude. It's like, that's the process of just being like, you're a famous dude, like Aziz. I'm talking about the Aziz effect. I got it. You're Aziz.
You're good. You're cheering clear right now. You're flying clear.
I'm fucking flying clear. No, that's the other thing too. The other thing too, if you want to be in this motherfucking game, it's a dangerous game. There's only one way out. That's it. That's it.
That's how this ends.
Yeah, bro. But as a man of this earth, I'm fully ready to go sit tickets in the concrete pit. So it's like I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you know, I'm not reckless. You know what I'm saying? Like I can't be said just about Veritas, bro. I might get Veritas tattooed on my fucking chest.
No, that was a bad one. You can't just give them out, dude.
That was fair. No, that might have been like a
true.
Might have been a, you know, a rotten tomato. Yeah, might have been. But yeah, man,
I don't know. There's no one. I got nothing else.
Well, it's just again, it's like there's Aziz who was a horn dog. Wants some booze.
Not much of a horn dog.
He just thought he was getting hit. And again, the girlfriend, she ditched her boyfriend she was dating on the date. No one was talking about that. She was like, I was on a date and I met this other guy and I just stood the guy up and hung out with him all night. And the guy that I stood, this is Aziz we're talking about, stood up her boyfriend, tried to hang with Aziz, and you know he was like, you know, fuck you, I guess. And she was like, well, I kind of want more. And he's like, no, I don't. And she was like, fuck him, and wrote it on and like dragged that dude through the fucking mud. And the Aziz thing was total bullshit.
And everyone knows the Aziz thing was bullshit. Yeah, like, everyone. Yeah, and it's still like if you bring up Aziz, people are like,
yeah, man, that's what I'm saying. It's like a weird tattoo.
Yeah.
And then
it's a scarlet letter.
The way He was hunting endangered species. That's his crime.
Yeah, he was poaching.
He's poaching, bro. He was going for ivory.
He was poaching some Cecils. He's getting Cecil line down there.
He was poaching, bro. True. He was poaching. But yeah, dude, that shit, that was something I didn't expect to win. You never know who's fucking next, man. It's been like, the news cycle has just been like deadly disease, race wars.
Crusalia rapist.
It's like the annals of time. It was just like, that's the news cycle right now.
Yeah.
Because they're still trying to pump up COVID now. They're like, guys, come on, man.
Get back to COVID.
I see less and less masks. Every day I see it. That's a weird thing, too. Now I'll walk my dogs and I'll see somebody. It's like, I'll say, hey, good morning. And it's just glasses and a mask. Just like, I'm like, I don't know. I can't tell what facial expression you're making. I don't know if you hate me or. It's the social anxiety anymore is at like the most critical levels of like, do you interpret me as like a biological agent of destruction? Like, do you think I'm bringing you like pestilence right now?
Yeah.
And it's like, if you happen to be another race than me, like, do you think I'm like am I like a dirty oppressor? My disease carrying. That's what goes through my head.
Welcome to being black, man.
Excuse me.
Sorry it's uncomfortable for a couple days. Can I get one of that? I'm a painter, bro.
Yeah, I hate that argument.
It is a bad argument. It's like, yeah, you think things are bad
for
me? I want them bad for you.
It's like, what the fuck?
Why don't we just fix yours?
Well, that was Brittany hit me with that. I was like, Brittany, I just don't want to be on lockdown. Like, this shit fucking bothers me. She's like, yeah, you don't like it, huh? I'm like, what the fuck is it? What does this have to do with it? She was just fucking with me.
Santa Claus.
I was like, what the fuck? That's something I should
Oh, that is so. Oh. Oh, that is the funniest shit. Oh, that is so fucking funny. Oh, that is so funny. Dog, you are so funny. You are so funny. Colin, WMD, you are so funny. Oh, I love you, Colin, WMD. That just made me laugh. Oh, fuck, was that funny. Oh, fuck, was that funny. I'm gonna barf. Oh, that is so funny. Dude, I gotta send this to you. Colin, you are so funny. I've got to figure out a way to send this to you. Oh, it's gonna take me some time. I'm so sick, though. Shout out to Colin WMD. You are so funny. I gotta figure this out. Oh, it's gonna take forever. Fuck, that is so funny. Oh, that made me laugh.
First time I went to President, like I'm not even because they just constantly said if that places where states he expects Chinese interests. President Trump says the stock market will boom
Some people go over and they got a little Swedish meatball. Red cabbage is good and you don't get it. Making a sense. She's fucking wild. She's like, yeah, you're like, you know, like, what the fuck is it? What does this have to do with the truth? This one with me. That is the funniest shit. Oh, that is so fucking funny.
I was like, my girl will pick her up. Bring her Saturday to Disney. Your girl shows my girl what she's doing.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Wreaking havoc on
I change out, I go in. When I'm sitting on the table, she goes, I flew on the street at that time. It was like,
a construction covered in
I'm sure they get some
how do you lose track of 7
Well, fuck. Oh, no, we're good.
So she's like, I do what I gotta do. Sell a couple. Next thing you know, like, I got
He's always working. He is always. This is what happens. The grocery stores doing this. Think about how this is. They're like, fuck this guy. Mentions important safety information. Rice varies based on product. Understand what I'm saying? They're angry and alarming amounts of death.
People like you going to the doctor and getting all these meds, but they're already so ready to now streaming
Just give them out. What's more dominant?
Miley Cyrus is getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
So that's what goes on.
Clip from her 2025 Walk of Fame.
He's like, yeah, you know, like, you know, I'm like, what the fuck? Ew. I was like, what the fuck? No, I would just fix yours. That was on Bernie and that. I was like, Bernie, I just don't want to be on lockdown. This shit fucking bothers me. She's like, yeah, you know, like, you know, I'm like, what the fuck is it? What does this have to do with the Jersey fucking thing? I was like, what the fuck? Bernie and that. I was like, Bernie, I just don't want to be on lockdown. This shit fucking bothers me. She's like, yeah, you know, like, you know, I'm like, what the fuck is it? What does this have to do with the Jersey fucking thing? I was like, what the fuck? That's it.
That is the funniest. Oh, that is so fucking funny. You are so funny. Thomas, WMD. You are so funny. Oh, I love you so much, WMD. I just made me laugh. Oh, fuck was that funny. Oh, fuck was that funny. Oh, that is so.
So I gave Rowan see. That's it. That's the weird thing too. My dogs, they don't see somebody. It's like, hey, good morning, and I just
Buy all those pills.
For you, it's like, what the fuck? I would just. I was like, Bernie, I just don't want to be on lockdown. This shit fucking bothers me. She's like, yeah, you know, like, you know, like, and for you, it's like, what the fuck? I would just fix yours. That was on Bernie and me with that. I was like, Bernie, I just don't want to be on lockdown. This shit fucking bothers me. She's like, yeah, you know, like, you know, like, what the fuck is it? What does this have to do with the Jersey fucking thing? I was like, what the fuck? That's it.